Chapter 1 Breakup. In Jeonjo Province, in a coffee shop next to Jeonjo University, there was a young couple sitting face to face. The girl took a sip of coffee and said calmly, "Lin Che, let's break up." Lin Che was not surprised. She took a sip of coffee and said calmly, "Chen Chang, we can break up, but we have been together for 3 years after all. Give me a reason to break up." Chen Chang made up an excuse to get away with it. "I don't have any feelings for you anymore. I don't like you anymore." After listening to Chen Chang's words, Lin Che chuckled, looked directly into Chen Chang's eyes, and said seriously, "Tell me the truth, I want to hear the truth." After Chen Chang heard this, he stopped hiding his feelings and gradually showed disdain in his eyes as he said, "My family introduced me to a blind date. She is a top student who graduated from a 985 university and is now a manager of a large company. Her monthly salary starts at least 30,000. Do you think you can earn that much money by delivering food for a month?" After listening to this, Lin Che smiled and shook her head faintly. Lin Che graduated from an unknown fake university in Jeonjo Province. He now works as a delivery man, earning only 4 to 5,000 yuan a month, not even half of what others earn. Seeing that Lin Che was silent, Chen Chang straightened his clothes and said calmly, "You also know that a girl's youth is very precious. I don't want to waste my time on you anymore. I hope you can let me go and we can break up peacefully. This will be good for everyone." There was something else behind Chen Chang's words. What she meant was that being with Lin Che was a waste of her youth. However, Lin Che's reaction was somewhat beyond Chen Chang's expectations. Lin Che was not hysterical, nor did he show any excitement, as if all this was within Lin Che's expectations. Lin Che just looked at Chen Chang as if he was a fool. Lin Che smiled and said, "Are you going to break up with me just for a man you've only known for a few months and who only earns 30,000 yuan a month?" "Only 30,000? How dare you say that? That's several months' salary for you," Chen Chang said with a disdainful tone as he took a sip of coffee. After listening to this, Lin Che just drank his coffee calmly and said, "Then have you ever heard of this saying?" Chen Chang was stunned, then said, "What are you talking about?" Lin Che took out 6 red property certificates from her bag. These were property certificates from first-tier cities. Lin Che looked at Chen Chang and said, "If the house moves, it's a Range Rover, if the house moves, it's a Panamera." Chen Chang was completely stunned after hearing what Lin Che said. His hands shook and he couldn't hold the cup firmly, so the coffee spilled everywhere. Chen Chang swallowed his saliva, and was so shocked by Lin Che that he was speechless. Lin Che looked at Chen Chang and took advantage of the situation to say, "Do you know how much compensation is given for demolishing one level of housing under the latest demolition policy? I heard that the current policy is that if the damage is settled, the maximum compensation is 90,000 or 100,000 yuan, and the minimum is 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Lin Che waved the property certificates as he spoke. "This house is about 180 square meters, right? How much money can we get if we demolish these houses? I'm not good at math, can you help me calculate it?" Chen Chang didn't dare to speak anymore. She felt as ridiculous as a clown in a circus. It turns out that the real rich son-in-law has always been by her side. She really picked up sesame seeds and lost the watermelon. Did he pretend to be poor before just to test me? Lin Che said to Chen Chang with a nonchalant smile, "You said that the blind date your family introduced to you can earn 30,000 yuan a month. So if he works without food or drink until his next life, can he earn that much money? 30,000 a month, even if he didn't eat or drink, it would only be 360,000 a year. He could never earn this astronomical amount of demolition compensation even if he worked his entire life." Chen Chang took a deep breath and tried hard to calm himself down. "Che, I've thought about it carefully. I don't think we can break up just because of a momentary impulse. After all, our 3-year relationship is not something we can just let go of." 3 years of relationship? Ha, this sounds really familiar. Lin Che shook her head gently and chuckled, "My youth is also very precious. How can I waste it on someone who doesn't love me at all?" When Chen Chang heard Lin Che's words, he quickly said, I love you. How could I not love you after 3 years of our relationship?" Lin Che said expressionlessly, "But I am extremely disappointed in you now, so let it go." After hearing what Lin Che said, Chen Chang quickly took out his phone, opened Weixin, and clicked on the chat window of the blind date man. Then edited a message saying, "I have someone I like, I'm sorry, we are not suitable, that's it." Chen Chang placed the phone in front of Lin Che and sent the message in front of Lin Che. Soon, the other party sent a message back, "MD, you are wasting my time and energy, get out." After seeing this message, Chen Cheng blocked and deleted the blind date guy in front of Lin Che. This time, the two of them were completely cut off. Chen Cheng said in a flattering manner, "Isn't that okay now? I have completely cut off ties with him. When will your house be demolished, and when will the demolition compensation be paid?" Lin Che said in disbelief, "What demolition payment are you talking about? I don't understand what you are talking about." Chen Cheng said with a slightly stiff expression, "Baby, stop making trouble. When will you demolish this house?" Lin Che raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "I don't know what you are talking about." Chen Cheng suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly picked up the property certificate that Lin Che had placed on the table. When I opened it, there was nothing inside, it was completely blank. Chen Cheng finally understood that he had been played around by Lin Che the whole time. Chen Cheng's eyes showed resentment, and he shouted, "Lin Che, you dare to play tricks on me?" Hearing Chen Cheng's words, Lin Che had a bewildered and innocent expression. "When did I play tricks on you? I just talked to you about the topic of demolition. I didn't say that I had a house to be demolished." When Chen Cheng heard Lin Che's words, he was stunned for a moment. That's right. Lin Che didn't say that his house needed to be demolished just now. It was all just his imagination. Chen Cheng pointed at Lin Che in a rage and said angrily, You poor bastard, how dare you lie to me like this? Just wait for me, I will find someone to deal with you." After Chen Cheng said this harsh word, he left in a hurry. As she walked, she called the blind date to explain, constantly explaining that it was all a misunderstanding and begging him to forgive her. Lin Che shook her head. "A woman like this is not worth my lingering." In fact, Lin Che had known for a long time that he had been cheated on, and he came prepared for today's meeting. After all this was over, Lin Che felt like all the anger in his heart had been released. "I felt like I was suddenly relaxed and calm." Chapter 2 Binding System. Ding. The system detects that the host's state of mind at this moment meets the system binding conditions, and the Almighty God system is binding. 9%. 32%. 55%. 78%. 100%. System binding successful. Lin Che was slightly stunned when she heard the voice that suddenly sounded in her mind. System? Ha, I didn't expect that breaking up would give me a system. This really proves the saying that when God closes a door for you, he will definitely open a window for you. As a bookworm, Lin Che naturally knew what the system was. System, open the properties panel. Lin Che imitated what was done in the novel and tried to call the system in her mind. A blue personal attribute panel suddenly appeared in front of Lin Che. It's like playing a virtual VR game. Host, Lin Che. Age, 23. Height, 185 centimeters. Charm, 7. Charm is a special attribute with a maximum of 10 points. Strength, 12. Agility, 15. Spirit, 10. Balance, 557.73. This almighty godly system is dedicated to making the host the world's #1 almighty godly. This system allows you to sign in daily to get rewards. The rewards are random, including daily sign-in, weekly sign-in, annual sign-in, and location sign-in. Signing in at different locations will give you different rewards. The system will issue various challenging tasks from time to time. The higher the difficulty, the better the reward after completion. The penalty for failed tasks will increase with the difficulty of the tasks. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to this system. Now we are distributing a novice gift package. The novice gift package has been distributed to the host's system backpack. Please open it by yourself. I didn't expect that my system is different from the one in the novel, it's quite unique. This system allows me to sign in and get rewards, and there are also various challenging tasks from time to time, which is quite interesting. Lin Che controlled it with his mind, opened the system backpack and opened the novice gift package given by the system. Congratulations to the host for using the novice gift pack. Obtain Yencoin 6666666666666. Get 10 newbie black iron treasure boxes. Although Lin Che was prepared, she was still shocked when she saw the series of 6666666666666. He muttered to himself, tens, hundreds, millions, hundreds of billions. Shit, 600 billion 600 and 600 million. I can't make that much in my entire lifetime. System, can I use this money as I please? How do I transfer it to my card? Will the police investigate such a large transfer? Host, please rest assured that you can use the funds issued by the system at will, and all sources are clean and will not be checked. The host only needs to silently say withdraw, and all funds will be transferred to your account within 1 minute. Withdraw all. Lin Che shouted in her mind. In less than a minute, Lin Che received a text message from Yenghua Bank. Yenghua Bank, your Yenghua Bank card with the last number 7559 deposited 6666666666666 Yenghua currency at 10:52 on May 18. The current balance is 6,666,666,667,223.73 Yenghua currency. I can't be dreaming. Lin Che pinched his thigh fiercely, hiss, damn, this is not a dream. Haha, Chen Shang, even though Chen Shang just lied to you, it's still easy for me to buy a few houses now. I'm really looking forward to your expression when you know my worth. Although Lin Che seemed to have let it go, it was a 3-year relationship after all, and it was not something that could be let go immediately. System, what is in this black iron treasure chest? The items in the black iron treasure chest are all random. You can choose to open them one by one, or you can choose to open 10 in a row. The system recommends that you perform 10 consecutive draws. The host will definitely get a golden item for the first 10 consecutive draws. Host, please choose the activation method. Nonsense, what else is there to choose? It must be a 10 in a row. Following Lin Che's instructions, 10 exquisite black treasure chests appeared on the blue panel in front of him. Open it. As Lin Che finished speaking, a dazzling white light gradually appeared from the first treasure chest. Reward, a box of Durex. Lin Che was stunned for a moment, then shouted excitedly, fuck, what's the use of giving me this? Who can I use it for? You? Lin Che was so excited that she forgot she was still in the coffee shop. This shout immediately attracted everyone in the shop. They all looked at Lin Che with strange eyes. Lin Che noticed that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes, and then he realized that he had just shouted too excitedly. Lin Che quickly apologized and explained, then continued to see what else she could come up with. Reward, a portion of stinky tofu. Reward, an inflatable doll. Lin Che took a deep breath to calm herself down. System, you want me to use Durex with this doll, right? The system ignored Lin Che's dissatisfaction. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 3 million yuan. The last few were fine, and Lin Che's expression gradually stopped being as dark as before. Reward, 100,000 yuan. Reward, 5 million yuan. Reward, 500,000 yuan. The total amount was 10.6 million yuan. The Durex, stinky tofu, and inflatable dolls at the front seemed like the system was teasing Lin Che. The things at the back were still good, at least they were not messy things. It was not until this last treasure chest that the golden light that Lin Che had been waiting for finally appeared. Golden reward, 1 villa on the top of the mountain in Jiangshan Villa District Number 1. The value of this gold reward is approximately 20 billion. Number 1 Villa Manor on the top of the mountain in Jiangshan Villa District? Damn, isn't this the famous villa area? Even if Lin Che had never eaten pork, he had seen a pig run. Even a delivery man like Lin Che had heard others discuss the Jiangshan Villa District more than once. Jiangshan Villa District is the most upscale and luxurious villa district in the entire Jiang province. Those who can buy houses here are either business tycoons, top stars, or giants in various industries. And he actually won the number 1 villa estate, the top one in this villa area. Lin Che was getting excited when suddenly a text message alert sounded from his phone. Ding, the transaction procedures for your Jiangshan Villa Number 1 Villa Manor have been completed and will be delivered to you within 1 day. Randomly, another message was received, which contained the layout of the villa and some luxurious facilities. For example, there were 2 swimming pools, an indoor infinity pool, an outdoor swimming pool, a back garden, a private cinema, a golf course, and a series of luxurious facilities that made Lin Che a little overwhelmed. Looking at the luxurious villa in front of him, Lin Che couldn't help but think of the rental house he lived in now. It was really a shabby house. Not only was it small, it would leak when it rained. That was also not soundproof at all. Lin Che often heard some indescribable noises in the middle of the night, which made it impossible for Lin Che to fall asleep. The difference between the two is like heaven and hell. If Lin Che hadn't spent most of the money he earned on Chen Shang, he wouldn't have to live in this cheap and shabby rental house. Chapter 3 Check-in to Villa Number 1. Lin Che immediately prepared to go back to his shabby rental house to pack up and move in as soon as he got the contract. However, few people know that Villa Manor number 1 in the Jiangshan Villa district, which has been vacant since its completion, has been bought by someone. Anyone who knows this news is a top figure in Jiang province. But those who knew the news only knew that the number 1 villa estate, the top one in the Jiangshan Villa area, was secretly bought by a mysterious person at a large sum of money today. Apart from that, no other information about this mysterious person could be found. Everyone who knew the news wanted to make friends with this mysterious person. After all, the person who can buy this villa estate must not only have strong financial resources, but also have sufficient identity background. Otherwise, no matter how rich he is, he cannot buy this villa estate. And according to the news, this mysterious man directly purchased the villa estate number 1 at double the price. Such a person is very worthy of their making friends and winning over. Who on earth is so rich that he has set his eyes on the most luxurious villa in Jiang province? He is so arrogant that he actually bought it at double the price. I don't know what this rich man likes. I have to hurry up and prepare. I must hold on to this thigh. Yes, we need to prepare gifts, and we need to prepare a few top quality ones to welcome the boss. Everyone here is a savvy person who has been in society for many years. How could they not know the principle of pleasing others and giving them what they like? And most importantly, they also know that as long as they can hold on to this thigh, their efforts will be nothing, and the current investment will definitely bring them unimaginable gains in the future. Therefore, they naturally did not dare to be careless when preparing gifts for this mysterious boss. Lin Che, who was packing his things in the rental house, quickly packed up the necessary things. After all, he now had so much money that he didn't need to bring many things with him. He just packed a few daily necessities and a few clothes. Now we just have to wait for the contract to be signed and we can move in right away. Chen Chang was sitting in a milk tea shop with a depressed look on his face. Sitting opposite him was Chen Chang's best friend Linjin. She had already said goodbye to her blind date man who earned 30,000 yuan a month, so she was in a bad mood and took her best friend out shopping and drinking milk tea to adjust her mood. After Linjin received the call, she was shocked. Chen Chang looked at Linjin's expression and asked nonchalantly, "What's wrong? Why do you have that expression on your face?" Linjin took a deep breath, tried to calm her shocked heart, and said, "Chingchang, do you know that the top number 1 villa estate in Jiangshan Villa district was bought by someone at double the price?" Chen Chang was shocked by Linjin's words. The Jiangshan Villa district is the top villa district in Jiang province. Any villa here costs at least tens of billions. The people who live in this villa area are all the top figures in Jiang province. What's more, it is the top-notch villa estate number 1. Since the construction of this community, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to buy this villa number 1. It is not something that can be bought by just having money. It is said that even the richest man in Jiang province, Su Tianchang, had his eyes on this villa, but unfortunately he has never been able to buy it. But now someone has bought it at twice the price. It takes a very powerful person to buy this villa. After Chen Cheng calmed down, his eyes lit up and he said to Lin Jin excitedly, "Jinjin, tell me quickly, who is the big shot who bought this villa?" Lin Jin shook her head and said, "I don't know the details. I know it seems to be a young man, and his last name seems to be Lin. I can't find out his name or his identity." Young man? Last name Lin? It would be great if he were single, a perfect bachelor, a rich and powerful man. This kind of man is exactly the man Chen Cheng has always dreamed of. It would be great if she could marry such a man. Then I will never have to worry about food and clothing in this life, and I will be able to enjoy wealth and glory. Chen Cheng saw that Lin Jin's expression was not right, so he asked, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so weird?" Lin Jin said in a low voice, "My father asked me to look for some extremely beautiful women. He said that a big shot above wanted to please this person, so he wanted to find some beauties to welcome him. Where can I find this?" Chen Cheng knows her best friend very well. She is usually quiet and doesn't have many friends, so she would definitely be hard to find. But it just so happened that Chen Cheng was still thinking about how to get on board this person's boat, and now the opportunity was right in front of him. "Jinjin, I'll go." Lin Jin was a little surprised when she heard what Chen Cheng said. "Are you really willing to go?" Chen Cheng smiled and said, "Of course. This is a great opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. How could I let it go? With my looks, I can handle any man. I must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." After listening to this, Lin Jin was happy at first, then seemed to think of something, and said with a look of reluctance, "But you just broke up with Lin Che, and if you do this now, Lin Che will be very upset if he finds out, right?" After hearing this, Chen Cheng said with disdain, "Who cares about a poor guy like him? I'm about to board the ship of a big shot and fly up to the tree and become a phoenix. Who cares if he's sad or not? After hearing what Chen Shang said, Lin Chen still felt a little reluctant, but Chen Shang was so determined to get on that person's boat, so she had no choice but to agree to Chen Shang's request to let her go with that person. Chen Shang on the side was delighted. The thought of myself boarding that person's boat and becoming a phoenix on a tree makes me feel happy. Living a life of luxury and extravagance is simply a godly life. She wanted to put on the most seductive clothes right now and fly to that man to offer herself. Although I have this opportunity, I still have to think about how to hold on to that person firmly. I can't let other vixens snatch her away. But as long as I use all my skills, I don't believe he won't take the bait. Chen Shang's mind is now full of ways to hook up with the big shot and how to make this big shot dependent on her. As for Lin Che, he had long been thrown into oblivion by Chen Shang. Lin Che came to the gate of Jiangshan Villa District with his luggage and the housing contract that the specialist had just delivered. Just when Lin Che was about to go in, he was unexpectedly stopped by several men in suits. Lin Che was still thinking, no way, this old-fashioned plot of looking down on others is not going to happen to me. Chapter 4 Funny Girl. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Che asked with a puzzled look on his face, who are you? Hello, Mr. Lin. We are the subordinates of the owner of the Jiangshan Villa District. This time, the boss heard that you were checking into the community today, so he specially asked a few of us to welcome you here and give you a small gift. So that's how it is. I thought it was just the cliched routine of the security guard in novels looking down on others. Lin Che nodded, indicating that he understood. Lin Che said, help me get it to my place first. Okay, Mr. Lin. If they were not allowed to take these dozen items, Lin Che would not be able to take them all by herself. Lin Che was not too interested in these gifts at the moment. He just wanted to see what his number one villa, which was said to be the most luxurious in Jiang province, looked like. Soon, Lin Che and a group of men in suits arrived in front of Lin Che's villa. A stunning beauty was standing at the entrance of the manor. She saw Lin Che and his group approaching. She hurriedly walked to Lin Che and said, hello, Mr. Lin, welcome home. I am your personal butler, my name is Lin Qian. The 2 rows of maids behind Lin Qian all said, welcome home, Mr. Lin. Lin Che was still a little surprised. She didn't expect that there would be a butler and a maid here. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't show it. He calmly pointed at the things the men in suits were holding and said, well, take these things in first. After saying that, Lin Che turned to the men in suits and said, thank your boss for me. I'll accept the gifts and I'll have someone send them back later. Lin Che's calm and composed attitude surprised the men in suits, but after thinking about it, they felt that it was normal. After all, he was the one who could afford this top-notch manor at double the price, so how could he be fluctuating because of such a small thing? Lin Che could not wait to see her manor, which was worth 20 billion. The men in suits looked at Lin Che and were very tactful. After all, they all worked under the boss, so how could they not understand his expression? So they presented the gifts they had brought and left. However, the last person did not leave after presenting the gift. Instead, he quietly leaned over to Lin Che's ear and whispered, Mr. Lin, our boss has prepared a beautiful lady to welcome you. She is waiting for you in the room now. Are you interested? As he said this, he revealed an expression that all men would understand. Lin Che had an idea. Since she had broken up with Chen Shang now, she might as well go and take a look. She wouldn't have any moral burden anyway. Go and see this beauty, it is a pleasant thing. Lin Che looked at him and smiled knowingly. They were all men, and Lin Che did not consider himself a good person. Everyone understands what I'm thinking. On the other side, under the guidance of Lin Jin, Chen Shang also arrived at a room in Villa number 1 and quietly waited for Lin Che's arrival, although she didn't know that the person she was about to greet would be Lin Che. At this time, Chen Shang had already changed into a seductive outfit. Lin Jin looked at Chen Shang and said hesitantly, Chen Shang, why don't I leave? I don't think I'm suitable for this kind of scene. Chen Shang smiled and said, okay, you can go first. Don't worry, I'm here. I will definitely take down this big shot. At the same time, Chen Shang was already looking forward to it secretly in his heart. If this big shot is not only rich but also handsome, then I would really make a fortune. If she was ugly, it would not be unacceptable considering he is so rich. At the same time, Lin Che, led by the man in a suit, also came to the door of this room. Mr. Lin, the beautiful lady that the boss has prepared for you is waiting for you inside. Mr. Lin, it's right here. I won't bother you anymore. After Lin Yu nodded, he put his hand on the door handle, pushed the door open and walked in. And the woman half lying on the bed was Chen Chang. When Chen Chang heard the sound of the door opening, she immediately put on a charming look. But the person who greeted her was her poor ex-boyfriend, Lin Che. Their eyes met, and they stared at each other. They were both stunned, as if time had stood still. After a moment of silence, the two spoke in unison. Why are you here? Why are you here? Chen Chang's mind was working rapidly, and he thought that Lin Che was still obsessed with her. Lin Che, are you still not giving up on me? You followed me to this place secretly, are you interested? How long do you want to pester me? I advise you to give up. You and I are not from the same world. I'm about to meet an important person. Get out of here right now. Don't let that important person see you. Don't let him misunderstand what kind of relationship you and I have. Lin Che listened quietly to what Chen Chang said, raised his eyebrows and felt inexplicably amused. Lin Che looked at Chen Chang calmly and said calmly, I didn't look for you, I didn't bother you, and it's even more impossible for me to follow you. When Chen Chang heard Lin Che's words, he sneered, a real man dares to do it but not to admit it. Hee, if you're not following me and coming to see me, then why are you here? Do you still want to say that you are the big shot surnamed Lin? I've already been fooled by you, the demolition nouveau riche, once. How could I be fooled by the same trick twice? Lin Che couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Then I am the big shot with the surname Lin that you mentioned. Chen Chang was so angry that he laughed. A poor guy like you can't be a big shot, don't make me laugh. Lin Che rolled his eyes, thinking that this woman was hopeless, so he simply kept silent and ignored her. When Chen Chang saw that Lin Che was silent, he thought that Lin Che's lies had been exposed by him and he was speechless. She was now even more certain in her heart that Lin Che had secretly followed her here. Chen Chang looked down on Lin Che even more in his heart. Not only was she poor, but she also had no dignity and secretly followed her. Chen Chang looked down at his phone and realized that the time for the big shot to arrive was almost up. We have to hurry and get this poor guy out of here, otherwise it would be bad if he was seen by some big shots. Lin Che, just get out of here right now. There's no chance for us to be together in this life. Lin Che didn't want to pay any attention to her at all. He just sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Chen Chang looked at Lin Che's indifferent expression. As time passed, Chen Chang began to get anxious. Lin Che, just tell me how much money you want. I'll give you how much money you want in exchange for leaving here. Lin Che was thoroughly amused by Chen Chang's words. You gave me money to let me leave my own home, are you okay with your brain? Chapter 5 Large-Scale Social Scene. Seeing Lin Che's attitude and saying that this was his home, Chen Chang couldn't help but become even more anxious. Could it be that he still wants to get back together with me and knows that I am dating a rich man, so he comes here to cause trouble on purpose? Thinking of this, Chen Chang became even more anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. The big shot is coming soon. I have to get rid of him first, otherwise my plan to hook up with a rich man will be ruined. Chen Chang's voice was stern at the beginning, but gradually he became gentle, and even had a hint of pleading in his voice. Lin Che, I beg you, for the sake of the 3 years we've been together, please just leave here immediately, okay? I'm going to marry into a wealthy family soon. This may be my only chance in my life, and I don't want to give up. I beg you, okay? How about this, as long as I can marry into a wealthy family, I will definitely give you a large sum of money as a reward, so that you can live a worry-free life for the rest of your life. Lin Che glanced at her and said with a smile, do you really want to marry this big shot named Lin? Seeing that Lin Che finally showed some signs of giving in, Chen Chang couldn't help but nod repeatedly. This villa belongs to this big shot named Lin. There are countless big shots in Jiang province who want this villa but none of them could get it. This guy bought it today at twice the price. Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little strange when he heard this. After all, considering the assets of these big shots, it was not impossible for them to buy this villa. Oh, if so many people want it, how come it has been vacant for so many years and no one has bought it yet? Chen Chang couldn't help but feel a little contempt when he heard Lin Che's words. A pauper is a pauper and has no knowledge at all. This villa cannot be bought with money. If you don't have enough status, I won't sell it even if you are rich. My goodness, this system is awesome. Seeing that Lin Che didn't say anything, Chen Chang thought that she was shocked by his words, so he continued to speak. Tell me how much money and power this gentleman must have to be able to take over this villa manor. You said that if I could make the list of this great man, my life would be worth it. So, just leave now. When I list this important person, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. You better leave quickly. Don't let that important person see you. Otherwise, if he misunderstands that there's something going on between you and me, I'll be finished, and you won't be any better off either. Lin Che looked at the gold digger in front of him and couldn't help but want to have some fun with her. Chen Chang, if you tell others now that I sneaked in to steal something, do you think the owner of this house will appreciate you as a woman who is not afraid of burglars? Chen Chang couldn't help but feel a little surprised and confused when he heard Lin Che's words. He wondered if she was setting a trap for me to fall into. But what he said was a little more reasonable, and maybe the big shot would like me even more for it. Lin Che, are you crazy? You want me to report you? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Our breakup is such a big blow to you? Since you've said that, don't blame me. Even if we had feelings for each other before, that's a thing of the past. Lin Che smiled and spread his hands, indicating that she could do whatever she wanted. Seeing this, Chen Chang did not hesitate, pushed the door open and shouted. Someone come quickly, there's a thief here, someone come quickly and don't let him get away. Chen Chang's voice sounded like a lion's roar, instantly alarming the security guards in the villa. After a while, with a bang, more than a dozen burly security guards rushed in. The leader immediately shouted, "Where is the thief?" Chen Chang pointed at Lin Che and said, "This is the guy. He sneaked into the villa and stole things. Now he is sitting there drinking tea. He is so arrogant in broad daylight. Send him to the police station immediately." Lin Che drank a sip of tea calmly and said nothing. These security guards had just seen him. Moreover, these security guards were all from the property management company. The people from the property management company had shown Lin Che's photo to all the security guards long ago, and warned them not to offend this person. Therefore, these security guards knew Lin Che. When the security guards heard what Chen Chang said, they all looked at him with confusion. Then he turned to Lin Che, bent over, and asked, "Mr. Lin, who is this woman? Do we need to kick her out? Mr. Lin? What is going on?" Chen Chang's heart began to beat violently, and the uneasy feeling in her heart became more and more serious. She felt that things were developing in a direction she could not imagine. How could these security guards be so respectful to a poor guy like Lin Che? What is his identity? Chen Chang said quickly, "Did you guys make a mistake? Why are you so respectful to him? He is just a thief who sneaked in to steal. Why don't you arrest him and send him to the police station?" The security guards were stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. It was as if Chen Chang had told some funny joke. "You woman, are you okay? This is Mr. Lin's home. Mr. Lin is going to sneak in when he returns to his home? Is he going to steal things from his home? And who are you? Why did you appear in Mr. Lin's home? You also slandered Mr. Lin for stealing in his own home. If you can't explain clearly, don't blame us for sending you to the police station." Faced with the security captain's questioning, Chen Chang was completely stunned. For a moment, she simply couldn't accept the fact that Lin Che was the owner of this villa. The person who bought the top #1 villa in Jian province at double the price turned out to be her penniless ex-boyfriend Lin Che? No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't associate Lin Che with this adult named Lin. My mind went blank in an instant. Her poor ex-boyfriend turned out to be the big shot who bought the best villa in Jianshan Villa District. Wouldn't that mean I have ruined my own wealthy and prosperous life for the next few decades with my own hands? Chen Chang was unwilling to believe that this was the truth, and repeatedly confirmed, "You are not mistaken. He is full of lies. He lied to me before that he was some kind of upstart demolition tycoon. Were you also deceived by him?" The security captain said with disdain, "We have information about Mr. Lin's identity in our property management, and we check the information of all owners in Jianshan Villa District every day. Do you think we would make a mistake? But you, who are you? Why are you here?" Under the questioning of the security captain, Chen Chang was speechless for a moment. You can't say that you are here to serve this important person. And they even treated this important person as a thief. No one will believe this if you say it. Chen Chang didn't know what to do for a moment, so he looked to Lin Che for help. She hoped Lin Che could help her introduce all of this. Chapter 6 Goodbye. However, Lin Che did not intend to explain for her. She just glanced at Chen Chang and said, "I don't know who she is or why she is here." When the security guards heard Lin Che's words, they immediately stepped forward and planned to send Chen Chang to the police station. Chen Shang saw the security guard's attitude and immediately shouted in panic, Lin Che, you can't just ignore me like this. You can't let them send me to the police station. Have you forgotten the 3 years we've been together? Lin Che listened to Chen Shang's words, took a deep breath to calm down, and said slowly, Chen Shang, you still have the nerve to talk to me about feelings? When you broke up with me for a blind date who made 30,000 yuan a month, did you ever think about our 3 years of relationship? When you couldn't wait to devote yourself to a rich man right after we broke up, you didn't seem to think about the 3 years of relationship, did you? You just said you were going to send me to the police station. Have you ever considered me? Have you ever considered your so-called 3-year relationship? Now you want me to miss our 3 years of relationship? How dare you? Chen Shang was speechless for a moment after hearing what Lin Che said. Chen Shang felt guilty and even felt that it was all his own fault. At this moment, she even felt that she had gone too far and that it would be her own fault next time. If I had known this would be the outcome, wouldn't it be nice to live a good life with Lin Che? Maybe he was just pretending to be poor to test himself in the past. As a result, I didn't expect that I would break up with him for a blind date guy. It was not until now that I thought it through. Everything is caused by my vanity and my contempt for the poor and my love for the rich. Chen Shang was so regretful in his heart that his intestines turned green. He regretted what he had done in the past. Lin Che also didn't want to have any more relationship with Chen Shang. Lin Che waved her hand and said, forget it, just kick her out. I don't want to see this person here again. After hearing Lin Che's words, although Chen Shang wanted to ask for Lin Che's forgiveness again, he was still driven out by the security guard. Moreover, he did not give Chen Shang any face at all and rushed directly to the street, where he was seen by many passers-by. Why was this person thrown out? Did he do something dirty? She's young and not bad-looking, why did she do something so dirty? Listening to what the people around him said, Chen Shang wished he could find a crack to crawl into, so he quickly covered his face and ran away. Lin Che stood in front of the window and watched Chen Shang running away quickly with his face covered. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Now Lin Che wanted to take a good look at her villa first. The property management of Jiangshan Villa District was also very considerate. After this incident, they immediately asked Lin Che's personal housekeeper Lin Xian to accompany Lin Che on a tour. Soon, Lin Xian, dressed in a professional suit, came in front of Lin Che with a charming figure. I didn't notice when I first came, but it turns out that my personal butler is actually a stunning beauty. The housekeeper has a standard beauty face with symmetrical facial features and a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. In addition, the standard professional suit sets off her proud figure, and her whole body is full of mature charm. Just as Lin Che was admiring Lin Xian's proud figure, the system page suddenly popped up. Name, Lin Xian. Age, 23. Appearance 9.4. Body size 9.6. Favorability, 50. Identity, personal butler. Note, a favorability of 50-60 can be friends, 70-80 is more than friends but less than lovers, 90 is lovers, and 100 can give everything for the host. Mr. Lin? Shall we go for a visit first? After hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Che came back to his senses and nodded, okay. Lin Che couldn't wait to visit his villa. As for other things, there was still time and they could take their time later. Looking at Lin Che's attitude, Lin Xian felt inexplicably unwilling. This was the first time a man just glanced at her and then stopped looking at her. In the past, the men I met either came up to me and chatted with me, or stared at me with evil intentions but no courage. This was the first time he had met someone like Lin Che. Lin Xian took Lin Che on a tour of the villa. First, the two of them arrived at the extremely spacious and luxurious living room. The entire living room was almost 200 to 300 square meters, at least dozens of times larger than the small, shabby rental house they had lived in before. Mr. Lin, all the windows of your villa are made of top-grade bulletproof glass that is 10 centimeters thick. You can rest assured about its safety. It does not affect the sunlight at all. The crystal chandelier and sofa above your head are all designed by top Italian designers. This is the kitchen. This is the living room. This is the study. Mr. Lin, these are all the facilities indoors. There is also a swimming pool outside that is larger than the indoor one. Every morning, someone will come to change the water regularly, and the water used here is purified, sterile, and drinkable water. As she spoke, Lin Xian scooped up some water and took a sip. She did this to make Lin Che believe that the sterile water was clean. Yes, that's good, but I can't cook. Find me some chefs. Lin Qian immediately picked up her phone and made a call. Soon, dozens of people in chef uniforms appeared in front of Lin Che. "This is the chef our property management company provides to all the owners here. You can choose which ones you need to stay and serve you." Lin Che looked at the chefs in front of her and immediately took a liking to one of them. Because this chef's figure is really outstanding. Name, Zhao Ling. Age, 22. Appearance, 9.0. Body size, 9.8. Favorability, 30. Occupation, chef. Cooking level, proficient. Note, the skill levels are entry level, proficient, proficient, master, and perfect. Although Zhao Ling's appearance is not as good as Lin Qian's, her figure is really amazing. Well worth the outstanding 9.8. Lin Che immediately pointed at Zhao Ling and said, "She's the one. She'll be my personal chef. Although I am just here to be a chef, of course I have to choose something pleasing to the eye since I look at it every day." Lin Qian nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Lin, do you only need this one? Do you need to choose a few more?" Lin Che shook her head and said, "How can one be enough? Help me pick a few more." "No men." "Okay, Mr. Lin, then I will choose for you." In the end, Lin Qian selected 5 other chefs for Lin Che. Lin Che took a look and found that the girls Lin Qian had chosen for him all had a beauty score of more than 9 points. And the cooking skills are all above the standard. However, Lin Che had no idea about the level of this cooking skill. "How about this, each of you cook a dish for me so that I can taste your cooking skills." Chapter 7-3 Private Beautiful Chefs. After hearing Lin Che's words, Lin Qian immediately asked 6 beautiful chefs to start preparing. Lin Che thought for a moment and said, "I will only choose the 3 best dishes from the 6 of you and offer you a monthly salary of 200,000 yuan. Of course, only those who make these 3 dishes can stay." As soon as these words were spoken, the 6 beautiful chefs were stunned. 200,000 a month would be 2.4 million a year. It would be good to earn 200,000 a year as a chef. Sparks were almost coming out of the eyes of these 6 people. In order to get an annual salary of more than 2 million, they had to make dishes that would satisfy the boss. When Lin Qian heard Lin Che's words, she was secretly moved. He asked tentatively, "Mr. Lin, I can actually cook, how about letting me try?" Lin Che smiled and said, "Whatever dish you cook, just sit down and enjoy the food with me. Don't worry, as long as you cook well and satisfy me, your salary will be more than 200,000. When Lin Qian heard Lin Che's words, a shy expression immediately appeared on her face. It was obvious that Lin Che's words made her think in the wrong way. She was already sitting next to Lin Che, and she moved closer to Lin Che. Soon, the delicious dishes were served. The first dish was a bright red home-cooked dish called braised pork. Lin Che picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. He felt that it melted in his mouth and tasted very delicious. Next up is the sweet and sour pork tenderloin, kung pao chicken, squirrel mandarin fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, and fried prawns. Eating delicious food while having a beautiful woman by his side was a scene that Lin Che had never dared to imagine before. Lin Che was enjoying himself here, while the 6 beautiful chefs looked at Lin Che nervously, wanting to know which 3 people would be able to stay in the end. After all, this annual salary of more than 2 million is so tempting that no one wants to give it up. About an hour later, Lin Che selected the 3 people who performed the best. Name, Jiang Yan. Age, 20. Appearance, 9.0. Height, 9.2. Favorability, 40. Cooking level, skilled. Name, Zhang Xin. Age, 25. Appearance, 9.2. Body size, 8.5. Favorability, 45. Cooking level, master. Of course, there was also Zhao Ling who was favored by Lin Che from the very beginning. From now on, Zhao Ling will pay you wages, and you can ask her for money for groceries. After he finished speaking, Lin Che took out a card and handed it to Zhao Ling, saying, "There are 5 million on this card. First, give everyone 1 month's salary as a reward. Also, transfer 50,000 to each of the 3 people who failed the test, as a token of their hard work. The rest will be used as funds for buying groceries." Zhao Ling and others had shock written all over their faces. This boss was serious. He was not joking when he said he would give a raise. He even gave 1 month's salary as a bonus. And if you fail, you can still get 50,000 yuan in hard work compensation. Lin Qian was also very shocked watching from the side. Poverty really limited her imagination. After all this trouble, it was already night, so Lin Che asked them to go back and pack their things first, and stay in the manor tomorrow morning. Lin Che returned to his room, took a shower, and then lay on the bed to study the system. Lin Che said in her mind, "Open the panel." Host, Lin Che. Age, 23. Height, 185 centimeters. Charm, 7. Charm is a special attribute with a maximum of 10 points. Strength, 12. Agility, 15. Spirit, 10. Balance, 666,661,667,223.73. There is nothing to see here, just this panel with nothing on it. Forget it, there is nothing to study, I might as well play with my phone. Lin Che took out his phone and opened the Quine app. When Lin Che had nothing to do, he liked to play some fast music. Seeing that the anchors he followed were broadcasting live, Lin Che clicked on it. Lin Che had been following this anchor named Shuangshuang for a long time. Since she started live streaming, Lin Che had been following her and was considered one of Shuangshuang's first fans. Shuangshuang now has more than 100,000 fans, from just a few at the beginning. But up to now, Lin Che had never given her any gifts. He just liked to listen to her singing quietly. In fact, Shuangshuang could have done better with her conditions, but she only broadcasts her voice and never shows her face. It is difficult for such a broadcaster to attract big players on Quine. After all, how many people come to listen to the songs? Basically, they come to see the girls. Although Shuangshuang has a very nice voice and sings beautifully, she is still just a small anchor and has always been in a lukewarm state. During this period, because of Chen Sheng's matter, Lin Che had not entered Shuangshuang's live broadcast room to listen to her singing for more than a month. As soon as she entered the live broadcast room, Lin Che heard a familiar voice singing forgiveness. There is dust of happiness in the air. Otherwise, why close your eyes? It hurts so much. Don't tell anyone. Let me hide alone. I never doubted your promise. Over and over again. If it weren't for the tenderness at the beginning. When Lin Che heard this song, she felt a little uncomfortable. Humble love will never have any results. One-way love will not have good results. After a song was sung, gifts began to be given in the live broadcast room again. However, the gifts I bought were all small gifts worth a few yuan or a dozen yuan, and there was not even a gift worth more than 100 yuan. However, Shuangshuang still thanked everyone who gave her gifts. She is just a small anchor, and she is very grateful when someone gives her gifts. Thank you for the gift. Thank you Mr. Yu for the gift. Thank you AA for the gift. Lin Che felt that he was not short of money now, so he should give some gifts to his favorite anchor. After all, I have been listening to her singing for a year or two. So Lin Che clicked on the recharge page of Quine. The maximum recharge amount at one time was 500,000. Lin Che recharged 20 times before stopping. Then I started giving gifts to Shuangshuang. Just choose the most expensive carnival at 3,000 yuan. Shuangshuang is thanking the brothers and sisters who gave them gifts one by one in the live broadcast room. She only live streams for a few hours every day and can receive gifts worth a few hundred yuan, so she can get 100 or 200 yuan in her own pocket. In fact, she is already very satisfied with this. It's not that she doesn't want to show her face, but it's not very convenient in the school dormitory. After all, she is not alone in the dormitory. There are 3 other roommates. They all dress casually in the dormitory, and it would be bad if something was photographed accidentally. Moreover, she studies music, and she doesn't want people to watch her live broadcast and give her gifts just because of her face. Instead, she hopes that people who watch her live broadcast give her gifts because they like to listen to her singing. There were also big shots who sent her private messages saying that they wanted to meet her and then give her gifts to help her get on the charts, but she refused them all. She felt that this was just like making a transaction. Although she was short of money, she was still unwilling to make money in this way. Chapter 8 Gifts. Suddenly, a special effects light flashed in Shuangshuang's live broadcast room. This is a special effect from the carnival. In the more than 1 year that she has been live streaming, no one has ever given her a carnival, but he has seen others do it in other people's live streaming rooms. One carnival costs 3,000 yuan. Normally, her live broadcast room would only have this much money in a week. Now someone is giving her carnival money? Before Shuangshuang could figure out who had given them the carnival, the second special effect light came. The third time. The fourth time. The carnival's special effects kept appearing in Shuangshuang's live broadcast room. Today, give the anchor Shuangshuang Carnival X1. Today, give the anchor Shuangshuang Carnival X1. Today, give the anchor Shuangshuang Carnival X1. Today, I give the anchor Shuangshuang Carnival X66. Such continuous broadcasts of 66 carnivals will not only appear in the Anchor's live broadcast room, but will also be promoted on the entire Quayin homepage. All of a sudden, everyone who was watching Quayin saw a wealthy person appear in Shuangshuang's live broadcast room. Hurry, hurry, a super rich person has appeared in a live broadcast room that I have never heard of, everyone rush. Wait for me, I'll be right there. All of a sudden, a large number of people flocked into Shuangshuang's live broadcast room, and the number of people watching the live broadcast soared from a few hundred. 500 people, 800, 1,000, in less than 5 minutes the number soared to more than 1,000, and the number is still increasing. Thank you, Brother Jin Zhao, for sending me the carnival. Thank you very much. Shuangshuang was so excited that she didn't know what to say, so she just said thank you. However, there is no sign of the carnival's special effects stopping. Today, I give the anchor Shuangshuang Carnival X66. Today, I give the anchor Shuangshuang Carnival X66. Today, I give the anchor Shuangshuang Carnival X66. Today, I give it to the anchor Shuangshuang Carnival X1314. In the end, Lin Che sent out 1,314 carnivals. It wasn't that Lin Che didn't want to send anymore, but he just felt that this number was good, and he was a little tired of pressing it all the time. My goodness, you are so powerful now. Boss, do you still have all your thigh pendants? The live broadcast room was suddenly filled with such voices. Shuangshuang was completely stunned. What is the concept of 1314 carnivals? If converted into money, it would be 4 million. Even if the platform takes half of it, the total amount you get is about 2 million. She looked at these 1,314 carnivals and found that all of them were given by a man named Jin Zhao. She still remembers this Jin Zhao, because he had been following her since she first started to be a host, but she had never seen him give gifts. She didn't expect that today he would give 4 million gifts at once. Shuangshuang sent a private message to Jin Zhao directly. Thank you for the gift, little brother. Can I add you on QQ? When Lin Che saw the private message from Shuangshuang, he directly sent it using his QQ account. Soon, Lin Che received friend requests from Shuangshuang. Lin Che accepted Shuangshuang's friend request. Shuangshuang's message came immediately. Thank you for the gift, little brother. It's okay. I've been listening to you sing for so long, but I haven't given you any gifts yet. I feel really bad about it, so I'll make it up to you today. Thank you for your strong support, brother. If I have time, I will sing a song for you alone. My name is Chen Shuang. What's your name, little brother? My name is Lin Che. After Lin Che chatted with Chen Shuang for a while, he felt a little tired, so he said good night to Chen Shuang and lay down to sleep. Lin Che was asleep. But there are still many people who can't sleep. For example, Chen Shuang was so excited that she couldn't sleep. After all, 2 million was enough for her to buy a nice house in her hometown. Especially some big anchors in other live broadcast rooms couldn't sleep. Don't underestimate these big anchors. The first, second and third place hosts have all earned millions. But those were basically paid with union accounts, so they couldn't get a penny. The real money they got had to be cut from the leaks behind them. Just now, someone surprisingly gave nearly 4 million gifts to the live broadcast room of an unknown small anchor. It is impossible for such a small anchor to have a union spend so much money to support him, so this was given by a real big shot. Why are there still such thick leaks that have not been discovered? Their union has already started studying Shuangshuang's live broadcast room to see if they can replicate it and attract this big guy over. Chen Shuang lay on his bed in the dormitory, tossing and turning but unable to fall asleep. Today, the other 3 people in the dormitory went to hang out with other boys in other dormitories. Because she didn't want to go, she made an excuse that she was not feeling well and didn't go. In fact, she seldom participated in such activities. After all, her family conditions were not comparable to those of the other 3 people. Her family had basically spent all their money to allow her to go to music school. Sometimes she really had no choice but to go. Now she is really glad that she did not go to the social event, otherwise she would have missed the reward given to her by boss Jin Chao. A one-time reward of 4 million. Even top anchors rarely encounter such a wealthy person, let alone a small anchor like her. Just after the live broadcast, I received many private messages from the union, saying that they wanted to package her, and then put her on the list, and then connect with a few famous anchors to have a PK to stimulate this current rich man. Considering the personality of this rich man, maybe he can give her tens of millions of rewards at one time. The nature of these wealthy bosses can be said to be known clearly by the union. What do the bosses care about? Of course, it's about face. You absolutely cannot lose face in front of your favorite anchor. As long as you can grasp this point, these big guys will continue to give you gifts. Although it was very tempting, Chen Shuang still refused. He didn't want to cheat money in this way. In the end, he was threatened by the union, saying that he would not be able to continue in the anchor circle. Chen Shuang didn't know whether she would regret doing this, and she didn't know whether Lin Shay gave her so many gifts on a whim. But she knew she didn't want to cheat money like that, otherwise she would feel uneasy and guilty. As for the share of 2 million yuan, she needs to think about how to use the money reasonably to improve her family's conditions. So Chen Shuang is destined to have a sleepless night tonight. When Lin Shay woke up the next day, it was already noon. Get up, wash, change clothes and go downstairs. The three private chefs, Lin Qian, had already arrived and prepared breakfast for Lin Shay. Lin Shay said to Lin Qian while eating breakfast, "You go to the mall with me today and then go buy a car." Lin Qian smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Lin, do you need me to drive a car over from the property first?" Good. Chapter 9, Galloping Horse G. Lin Shay had already passed the driving test when he was 18 years old, but he never had the chance to drive. Now he wishes a car would appear in front of him right away to try his hand. After breakfast, we left the Jianshan Villa area. Go straight to Genie Mall. Genie Shopping Mall, an industry under the name of Genie Multinational Corporation, is also the most famous shopping mall in Jiang Province. A single shopping trip here costs at least tens of thousands of dollars. If you are not a white-collar worker, you may have to think carefully about whether your wallet can afford it. Lin Shay and Lin Qian arrived at the door of a store with the word Versace written on it. This should be the famous Versace. Lin Shay glanced at the sign at the door and walked in. Lin Shay spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to change his clothes and also bought a few spare sets. After Lin Shay replaced the street stall goods with Versace, she looked completely refreshed. It is true that clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. He looks much more energetic, like a completely different person compared to yesterday. He is a typical rich second generation. After changing into their outfits, Lin Shay brought Lin Qian to a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. The clerk at the 4S store saw Lin Shay wearing all branded clothes. So I asked enthusiastically, "Sir, madam, are you here to see the car?" "Yes," Lin Shay replied. "So what kind of car would you like to see? Do you have any Mercedes-Benz G-Class in stock?" "Yes, sir, please follow me." The beautiful saleswoman took Lin Yu to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. "This is the only car left in our store." Lin Shay glanced at it casually and said, "I want this one. Just give me the invoice." Lin Shay had long coveted the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but had been troubled by the lack of funds to buy it. "Ha!" The beautiful saleswoman was stunned. She bought it without even looking at it? This is simply inhumane. "Sir, won't you take another look? I've seen it before, this is the best one." The beautiful saleswoman has been working here for so many years, but this is the first time she has seen someone buy a car like this. She doesn't even look at the interior or performance and just directly issues the invoice. The waiter wanted to continue introducing the car's performance to Lin Shay, but Lin Shay interrupted him directly. "Okay, no need to introduce it, just take this one and go through the formalities." "Sir, what accessories do you need?" "Don't bother with that. Just pick the best one. Just check the price and I'll pay. Then wait a moment, I will calculate it for you." 5 minutes later, the saleswoman said, "Sir, the total is 3.5 million. After paying the money, Lin Yu sat on the sofa in the lobby and waited for the staff to handle the formalities. "Sir, the formalities have been completed. Here are the keys and information. It will take a few days to get your car licensed. Do you want to leave it with us, or should we get you a temporary license plate first?" "Get a temporary license and I'll drive away now." Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Lin Shay's mind. "Host, you have not signed in today. If you do not sign in after 12 o'clock, you will receive a system penalty. Do you want to sign in?" "Oh my god, there is a penalty for not signing in. I almost forgot about that. System sign in." Lin Shay said in her heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining a Qianyu building. The Qianyu building transfer agreement has been issued to the system warehouse, please check it yourself. Oh my god, isn't this the top office building in Zhejiang province? While Lin Che was still in shock, her cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Lin Che answered the phone. Hello, is this Lin Che, Mr. Lin? The person on the other end of the phone asked respectfully. Well, I am, you are? Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Wang Wu. I am the property manager of Qianyu Building. Now the building has been transferred to your name. Do you think you can come and take a look when you have time? Okay, I'll go take a look when I have time. Lin Che even said perfunctorily. He didn't understand these things. As long as the other party transferred the rent to his card on time, it would be fine. Lin Che didn't want to care about other things, nor did he know how to care. However, Lin Che's perfunctory tone sounded careless to Wang Wu. What kind of rich person would not care about a building worth tens of billions of dollars? However, when Lin Che obtained Qianyu Building, Wang Wu also received a piece of information about Lin Che, which included Lin Che's photo. Lin Che's age was what surprised Wang Wu the most. So Wang Wu said more respectfully, okay, I will be waiting for Mr. Lin at Qianyu Building at any time. After hanging up the phone, Lin Che didn't know what to do for a moment. He already had a car, a house, and savings. Lin Che wanted to buy a house for his parents, but now that he had bought it, he didn't know where the money would come from. It would be difficult to explain such a large sum of money. Now he could only transfer some money to his parents to improve their lives. He couldn't transfer too much money, otherwise they would definitely think that Lin Che was doing something illegal outside. Lin Che planned to go back and explain the situation to his parents in person after a while, so that his parents would feel more at ease. Just when Lin Che was still thinking about how to explain, the phone rang again. Hey, why did you suddenly remember to call your brother? The person on the other end of the line was Lin Che's younger sister, Lin Ting. Hearing Lin Che's voice, Lin Ting on the other end of the phone said with some dissatisfaction, "Huh, you still know my number? Tell me how long it has been since you last called your dear sister?" Hearing Lin Ting's slightly complaining words, Lin Che felt warm in his heart and said with a smile, "I was just about to call you, wasn't I?" "Humph, stop fooling me. You were so busy with your date that you completely forgot that you have a sister." Lin Ting didn't believe what Lin Che said at all. "Ha ha ha, how could that be? No matter who I forget, I can never forget my precious sister. How are you doing at school lately? Do you have enough money?" "That's enough. That's enough." Lin Che was still a little worried. After all, her sister was too stubborn and wouldn't tell him she had no money. "I got my salary today. I'll give you 1,000 yuan later for your use." "No need, keep it for yourself, I have enough money," Lin Ting said. "Just take it if it's given to you. You need to study hard and don't have to worry about anything else." "Okay, I understand. Well, that's it for now. I have other things to do." Lin Che smiled while holding the phone. Lin Ting went to school in the next city, which was not too far from him. It would only take more than 2 hours to drive there. Lin Che was going to go see his sister in person. He didn't tell her on the phone just now because he wanted to give Lin Ting a surprise. Coincidentally, tomorrow was Saturday and his sister didn't have to go to class, so he could take her out to have some fun. Chapter 10 Awkward. Moreover, he and Lin Ting's cousin Tang Xian also worked in Quanhai City. Tang Xian was the daughter of his aunt. The relationship between his aunt's family and Lin Che's family has always been very good, which led to the good relationship between Lin Che and his sister and Tang Xian since childhood. Tang Xian is only a few years older than Lin Che and has been working for several years. When Lin Che was still studying, Tang Xian would give Lin Che a few hundred yuan every month as pocket money. As a girl who had just entered the society, Tang Xian didn't earn much, but she still gave Lin Che and Lin Ting some pocket money every month, which showed that she really cared about her two younger brothers and sisters. Lin Che drove his newly bought Mercedes-Benz G-Class and quickly arrived at Quanhai City. Tang Xian rented a house here. Lin Che had been here several times before, so he knew where it was. Moreover, Tang Xian had given him a key when he came last time, so he could come over by himself when he had time. It was still early and Lin Ting had not finished school yet, and Tang Xian should still be at work, but Lin Che planned to go to Tang Xian's place first. He thought that Tang Xian would be very happy when she came back and saw the sumptuous dinner he had prepared for her. Lin Che drove the newly purchased Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and the community security guard let Lin Che in without questioning her. This community is considered a mid-range one. Tang Xin lives here. The monthly rent is about 1,500 yuan. Lin Che parked the car, went upstairs to room 2701, opened the door and went in. Xin, why are you back so early today? A strange female voice sounded, and then a woman wrapped only in a bath towel walked out of the bathroom. The two looked at each other, and it seemed as if time had stopped for a moment. Then a very penetrating voice sounded. How the woman reacted and screamed in horror. Lin Che had a bad feeling when he heard the woman's voice just now, but it was too late to leave now. Hearing the woman scream, he rushed forward and covered her mouth. Don't be afraid, I'm not a good person, no, I'm not a bad person. Lin Che grabbed the woman's hand with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. Woo, the woman screamed incoherently, with a look of fear on her face. Promise me that I will let you go and you won't scream. If you promise me, I will let you go. Lin Che explained with an embarrassed expression, My name is Lin Che, I am Tang Xian's cousin, I didn't mean to barge in. Woo, the woman's emotions calmed down a little and she nodded, but there was still a hint of fear in her eyes. I'll take this as your consent. I'm letting you go. Don't scream. Lin Che carefully let go of the woman. As soon as Lin Che let go, the woman immediately ran back to the room, closed and locked the door with a snap, and really stopped screaming. Lin Che had a helpless expression on her face. What on earth was going on? This was a huge misunderstanding. After a few minutes, the woman put on her clothes, opened the door and walked out. Her face was still a little red. When she saw Lin Che still standing there, she immediately put on a fierce expression and asked, Are you Tang Xian's cousin? How do you have the key to this room? Sister Xin gave it to me. Lin Che waved his hands helplessly. The woman was so angry that her teeth itched, but she couldn't do anything to Lin Che. After all, Lin Che didn't do it on purpose. In the end, she could only threaten viciously, I hope that no third person will know about this. Do you understand? I know, I understand. I'm really sorry. Lin Che nodded and replied like a chick pecking at rice. After hearing Lin Che's words, the woman's expression relaxed a little. Well, can I ask, where does Sister Xin work? Lin Che asked with an embarrassed look on her face. Lin Che was too embarrassed to stay here any longer, so she decided to go find Tang Xin first. It's in the office building in front. Just go forward and it's the tallest one. The woman said impatiently. Okay, thanks. Lin Che left immediately after saying this. Humph, the woman snorted as she watched Lin Che flee in a panic. He said to himself, I really suffered a big loss today. I have to ask Tang Xin to treat me to a meal later. But Tang Xian's cousin is actually quite handsome. No wonder Tang Xin always mentions him. Lin Che drove the car and soon saw a building with nearly 100 floors. However, when Lin Che saw the large characters written on the front of the building, he was stunned. Xianyu building? Lin Che was a little speechless, so Sister Xin's workplace is my own building. However, Lin Che had no intention of going on a secret visit. He parked the car, walked in and asked the security guard which floor Tsuyuan Technology was on in the building, then went upstairs. Tang Xin had previously told Lin Che that she worked at Tsuyuan Technology. As soon as Lin Che stepped out of the elevator, he saw a circular pattern on the opposite wall with a logo of Yukiwan in the middle and Yukiwan Technology next to it. There was no doubt that Tang Xin worked here. Although it was working hours, Lin Che didn't care too much and walked in directly. He thought that if Tang Xin was willing, she could just resign. It was totally unnecessary to go to get off work and come in on time every day and only earn a few thousand yuan a month. He could arrange a better job for Tang Xin. Lin Che walked in and found that there were quite a few people working here. There were about 50 or 60 people working hard in front of their computers. Most of them were young people in their 20s, and there were not even a few who were over 30 years old. When Lin Che just walked in, she happened to see a girl standing up and about to leave. When the girl saw Lin Che, her eyes lit up. She walked over and asked, Brother, which department are you from? Why don't I seem to have seen you before? I'm here to look for someone. Lin Che explained awkwardly. Who are you looking for, little brother? Tang Xin, is she here? Lin Che asked. The girl didn't know whether she should tell Lin Che. What's wrong with her? She messed up a big deal this morning and was just called into the office by her manager. She's probably going to get a good scolding. Lin Che frowned and walked directly towards the manager's office. Hey, little brother, outsiders are not allowed to come in here. The girl saw Lin Che was about to go in and hurriedly shouted from behind. Lin Che ignored it and continued walking towards the office. At this time in the manager's office, Tang Xian was holding a cup of coffee and handed it to the gloomy middle-aged man sitting behind the desk, and said carefully, "Manager, the coffee you ordered." Chapter 11, Trouble. This middle-aged man is Tang Xian's manager, named Du Xiao. Du Xiao shouted impatiently, "Just put it on the table. Look at what kind of business you are talking about. You can ruin a business that is so easy to win?" Tang Xian was frightened by his sudden angry shout, and her hand shook, causing some coffee to accidentally spill onto the middle-aged man's legs. The freshly brewed coffee was still boiling hot. Du Xiao jumped up the moment he was scalded. His face became even angrier and he slapped the coffee away. Most of the coffee in the cup spilled all over Tang Xian. Can you do it? If not, get out. You failed to negotiate a good deal, and now you can't even pour the coffee? Don't you want to do this anymore? Du Xiao shouted angrily, "If you don't want to do this, pack up and get out." Tang Xian felt the burning sensation in her arms and body. The pain was so severe that she cried, but she could only grit her teeth and listen to the manager's scolding, not daring to talk back. Du Xiao picked up a document and threw it at Tang Xian. "Look at it yourself. Because you lost your 500,000 yuan business, and I just asked you to pay for a meal with Mr. Wang. Why are you unwilling to do that?" Du Xiao was really angry this time. This business was not just about 500,000, but more about the opportunity to cooperate with Jinding Information. As long as they could get in touch with Jinding, it would mean that their Tsu Yuan technology could soar to the sky with the help of Jinding. But now this opportunity was ruined by Tang Xian. How could he not be angry? But Tang Xian tried to explain, but was interrupted by Du Xiao after just saying 2 words. "But what buts? What buts do you have? What's wrong with having a meal with Mr. Wang? Do you think you'll lose a piece of meat? Do you think you're so precious? And you're not happy about it? Isn't it for you to do this that I pay you so much every month? Go find Mr. Wang and resolve this matter yourself tomorrow. If you can't sign this contract, you don't have to come to work anymore." "Yes, I understand." Tang Xian gritted her teeth, endured it and nodded. "Now take this contract and get out." Du Xiaoyu shouted angrily. Tang Xian wiped her tears, squatted down and picked up the contract. But at this moment, the office door was kicked open with a bang, and Lin Che appeared at the door of the office. Just now when Du Xiao was scolding Tang Xian, even though the office door was closed, people outside could still clearly hear Du Xiao's angry shouting. Lin Che had already been furious. After he kicked open the office door and came in, he found Tang Xian's face covered with tear marks and obvious red burn marks on her body. He was immediately furious and could no longer endure it. "Fuck you, you dog!" Lin Che cursed, and before Du Xiao could react, he punched him. Du Xiao blocked it with his arm in a panic. Lin Che's punch landed solidly on Du Xiao's arm. Lin Che exercised regularly when he was in college, and he did not give up the habit even after graduation, so the power of this punch was not something that Du Xiao, whose body had long been hollowed out by alcohol and sex, could withstand. Du Xiao screamed, and fell to the ground with a painful expression on his face. It would take him a while to recover. Lin Che's punch not only stunned Du Xiao, but also frightened Tang Xian. When she reacted, she hurriedly grabbed Lin Che to stop him from hitting Du Xiao. "Xiao Che, calm down. You can't fight. You can't hit anyone. Why shouldn't we fight? Scum like him should be taught a lesson so that he won't continue to hurt others," Lin Che said angrily. Du Xiao also stood up, his right arm visibly drooping, and he was afraid that he would not be able to use any strength for a while. Du Xiao's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. He said, "You are finished, kid. You'd better pray that I don't find out your identity. Otherwise, I will make you pay for it." Lin Che became even angrier when he heard this, and stepped forward and kicked Du Xiao again. "You're not afraid of getting beaten, right? You're thick-skinned, right? And you're still fucking accompanying Mr. Wang for dinner? Why the fuck don't you let your mom go?" The noise from Lin Che's side also attracted the people outside to gather around. Seeing Lin Che's ferocious look, they did not dare to step forward to stop the fight. They could only discuss it in a low voice from a distance. I didn't expect Tang Xian's boyfriend to be such a man, beating up the manager like this. Although he's a bit fierce, he's still pretty handsome. The key is that he makes people feel safe. You call this a sense of security? You are still too young, too impulsive, and don't even think about the consequences of doing so. TSK, the worst that can happen is I'll just quit. How did you get a job here when you're so simple-minded? Du Xiao was able to build Su Yuan technology to this point. Do you think he doesn't have some connections? And even if Tang Xian resigned, as long as he wrote something on her resume, it would be difficult for her to find a job in the future. Tang Xian also hurried forward and held Lin Che tightly. Xiao Che, stop it now. If you continue to hit me, something bad will really happen. Lin Che was so angry that he stepped forward and kicked him twice before stopping. Du Xiao staggered to his feet and leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Du Xiao was quite tough. Even though he was beaten up like this by Lin Che, he still threatened Lin Che with a ferocious expression. It was fun to fight, right? I'm telling you, you two are done for. Tang Xian, pack up your things and get out of here. If you can find a job in Quanhai City in the future, I'll write your name upside down. As for you, kid, just wait for me. You feel great about fighting me now, don't you? I will make you pay back tenfold or 100-fold in a little while. Du Xiao stared at Lin Che fiercely. He had no intention of calling the police. He wanted to take revenge on Lin Che in his own way and let this boy know how dangerous society is. Oh, really? Lin Che laughed coldly, picked up the phone and called Wang Wu. Mr. Lin, do you have any instructions? I'll give you 5 minutes. Go to Su Yuan Technology on the 44th floor of Qianyu Building right now. When Wang Wu heard the tone of Lin Che's voice, he had a bad feeling and thought that something had gone wrong with the building, so he quickly replied. Okay, Mr. Lin. I'm in the building now and will be there soon. Ha, calling for help? Du Xiao said with a sarcastic look. I want to see who you can invite. Ha, do you really think you are the Black S Society? It won't be that serious, but I'm afraid your company won't be able to continue. Lin Che said calmly. Ha 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 ha, do you think I was brought up by fear? Do you think that if you find a few people to cause trouble at the company will be unable to operate? Nowadays, society is all about money. Do you know that? You can find 10 people to cause trouble, but if I have money, I can find 100 people to retaliate against you, and I won't be responsible. Chapter 12 Desperate Du Xiao. Du Xiao thought Lin Che had only called some hooligans, so he was not worried at all and continued to mock. I've seen a lot of guys like you who have just entered society. What else can you do besides pretending to be cool? You have no money and no power. I bet you will kneel down in front of me and apologize to me obediently within 3 days. Tang Xian panicked when she heard this and begged for mercy. I'm sorry, manager. I'll go sign the deal and accompany Mr. Wang. My brother is still young and ignorant. Please don't make things difficult for him. Sister Xian, don't say anything. Lin Che frowned. He pulled Tang Xian behind him with a domineering hand and told her not to speak. When Lin Che saw Sister Xian, who was so kind to him, being so humble to others, he couldn't help but feel angry and stepped forward to kick Du Xiao again. If you are angry, you have to vent it, and there is a sandbag here to vent it. Tang Xian is like this because of Du Xiao. Lin Che feels that before he came here, Tang Xian might have suffered more grievances here. I want to see how rich you are. Lin Che cursed and kicked Du Xiao to the ground. Oh my god, this kid is really desperate. Alas, young people are too impulsive and do things without considering the consequences. So he is Tang Xian's younger brother. I thought he was his boyfriend. This kid is really using his strength to trick me. The onlookers couldn't stop shaking their heads. Now Tang Xian didn't know what to do. Now, as long as Du Xiao called the police and spent some money, it would be enough to put Lin Che in jail for a few years. Get out of the way, get out of the way. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s came over with several security guards holding electric batons. The security guards pushed aside the crowd and made way for the middle-aged man. Du Xiao, who had been beaten up by Lin Che without any reaction, quickly got up from the ground when he saw this man, put on a flattering smile and said, Uncle Wang, why are you here? However, Wang Wu looked at him coldly and said, Who is your Uncle Wang? Call me by my name. We are not that familiar with each other. As soon as Wang Wu saw the scene, he roughly understood what had happened. It must be that this blind guy had offended Lin Xiao. No wonder Lin Xiao's tone was so angry before. So now he must not have any relationship with this Du Xiao and simply ignored Du Xiao. Du Xiao was stunned when he heard Wang Wu's words. Wang Wu's attitude was completely different the last time he came, and the two of them still had a good conversation. What was going on today? But what made him even more confused was yet to come. Wang Wu actually walked up to Lin Che and respectfully called out, "Mr. Lin. Are you Wang Wu?" Lin Che looked at him and asked, with a calm and indifferent expression, which gave him a feeling of a domineering CEO. "Yes, Mr. Lin." Wang Wu lowered his head and answered with a little panic in his heart. Wang Wu is considered a top figure in Quanhai City because of his status as the general manager of Qianyu Building, but Lin Che is the owner of Qianyu Building. According to his speculation, Lin Che's business must be more than just Qianyu Building, so the young man in front of him was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. And most importantly, if Lin Che wanted to replace him, it would only take a word. Lin Che didn't say anything after hearing his agreement, she just looked at him calmly. While Lin Che didn't say anything, Wang Wu didn't dare to look up and just kept his head down, maintaining a respectful look. Suddenly the whole office fell silent. Du Xiao was completely confused. Who was I? What was my name? Why was I here? Was I dreaming? Those who had previously said that Lin Che was young and impulsive were now too frightened to speak, and stared at the scene in front of them in shock. They didn't know Wang Wu, but they had seen Du Xiao's flattering attitude towards Wang Wu before. There is no doubt that Wang Wu is an important figure, but why is such an important figure so respectful to Tang Xian's younger brother? Tang Xian was completely confused. When did her brother become so powerful? Even Du Xiao, who had to please him, was so respectful to him. Lin Che looked at Wang Wu for a while, and finally said, "How long will it take for Tsu Yuan Technologies' lease to expire?" Lin Che was indeed very angry just now. Tang Xian's position in his heart was no less than that of Chun Chang before. Seeing that she had suffered such a great injustice, Lin Che was naturally very angry. But now that he calmed down and thought about it, this matter had nothing to do with Wang Wu, so there was no need to vent his anger on him. Wang Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Che speak. Fortunately, Lin Che did not blame him, so he quickly replied. Their lease expired half a month ago. Lin Che frowned when he heard this and said, "Then why haven't they moved out yet?" "Mr. Lin, this is what's going on. Du Xiao promised to pay the rent next month at a price 20% higher than the rent. According to estimates by our financial department, Tsu Yuan Technology will indeed be able to pay the money next month, so we have extended the payment by 1 month. Wang Wu replied respectfully. Now tell him to pay the rent he owes immediately, and then pack up his things and get out of Qianyu Building. It's best to make sure he has no place to stay in Quanhai. Du Xiao had said before that he would make it impossible for Tang Xian to find a job in Quanhai, and now Lin Che returned the words to him exactly as they were. Okay, Mr. Lin. Wang Wu nodded, turned and looked at Du Xiao, and the expression on his face instantly turned cold. Do you understand? Either you pack up and leave, or I'll have you thrown out. From now on, Xuanhai's market will have nothing to do with you. Du Xiao stared at Lin Che in a daze, muttering to himself in disbelief, Why is it like this? Who are you? After hearing this, Wang Wu sneered and said, You don't need to know who young Master Lin is. You just need to know that this entire building belongs to young Master Lin. No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. This building clearly belongs to Mr. Liu. This is a well-known fact in the entire Quanhai city. Du Xiao suddenly shouted excitedly. It was indeed owned by Mr. Liu before, but unfortunately it was bought by Mr. Lin this morning for 40 billion, so you'd better accept the appointment obediently. Wang Wu also had some resentment towards Du Xiao. After all, he was the one who almost caused Lin Xiao's anger to take it out on him. After hearing Wang Wu's words, Du Xiao's heart sank completely. A feeling of despair slowly surged up from the bottom of his heart. This time he really hit a wall. He actually offended such a big shot. He could no longer survive in Quanhai. The breathing of the onlookers gradually quickened. 40 billion is a huge amount of money. If it were all in cash, it would probably not even fit in a room. Tang Xian actually has such a rich brother. Those who had unpleasant experiences with Tang Xian in the past began to tremble with their legs and could hardly stand. Chapter 13, just over 3 million? Some young female employees began to look at Lin Che with strange eyes, but they knew in their hearts that this young, powerful, handsome and rich second-generation man would not be interested in them. Lin Che stepped forward and patted Du Xiao's face, saying calmly, You are right about one thing. This is indeed a world that values money. Unfortunately, I am much richer than you, so you'd better not show up in Kwanhai City again. After saying that, Lin Che ignored him and pulled Tang Xian away to leave. Du Xiao looked like he had lost his soul, but when he saw Lin Che leaving, he suddenly ran to Lin Che and knelt down in front of him, hugged Lin Che's thighs and begged non-stop. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I deserve to die. I beg you to let me stay in Kwanhai City. If I leave here, my company will not be able to continue. Du Xiao started from scratch and founded Xu Yuan Technology. He then spent most of his life to develop Xu Yuan Technology to its current level. In the early days, in order to attract investment, Du Xiao borrowed money and begged for help from people everywhere. He suffered countless cold stares, but he finally got the company started. In the following decades of development, the company encountered countless difficulties, but Du Xiao overcame them time and time again and finally developed the company to its current scale. It can be said that Du Xiao has put most of his life's efforts into this company, and the company is closer to Du Xiao than his own son. His company was developed in Kwanhai City, and almost all of his connections, clients, and partners were in Kwanhai City. So Lin Che's decision to ask him to get out of Kwanhai City was basically like sentencing Xu Yuan Technology to death. How could he accept that? This was also the reason why he had refused to give in after being beaten up by Lin Che before, but now he was kneeling on the ground begging for Lin Che's forgiveness. The company's bankruptcy would make him feel more uncomfortable than killing him. But Lin Che would not have any mercy on him. This kind of person is a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Did he ever think about the consequences when he spilled coffee on Tang Xian and asked Tang Xian to have dinner with the so-called Mr. Wang? You want to admit your mistake now? I tell you it's too late. Lin Che kicked him away expressionlessly and walked out with Tang Xian without looking back, leaving a room full of people with different thoughts. Tang Xian was still a little slow to react until Lin Che pulled him away. Those people might be guessing who Lin Che was, but Tang Xian knew very well that her brother was just an ordinary college graduate. However, she saw Lin Che's unhappy expression and did not dare to ask Lin Che any more questions for a while. In the elevator, Lin Che suddenly asked, "Is this how you go to work every day?" "It is not really that, it's just that sometimes there are some difficult customers." Tang Xian still tried to explain. "If you meet a boss like this, why would you stay if you don't quit?" Lin Che asked coldly. But, it's hard to find a job nowadays. If I quit and can't find a job for a while, I won't even be able to pay the rent." Okay, don't be angry. I'm fine." Tang Xian held Lin Che's arm and said softly. "Nothing? It will be too late if something happens." Lin Che sighed. Lin Che grabbed Tang Xian's arm and asked, "Does it still hurt?" When Tang Xian heard Lin Che's words, her nose suddenly felt sore. She threw herself into Lin Che's arms and said, it hurts so much." After all, she is still a girl. She had been out there on her own before, and had to endure the scolding and grievances on her own. Now that she suddenly has a supporter, her weak side is naturally revealed. Lin Che touched her head distressfully and said, "If you are wronged in the future, don't bear it. I will support you, understand?" Tang Xian buried her head in Lin Che's arms and hummed. "Let us go to the hospital first and apply some medicine to prevent scars from being left," Lin Che said distressfully. "By the way, who is this Mr. Wang you mentioned before?" "That's the boss of another company. She rented 3 floors on the 90th floor of Qianyu building," Tang Xian said. "That's perfect. It saves a lot of trouble. I can just ask Wang Wu to kick him out as well. By the way, I just heard Wang Wu say that Qianyu building is yours. Is this true or not?" Tang Xian remembered this matter after hearing Lin Che's words and looked up to ask. Lin Che hesitated for a moment and said, "I have some shares. I started a company with a rich second-generation partner at school and I'm making some money now." It was difficult for Lin Che to admit that Qianyu building was his yet. After all, it was a building worth 40 billion. Even if Lin Che robbed a bank, he would not be able to get so much money in a short period of time. He could not tell anyone about the system, and even if he did, no one would believe it. So he could only say this now. But even so, Tang Xian was very happy, and said with a smile, "Xiao Che is promising now. I don't have a job now, so I will just eat and drink with you from now on." Ha, okay. I promise to make you plump and white," Lin Che said with a smile. The two chatted and laughed as they reached the parking lot. Lin Che took Tang Xian to the car he had just picked up. Tang Xian looked at the majestic Mercedes-Benz G-Class in front of her, and couldn't believe that this was Lin Che's car. She asked in disbelief. Xiao Che, don't tell me this is the car you bought. Yes, it's mine. I just picked it up this afternoon. Lin Che paused before speaking. After Lin Che finished speaking, he took out the key and pressed it, opening the door of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Tang Xian said in surprise, is this true? This car must be worth several million. How much money did you make from your business, Xiao Che? When Tang Xian was in the building before, she didn't feel anything. After all, she worked there every day, but now she is shocked by the $1 million luxury car in front of her. It's just over 3 million. Only? More than 3 million? Tang Xian got in dazedly, while Lin Che sat in the driver's seat. Watching Lin Che start the car, Tang Xian's eyes lit up and she suddenly felt itchy. Xiao Che, why don't you let me drive? I've never driven such a nice car before. No. Lin Che decisively refused Tang Xian's request to drive. The wound on your arm hasn't healed yet. Wait until it heals before you start. Oh, just try it, it's okay. Tang Xian shook Lin Che's hand and said coquettishly. No means no. When your injury is healed, you can drive however you want, but not now. Lin Che's tone left no room for negotiation. Okay, Tang Xian had no choice but to give up after hearing what Lin Che said. Chapter 14, Sweeping Away the Clouds. Lin Che took Tang Xian to the hospital. Fortunately, she only had some minor burns on her body. She applied some medicine and went back. Hey, Xin, what's wrong with your arm? Sister, what's wrong with your hand? Brother, why are you here, and with Sister Xian? After the two came back, the woman that Lin Che had met before saw Tang Xian's injured arm and asked. Lin Che's sister doesn't have to go to school tomorrow, the weekend, so she will also come to Tang Xian's place. Seeing Lin Che and Tang Xian coming back together, Tang Xian, who still had an injury on her arm, asked in confusion. Oh, don't mention it. They are all our manager. Tang Xian said, and then introduced them to Lin Che and the other person. Xiao Che, this is my roommate, Wang Xian. Xiao Xian, this is my younger brother, Lin Che, whom I told you about before. Lin Che smiled awkwardly, but Wang Xian ignored her and continued to ask, what happened to your manager? How did you get this injury? Are you okay? Yes, sister, does your injury have anything to do with this manager? So Tang Xian explained to Wang Xian and Lin Ting what had happened before. When she talked about being bullied by the manager, her tone was still a little angry, but when she talked about how Lin Che helped her vent her anger and supported her later, her tone was obviously a little proud and boastful. After all, not everyone has such a brother. Wang Xian and Lin Ting were also stunned after hearing this, and looked at Lin Che in disbelief. Wang Xian couldn't believe it. This little gangster was so rich? He actually had a stake in Qianyu building? That was a top-notch office building in the center of Quanhai City worth hundreds of millions. Lin Ting couldn't believe it even more. She knew her family's situation very well, and she thought her brother also knew a lot about it. It was impossible for him to have so much money. Even if he won the lottery, he wouldn't have that much. Actually, Wang Xian didn't have a very good impression of Lin Che before. Although she didn't know Lin Che, Tang Xian didn't have enough living expenses every month and had to give him some money, so in her mind, the impression of Lin Che was that he was a person who only knew how to ask for things. But now it seems that I misunderstood him. Wang Xian said secretly in her heart. But, Xiao Xian, I'm sorry to trouble you with dinner tonight. Tang Xian said, waving his injured arm. Wang Xian looked at Lin Che carrying 2 hands full of vegetables, and said with an expression that seemed to be hesitant to speak, so, you bought so many vegetables at once? Tang Xian smiled a little embarrassedly and said, hey, my brother and sister are here, so of course I have to buy more food. When my hand is healed, I will cook for you for a week, okay? I'll leave it to you today. No need, let me do it. Lin Che was a little embarrassed to trouble Wang Xian, so he took the initiative to say. You cook? When did you learn to cook? Tang Xian asked puzzledly. Yes, brother, I remember that you can't cook at all. Lin Ting also looked confused. Cooking is something you can learn easily, right? Lin Che said with confidence. The reason why Lin Che was so confident was because when he went in to teach Du Shao a lesson, the system issued a task. Help Tang Xian escape from the sea of suffering. A random skill is awarded, which happens to be master-level cooking. can you really cook it? Don't ruin such a good dish. How about I do it? Wang Xin said a little worriedly. Don't worry, just go sit on the sofa for a while and wait for dinner. Lin Che said confidently. Seeing how confident Lin Che was, the two of them said nothing more and nodded in agreement. Lin Che took out the ingredients she had just bought and began to prepare them. First wash the ribs, then add some corn to make corn rib soup, then there is a fish, a bag of chicken wings. Lin Che began to process them one by one. As a master chef, his knife skills and control of the heat were both top-notch. Wang Xin, Tang Xin, and Lin Ting, who were sitting on the sofa outside, were a little surprised to hear the rhythmic sound of cutting vegetables coming from the kitchen. I thought Lin Che was just trying to show off by saying he could cook, and I was ready to go in and replace him at any time. I didn't expect that it seemed like he could really cook, and from the sound of it, his knife skills should be pretty good. Half an hour later, the expressions of the three people gradually changed. They were still half believing and half doubting at first, but now a hint of fragrance began to waft out of the kitchen. It smells so good, what on earth did he do? Wang Xin took a deep breath, her face showing a hint of surprise and anticipation. It looks like corn and pork rib soup. Tang Xin stopped playing with her phone and stared at the kitchen. And my favorite braised fish. Lin Ting's mind already began to imagine a braised fish that was fragrant on the outside and tender on the inside. The three of them couldn't resist the temptation of the delicious food and ran to the kitchen impatiently. These dishes looked so delicious. The three of them swallowed their saliva in an inelegant manner, for fear that they would drool otherwise. Lin Ting couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of braised fish. It melted in her mouth after taking a bite, and a sweet taste spread out. This is so delicious, Lin Ting said with an intoxicated expression. Lin Che walked out, patted Lin Ting's head gently, and said speechlessly, how can it be so exaggerated? I think you are starving. Of course there is. Tang Xin had already put a piece of cola chicken wing in his mouth and said vaguely. Xiao Che, the business you are talking about is not about opening a restaurant, right? How come I don't even know what you learned? Your skills are much better than Xiao Xian's. TSK, how dare you say that? What you cook is not much better than what I cook. The two of them didn't forget to make fun of each other while eating. Lin Ting did not participate at all and just worked hard on her own. Eat slowly, there is no rush. There are other dishes in the kitchen. Lin Che shook his head helplessly and brought out the dishes in the kitchen. How do you make this dish? Why do I feel that even the simplest smashed cucumber tastes much better than mine? Wang Xin picked up a piece of cucumber and put it in her mouth, asking with an expression of enjoyment and some shock on her face. How can what you did compare to this? It's totally not on the same level. Tang Xin didn't forget to mock her best friend while eating. Wang Xin rolled her eyes at Tang Xin and said nothing more. The three of them devoured the food in no time, without paying any attention to her image as a lady. The food on the table was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Che was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. He never knew that girls could eat so much. The three petite girls quickly finished the whole table full of food. Chapter 15 Strengthening the Body. Before Lin Che could even take a bite of the food, it was all finished by the three of them. Tang Xin leaned back in her chair with a look of despair on her face and said, No, I really can't eat anymore. I can't eat anymore, but I still want to drink some of that corn and pork rib soup. Wang Xin looked at the pork rib soup in the pot with envy, but unfortunately her heart was full of soup but her stomach was not full, so she had to give up helplessly in the end. As for Lin Ting, she half leaned back in her chair with a look of satisfaction on her face, not saying a word. She had eaten the most just now, but now she was probably so full that she couldn't utter a word. Xiao Che, you're going too far. You have such great cooking skills but you've never cooked for me once. Tang Xin said with a dissatisfied look on her face. Didn't I just learn this recently? Lin Che said, scratching his head awkwardly. To be honest, Lin Che didn't expect that the girls would eat so voraciously. If she had known earlier, she would have made more. She didn't even get to eat much. You guys take a rest first, I'll go wash the dishes. Lin Che said as he put away the dishes, first wiping the table clean and then washing the dishes. This life is so comfortable. It would be so happy if I could eat such meals every day. Wang Xin said with an expression of enjoyment. Xinshin, why don't you let your brother stay here for a few more days? You're dreaming. Tang Xin said with disdain. Hey, does your brother have a girlfriend? Wang Xin suddenly leaned close to Tang Xin's ear and whispered. Hey, what are you doing? Do you still want an old cow to eat young grass? Tang Xin said to Wang Xin with a silly smile and a strange expression. How is that possible? I'm just asking out of curiosity. Besides, what's the old cow eating young grass? I will always be 18 years old. Wang Xin said with a dissatisfied look on her face. I already have one. I've had a girlfriend since my freshman year. His girlfriend is so lucky. I envy her for being able to eat such meals every day. Wang Xin had an envious look on her face. After this meal, her impression of Lin Che had completely changed. Sister, I have some things to do, so I'll go back first. Lin Che originally planned to take Tang Xin and Lin Ting out for some fun, but that kind of thing happened right after they arrived, and Lin Che was really embarrassed to face Wang Xin. So he asked to go back first. Well, okay, next time I come here I will take you to have fun in Quanhai. Tang Xin said after thinking for a while. After all, there were 3 girls here and there were only 2 rooms, one for herself and Lin Ting and one for Wang Xin alone. If Lin Che was allowed to stay, she would have to sleep on the sofa. Moreover, after Lin Che completed the task, he was not only rewarded with cooking skills, but because it was the first time he completed the task perfectly, the system also rewarded him with an additional physical enhancement. I still have to go back and accept the reward, so that I won't be scared if anything happens. Brother, drive slowly and be safe. Okay, I understand. Sister, you should take a good rest these few days. I will arrange work for you after you recover from your injury. It was almost 12 o'clock before Lin Che returned home. After returning home, Lin Che immediately rushed back to her room and excitedly said to the system, System, how do you distribute this body strengthening reward? As long as the host is ready, it can be released at any time. Will there be any sequelae? Lin Che said with some concern. The rewards issued by the parent system are absolutely non-toxic and harmless. Okay, let's give out the body strengthening rewards. Rewards are being distributed. Lin Che felt warm all over, as if a warm current was flowing through his body, which was very comfortable. Gradually, Lin Che felt something was wrong. The warm current became hotter and hotter, so hot that Lin Che rolled on the ground, unable to bear it. Ah! System, are you sure there is no problem? Why does it hurt so much? Of course there is no problem with the rewards issued by the system, there will just be a few minor side effects. System, you call this a minor side effect? It hurts like hell. Lin Che screamed in pain. Half an hour later, Lin Che finally completed strengthening his body. System, damn it, next time there is such a side effect, remember to remind me, at least let me be prepared. Lin Che said weakly. Okay, host. Lin Che was speechless. Why was the system acting weird today? The system opens the personal attribute panel. Host, Lin Che. Age, 23. Height, 185 centimeters. Charm, 8. Charm is a special attribute with a maximum of 10 points. Strength, 22, 10 points for an average adult male. Agility, 25, 10 points for an average adult male. Spirit, 20, 10 points for normal adult male. Balance, 666,658,167,223.73, just an approximation. I won't show this in the future. It's too troublesome to calculate. Except for charm, the other 3 have all been increased by 10 points. The system says that my physical value is basically twice that of an average person. Does that mean no one can be stronger than me? Host, you are still dreaming, right? Although you have more than twice the physical value of an ordinary person, you are just an ordinary person. The values of people who have been trained are different, not to mention those who specialize in a certain training. Hey system, I am your host after all, don't hit me like this. The system does not want to bother with the host at this time. Ignore it then. At this time, Lin Che's body was covered in black mud, which was all impurities discharged from the body. He smelled like a little black man who had just crawled out of a cesspool. Lin Che was too excited just now and didn't react. He was sobered up by the system pouring cold water on him. He also smelled the stench coming from his body. Fortunately, he didn't stay at Tang Xin's place today. Lin Che rushed to the bathroom and took a full hour to wash before coming out. After Lin Che finished washing, he stood in front of the full-length mirror in the room wearing a pair of large flowered shorts, admiring his body that had been strengthened by the system. So handsome, with those 8-pack abs, he is definitely a hunk. Lin Che exclaimed, if I were a woman, I would definitely find someone like me. Lin Che is naturally pretty, otherwise he wouldn't have a charm attribute of 7 points, which is much higher than that of ordinary people. He is 185 centimeters tall, and with his body enhanced by the system, his overall appearance is maxed out. He looks thin when he's dressed, and has muscles when he's undressed. After admiring himself, Lin Che lay on the bed and played with his phone. I turned on Kuaishou and started watching Shuangshuang's live broadcast. Listening to Shuangshuang singing, I gradually fell asleep. After Lin Che woke up and washed up, the first thing he did was to sign into the system. Now Lin Che was particularly looking forward to signing in every day. System sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 51% of the shares of Tianlong Game Company. The share transfer agreement has been sent to the system backpack, the host can check it by himself. Chapter 16 He's here again. Tianlong Game Company. 51% of the shares. That means I am now the actual controlling shareholder of this Tianlong Game Company. It can be said that all the top 10 games on the market sales rankings are produced by this company. This Tianlong Game Company can be said to be a dominant company in this industry. This is simply a company that lays golden eggs. No, it lays diamond eggs. It is said that all the programmers in Tianlong games are very strong. They are all top students who graduated from famous foreign universities. What is most impressive is their game creativity. Their strength in all aspects is also the result of decades of hard work. It is precisely because they possess such powerful technology and perfect talent supply that they have been able to stand firm in this industry for so many years, so the games they produce are often popular. There is a saying circulating in the market now, anything produced by Tianlong must be of high quality. In today's gaming industry, Tianlong Games' dominant position remains unshakable. Although Lin Che now has more money than an ordinary person can spend in a lifetime, this money will run out sooner or later. However, Tianlong Game Company is different. It is a company that can bring long-term benefits to Lin Che. The nature of the company is completely different. Moreover, this company is different from ordinary companies. Its customer base is game players all over the world. Moreover, the current game market is developing rapidly. The profits of mobile games are extremely terrifying, and the daily turnover is even more terrifying than that of PC games. Every game that can make it into the top 10 of the global game sales list can often bring sky-high profits to every shareholder. Tianlong Game Company has already developed 5 of these masterpiece-like games, each of which can bring the company billions of profits every year. This means that even if Lin Che does nothing at home every day, he can still get billions in dividends from this company every year. This kind of decadent life of just eating and waiting to die is basically what everyone dreams of living, and of course it is also Lin Che's favorite. Lin Che wished that the company system could reward him with more such rewards. Of course, with such high dividend returns, one also has to bear corresponding risks. That is, as long as the company goes bankrupt, he will lose his status as a shareholder, and as a shareholder he will have to pay a large sum of money, which can be said to be a complete loss. Of course, this situation basically will not happen to Tianlong Game Company. Generally, such situations only happen to small and medium-sized enterprises. For a dominant company like Tianlong Games, even if 1 or 2 games are not well done, it will not be too serious. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and a centipede is still alive even after death. As shareholders, they should not need to consider these issues. Such issues should be considered by the actual operators. This company came at a very suitable time. I was thinking of arranging a job for Sister Xin. I can see if there are any positions in this company that are more suitable for Sister Xin. Just then Lin Che's phone rang. Lin Che took a look and realized it was an unfamiliar number. After picking up the phone, she heard a pleasant female voice from the other end of the line. She knew immediately that the voice must have been professionally trained. Director Lin, I am the secretary of the chairman of Tianlong Game Company. May I ask when you can come to the company? You are now the actual controlling shareholder, which means you are the new chairman and there is a lot of work that needs to be handed over and reported to you. Well, I understand. Just give me the previous chairman's phone number. Lin Che felt a little numb after hearing her words. It would be fine to let him take the dividends, but if he wanted to run the company, that would be a good idea. Okay, Mr. Lin. Soon after hanging up the phone, he received a text message from the secretary. The phone number on it was the phone number of the former chairman, Wang Huang, who also held the most shares besides Lin Che. The call was quickly connected. "Hello, who are you?" Wang Huang's puzzled voice came from the other end. "I'm Lin Che. I'm calling you this time because I have something to discuss with you. Director Lin, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly." Upon hearing that it was Lin Che calling, Wang Huang spoke in a respectful tone. The reason why Wang Huang was so respectful to Lin Che was because he just received news that a mysterious person had acquired 51% of his Tianlong game company's shares at a premium of 30% over the market price that morning, making him the actual controlling shareholder of the company. Moreover, according to his investigation, this actual controlling shareholder was only a young man in his 20s. This made Wang Huang even more shocked. Lin Che was able to take over his company at the age of just over 20, and not long ago he acquired the Qianyu building worth tens of billions. With such assets, he didn't believe that Lin Che was not from a hermit family. "It's like this. I have no interest in running a company. I'll leave the management of the company to you. I just want you to transfer the dividends to my card on time," Lin Che said straight to the point. "That's no problem," Wang Huang said excitedly. Originally, Wang Huang thought that the man who acquired his company was just doing it for fun and was planning to sell his shares to make some money back. Wang Huang didn't believe that such a young man could run the company well. Lin Che chatted with Wang Huang for a few more words before hanging up the phone. He also asked Wang Huang to see if there was any position in the company suitable for Tang Xin. It just so happened that Wang Huang said that Tianlong Games was planning to open a branch in Jian province, and the position of financial manager was vacant, so Tang Xin could go there. Although Lin Che was young, he could still understand that Wang Huang was trying to please him. Otherwise, how could he give such an important position as the financial manager to someone he had never met before? After hanging up the phone, Lin Che went downstairs to finish his breakfast, then leaned idly on the sofa and looked at his phone. "I don't know what to do with this money." I opened Quyin out of boredom and started watching videos, and happened to see that Shuangshuang had started broadcasting again. Lin Che clicked on it and saw Shuangshuang singing a song called Guest. Lin Che closed his eyes and began to appreciate Shuangshuang's singing. After listening to a song, Lin Che casually gave out 66 carnivals as rewards. Suddenly, the screen was filled with carnival special effects, the live broadcast room began to explode, and people rushed in. "Fuck, which young master has taken action again? This is the rich man from today who is here to reward us again. Excuse me, Jin Zhao Shenhao, are you still in need of a pendant? What do you think of me?" At this time, Shuangshuang was gradually knocked unconscious by the carnival in the sky. Chapter 17. It's great to have money. However, Chen Xuan was a little hesitant to accept the money. Because Jin Chao was too mysterious. He gave 4 million in rewards to the carnival last time and didn't make any requests. This time he came again. Chen Xuan was afraid that he would make some bad requests. This kind of person must be a big shot without a doubt, and I dare not offend such a person. However, while Chen Xuan was daydreaming, Lin Che was still brushing the carnival. In just a few minutes, he had brushed more than 2 million, and was still continuing. If a big shot like this is happy, he can certainly use money to praise me like today, but if I make him unhappy one day, I'm afraid I won't be able to turn things around. It would be easy for a wealthy man like this to kill a small anchor like me. Afterwards, Chen Xuan hurriedly said in the live broadcast room, thank you for your support, brother Jin Zhao. You have directly rewarded more than 3 million yuan. How about you make some requests? What do you want me to do? Singing and dancing are all fine, otherwise your reward is too much, I dare not accept it. Chen Xuan was now in a state of panic, fearing that Lin Che would make some excessive demands. When Lin Che heard Chen Xuan's words, he immediately said playfully, is anything really possible? Then you should. Chen Xuan's heart suddenly sank when he saw this, and he said timidly, well, you tell me first, as long as it's not too much, I will definitely agree. Ha, then just show your face and then have dinner with me. When Chen Xuan saw this comment, he was stunned. It was okay to show his face during the live broadcast. But you just posted directly about accompanying someone to have dinner. Even if you are willing, you cannot agree to it in the live broadcast room. Otherwise, tomorrow's hot searches will definitely include topics like a certain Quyin anchor was rewarded 1 million yuan by a big shot on the list and provided offline escort services. And maybe even enthusiastic netizens will reveal her personal information. Before, many people wanted to go out with Yu Chen Xuan, but without exception, they were all rejected. Moreover, no one had ever been as bold as Lin Che to post it directly in the live broadcast room. Was he really not afraid of being exposed at all? Chen Shuang said hurriedly, "Sure, I can show my face, but I have a request." The audience was very excited when they heard the first half of the sentence, but when they heard the second half, they became nervous. "Tell me what you want." Chen Shuang calmed himself down and said, "I can show my face, but I can only show it with you alone." As soon as these words came out, Lin Che laughed and agreed to Chen Shuang's request. But the audience were all disappointed. "Ah, I thought I could see what the two goddesses look like." "Master Jin Zhao, don't eat alone, we want to see it too. It's great to have money. I can eat alone." "Aha, I also want to see what the goddess looks like." This really made the entire audience in the live broadcast room jealous. Because the live broadcast of the two goddesses showing their faces was monopolized by Lin Che alone. But on second thought, the price of this solo live broadcast with face showing seemed to be quite high. After all, Lin Che's two donations totaled nearly 10 million to get this opportunity to show his face alone during the live broadcast. When they thought of this, they felt a little relieved. "I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, it's really good to have money. It turns out that money is omnipotent." Soon Chen Shuang answered Lin Che's video request. A portrait split screen appeared in the lower right corner of the live broadcast room. The audience was looking forward to seeing Chen Shuang's appearance, but unfortunately the image was very blurry and could not be seen clearly, and no sound was heard either. It was obvious that both of them had turned off the sound effects. Only Lin Che could see the real scene. At this moment, in front of Lin Che, a woman with fair skin and delicate features appeared, as if she had walked out of a painting. To be honest, Lin Che has been a worldly wise person these days. After all the girls in his family are beauties at the department or school level. I thought I had developed a certain resistance to beautiful women. But I was still a little shocked by Chen Shuang's appearance. Lin Che was stunned for a moment, and then he wanted to tease Chen Shuang and the people in the live broadcast room. "Yeah, not bad." As soon as this barrage came out, the live broadcast room exploded immediately. "Bang Ida, you can't eat alone, show us too. We also want to see what the goddess looks like, please help me, big boss." Of course, there are also some people who want to cling to Lin Che's thighs. Fuck. Do you need a boyfriend? If not, a pendant would be fine. "Mr. Jin Zhao, I have a friend with a sweet voice, a beautiful face and a gentle spirit. I want your contact information." Lin Che simply ignored this kind of topic. "Sing a song about the lonely hero." Okay. Originally, Chen Shuang didn't turn on the sound because he wanted to connect to the microphone alone, and then he agreed to Lin Che's request for dinner. However, what was unexpected was that after the video, Lin Che did not mention this matter at all, but asked her to sing, which caught Chen Shuang off guard. Chen Shuang immediately turned on the sound and said, "Okay, then I'll sing The Lone Brave Man just for you." A song called The Lone Brave Man is dedicated to our super handsome Yu Xiao. The prelude slowly sounded, she closed her eyes slightly and hummed a tune. "They are all brave. The wound on your forehead, your differences, the mistakes you made. No need to hide. Your worn out doll, your mask, your ego. They say you need light to tame every monster. They say they'll sew you up, no one loves a clown. Why loneliness is not glorious. Only imperfections are worth celebrating." Chen Shuang's voice is sweet with a hint of girlishness, and singing the song The Lone Brave gives people a different feeling. It's so beautiful. Although it feels a little different from the original, it's not inferior to the original at all. The anchor should debut as a singer. Lin Che was a little surprised when listening to Chen Shuang singing. This song was not suitable for a voice like Chen Shuang's, but what he didn't expect was that Chen Shuang's singing turned out to be quite nice. After the song was sung, the live broadcast room became even more lively, and many people sent gifts worth a few dollars or tens of dollars to ask the host to sing another song. Chen Shuang's number of fans has skyrocketed. From a few dozen people at the beginning, the number of fans has grown to hundreds of thousands and is still increasing. Chen Shuang suddenly became excited. After all, she had been live streaming for such a long time, but she had never been so popular. All this was brought by this person named Jin Chao. Chen Shuang smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, brother Jin Zhao, thank you for your support, and thank you to all my friends who support me. What kind of person is it who can give millions of rewards at will?" Chen Shuang began to feel curious about Lin Che. After listening to this song, Lin Che couldn't help but give another reward. "Today, give a reward of 520 to the anchors at Double Carnival. Chapter 18 Second Mission. Suddenly, a line of eye-catching words appeared in the live broadcast room and on the public screen in the hall. The live broadcast room suddenly became quiet following Lin Che's 520 carnival rewards. Thank you, brother Jean Chao, for sending the carnival. That's another 1 million plus. This sum of money was like a huge rock hitting Chen Shuang's heart. Her family was not well off to begin with, and Lin Che had given her gifts worth tens of millions. This made Chen Shuang really dare not take the money. The platform usually took away about 5 or 6 million yuan for her, which was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for her. At this time, Chen Shuang was even more conflicted, even though he had originally planned to agree to have dinner with Lin Che. But looking at Lin Che's attitude of rewarding, he was even more afraid that Lin Che might have some other ideas. But a person who could easily give rewards worth millions or even tens of millions was obviously not someone a small figure like her could afford to offend. She wanted to agree, but she was unsure. When she finally made up her mind to agree to Lin Che's request, she found that Lin Che was no longer in the live broadcast room. Suddenly, Chen Shuang felt an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart, as if he had lost something in his heart and felt very uncomfortable. After Lin Che exited Chen Shuang's live broadcast room, he randomly clicked into another live broadcast room. Looking at the female anchor dancing sexy and hot dance in front of the screen, 100 carnivals are just around the corner. The female anchor's popularity instantly soared to millions, and the hundreds of thousands of carnival special effects filled her eyes. Her dance moves became more enchanting and bold, and the hazy part that was inadvertently revealed made her even more seductive. Thank you, brother Jean Zhao, for bringing us the carnival, thank you. The female host's voice was charming and trembling with excitement. As hundreds of carnivals came out, the live broadcast homepage showed Lin Che's large donations in other live broadcast rooms, which made many people who were originally in Chen Shuang's live broadcast room follow Lin Che's footsteps and witness Lin Che's inhumane scene. Fuck, this one shot is another few 100,000. Someone come and save me. I am about to faint looking at these hundreds of carnival people. It seems that Mr. Jean Chao still prefers our goddess Shuang Shuang. He only spent a few 100,000, while Shuang Shuang spent hundreds of millions. The female anchor was about to perform a passionate dance for Ru Shao, but she found that Lin Che was no longer in her live broadcast room. Whenever Lin Yu goes to a live broadcast room, countless viewers will flock to that room. Brother Jean Zhao, you are here. Family members, please pay some attention to our young master Yu. Jean Zhao Shenhao, when are you free? Can we have dinner together? The female anchors keep calling you brother, their coquettish voices are so alluring, coupled with their charming dance moves, who can resist it? What was even more outrageous was that some people sent private messages to Lin Che, wanting to meet Yu Shao, and the messages they sent also contained many sexy and charming pictures. The male anchor called the father dad all the time, and the viewers sighed that they didn't know how many sons the rich man had today. Just like that, more and more people followed in Lin Che's footsteps. Lin Che's originally level 1 account was turned into a max level rich account by him in just a few hours. Every anchor, no matter if they are million level anchors or tens of millions level anchors, immediately became energetic when they saw Yu Shao enter the live broadcast room. When some anchors wanted to talk to Lin Che about their ideals in life, they found that Lin Che disappeared after giving them gifts. On the other hand, because Lin Che gave out rewards everywhere on the platform, the popularity of Shuangshuang's live broadcast room suddenly dropped by more than half. Goddess Shuangshuang, Jean Dede has made millions in another live broadcast room. If you don't take action, Jean Dede will run away with someone else. Fuck, Jean Chao has spent nearly 20 million so far. This is simply inhumane. Chen Shuang looked at the comments on the screen and felt even more disappointed. The reason why Lin Che went to another live broadcast room to give rewards was not for any other reason but because the system issued another task. The bronze mission rewards 10 million. The reward in the Kuayin live broadcast room is 10 million. The mission rewards a bronze treasure box and 2 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for completing the bronze mission and successfully obtaining a bronze treasure chest and 2 attribute points. The host can arrange the attribute points by himself. Now after completing the task, Lin Che ran back to Chen Shuang's live broadcast room and looked at Chen Shuang with a somewhat lost expression. Lin Che was still a little surprised, but she didn't pay much attention to it. She just sent a message to Chen Shuang to ask her out for dinner. When Chen Shuang saw the news, she was surprised and happy. She was surprised because she was afraid that Lin Che had bad intentions, and she herself didn't know why she actually felt a little happy. Moreover, this was the first time for Chen Shuang to attend a social event like this. He had rejected all invitations he had received in the past. After hesitating for a while, Chen Shuang replied to Lin Che. Okay, then let's do it tonight. Chen Shuang gritted his teeth and decided to go out for dinner with Lin Che. After all, being able to establish a relationship with a super rich person like Lin Che would only bring benefits and no disadvantages as long as he could use it well. Lin Che was still a little surprised when he saw Chen Shuang's message. He thought Chen Shuang would not agree and he was just bored and wanted to tease her. But since Chen Shuang agreed, then let's go. After all, it is a pleasant thing to have dinner with a beautiful woman. Okay, then I'll pick you up at 6. Where do you live? I'm at the Jiang Province Conservatory of Music. Can I wait for you at the school gate? Good. After that, Chen Shuang continued live streaming for a while and then quickly ended it. The reason why he made an appointment with Lin Che in the evening was because Chen Shuang wanted to take advantage of the afternoon to go out and buy some clothes. After all, he was going out to dinner with a wealthy man like Lin Che, so even if it wasn't tea for himself, he had to give Lin Che face. Otherwise, if I just dressed up casually and showed up, making this rich man lose face, I would definitely suffer the consequences. So Chen Shuang called up her best friend from the same dormitory and went out to do some shopping together. She had made so much money from the 2 live broadcasts and had given part of it to her family, so she had to reward herself. At night, Lin Che drove to the entrance of the Conservatory of Music and saw Chen Shuang standing at the entrance waiting for him from a distance. There is a big difference between what you see in the video and what you see in reality. I look better in person. Chen Shuang was wearing a white dress, the kind of dress that showed off her proud figure without looking too revealing. Most people couldn't pull off such a dress. She looked like a beauty that had walked out of a painting. However, the beautiful scenery of a beauty standing on the roadside waiting for someone naturally attracted a group of LSPs watching from the side. I'm lying. Isn't this Chen Shuang, the beauty from the Conservatory of Music? Why does she look like she's waiting for someone? Are you waiting for your boyfriend? Chapter 19, Playing with the Little White Rabbit. Chen Shuang couldn't stand the people around her staring at her anymore, so she took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Che. Brother Che, I'm at the school gate. Lin Che took a look at the message, then drove directly to Chen Shuang, lowered the window and said, Get in the car. As everyone stared in astonishment, Chen Shuang got into a strange man's car. Who the hell is this guy? He doesn't look like he's from our school. It's definitely not from our school. Anyone who drives a car like this must have heard of it. So the most beautiful girl in our college was taken away by a pig from another school? Hello, Brother Che, I'm Chen Shuang. It seems that your real appearance is a little different from the appearance in the live broadcast room. It seems that the girls on the internet are not very trustworthy nowadays. Lin Che couldn't help but tease Chen Shuang when he saw that he was a little scared and couldn't let go. Chen Shuang sat in the passenger seat, not daring to say a word. He sat there blankly and secretly glanced at Lin Yu, and was stunned. He is about 1.85 meters tall and has a delicate face. He is at least a school idol level handsome guy. Although I have seen him in videos, he looks obviously more handsome in real life. This made Chen Shuang's heart move. Chen Shuang was a little moved. If he could win over Lin Che, he would be the best choice for a boyfriend because he was rich and good looking. After a while, the two of them arrived at a famous food street in Jiang Province. The reason why they didn't take them to any high-end restaurants was that Chen Shuang didn't look like he had been there before and he was afraid that he would feel uncomfortable. Secondly, Lin Che naturally liked to eat such food. After parking the car, Lin Che found a restaurant with good food, sat down and ordered a few dishes that suited his appetite. The appearance of Chen Shuang and Lin Che attracted a lot of attention. The men stared at Chen Shuang with their eyes wide open and almost drooled. The women also stared at Lin Che like crazy fans, wishing they could replace Chen Shuang and sit next to Lin Che. Why don't you take a look and order whatever you want to eat? No, these are enough. That's fine. Lin Che turned to the boss and said, then serve these first. If they're not enough, we can order more. By the way, boss, give me 2 more bottles of cold beer. Lin Che seemed to have thought of something and said to Chen Shuang, sorry, I forgot to ask if you can have something cold. Ah? Chen Shuang was stunned for a moment, and said with a slightly red face, yes, yes. To be honest, Chen Shuang didn't know why he just said yes. What if he got forced to drink and then did that to her? But it didn't seem impossible, after all, Lin Che was so outstanding. The angel and the devil in Chen Shuang's heart began to fight. As soon as Lin Che saw Chen Shuang's expression, he knew that she had misunderstood his meaning, so he said, Barbecue should be paired with an ice beer to make it more enjoyable, don't you think? Ah. Yes, you have to drink cold beer when you eat barbecue. Chen Shuang also realized that Lin Che didn't mean what she thought. However, this made Chen Shuang feel a little disappointed, and he doubted himself, is it because I am not charming enough? Lin Che thought to himself, how come you think I, a young man with good moral character, am an LSP? But Lin Che didn't say anything else. He just picked up his glass and clinked glasses with Chen Shuang. Lin Che looked at Chen Shuang and tried to tease her, and said, you come out to eat and drink with me so late at night, doesn't your boyfriend mind? When Chen Shuang heard Lin Che's words, he almost spit out the half-drunk wine. Ahem, brother Che, I don't have a boyfriend. Oh, I thought you were so pretty, you should have a boyfriend. No, not yet. Chen Shuang was a little stunned. Lin Che's thoughts were really jumping. Lin Che smiled and asked again, have you ever been asked out by a fan before? Someone did make an appointment, but I didn't come out. Chen Shuang answered straightforwardly, with a hint of displeasure in his voice. Lin Che seemed not to have heard it and continued, oh, is that so? Then why did you come out this time? Lin Che kept looking at Chen Shuang with a smile. She didn't know why she always wanted to tease Chen Shuang when she saw her. You've given me so much as a reward. If I don't come out this time, I won't be able to accept the money with peace of mind. Chen Shuang said naively. But we can only have a meal. Chen Shuang seemed to feel that what he said might be easily misunderstood, so he spoke again. Besides, it's my honor to have a meal with a person like you. Chen Shuang did not forget to compliment Lin Che. Chen Shuang had never seen anyone so generous before. He could easily spend tens of millions on the internet. Only the top second-generation people could compare with such a tycoon. But looking at Chen Shuang's appearance, it seems that he has never been asked out before, otherwise he wouldn't be so unnatural. When Lin Che heard this, she couldn't help but sigh, this world is indeed still the world where money is supreme. If you are unhappy and uncomfortable in your life, it must be because you don't have enough money. There is a saying that goes, the happiness of rich people is beyond your imagination. Aren't you afraid that I'll ask you out and then do it to you after drinking? Lin Che looked at Chen Shuang and said with a smile. Chen Shuang was just about to take a bite of the food. After all, he had just had several drinks and hadn't eaten anything yet. If he didn't eat something to fill his stomach, he would easily get drunk. When he heard what Lin Che said, he was so scared that he dropped the food and his face turned pale. I'm afraid, but I believe you won't do that, right? Du Wanqing said with slightly rapid breathing. Lin Che did not answer her, but just stared at Chen Shuang with a smile. Chen Shuang nervously picked up the wineglass and drank it all in one gulp. A trickle of wine slipped from his mouth, flowing down his neck to his white collarbone. Lin Che could tell that this child was truly innocent. After all, it was impossible to fake such genuine nervousness. It seems that Chen Shuang really has too little experience and is still a little white rabbit. Why don't you just stop teasing her? However, it seems that Chen Shuang has made some preparations for this appointment. Although he looks very nervous, he is not panicked at all. It seems that he is prepared and is not afraid that Lin Che will do anything out of line. Lin Che kept staring at Chen Shuang, making Chen Shuang's face red. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Look at your blushing face. Eat more food, don't just drink. Don't let me get you drunk before I do anything to you later. You're going too far. How can you tease me like this? I'm angry. Lin Che looked at Chen Shuang's angry expression and felt that he was inexplicably cute, and said with a smile. I was wrong, I'll drink a glass of wine as punishment. After saying that, he picked up the wineglass and drank it in one gulp. Chapter 20, The King of Mouth Cannon. Humph, you are such a straight man that you don't understand girls at all. Oh, how do you know I'm as straight as steel? Lin Che asked with a wicked smile. Chen Shuang was a little confused by Lin Che's question, and then he seemed to think of something. His face was already red from drinking, and now it became even redder. He was like a female version of Guan Eri. If someone else had spoken to her like this, Chen Shuang would have thrown a glass of wine at him and left, instead of sitting here blushing. But for some reason, facing Lin Che's words, Chen Shuang not only did not feel disgusted, but felt a little shy. The two of them ate and chatted. After what had just happened, Chen Shuang was no longer so reserved and began to relax. Chen Shuang was a little wary and afraid of Lin Che, but now he is no longer wary. It's as if the two have known each other for a long time, and the atmosphere is a little ambiguous. Soon after the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they planned to pay and leave. Boss, please do the math. Brother Che, let me pay. You've helped me so much, so it's only right that I treat you to a meal. So, you want to repay me with this meal? Lin Che said with a smile, and deliberately looked Chen Shuang up and down. Well, then next time during the live broadcast, I will sing a song and dance for you. Chen Shuang didn't know how to answer and said with his head down. Oh, you can dance too? Lin Che said in surprise. Of course, who says that people from our music school can only sing but not dance? Chen Shuang raised his head a little proudly, but lowered his head immediately when his eyes met Lin Che's. Really? Then let us not do it next time. If there is anything else you want to watch in the dance video, do one for me live. Lin Che said with a smile. Chen Shuang was in a struggle, wanting to do it but not wanting to. After a while, he made up his mind and raised his head to say something to Lin Che, but he saw Lin Che looking at him with a smile on his face. He realized that Lin Che was teasing him again. I hate you, why do you always like to tease me? Ha, not bad, you figured it out. Lin Che looked at Chen Shuang and couldn't help but touched her head and said. Don't touch my head, or I won't grow taller. Chen Shuang pouted and turned his head away. Ha, you can still grow taller now. You give me the power to control you. After saying that, Chen Shuang walked away and paid for the meal. Lin Che did not compete with Chen Shuang to pay. After all, it was not much. At worst, he could just ask for it back next time. After paying the bill, the two were talking and laughing and were about to leave. At this time, Chen Shuang seemed to have seen something and took the initiative to approach Lin Che and naturally put his wrist around Lin Che's arm. As the two were walking, they suddenly heard an angry voice from the side. Shuang, you actually went out to drink and eat with another man. I thought what I heard was fake. After saying that, he asked the 7 or 8 people accompanying him to surround Lin Che and Chen Shuang. Lin Che looked at the situation, turned around and said to Chen Shuang with a smile, your boyfriend? After hearing this, Chen Shuang rolled his eyes at Lin Che and did not answer her. Instead, he spoke to the person opposite him. Zhang De, are you done yet? I've made it very clear to you that there's no chance of us being together. Besides, I can eat with whoever I want and drink with whoever I want. What does it have to do with you? Chen Shuang looked at the person in front of him and said with disgust. The person in front of her is a rich second-generation man who had pursued her before, but this person has a very bad reputation, a total Aquaman. What Chen Shuang didn't expect was that after being rejected so many times, he could still be so shameless as to chase after him upon hearing that he and Lin Che came out. Zhang De did not answer Chen Shuang but said to Lin Che, little white face, I don't know how you tricked Chen Shuang out, but if you have the ability, don't hide behind a woman. The younger brother beside him also echoed, you asked a girl out and asked her to pay. If you don't have money, don't pretend. Your name is Zhang De, right? First of all, you have no right to control who Chen Shuang goes out to eat with or where they go to eat. Secondly, who the hell do you think you are, and how dare you give me orders? Lin Che said with a disdainful smile. Who am I? Are you trying to make people laugh to death? Anyone who pursues Chen Shuang can beat you by 3 blocks. Who do you think you are? You have the nerve to let Shuang pay for your meal? I think you're just being a little tough. Brother De, stop talking nonsense to him. This pretty boy is very good at talking. I can beat 10 of him by myself. A muscular man next to Zhang De rubbed his hands together and said to Zhang De. Chen Shuang felt that the opponent's posture was not good. If the two sides started fighting, even if Lin Che was a good fighter, he would be outnumbered. Besides, rich people like this shouldn't fight. Zhang De, don't go too far. Chen Shuang said angrily. I wanted to thank Lin Che today, but I didn't expect this to happen. If Brother Che got beaten up because of me, then I. After hearing what Chen Shuang said, Zhang Da's face suddenly turned gloomy and he winked at the muscular man next to him. Kid, let me tell you that there are some people that trash like you can't afford to mess with. After the muscular man finished speaking, he punched Lin Che. Brother Che, be careful. Chen Shuang watched the muscular man punch Lin Che and hurriedly shouted to Lin Che. Noisy! Lin Che then dodged the punch and kicked the muscular man on the butt. Before the muscular man could react to the fact that his punch was dodged, he was kicked away and fell heavily to the ground in a dog-eating shit posture. Lin Che hadn't used his full strength yet. After all, his body's attributes were now more than twice that of an ordinary person. Lin Che was still a little afraid that if he used his full strength, he might accidentally hurt someone. Although he wasn't afraid, it would still be troublesome. This. Chen Xuan was completely stunned at the scene in front of him. After all, judging from the two men's body shapes, Lin Che was bound to lose. The result was shocking. Zhang Di was completely dumbfounded. LLL. How is this possible? What's wrong with this pretty boy? One punch man? He knocked the muscular man away with just one punch? ND, I don't believe that a group of me and my men can't deal with you. Xuan, you go first. The following scenes may be a bit bloody and not suitable for you to watch. Zhang De said hypocritically. Boy, if you don't leave one of your hands today, I will take your last name. Which hand did you both hold just now? Brothers, focus on this hand and cripple it. Chapter 21, Skilled National Martial Arts. Don't worry, Brother De, this kid won't be able to escape today. After saying that, several people surrounded Lin Che and slowly approached. Lin Che thought, that's great, let me try and see how strong my enhanced body can be. Just then the system's voice rang. Ding, the system issues a challenge mission. Teach the hooligans a lesson and make the leader call you daddy. Completing the mission will reward you with Chinese martial arts proficient and 1 bronze treasure chest. Yo-ho, it seems that even the system won't let you go. It seems that you won't be able to escape tonight. Lin Che calmly protected Chen Shuang behind him and spoke to Chen Shuang slowly. If you are afraid, just close your eyes. I will ask you to open them. Boom. Bang. Boom. For a moment, only a few muffled groans were heard, and Zhang De and his group fell down one after another, some vomiting blood. Especially Zhang De, his face was beaten so hard that it was swollen like a pig's head. He lay on the ground like a dead pig, unable to move, with only his 2 eyeballs moving around. After all, Lin Che had practiced Sanda for several years, and with his strengthened body, it was easy for him to deal with a few thugs. Is that all you're capable of? And you still want to fight? It's not fun at all. Lin Che said disdainfully. Lin Che walked towards Zhang Di. In Zhang Da's eyes, Lin Che was now a devil. Seeing Lin Che approaching step by step, he could only move back little by little. Lin Che stepped on Zhang Di's chest and said, "Call me daddy." Hurry up. Zhang Di was furious when he heard Lin Che's words. Not only did he steal my woman, but he also humiliated me. Don't go too far, kid. I admit defeat today, but if you want to humiliate me, you can't do that. Ha. Lin Che smiled and moved her foot away. Zhang Di thought he had escaped, but Lin Che's foot stepped on his hand again and kept twisting it. Zhang Di screamed in pain. Let go. Let go. So are you going to scream or not? Dad. Zhang Di said in a low voice. Speak louder, I can't hear you. Dad. Are you satisfied with this? Zhang Di roared angrily. Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge mission, obtaining the National Martial Arts Proficient skill, and Bronze Treasure Chest X1. Seeing that the mission was completed, Lin Che decided to take Qin Shuang away as there was no need to stay any longer. Brother Di, are you okay? The muscular man had better physical fitness, and since he was the first to fall down and had rested the longest, he recovered first and quickly ran over to help Zhang Di up. You bastard, don't run away if you have the guts. Wait for me to call someone. Zhang Di was helped by his younger brother and barely stood up. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said, is it not enough to scream? You still want to keep screaming? Lin Yu said sarcastically. If I were you, I would go to the hospital for emergency treatment to avoid any sequelae. You are so arrogant, kid. Be careful or you will end up in the ICU someday. Zhang De was so angry at Lin Che that he spat out blood and said, if I don't let someone cripple your hand today, I really can't swallow this anger. It's too damn infuriating. Brother Che, let's go. Don't stay here. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Although Chen Shuang saw Lin Che easily knock down 7 or 8 people by himself, he was still a little scared. Although he looked down on Zhang De still had some reputation in this area. If he called dozens of people over later, even if Lin Che was a good fighter, he would not be able to defeat so many people. After all, as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and she didn't want Lin Che to be beaten up because of her. What are you afraid of? It's okay. If you're scared later, just close your eyes like you did just now. Lin Che thought that he had come at the right time, as he could try out his newly acquired martial arts skills. It would be best to call more people to help him fight. After all, his martial arts skills were not limited to just one type, but also included the likes of Tan Legs, Hungar, and Xingyi Quan. Don't be afraid, come and sit down first. Lin Che said as he pulled Chen Shuang to find a seat to sit down. Boss, bring some more beer and skewers. Young man, you'd better leave quickly, otherwise it will be bad if the people he called come later. We are good men and we don't want to suffer a loss in front of us. It's okay, boss. Just serve the food and drinks. By the way, something might break later. I'm really sorry for affecting your business today. You can settle the bill later. Any losses will be mine. Lin Yu said with a smile. Well, okay, just be careful, young man. The boss hesitated for a while and finally agreed. Brother Che, why don't you call some people over? You'll be alone, what if you get hurt? Chen Shuang was still a little scared. What if Lin Che got beaten? Ha ha ha, can I understand that you are concerned about me? Hey, it's already this late, why are you still laughing? Chen Shuang blushed and said anxiously. Then he silently poured Lin Che a glass of wine. Lin Che had just picked up the wine glass and took a sip when he heard the roar of a motorcycle not far away. It seems that the person Zhang De called has arrived. Uncle Wang Gu, you are so rude. I am so rude to you. Brother Wang, he was the one who beat me up like this. You have to help me get revenge, Brother Wang. Zhang Lian's face was swollen like a pig's head from being beaten, and he could hardly speak clearly. Fuck, who are you? Woof woof, damn it, it's going up. Brother Wang is me, Zhang De. Okay, stop talking. No one can understand what you are saying. Brother Wang said with a look of disgust. That's it? A weakling as skinny as a bamboo pole can beat you guys like this? Are you all useless? What's the point of growing all this muscle? The man called Brother Wang came forward with an iron rod in his hand, looked Lin Che up and down, and said to Zhang De. Why are you so slow? Lin Che said while glancing at Brother Wang with a glass of wine in hand. After hearing this, Brother Wang immediately swung his stick towards Lin Che. Lin Che held the wine glass in one hand and stretched out the other hand to grab the iron rod firmly. Seeing this, Brother Wang wanted to pull out the iron rod, but he used all his strength and the iron rod remained in Lin Che's hand, motionless. Lin Che slowly finished the wine and said calmly, You are really a waste. Lin Yu swung his hand and hit Brother Wang in the face with the iron rod. With a bang, blood came out of his nose and Brother Wang screamed in pain. Fuck. Come on, brothers, kill this guy for me. I'll be responsible if anything goes wrong. Brother Wang shouted angrily. Shuang, go get me another bottle of beer. Lin Che seemed to ignore Brother Wang and turned to Chen Shuang with a smile. After all, the following scenes may not be suitable for children, so let Chen Shuang avoid them first. Chapter 22, In-Depth Discussion on Life Ideals. Brother Wang has been hanging around in this area for many years and has never been so embarrassed before. Now he was beaten by such a pretty boy. Lin Che was not panicked at all when he saw this. If it had happened a few days ago, he might not have been able to win. But it's different now. Not only have my bodies been systematically strengthened, but I also have proficient Chinese martial arts in my hands. These people are nothing to be afraid of. Lin Che rushed forward and started fighting, using Hong Quan, Xingyi Quan. He even grabbed an iron rod on the way and hit each kid with it. In less than 5 minutes, these people were knocked to the ground, screaming in pain. Seeing that the situation was not good, Brother Wang wanted to sneak away. Seeing this, Lin Che threw the iron bar out casually, hitting Brother Wang squarely. Lin Che smiled and said, Why, you want to leave now? Then what else do you want? Brother Wang said with a look of horror on his face, fearing that he would also become one of those screaming on the ground. Ha, I like to give people a taste of their own medicine. Since you want to destroy me, let me destroy you, and then you can leave. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Hearing this, Brother Wang hurriedly stood up and knelt in front of Lin Yu, saying fearfully, Big brother, please forgive me. I don't know what a great man is. This was all tricked by that bastard Zhang De. He said that you stole his girlfriend. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to come here. Lin Che didn't want to make a big deal out of this. After all, he only had some money now and didn't have his own power or authority. It would be troublesome if the police were called. If the situation gets out of hand, it will be difficult to resolve. Just scare them. I'll let you go this time, but next time you should be more careful. You can't mess with just anyone. Stay aside for now and let me let you go. Don't even think about running away. You can't get away. Lin Che said calmly. Okay, whatever you say is what I will do. Brother Wang, along with a group of younger brothers, stood obediently aside, staring at Zhang De fiercely. After all, if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have offended Lin Che, lost face so much, and been beaten so badly. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have snatched the woman from you. I was blind and didn't recognize the real man. I deserve to die. Please let me go this time. Zhang De was so frightened when he saw this that he knelt down in front of Lin Che, hugged Lin Che's thighs, and slapped himself hard on the face, begging Lin Che to let him go. Zhang De knew that if he couldn't get Lin Che's forgiveness, he would definitely be ruined by Brother Wang. Ha, now you know you were wrong? Brother, just tell me what you want me to do in order to forgive me. I will do whatever you say. Zhang De no longer dared to be arrogant. All the dozens of people he called over were beaten into submission. If they didn't bow their heads now, it would be like lighting a light in a toilet and looking for trouble. Ha, let's put it this way, you just wanted to cripple one of my hands, right? Well, I won't bully you. I'll give you two choices. One is that you cripple your own hand, and the other is that I'll ask someone to help you. It's your choice. Lin Che picked up an iron rod and threw it in front of Zhang De, saying with a smile. As soon as Lin Che finished speaking, Brother Wang and his group behind him rubbed their hands and walked towards Zhang De. The group was filled with rage. If that bastard hadn't called them over, they wouldn't have been beaten. Seeing this, Zhang De hurriedly said, Don't come over, I can do it myself. Zhang De picked up the iron rod in front of him, gritted his teeth, and smashed it hard on his arm. With a click, one of Zhang Da's arms dropped down. Ah! All right, stop shouting and get out of here. Lin Che glared at Zhang De and said. After hearing this, Zhang De endured the pain, curled up into a ball without saying a word, and rolled out silently. Zhang De didn't want to get beaten again because of this. Seeing how obedient Zhang De was, Lin Che couldn't help but laugh. Come here. Lin Che waved towards Brother Wang. Big brother, what do you want? Give me your bank card number. Although Brother Wang was hesitant, he quickly gave out his bank card number. After a while, Lin Che said to Brother Wang, I've transferred 1 million to you. Give some to each of your subordinates. You can't let your subordinates down after coming all the way here and not get beaten. Pay double the amount for anything that's broken, and the rest is yours. Also, I asked the boss to prepare some barbecue and beer. Take them with you to finish eating so that they don't waste it. Lin Che had been thinking about it for a long time. He had to start building his own power. He couldn't just do everything by himself. Keep some people under you so that there will be someone to handle things that are inconvenient for you to deal with. Give him a slap and then a sweet date. I hope Brother Wang won't let me down. Thank you, big brother. If you need anything from me, Wang Feng, in the future, just tell me and I will definitely get it done for you. At best, Wang Feng was just a gangster with a small group of dozens of people. He might not be able to make that much money in a year. Now that he could follow someone as generous as Lin Che, he must have received many benefits. Moreover, he was so good at fighting, so he was definitely not an ordinary person. By the time Chen Shuang got his beer, everything had been resolved. Here, your beer. Chen Shuang handed the beer to Lin Che, who took a sip and said, You're not scared, are you? In fact, Lin Che had already discovered that Chen Shuang had been secretly watching from a distance. No, I believe Brother Che can do it. Chen Shuang was completely shocked by the man in front of him. First, he faced the siege of 7 or 8 people alone and remained unharmed. Later, his methods were even more powerful. He not only eliminated 20 or 30 people but also brought them under his command. Just ask yourself, which woman would not like a man like this, who gives her a full sense of security? That's fine, let's go, I'll take you back. Ah? Chen Shuang was stunned for a moment. To be honest, she didn't want to go back now. She wanted to stay with Lin Che for a while. Why? Do you want to find a place to have an in-depth chat with me about life and ideals? Lin Che looked at Chen Shuang with a playful look on his face. Hearing this, Chen Shuang felt like a deer was beating around in his heart and his face turned red. Although Chen Shuang has never been in a relationship, he still knows what it means to have an in-depth conversation about one's ideals in life. No. No, we were all drunk and couldn't drive. Ah. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Che instantly became embarrassed. His face, which was as thick as a city wall, turned red. He was so embarrassed that he almost dug a villa out of the sole of his shoe. Ha, I'll call someone to pick us up. Lin Che could only call Lin Xian to come and help drive. He didn't want to call a designated driver. He didn't want to be with a beautiful woman while there was a male light bulb next to him. Chapter 23 Penguin Group Shares. After a while, Lin Xian arrived and drove with Lin Che and Chen Shuang. After sending Chen Shuang back first, Lin Xian took Lin Che back to the villa. After Lin Che washed up, he opened the system and checked the items. Items: Bronze Treasure Chests X3, freely allocated attribute points X2. Why don't I open one and give it a try? After all, I opened a villa estate worth 20 billion before, so my luck shouldn't be too bad, right? So I decided to open one. If it's good, I'll open it. If it's rubbish, I won't open it. The system opens a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for winning a Lamborghini limited edition sports car. Fuck you, I told you my luck won't be bad, system, keep going. Congratulations to the host for winning a silicone doll. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bowl of enhanced snail rice noodle. I feel like I'm a puppet, system? Forget it, at least there's a consolation prize of river snail noodles. System attribute points increase strength. Host, Lin Che. Age, 23. Height, 185 centimeters. Charm, 8. Charm is a special attribute with a maximum of 10 points. Strength, 29. Agility, 30. Spirit, 25. Adept level martial arts, each attribute increases by 5 points. After Lin Che finished adding some energy, he felt that his body seemed to be stronger, and his strength also increased, although it was not very obvious. Well, this way it's more even. Next time, I'll put more effort into it. After doing all this, Lin Che felt a little hungry. She was disturbed by Zhang Di and his group at night and didn't have enough to eat. Lin Che took out the enhanced snail noodles she had just obtained. Strengthening snail rice noodle. After eating, it can comprehensively improve all attributes of strength, agility, and spirit. System tips: enhanced snail rice noodle has a very bad smell, so please be careful when eating it if you are afraid of the smell. Lin Che did not take the system's prompt to heart. He had never eaten snail noodles, but he had seen others eat them. The smell was within his tolerance range. Even if it was smellier than ordinary snail noodles, how bad could a bowl of snail noodles be? Lin Che took out the snail noodles from the system warehouse in disbelief. The moment Lin Che smelled the scent, his expression suddenly changed. In an instant a strong stench hit me in the face, and in the blink of an eye the whole room was filled with the stench. Ugh! Lin Che couldn't help but dry heave. The smell was as if the toilet had exploded. This enhanced snail noodle is hundreds of times more smelly than ordinary snail noodle. Lin Che tried to hold his breath through his nose, but the stench was pervasive and went straight into his brain. This is too fucking extreme. Please finish a whole bowl of snail noodles within 1 minute, otherwise the enhanced function of snail noodles will lose its effect. 1 minute? Finished? System, are you kidding me? How can I finish this? It's impossible for a normal person to finish eating it in 1 minute. No. This is not food for normal people. Looking at the steaming snail noodles in front of him, Lin Che felt that it was no different from a bowl of hot aioli. Lin Che had a look of disgust on his face. He really didn't want to eat it, but the condition of improving all attributes was too tempting. MD, let us fight. I'm going to give it a try, it's just a bowl of snail noodles. Lin Che steeled himself, picked up the bowl and poured the liquid into his mouth desperately. Lin Che was a little resistant at first, but after taking a bite, her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh fuck, it smells so good. The soup is fresh and spicy, and the rice noodles are chewy and smooth. It is more delicious than anything I have ever eaten. Lin Che wolfed down the food and finally finished all the snail noodles before the last minute of the countdown. The effect of the enhanced screw powder was extremely fast, and Lin Che could feel a warm current flowing through his body. Lin Che clenched his fists, feeling the changes in his body. He felt that his body was much stronger than before, but he still had to look at the system panel to see how much stronger it was. Lin Che was completely shocked when he saw it. A serving of snail rice noodle could increase all of one's attributes by 10, which was the attribute of an ordinary adult male. The only drawback is that there is no way to increase the charm attribute. Lin Che was immersed in the joy of his physical enhancement when Lin Qian knocked on Lin Che's door. "Boss, did the sewer burst? Why does it smell so bad?" Lin Qian said as she opened the door. Lin Che didn't know how to start. She couldn't just say that she had just eaten. Lin Qian suppressed her nausea, pinched her nose and ran to the bathroom in Lin Che's room to take a look, but didn't find anything wrong. "Boss, what did you do? Why does it stink so much?" Lin Qian asked, pinching her nose. As soon as Lin Che opened his mouth, a foul smell gushed out. Lin Qian stepped back repeatedly when she smelled the scent coming from Lin Che's mouth, and looked at Lin Che in astonishment. "Boss, you're not at home." "Sorry to bother you, boss. I'll leave now." Lin Qian looked at Lin Che with a strange expression, and ran away immediately after saying that. Lin Che was almost speechless. What was that expression? Did he think I had eaten shit? It's true that I was born in the year of the dog, but that doesn't mean I will eat shit. Lin Che defended himself. "I didn't do anything. I just ate some snail noodles." "Yes. Okay, boss. I just ate the snail rice noodle for you." After Lin Qian finished speaking, she closed the door and left without looking back. I am so wronged. When Lin Che woke up the next day, breakfast was already prepared. Lin Qian, who was standing by, was watching Lin Che's expression and eyes, which always made Lin Che feel something was wrong. Lin Che looked helpless and said to the system in his mind, "System, sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing today's sign-in task. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15% of the shares of Penguin Group. The equity certificate has been issued to the system space, please extract it by yourself. Conglomerate? My god, isn't this one of the two domestic internet giants? It was directly given 15% of the shares, which is much more valuable than Xianyu Building. This share may not seem like much, but it is worth tens of billions. However, based on the Penguin Group's net profit of 108.8 billion last year, the dividends that I can get from my shares will be at least tens of billions or even hundreds of billions every year. Although this amount of money is nothing to Lin Che now, who would complain about having too much money? Moreover, if calculated based on the public equity information on the internet, my shares would already rank me among the top 3 natural person shareholders. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sat there and saw a message suddenly pop up on his phone. Ha! Who is this Lin Che? How did he quietly acquire so many of our shares? He's almost catching up with me. Brother Xiaoma looked at the news of the equity transaction in front of him and his face darkened. After all, over the years, he has begun to buy back the shares he had previously invested in the stock market. Suddenly someone acquired so many shares at once, which made him wonder if Lin Yu was his rival. Suddenly, Xiaoma Ge discovered something that surprised him even more. He found that the change in his company's equity not only did not cause the stock price to fall, but instead it actually rose slightly. Chapter 24, Libin Little Star. It seems that this young man named Lin Che is not simple. It seems that I have to find some time to meet him. On the other side, Lin Che had just gone downstairs to have breakfast when he was suddenly startled by a noise. 2 rows of beauties standing downstairs shouted, "Good morning, boss." Lin Qian, who was standing by, smiled and said, "Boss, this is the servant I found for you." Lin Che looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him helplessly and said, "Ha, are you looking for a servant for me? Or are you looking for a lover for me? Hee, if you want, it's not impossible." When the maids heard this, they thought to themselves, I am willing to do so, and my lover is also willing to do so. But it's just a thought. After all, Lin Qian is there. They can't compare to Lan Yi in terms of figure or appearance. If it weren't for Lin Qian, they wouldn't be who they are. Although the scenery was beautiful, the only flaw was that Lin Qian always looked at him in a strange way. Did he really think he ate shit last night? Never mind, there's no need to explain. The more I explain, the less clear it becomes. Okay, don't call me boss. You can call me by my name or master. I'm not used to the boss sounding like that. By the way, Lin Qian, come have dinner with me later. It's hard to explain, so just take it to eat and prove yourself. Ah. Lin Qian was stunned. Why did he suddenly invite her to dinner? Could it be that Lin Qian suddenly thought of what happened last night? Or does Lin Che want to? As Lani thought about it, his expression became more and more strange. Lin Qian, are you okay? Why do you look so bad? Are you sick? How about I take you to the hospital? No, it's okay. Wait for me. I'll go change my clothes. Okay. Soon, the two drove the limited edition sports car that Lin Che had just obtained last night to the splendid hotel. After entering the hotel, Lin Che asked for a private room and sat inside to eat lunch. Lunch was over quickly. Lin Che and Lin Qian walked out. Lin Qian looked helpless, wondering what might happen. I even went to the trouble to dress up. However, just as the two of them walked out, Lin Che saw that the door of a box not far away was crowded with people. At the innermost was a young man with prairie-colored hair, and outside were a group of girls who looked to be in their teens or early 20s. These girls were there, shouting loudly with crazy looks on their faces. Ah! Steel plate, look at mommy, mommy is here. During this shouting, many people in the nearby private rooms leaned out to take a look, frowning in obvious disgust. Looking at the girls in front of him screaming, the male star from this country looked at the girls in front of him with disgust and muttered, "Why are there so many dinosaurs? I'm almost getting sty." However, at this moment, a girl who was obviously a fanatical fan rushed over. Holding a carefully wrapped gift box, he shouted loudly to the star of his country, "Steel plate, this is a gift I carefully prepared for you. I hope you can accept it. Can you take a photo with me?" Gangban looked at the girl who was hugging his arm, and suddenly shook his hand away. The girl lost her balance and fell to the ground. And said with disgust on his face, "Asshole, you country dinosaur girl, don't fucking touch me, it's so disgusting." The gift in the girl's hand was also knocked to the ground, the glass bottle inside the gift box was broken, and the paper cranes in the glass bottle were scattered all over the floor. However, the star of Ligua country, Hikawa Gangban, continued to curse, "Bakayalo, throw this dinosaur out of here right now. It's disgusting to look at." The bodyguards around him nodded and walked forward to throw the girl out. "No! Brother Gangban, the flax will fall." As she said this, she hugged Richuan Gangban's thigh. However, Richuan Gangban still had a look of annoyance on his face, and he kicked the girl to the ground again. Then he walked towards the box, cursing and stepping on the paper cranes that the girl had carefully prepared. As for the girls standing aside, they all showed mocking expressions on their faces. "Ha, you have the nerve to come here with this appearance, and you don't even look in the mirror. You really overestimate yourself." "That's right. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to go out." Despite being mocked like this, the girl was still very enthusiastic about Richuan's steel plate and was not affected by what happened just now. Isn't this the legendary fanatical fan? After all, in her opinion, it was good enough to be able to talk to Richuan Gangban and see him in person. Even though he was trampled on by the other party, he spent hundreds of nights to complete a whole jar of paper cranes. Originally, she planned to take the 1,000 paper cranes and fly secretly to Libengua without telling her family, but suddenly she learned the news that Richuan Gangban had come to Jiang province. She secretly spent all her living expenses for several months without telling her family and flew to Jiang province just to meet Richuan Gangban. So that I can personally give him the gift that I have prepared for so long. Lin Che, who had seen the whole process, finally couldn't help it. He immediately walked up to Richuan's steel plate, grabbed it, and said with a frown, "Hey, are you planning to just leave like this after beating someone up?" When Richuan Gangban saw that someone actually grabbed him and wouldn't let him go, he immediately spoke angrily in his poor Chinese. "Bagiala, you piece of shit from country H, get out of here and stop meddling in other people's business." A few crazy girls nearby had peach blossoms in their eyes and shouted mindlessly, Gangban Nii is so handsome even when he's angry." Yes, Gangban's Chinese is also very good." Lin Che frowned as he listened to these crazy people's words and continued to speak. "You kicked him down, and you're not going to say anything? You're just going to leave like that?" However, just as Lin Che finished speaking, the girl who had fallen to the side hurriedly got up. Then he pointed at Lin Che and scolded, "What are you doing? What are you talking about? It's all my fault for not standing firmly. What does it have to do with Brother Gangban? Why do you have to meddle in other people's business? I told you not to meddle in other people's business. It's like a dog trying to catch a rat. It's no use meddling in other people's business." Sigma. Lin Che was stunned immediately, his head was buzzing. What the hell is going on? I was clearly helping her, but why am I like a dog trying to catch a rat in her place and meddling in her business? For a moment, Lin Che was dumbfounded and stood there not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Yamamoto Kosuke, who was standing by, laughed sarcastically. Ha, did you see that? You piece of shit from country H, why don't you get out of here and stop meddling in other people's business? As he said this, he reached out his hand to push Lin Che away. Chapter 25, Recruiting a Disciple. This time, Lin Che could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. We have repeatedly cursed the people of H country as trash on the land of H country. Are we really bullying the fact that there is no one in H country? Lin Che grabbed the hand of the national star Richuan Gangban and exerted force, knocking him away. Ah! Brother Gangban, are you okay? You are sick, why are you hitting our steel brother? Several girls standing nearby shouted angrily when they saw their steel brother being knocked away by Lin Che. However, the two bodyguards next to Richuan Gangban were also shocked. Before they could react, Richuan Gangban was blown away. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately ran over and helped Richuan Gangban up. One of the bodyguards even shouted at Lin Yu in his poor Mandarin, "Asshole, you dare to hit Mr. Steel Plate? Do you know who he is? I'm going to call the police and have them arrest you." The girls standing by seemed to be awakened by these words. Yes, 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 call the police. Arrest this nosy bastard. How dare you hit our brother Gangban? We must let the police arrest him. This wave of amazing operations made Lin Yu dumbfounded. Should he call the police? People who didn't know would think that Lin Che was deliberately bullying international friends. But in fact, it was Lin Che who had been seeking an explanation for the girl who was kicked down. These days, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Lin Che was completely speechless. Some people in the private room next door leaned out to look, and when they saw the scene, they frowned and shook their heads. Soon, the hotel manager and security guards also came running over. After seeing this scene, he immediately kicked these brainless female fans out. After all, whether it was Lin Che or this country's celebrity, they were people he couldn't afford to offend. One was invited by the Karate Association from Ligua to participate in a variety show on Jiangxi Satellite TV. He was a popular star with tens of millions of fans in China. One of them just recharged 20 million yuan in their magnificent hotel and got the supreme VIP status. These two people are not people that a small manager like him can afford to offend. Just when the manager was in a dilemma, a team of police arrived. The team was led by a female police officer who looked heroic in her police uniform. What's going on here? As soon as the policewoman arrived, she frowned and spoke coldly. Officer, I'm Richuan Gangban, I have tens of millions of fans in Yanhua. This guy hit me right away. Are you police going to intervene or not? Besides, I'm an international friend. When Richuan Gangban saw the police coming, he quickly stood up and ran to the policewoman and said. Richuan Gangban, who was there, looked at Lin Che with a smug look on his face, as if he had already won the game when the police arrived, and his tone was very arrogant. The female police officer standing by also frowned when she heard this. Ha, I hit you, don't you know why? Officer, you can check the surveillance video to see what the situation is, and then define it. I hit him because he hit a few girls first. I stopped him and asked for an explanation, but he still wanted to hit me and insulted us H people as trash. Lin Che, who was standing there, said calmly. Just as Lin Che finished speaking, the policewoman beside him was stunned. She felt that she had heard Lin Che's voice somewhere before. Suddenly, the policewoman seemed to think of something, took out her mobile phone and clicked on a video. The video in this video is exactly the video of Lin Che at the food stall last night. The policewoman looked at her phone and then at Lin Yu, and her eyes suddenly became starry. Isn't this the handsome martial arts guy? Jane Ning finally reacted. No wonder Lin Che's voice sounded familiar. She watched the video over and over again yesterday and was almost obsessed with it. Captain Ning? Captain Ning? What's wrong with you? A male police officer nearby saw Jane Ning stunned and asked in confusion. Nothing. Jane Ning blushed, then she straightened her face and spoke seriously. Go check the surveillance first to see what's going on. Also, please ask the manager to prepare a room for us. Although Jin Ning said this, the balance in her heart had already tilted infinitely towards Lin Che. In her opinion, a martial arts master like Lin Che would definitely not be willing to lower his status to deal with a small celebrity from his own country. It must be this stupid traffic star from Ligua who did something too extreme to anger a master like Lin Che. Soon, the policeman who went to retrieve the surveillance footage came back after their investigation. The main responsibility for this incident lies with the country's popular star. However, this incident did not cause too much problem, and the identities of these two people were somewhat special. The police did not want to make a big deal out of the matter and did not impose any severe punishment. This national star left in disgrace after losing money. When Lin Che was about to take Lin Xian away, Jian Ning on the side hurriedly spoke to Lin Che. "Hello, are you a Xingyi Iquan master? I saw the video of you beating up some hooligans in the food stall last night." I know Xingyi Iquan, but I'm not a master." "And what's this video you're talking about?" Lin Che touched his ear awkwardly and said. "Someone secretly took this photo and uploaded it to the internet yesterday. Don't worry, you are doing this to help the people. We won't arrest you. What do you want to talk to me about?" "Well, I'm your fan, can you please teach me Xingyi Iquan? I have always been interested in Chinese martial arts, but I have never found a good teacher." Lin Che didn't know how to respond to this for a while. After all, he had only just acquired the skilled level of Chinese martial arts not long ago and he had never taught anyone before. If he didn't teach well, wouldn't it be? It turns out that this female police officer is actually his little fan. No wonder the police are so biased towards me this time. Based on their past behavior, I guess I have to bear part of the responsibility. After hesitating for a while, Lin Che agreed to teach Jian Ning Xingyi Iquan. Although he was not very good at teaching, it should be no problem to teach a newbie some moves. "How about this, when you are free in the future, you can come to Villa number 1 in Jiangshan Villa District, and I will find time to teach you a few moves." But Xingyi Iquan can't be learned in a short time. You have to be mentally prepared. After hearing what Lin Che said, Jian Ning almost jumped up with excitement. She originally thought that Lin Che would not agree to her request. After all, this was their first meeting and the situation was not very good. Moreover, nowadays, real masters of traditional Chinese martial arts rarely accept disciples. "Okay, master." He took in an apprentice without thinking. Forget it. It's better to take a female police apprentice than a grown man. At least she's pleasing to the eye. Chapter 26: A Bolt from the Blue. Afterwards, Lin Che drove back with Lin Xian, while Jian Ning happily left humming an unknown tune. The male police officers standing by looked puzzled. One of them couldn't help but ask, "Captain Ning, who is this man? Why are you so respectful to him?" He is my idol master," Jian Ning said with a smile on her face. Several people standing nearby were stunned. Afterwards, an explosive news spread in the police WeChat group of the Chengdong police station. The flower of Chengdong police station was picked by someone who got there first. Instantly, the police force's WeChat group exploded. However, Lin Che was unaware of all this. On the other side of the Penguin Group building, the secretary hurriedly knocked on the door of the president's office. "Come in. Boss Ma, you just asked me to investigate Director Lin Che. I found out that Director Lin had just had an argument with a celebrity from Ligua State, and the police were alerted." Xiao Ma thought to himself that he was just about to fall asleep and someone immediately brought him a pillow. No matter what kind of power Lin Che has, it's always a good idea to make friends with him first. I can just give Lin Che a small gift. Then he said to the secretary, "Tell me what happened." The secretary then told the whole story. After hearing this, Brother Xiao Ma became furious. "Asshole, this tiny country has established its own star. Do you really think that just because you have a little fame in my country, you can be so unscrupulous?" Then he took a deep breath, calmed down and spoke to the secretary. "Okay, I get it. You did a good job this time. Next time, if you have any news about Director Lin, please inform me immediately. You can go down first." "Yes, President." After saying this, the secretary retreated. After the secretary left, Xiao Ma Go immediately made a phone call to an official big shot in charge of entertainment. This man and Xiao Ma Go do have some friendship. "Director I have something I want to ask you for help with." "Oh? What is it, Mr. Ma? I will definitely help if I can." Director on the other end of the phone was also stunned when he heard what Xiao Ma said. What was the matter that required Xiao Ma to come to him in person for help? After all, the fact that the CEO of Penguin Group, Pony Ma, called personally meant that either the matter was very important, or the people involved in it were not ordinary. "I hope you can help me ban a star from Ligua." Hearing what Brother Ma said made Director even more confused. How could this little star dare to offend President Ma? This was like lighting a light in a cesspool, seeking death. Then Xiao Ma Gu explained the whole story. Don't worry, Mr. Ma. Leave this matter to me. Good. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ma Gu had a smile on his face. He had personally called to ask someone to do it. Most of the celebrities from this country can never go back. After all, a star like him can't stand being investigated. As long as problems are found, they will be dealt with severely. What's more, I have hired someone to investigate him specifically, so it's hard not to kill him. Director He on the other side hung up the phone and called one of his men in. Yang Yong, should the Karate Association invite a star from our country? Yes, Director He. First, ban this person nationwide, then check whether he has committed tax evasion. If so, notify the tax bureau to arrest him and deal with him severely. Okay, Director He. After saying that, Yang Yong went out and began to investigate Richuan Gangban, the star of this country. Humph, this kind of rubbish dares to come to my country H to make money. It's easy to come here, but it's not that easy if you want to take the money away. Director He said with a sneer. On the other side is the lounge of Richuan Steel Plate at the Jiang Province TV station. Richuan Steel Plate had no idea what was going to happen next. At this time, Richuan Gangban was putting on makeup in the lounge. He looked neither human nor ghost, and his hairstyle was very feminine, making him look more and more like a sissy. Brother, you made the right decision to bring me to China this time. This variety show alone will earn me 3 million yuan, and I will also receive a salary of 10 million yuan after filming this idol drama. Richuan Gangban said this excitedly. It turns out that the agent of Rikawa Steel Plate is his brother Rikawa Titanium Steel. Richuan Titanium Steel on the side also said with a smile on his face. Ha, Gangban, this is just the beginning of the H country entertainment industry. When you become more famous in country H, just say a few words in public that you love country H, and then the money will just flow into your wallet without you even having to do anything. Ha, I'll see if those people back home still dare to laugh at us. The money they make is not even a fraction of what we make. Hee, yes, and the girls from country H are also quite enthusiastic. Several of them came to our door on their own initiative yesterday. This place is simply a paradise for us Liberian people, ha ha ha. Richuan Gangban said with an obscene smile on his face. The two brothers, Richuan Steel Plate and Richuan Titanium Steel, were filled with emotion, waiting to make a fortune in country H this time, and they would have a bright future. At this moment, the door of Richuan Gangban's lounge was suddenly pushed open, and the director walked in with a gloomy face. I'm sorry, Mr. Hikawa Koban, I think we can't continue to cooperate. This is the termination contract, please sign it. The director said with a dark face and expressionless face. As he said this, he slammed the termination contract on the table. What? What's going on, director? As he spoke, Richuan Titanium Steel picked up the contract and took a look at it. It stated that they had to pay a penalty of 20 million yuan for breach of contract. At this moment, it was as if a bolt from the blue struck Rikawa Steel Plate and Rikawa Titanium Steel hard on the heads. As for Richuan Gangban, he was so frightened that he was stunned. Fortunately, Richuan Titanium Steel was relatively good and could remain calm, so he asked. Director, is there any misunderstanding between us? Why do you want to terminate the contract all of a sudden? And we came here this time at the invitation of the Karate Association. If you suddenly want to terminate the contract, the association will not agree, and it will be difficult for you to explain to them. Just when Richuan Titanium Steel was about to say something else, the phone rang. It turned out to be a call from Lin Feng, the president of the Karate Association. Richuan Titanium Steel quickly answered Lin Feng's call. After all, this was the capital that allowed them to continue making money in country H, and they could not afford to offend him. Hello, President, your call is so timely. The director of this variety show suddenly wants to terminate the contract with us for some reason. What do you think we should do? Chapter 27 What to Do. How dare you tell me this? I asked you to promote karate, not to cause trouble for me. At this moment, Lin Feng's furious roar almost ruptured the eardrum of Richuan Titanium Steel. At this time, Richuan Titanium Steel was completely confused and didn't know what was going on. After a while, Richuan Titanium Steel finally came to his senses and said, Mr. Lin, what's wrong with you? We have been preparing for this variety show since we came to country H. How could we cause you any trouble? Ha, you still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Don't you know what you did? Lin Feng was also so angry that he laughed at Yamamoto Kota. Prepare the money to pay for the breach of contract, and then get out of here. No, President Lin, this is different from what we agreed upon. What is the situation now? Why do you want to terminate the contract suddenly? Fuck you, it's fine if you don't say anything. The more you talk, the angrier I get. You don't even know who you've offended, do you? Lin Feng took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, let me tell you this, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended, and now you have been banned nationwide by Country H, understand? After saying that, Lin Feng hung up the phone without waiting for Richuan Titanium Steel to speak. Richuan Titanium Steel was completely confused. After coming to Country H, he had been negotiating cooperation matters with the directors of variety shows and had not offended anyone. If it's not me, then. Rikawa Titanium Steel turned around and glared at Rikawa Steel Plate fiercely, then suddenly punched Rikawa Steel Plate hard, sending him flying. Richuan Gangban sat on the ground, covering his face with his hands and saying with an aggrieved expression, brother, why did you hit me? After hearing what he said, Richuan Titanium Steel became even angrier, rushed forward, grabbed Richuan Steel Plate's collar and said, Bagayalu, why should I hit you? I asked you to come to Country H to make money, what about you? What did you do? Who the hell did you offend? Do you know that because you offended someone, you have been banned from the H country's entertainment industry? Do you know what this means? This means that not only will you not be able to earn a penny in Country H, but you will also have to bear a debt of 20 million in liquidated damages. Richuan Titanium Steel shouted angrily. How could this happen? Richuan Gangban murmured with a dull look on his face. Not only can he not make any money in Country H, but the 20 million debt alone is enough to drain him out of his pocket. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to Richuan Steel Plate. Tell me, who did you offend? I don't know either. Richuan Gangban racked his brains but could not imagine that his current miserable situation was caused by Lin Che. After thinking for a while, Lin Che's image suddenly emerged in his mind and gradually appeared in Richuan Gangban's mind. Could it be him? No, it's impossible. How could it be him? Tell me who you offended. And Richuan Steel Plate shook his head with a confused look on his face. I don't know either, but he's the only one I've offended since coming to Country H, but he doesn't look like someone powerful. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have dared to offend him. Sign the contract quickly and get out of here, or I'll have security come over to treat you. Seeing that the two people still didn't understand the situation, the director sneered and left. The next day, the news that Richuan Gangban was banned nationwide from the entertainment industry became known to everyone and even became a hot topic on entertainment news. Even some official news public accounts have forwarded this message. This led many people to comment under this report saying that the authorities had finally done a good thing, and some said that the garbage should be rolled back to where it belongs. However, even though things have developed to this point, those brainless female fans of Richuan Gangban are still collectively clamoring to report the authorities. What's even more outrageous is that some crazy fans even organized a group of people to march with banners. Although they had not walked far, they were all taken away by the police. As for Lin Che, he just watched all this with a bystander's mindset. Although he didn't know who did it, he thought it was a great job. TSK, having these brainless fans, I really don't know whether it's a blessing or bad luck for you, haha. Lin Che said with a smile while looking at the two people opposite. Originally, this was just to stop you from continuing to develop in Country H, but with these brainless fans of yours making such a fuss, you're going to be in big trouble if you don't die. Richuan Steel Plate and Richuan Titanium Steel, who were sitting opposite Lin Che, stood in front of Lin Che with embarrassed expressions. The two of them also spent a lot of money to get Lin Che's address. The two men came to Lin Che to apologize early in the morning, but unfortunately they came too early and Lin Che hadn't gotten up yet. They waited at the door for more than 2 hours before they saw Lin Che. As soon as they saw Lin Che, they cried and apologized and begged Lin Che to let him go. As for Lin Che's identity, they did not dare to investigate after they saw Lin Che's address. After all, only the rich and powerful can afford to live in this kind of villa area, and they live in the top-notch #1 villa. Moreover, they can directly cut off their star career in Country H, and they simply cannot afford to offend them. They also thought that after apologizing to Lin Che, they could ask Lin Che to allow them to continue to develop in Country H. After all, it is too easy to make money in the entertainment industry in Country H. If it really doesn't work, I don't ask to continue making money in Country H, but I ask to be waived of the penalty, and then quickly return to my own country and never come to Country H again. Richuan Gangban stood there with his head down, not daring to say a word. On the contrary, Richuan Titanium Steel, who was standing next to him and had experienced many ups and downs, immediately spoke to Lin Che. Mr. Lin, this is our fault. Yesterday, we were ignorant and offended you. We are very sorry. We hope you can be magnanimous and just let it go. After that, Richuan Titanium Steel took out a check and said flatteringly, "This is 10 million. Consider it our gift to you. I hope you can show some mercy and give us a way out." Richuan Gangban, who was standing by, felt heartbroken when he saw this scene. Although this 10 million did not empty his family's assets, it still emptied half of it. However, if this 10 million can allow him to continue making money in Country H, the money he earns will be far more than 10 million. After hearing this, Lin Che took a look at the check and put it away. After all, there is no reason not to accept the money that is delivered to your door. As for whether this matter should be done or not, that is another matter. Besides, I don't know who did it or what to do about it. Chapter 28 Despair. Lin Che sneered and said, "Ha, you want me to let you go for just 10 million? Okay, I'll take the money. As for whether to let you go, I'll think about it. You guys go." Richuan Titanium Steel, who was standing by, was delighted when he saw this. Looking at Lin Che's expression, he thought there might be a chance for this matter to turn around. But Richuan Titanium Steel was completely furious. "Who the hell do you think you are? Still considering it? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Judging from Lin Che's expression, Richuan Steel Plate seemed to be planning to take the money and not do the job. When Richuan Titanium Steel, who was standing by, heard what his brother said, his face froze and the anger in his heart instantly erupted. Suddenly he turned around and slapped Richuan Gangban in the face. How could these parents give birth to such a bastard? Get out! Is this the right place for you to talk? Get out! Get out right now! Richuan Titanium Steel cursed angrily. Originally, there could have been a chance for this matter to turn around, but it was completely ruined by the disturbance caused by Richuan Steel Plate. Not only was the matter not resolved, but 10 million was also handed over in vain. After scolding Richuan Gangban, he immediately said to Lin Che, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, this guy has an underdeveloped cerebellum and said some confusing things. I hope you don't mind." Lin Che's face had already darkened at this moment. He had no intention of helping them in the first place and was still thinking about what excuse he should use to perfunctorily answer them, but now it seemed that it was no longer necessary. This Richuan Steel Plate directly gave a reason. "Really? If that's the case, then I'll give you a piece of advice. If you are sick, hurry back to Libangwo to get treatment, otherwise don't go back." Hearing Lin Che's words, the mysterious pride of Li Guobang and Richuan Titanium Steel's heart was also aroused. Richuan Titanium Steel suppressed his anger and said, "Mr. Lin, there is an old saying in Country H that goes, 'Leave a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future.' Do you have to be so ruthless? In the end, no one will look good." After saying that, he turned around and pulled the Richuan Steel Plate away. Due to Lin Che's mysterious background, Richuan Titanium Steel only dared to talk about it and did not dare to confront Lin Che head-on. Well, it seems that if we want to continue to develop in Country H, we still have to find another way. Although he could completely ignore Rikawa Titanium Steel and return to his country, Rikawa Steel Plate was still his younger brother after all. If I really don't care about Richuan Gangban, then I will have no place in the entertainment industry. After all, if he doesn't even take care of his own brother, who would dare to let him take care of him? If this happens, you won't be able to make money in the entertainment industry in the future. Besides, it's so easy to make money in the Chinese entertainment industry, and I don't want to go back just like that. On the other side, Richuan Titanium Steel had a somewhat unwilling look on his face after leaving Lin Che's villa. I have to say that Richuan Titanium Steel is quite capable. In just one day, countless internet trolls have emerged and started to manipulate comments and whitewash the image in a frenzy and organized manner together with the brainless fans. After this day, the public opinion on the internet gradually began to change. However, Richuan Steel Plate on the side became more and more angry the more he thought about it, and said to Richuan Titanium Steel on the side, "Brother, are we just going to go back like this? This guy took the money but didn't do the job. I really can't swallow this anger." However, after hearing these words, Richuan Titanium Steel became even more furious. He yelled angrily, "Shut your fucking mouth. If it weren't for you, would we have ended up like this?" After a roar, Richuan Gangban realized that it was his own problem. He didn't dare to say anything and just shut up. Reachwan Titanium Steel, who was standing by, struggled for a while, looked at a phone number on his phone, and finally dialed it. Waited until the afternoon. This day, Chuan Titanium Steel was sitting in a restaurant quite nervously. Opposite to Reachwan Titanium Steel sat a middle-aged man with a bloated figure, a bald head and a somewhat vulgar look on his face. "Hello, Mr. Du." Reachwan Titanium Steel said this with a somewhat flattering smile on his face. This Mr. Du is the Deputy General Manager of Penguin Interactive Entertainment. Penguin Interactive Entertainment is a subsidiary of the entertainment division of the Penguin Group and is also the largest entertainment company in Country H. In Country H, this company is backed by the giant Penguin Group, so basically no one dares to mess with it. It is the leader in the entertainment sector. Therefore, Reachwan Titanium Steel placed its last hope on Du Sheng, hoping that Du Sheng could help it think of a way to resolve the issue of the banned Reachwan steel plate. "Well, tell me what you want from me." After Du Sheng sat down, he glanced at Reachwan Titanium Steel and spoke casually. That's right, Mr. Do you also know that our Reachwan steel plate was banned nationwide because of a small incident? I invited you here this time because I wanted you to help me work on this matter and see if I could get the ban on my steel plate lifted." As he said this, Reachwan Titanium Steel took out a check from his pocket and gently pushed it in front of Du Sheng. "This is 5 million. It's just a small token of gratitude, not a tribute. I hope you can accept it." Listening to what Reachwan Titanium Steel said, Du Sheng silently accepted the check and spoke casually. "Oh, then tell me what's going on." When Reachwan Titanium Steel saw Du Sheng accept the check, he immediately said excitedly, "It's like this, Mr. Du, our gangban had a conflict with a young man named Lin Che while eating at a restaurant a few days ago, and then he was banned for no apparent reason." "Oh?" Du Sheng was standing there with his brows slightly frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. "Tell me again, who did your Reachwan gangban offend?" Reachwan Titanium Steel spoke with a smile on his face. "It's a young man named Lin Che." "Lin Che?" Du Sheng seemed to suddenly remember something and his expression suddenly changed. He took out his cell phone, looked through the information on it, clicked on Lin Che's photo, and handed the phone to Reachwan Titanium Steel. Ever since Lin Che became the major shareholder of Penguin Group, the head office had already distributed Lin Che's photo information to the mobile phones of managers in each subsidiary. "Look, is this the person?" After taking a look at Lin Che's photo, Reachwan Titanium Steel nodded immediately. Yes, that's him. "President Du, do you know him?" "That would be great if that's the case." "Please, Mr. Du, please help us with the steel plates." Hearing this, Du Sheng sneered, took out the check he had received before and said, "Mr. Reachwan, I advise you not to waste your energy. If you have offended Mr. Lin Che, then no one in the entire H country can help you." Chapter 29, Brother Xiaoma? Reachwan Titanium Steel asked with a puzzled look. "Boss Du, what do you mean? Is it possible that Lin Che's background is so powerful that you can't do anything about it?" Du Sheng said with a sneer on his face. "Let me tell you this, Mr. Lin is the major shareholder of our Penguin Group, and he is one of the top 3 shareholders. Do you understand what I mean?" What, how is this possible? He is so young, how could he be a major shareholder of Penguin Group?" After hearing what Du Sheng said, Reachwan Titanium Steel's face suddenly turned pale and he muttered in disbelief. "But I have to believe it. After all, there is no need for Du Sheng to deceive me." Just when Reachwan Titanium Steel was still doubting his life, Du Sheng's cell phone suddenly rang. Du Sheng took a look and saw that it was a piece of news pushed out by the system app. Ligwa's Reachwan steel plate is suspected of tax evasion. Police investigation found that Reachwan steel plate evaded more than 5 million yuan in taxes and has been arrested by the police in accordance with the law. When Du Sheng saw the message, his face suddenly turned dark. He immediately stood up and said to Reachwan Titanium Steel, "Mr. Reachwan Titanium Steel, I hope you remember one thing. After we leave here, we have never seen each other and we don't know each other. Do you understand?" After saying this, Du Sheng turned and left. Mr. Du, please wait." Just when Reachwan Titanium Steel was about to catch up with Du Sheng, 2 people in police uniforms walked straight towards Reachwan Titanium Steel. "Mr. Reachwan Titanium Steel, we are from the Zhejiang Province Police Department. We now suspect that you are involved in a tax evasion case. Please come with us." After saying that, he took out an investigation warrant. Seeing this scene, Reachwan Titanium Steel suddenly became weak and fell directly on the chair. He knew that he was doomed, he knew exactly what was wrong with him and he couldn't stand up to investigation. At this moment, Rikawa Titanium Steel's hatred for Rikawa Steel Plate has reached its peak. However, on the other side, Lin Che was having dinner with Lin Xian, and the two were chatting happily. At this time, Lin Che's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Che looked at the phone number and saw that it was a completely unfamiliar number, so he hung up directly. Just after hanging up, she called again. This time Lin Che did not hang up. It would not be good if it was someone she knew and kept hanging up on them. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Che-lin? Yes, I am. Who are you? For some reason, Lin Che always felt that the voice on the other end of the phone seemed to have been heard somewhere before. It was like the sound of my wallet wailing constantly. Hello Mr. Lin, I finally got through to you. Let me introduce myself first. I am Ma Yunting, the chairman of Penguin Group. On the other side, Pony Ma, who was in the office of the chairman of Tencent Group, had a smile on his face and said immediately. Ha? What did you say? Are you Pony Boy? Lin Se said excitedly. Yes, it's me. The smile on Xiaoma Ge's face became even more intense. Looking at Lin Che's reaction, it seemed that it was not as difficult as he had imagined for him to take back the Penguin Group shares in Lin Che's hands. But in the next moment, the smile on Xiaoma's face suddenly disappeared. All I could hear was Lin Che's voice on the other end of the line. You are still Xiao Ma Ge? If you are Xiao Ma Ge, then I am Ma Huayun. After saying this, Lin Che hung up the phone. As the phone was hung up, a busy tone sounded and Xiao Ma was stunned. This sentence made Xiao Ma Ge, who had a smiling face, completely dumbfounded. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this before. Brother Xiao Ma on the other end of the phone was completely dumbfounded. Someone hung up on me? At this moment, Xiao Ma Ge's mentality exploded. Normally, when I make a phone call, I always answer the call very carefully. As a result, the call I made couldn't get through at first, and when it did get through, the call was hung up after I could only say a few words. He now felt that everything seemed to be different from what he had originally thought. Ha, Xiao Ma brother? After Lin Yu hung up the phone, he said with some disdain. Boss, what if it's really brother Xiao Ma? You may not have heard clearly because you drank a little. How about we confirm it? Just when Lin Che was about to speak, the phone rang again. Lin Che glanced at the phone number and hung up. Even if it was really Xiao Ma Ge, so what? It's not too much to interrupt my good thing and hang up on you a few times. Then came the second and third calls. Brother Xiao Ma's face on the other end of the phone became increasingly darker. Damn it, he just doesn't answer my call. Finally, just when Xiao Ma Ge was about to collapse, Lin Che answered the phone. Fuck you, you said you were Xiao Ma Ge, you need to prove it to me first. Lin Che said irritably. However, after these words were spoken, Xiao Ma Ge on the other end of the phone suddenly gave a bitter smile. How about this, Mr. Lin? Our Penguin Group has a branch in Jiang Province. You can find out when you have time. I will be in the Jiang Province branch during this period. Xiao Ma said this in a calm tone, and Lin Lu on the other end of the phone was stunned when he heard this. Okay, I'll be there later. Lin Che agreed immediately, but sneered in her heart. Ha, you are Xiao Ma Ge, and you dare to ask me to go to the Jiang Province branch. Let me see how I will expose you when I go there this afternoon. But why does this voice sound so familiar? After hanging up the phone, Lin Che was no longer in the mood to continue eating, so he went back to his room to rest and sober up, even though he didn't drink much. It was already afternoon when Lin Chen woke up. Lin Che washed up a bit and asked Lin Xian to drive him to the branch of Penguin Group in Jiang Province. Although Lin Che was sober, there was still alcohol in his body, so he had to trouble Lin Xian to take him there. After parking the car, Lin Che entered the branch of Penguin Group alone. Hello. Looking at the receptionist there, Lin Che spoke. Hello sir, how can I help you? The receptionist looked at Lin Che and spoke with a professional smile on her face. I'm looking for your chairman, Brother Ma, Mr. Ma. The lady at the front desk was slightly stunned for a moment, as she was surprised that such a young person came to see Mr. Ma, and then she said to Lin Che. Sir, do you have an appointment? Just call him directly and tell him that Lin Che is looking for him. Lin Che also said calmly. Okay sir, please wait a moment. I need to check with Mr. Ma's secretary. Sir, you can take a rest in the reception area. I will help you make the connection. The lady at the front desk looked at Lin Che and felt that she was not here to cause trouble on purpose, so she planned to notify Mr. Ma's secretary. After all, she couldn't contact Mr. Ma. The lady at the front desk immediately spoke. Good. Chapter 30, An Unusual Identity. Lin Che nodded, then walked to the sofa beside him and sat down, waiting quietly on the sofa. After the receptionist and the secretary finished their phone call, they quickly brought a cup of coffee to Lin Che respectfully. On the other side, Brother Ma had just finished a video conference and was sitting in the office rubbing his eyes to rest when there was a sudden knock on the door of the office. Xiao Ma frowned slightly and said, "Come in." Looking at his secretary, Xiao Ma Ge spoke. "Tell me what's the matter." "Mr. Ma, Mr. Lin has arrived and is now in the lobby downstairs." Hearing this, Xiao Ma Ji's face suddenly changed. "Come on, come with me to meet Mr. Lin." Soon, this little brother Ma came downstairs. When he got downstairs, Xiao Ma Ge saw Lin Che sitting there drinking coffee. Lin Che also saw him and immediately stood up and walked towards him. Although Lin Che did not show anything on the surface, he was still a little surprised in his heart. It turns out to be Xiao Ma Gu. I was thinking of exposing him. In the end, it turned out that I was the clown. This is so embarrassing. Fortunately, the shoes are good enough, otherwise I would have been able to afford a 3-bedroom apartment. Although he holds 15% of the shares, the person in front of him is the actual person in charge of the entire Penguin Group. Although some of this guy's business practices seem unethical. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, I came down late and kept you waiting. You came without notifying me in advance so that I could come down to pick you up. This little brother Ma looked at Lin Che with a smile on his face and said, If brother Xiao Ma wants to meet me, I will definitely come. I hope I am not disturbing your work now. Lin Che also said with a smile. Why are you disturbing me? Come on, this way please. Xiao Ma Gu also spoke, his face full of smiles. Lin Che and Xiao Ma Gu exchanged a few pleasantries and then walked inside together. However, the receptionist standing nearby was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth, her face full of shock. At this moment, the young lady's heart was already in turmoil. I didn't expect that this young handsome guy actually knew Mr. Ma. Judging from Mr. Ma's appearance, he still put Lin Che on the same level as himself. Who is this handsome guy? It was unexpected that Mr. Ma treated him like this, and he seemed to be somewhat respectful to him. For a moment, the receptionist stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. At this time, Lin Che and Xiao Ma Ge had already arrived at Xiao Ma Ji's office together. "Mr. Lin, please take a seat," Xiao Ma Ge said to Lin Yu with a smile on his face. "Xiao Wang, go make a cup of tea," Xiao Ma Ge said to the secretary. Soon the secretary came over with 2 cups of tea. "Mr. Lin, you are really young and promising." Lin Che took a sip of tea, then said calmly, "Boss Ma, you are too kind. Just say whatever you want to say. I don't like to do things in a roundabout way. It's better to be direct." When Xiao Ma Ge heard Lin Che's words, he was also slightly stunned, then he laughed and said, Mr. Lin is a straightforward person. I'll just say what I want to say. Mr. Lin, it's like this. We hope to buy back the 15% of Penguin Group shares you hold. Of course, I will definitely not let you lose money. We will buy it back at a premium of 30% above the market price. Lin Che had already guessed what Xiao Ma said. It had been rumored that Penguin Group CEO Ma Yunting was buying back shares of his own company, so Lin Che did not show any surprise. Then, Lin Che said to brother Xiao Ma with a faint smile, "Mr. Ma, you are joking. The stock price of Penguin Group is booming right now. Although my 15% stake is not much, it can bring me billions of dollars in revenue every year at least. Even if I sell it at a price 30% higher than the market price, isn't that like throwing away the watermelon for the sesame seeds? So I don't think there is any need for me to sell my shares." As he spoke, Lin Che took a sip of tea and continued. "I am different from Mr. Ma and other top businessmen like you. I am only interested in money. Although I have the shares, I have no interest in the factional fights within the Ghost Company. So, Mr. Ma, if you are worried that my holding these shares will affect your status, then you don't have to worry. As long as the monthly dividends are deposited into my card on time, I will be satisfied." After saying this, Lin Che put down the empty cup of tea. Meanwhile, brother Xiao Ma, who was sitting opposite Lin Che, had a gleam in his eyes. Seeing Xiao Ma go like this, Lin Che continued to speak. "Of course, if you are really worried, Mr. Ma, I can sign an agreement with you. I can give up my voting rights in exchange for the annual dividends. Now Lin Che said this in front of Xiao Ma Ge, and Xiao Ma Ji's eyes lit up after hearing it. If that's the case, that would be great. Xiao Ma Ge immediately said with a smile. Mr. Lin, you don't have to be like this. I still believe in your character. In that case, I wish us a pleasant cooperation in advance. This little brother Ma is also a smart guy. At first, he was worried that Lin Che's appearance would have some impact on his status. But now, since Lin Che has already said this, there is no reason for him to refuse Lin Yu, let alone sign the agreement. If he really signs it, his position will be consolidated, but he will also lose a powerful ally. After all, he had asked someone to check Lin Che's file a long time ago, but it turned out that he couldn't find anything. The person he asked wanted to retrieve Lin Che's file, but it turned out that he did not have sufficient authority. In addition, after Lin Che became the major shareholder of their Penguin Group, the stock price not only did not fall, but instead soared a little. This was enough to prove that Lin Che's identity and background were extraordinary. This also led to Xiao Ma Ge not choosing to sign that agreement with Lin Yu after hearing Lin Che's proposal. If this agreement is signed, it will be offensive. It would be better not to sign it. After all, even he himself couldn't find out Lin Che's identity. Such a person would not bother to lie and go back on his word. This could also bring the two of them closer together, plus he had helped Lin Che once before. Of course, I couldn't let Lin Che know about this from here, otherwise I would be too. It seems that Mr. Ma is also a straightforward person. After finishing speaking, Lin Che and Xiao Ma Ge smiled at each other. After the two finished discussing the serious matters, they exchanged pleasantries for a while. Xiao Ma Ge also invited Lin Che to visit the headquarters of their Penguin Group when he was free. After all, Lin Che was a major shareholder and he should go and take a look. The matter was resolved. After Lin Che stood up and said goodbye to Xiao Ma Ge, he left the Penguin Group branch in Jiang Province. Chapter 31 New Mission. After leaving the Penguin Group branch, Lin Che got in the car and prepared to leave. Lin Qian, let's go to the mall and buy some things first. Good. Soon the two arrived at the mall. The two of them walked into the mall together, and in the mall, there was a live broadcast host with a bunch of cosmetics, conducting a live interview there. The young couples passing by all fell into the host's trap. As soon as Lin Che and Lin Qian entered the mall, they were spotted by the anchor. After all, Lin Che and Lin Qian are both very eye-catching in terms of their looks. If two such good-looking people could enter his live broadcast room, it would definitely increase the popularity of his live broadcast room. The female anchor immediately walked towards Lin Che and the others, poked the microphone into Lin Che's mouth, and began to speak. Hello handsome guy, if your annual salary is 1 million, are you willing to use it to buy a bag for your girlfriend? At this time, the female anchor's movements attracted the attention of many passers-by. Passers-by stopped and looked at Lin Che with pity. They were actually being stared at by this man. This female anchor often uses this routine on young couples, and they are no longer surprised by it. This female anchor usually targets couples and asks this kind of questions. Most guys will act cute and say they are willing when their girlfriends are around. They don't have it anyway, so there is no harm in pretending. Of course, if you answer like this, you will completely fall into the trap set by this female anchor. Once she says yes, the female anchor will start promoting the bag she is carrying. At this time, boys will be in a dilemma and have no choice but to buy it. After all, he had already made a big promise before. If he didn't even buy some bags or cosmetics, the female anchor would label him a scumbag. And if I don't buy it, my girlfriend will get upset and throw a tantrum at me. Therefore, boys who meet this female anchor can only choose to pay money and be done with it. Besides, how many boys would like to be labeled as a scumbag who doesn't love his girlfriend in front of the camera? And even if there is no camera, boys generally don't want to endure their girlfriend's temper, and they choose to spend money to settle the matter. This female anchor grasped the boys' psychology and used this trick to deceive the young couples passing by. They used this to sell low-quality bags and cosmetics to make a profit. Moreover, this routine can also satisfy those people in his live broadcast room. After all, most of the people who stay in a live broadcast room like mine are feminist women who believe that if someone loves you, they should give you everything. But unfortunately, the person she chose this time was Lin Che. The female anchor also continued to ask. Hello little brother, are you willing? If your annual salary is 1 million, are you willing to spend it on buying bags and cosmetics for your girlfriend? When Lin Che heard this, she was stunned for a moment before continuing. No, wait a minute, how much do you want? The female anchor was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then said. 1 million, little brother. But after she finished saying this, she saw Lin Che speaking with a look of disbelief on his face. 1 million? How can we still live like this? The female anchor despised Lin Che in her heart, but in order to sell the bag, she still spoke with a smile on her face. Brother, don't get excited. This is just an if, it's not true. Lin Che shouted even more excitedly after hearing this. What if? That won't work. I only have 1 million a year. I will starve to death. It won't even be enough for a meal. As Lin Che finished speaking, the passers-by who were watching the excitement were stunned. The female anchor was also stunned. The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned, and there was not a single comment on the screen for a while. Lin Che's words just now stunned everyone. This is me. Why doesn't this guy play by the rules? This script is not like this. The female anchor was stunned by Lin Che's words, but she soon came to her senses. He also began to doubt Lin Che's words. 1 million was not enough for a meal? Although Lin Che was wearing Versace, the total cost of the outfit was only a few $100,000 at most. You told me that 1 million is not enough for a meal, are you kidding me? That kind of top boss would be someone like you? Ha, let me show you how I can expose your pretentiousness. After thinking about this, the female anchor spoke to Lin Che. Ha, then I wonder if I can ask, what does this little brother do? Me? I'm just a freelancer. Lin Che shrugged calmly and said calmly. However, the female anchor there was stunned again after hearing Lin Che's words. Freelancers? Isn't that just being homeless? Then, he said with a hint of contempt. TSK, why are there so many bulls in the sky? Turns out someone is just bragging. 1 million is not even enough for a meal, and you really think you are some kind of rich man? You are ridiculous. After hearing what the female anchor said, Lin Che smiled and prepared to leave. He was in a good mood today and didn't want to bother with this idiot. Ding, the system has issued a task. Hit this pretentious girl's face hard. Lin Che was stunned when he heard the system message. Ha, you can't blame me for this. It's not that I 1T let you go, it's the system that 1T let you go. Lin Che didn't answer and just made a phone call. Hey, I'm at gate 1 of the mall, come over here. Okay, Mr. Lin, we'll be there in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man, panting, ran over. Hey, isn't this the manager of Qiantao Mall? Why is he here? Yui Wei ran to Lin Che breathlessly. Boss Lin, you are here. Why didn't you notify me in advance? I'll come down to greet you. Before Lin Che could say anything, the silly female anchor at the side spoke with a sarcastic look on her face. Hey, bro, can you hire some professional extras next time? You, Mr. Lin, why don't you say that this Qiantao Mall is yours? After Lin Che glanced coldly at the female anchor, she said to Yui Wei. Is this how you manage the mall? Do you dare to let anyone in there? Are all these deceptive live streamers allowed in? Get out now, I don't want to see her here again. Yes, you are right. Mr. Lin, I will have her kicked out right away. Yui Wei said to Lin Yu respectfully. After saying that, Yui Wei called the security guard to come over. Soon a group of burly security guards came over. The female anchor was completely dumbfounded when she saw the group of strong men walking towards her. Then he seemed to have given up completely and started shouting hysterically. Chapter 32, The arrow is on the string and must be shot. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. How could you be the boss here? These are definitely extras you hired. They must be a shill. When Yui Wei saw that the female anchor was still making a scene, he immediately waved his hand and shouted loudly. What are you still standing there for? Get this crazy woman out of here. When the female anchor saw this scene, her body seemed to be hollowed out and she completely collapsed to the ground. She understood in her heart that she had completely offended the owner of Qiantao Mall and lost her job. After all, if I can't trick these young couples here, even if I can do it somewhere else, it won't be as good as here. The traffic in other shopping malls is simply incomparable to here. The audience in her live broadcast room also changed their tone and started cursing. Stupid anchor, you're questioning someone for pretending to be stupid? Ah, that's really awesome. Unfollow, unfollow, what qualifications do you have to doubt others, you rubbish anchor? Oh my god, this anchor is really rubbish. I just checked this anchor out and many people are saying online that she sells low quality products. Oh my god, this is too disgusting. It's okay to trick others, but what they sell is just low-quality garbage. For a moment, the live broadcast room was full of people cursing the female anchor, and no one dared to say a word for her. Lin Che signed in today and obtained 100% of the shares of Qiantao Mall. She originally just wanted to come and take a look and buy something, but she didn't expect to encounter this and complete a task by the way. Congratulations to the host for completing the bronze challenge mission. Receive a reward of 1 million and a bronze treasure chest. 1 million? Lin Che had a black question mark on his face? Do I, Lin Che, look like someone who is short of this 1 million? I still have 666.6 billion to spend. Are you insulting me by giving me 1 million? You might as well give me a few limited edition supercars or something. Lin Che couldn't help but complain in his heart as he looked at the 1 million. The system brings up my personal dashboard. Let me take a look. Host, Lin Che. Age, 23. Height, 185 centimeters. Charm, 8. Charm is a special attribute with a maximum of 10 points. Strength, 39. Agility, 40. Spirit, 35. Cars, Lamborghini Neo, Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Assets, Villa No. 1, Shenyu Building, 15% of Penguin Group shares, Qiantao Mall. Lin Che looked at her attribute panel and couldn't help but feel distressed. Epsilon equals Omicron. How should I spend this money? Why can't I spend it all no matter how hard I try? Oh, it's so uncomfortable. After finishing the work, Lin Che took Lin Xian to stroll around the mall. Finally, Lin Che picked out a few sets of clothes and bought some accessories in an anima store. The total cost was over 100,000 yuan. After buying, the two continued shopping. When passing by a Chanel store, Lin Xian's eyes fell on a perfume in the display cabinet. Lin Che noticed Lin Xian's look, smiled slightly, and took Lin Xian into the Chanel store. Lin Che pointed at the perfume that Lin Xian had been staring at and said to the waiter, "Please pack this perfume for me." Although Lin Xian could afford it, she was reluctant to buy such an expensive perfume. Lin Che handed the card to the waiter. "Yes, sir." As he spoke, the waiter took the card, swiped it, and began to pack the perfume for Lin Che. "Boss, what do you want?" Lin Che took the perfume bag and handed it to Lin Xian. "This is for you. It's a reward for you to stay with me for so long today." Lin Xian was stunned and her face turned red instantly. She must have been seen by her boss because she was looking at the perfume. "Take it. You won't accept the things I give you?" Lin Xian smiled charmingly and said, "Thank you, boss." "No big deal, let's go back and eat. We're hungry after walking around for so long." "Okay, I'll cook then." "Oh, it looks like we're in for a treat tonight." After saying that, Lin Che took Lin Xian to the supermarket to buy some food ingredients and also bought a bottle of Lafite red wine worth more than 70,000 yuan. It's not that Lin Che doesn't want to buy something better, it's just that this is the best thing in the supermarket. After the two returned to Villa No. 1, Lin Xian went to the kitchen with the ingredients. Lin Che wanted to go in and help, but was pushed out by Lin Xian. With nothing to do, Lin Che had to lie on the sofa, watching TV and waiting for Lin Xian to prepare the meal. After a while, the delicious food was served on the table. There were several delicious dishes on the table, and Lin Che took out a few candles from somewhere and lit them. Add 2 glasses of red wine and the candlelight dinner is complete. The dinner for the two of them was quite good because they both drank some wine, so after the meal Lin Che and Lin Xian leaned on the sofa and watched TV. If the boss wants it later, should I accept it, or accept it, or accept it? But if that's the case, wouldn't it be too fast? Lin Xian, who was standing next to Lin Che, was feeling a little confused, her face flushed as she thought about it. Suddenly Lin Che reached out and hugged Lin Xian's waist. He gradually tightened his hands and pulled Lin Xian over. Lin Che looked at Lin Xian affectionately and said gently, "Xian, you look so beautiful now." "Boss, I..." When Lin Xian, who was standing by, heard Lin Che's words, her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment and she just raised her head to speak. For a moment, the two looked at each other. Lin Xian raised her head, and Lin Che beside her couldn't help but lowered his head and kissed her directly. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly widened and her brain went blank. Although Lin Xian had some feelings for Lin Che, she was still a virgin after all. Afterwards, Lin Xian also closed her eyes and naturally put her arms around Lin Che's neck. At this moment, Lin Xian had no other extra thoughts. Although she was attracted by Lin Che's money at first, after spending more time with him, Lin Xian gradually found that she was really falling in love with Lin Che. she felt that her body was completely out of her control. Moreover, Lin Xian had been drinking and was aroused, so she had no strength to resist, or she didn't want to resist at all. After a sound, Lin Xian felt her body going limp and she had no strength at all. Lin Che, who was standing by, felt a little dizzy, but was still conscious. This kiss was intentional on Lin Che's part. The atmosphere is already like this. If I don't do something, it would be a shame to have such a good atmosphere and such a good opportunity. They've hugged and kissed each other, and the arrow has been drawn to the string and has to be shot. Moreover, their relationship was made clear after Lin Che's kiss. After kissing for a minute, Lin Che and Lin Xian slowly separated. Lin Xian, who was standing by, blushed visibly. Seeing this, Lin Che also smiled and said, "Let's go upstairs." Lin Xian nodded, not daring to look at Lin Che. Chapter 33. Afterwards, Lin Che picked up Lin Xian. Lin Xian was frightened by Lin Che's sudden princess hug. Lin Xian subconsciously put her arms around Lin Che's neck. Lin Che carried Lin Xian upstairs. After going upstairs, Lin Che smelled the faint scent of perfume on Lin Xian and fell directly onto the bed while hugging Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a hum and lay on the bed without moving, not resisting at all. Now, Lin Xian and Lin Che were the only ones left in this empty house, and the situation became chaotic and out of control. The atmosphere was now heated, and Lin Che was a hot-blooded young man. When these two came together, it was like dry wood and raging fire. Some things were out of control. The atmosphere was getting tense, and he felt guilty if he didn't do that. So he held Lin Xian's hands and pushed her directly onto the bed. Lin Xian's face turned redder as she looked at Lin Che's body, but she couldn't take her eyes away. Lin Che's figure made it impossible for her to take her eyes away. Lin Che's figure was the type that looked thin when dressed, but had muscular body when undressed. Her figure proportions could be described as a golden tripod. Add to that Lin Che's face that can easily beat all the young handsome guys. To be honest, with these two things added together, no beauty can resist this charm. I 1T describe how this system has not been approved. The two of them had fun until almost dawn, then they stopped and slowly fell asleep. It was not until noon the next day that Lin Che slowly woke up. Lin Che opened his eyes and looked at Lin Xian, who was still sleeping beside him. The corners of Lin Che's mouth could not help but slightly rise, and he felt a little sad in his heart. If there was no system, how could such a beautiful woman be interested in me? At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly woke up. When she saw Lin Che, Lin Xian blushed and buried her head in the quilt, just like an ostrich. Looking at this scene, Lin Che also smiled slightly. Then, amid Lin Xian's screams, they began warm-up exercises. An hour later, Lin Che kissed Lin Xian on the forehead and said gently, "You should have a good rest for a while. I will prepare some food for you to replenish your body." "Good." Lin Xian was tortured badly by Lin Che last night, and said weakly. Although she had experienced Lin Che's abilities firsthand last night, the warm-up exercises in the morning still made her already exhausted body even more exhausted. Now Lin Xian just wanted to lie on the bed and didn't even want to move a finger. Lin Che got out of bed and planned to go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients to make some medicinal food for Lin Xian. After all, yesterday was the first time and he had been busy until almost dawn. I have to compensate Lin Xian well. Lin Che quickly prepared a delicious and tasty tonic soup. Not to mention that this cooking proficiency level skill is very useful, but I don't know how to upgrade it to a higher level. Lin Che brought the nourishing soup over to Lin Xian to drink. After drinking, Lin Xian fell into a deep sleep again. After all, she stayed up so late yesterday, so she did some warm-up exercises after waking up. Even a strong man couldn't stand Lin Che's torture. Seeing Lin Xian falling into a deep sleep again, Lin Che turned on his phone when he had nothing to do. As soon as Lin Che opened her phone, she saw a message from Zhang Wei, her good friend who had shared a dormitory with her for 4 years in college, inviting her to join a team in King of Glory. Zhang Wei was addicted to the mobile game Honor of Kings when he was in college. In the past, Lin Che would team up with a few good brothers in the dormitory to play the game. However, ever since Lin Che pursued Qin Shang, the expenses became more and more expensive. Lin Che had to work part-time, so naturally he had no time to play the game together. It just so happened that Lin Che had nothing to do now, and Lin Xian had gone to bed. The big meal that he had prepared for her had been prepared in the early stages and was waiting to be cooked later. When it was ready, Lin Xian would be almost up, so it was just in time for them to eat. Now was a good time to play a few games, so Lin Che replied, "Okay, wait a minute, I still need to download something." As the game was downloading, the system's voice rang in Lin Che's mind. Host, do you want to start signing in today? That's right. I haven't signed in today, so Lin Che silently said in his heart, sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Game Mastery Primary Edition. Beginner version? Isn't this the mastery level or the skilled level? How come it's the beginner level? What's going on with the system? Is there a bug? Host, please explore on your own. The system did not give Lin Che a direct answer. Lin Che no longer expected the system to tell him the reason. Host, please extract the skill reward. Why do I have to extract the skills myself now? Weren't they distributed directly before? Forget it, just extract it. Seeing that the system did not respond, Lin Che directly extracted the beginner version of the Game Mastery. The moment Lin Che finished speaking, he felt a cool sensation flowing through his body, and then a lot of information about the game operation appeared in his mind. Of course, this also includes all the information about King of Glory. After extracting it, Lin Che, who has mastered the game, has reached the level of top domestic professional players in understanding and operating each hero in King of Glory. In other words, no matter what game or hero Lin Che played, his skills were top-notch in the country. Coupled with his top-notch awareness and Lin Che's powerful attribute foundation, he was simply unstoppable. The primary version is so powerful, this advanced version, the perfect version, is even more amazing. This is an operation that humans cannot perform. But unfortunately, Lin Che didn't know how to improve his skills to an advanced or even perfect level. While Lin Che was still daydreaming, the game was downloaded and installed. After installing the game, Lin Che immediately clicked to agree to the team invitation. Lin Che couldn't wait to get into the game and kill everyone. Zhang Wei often plays this game, so his skills are naturally good and he has already reached Supreme Star. As for another good brother in the same dormitory, his skills are also pretty good and he has already reached Eternal Diamond. Although Lin Che's account hasn't been played for a long time, Zhang Wei would usually use Lin Che's account to play and bully noobs. Although it was just a small account and he couldn't beat them, he had reached Eternal Diamond, which was just the right rank for the three of them to play together. The three of them entered the room and started ranking, and with a click they entered the hero selection interface. Lin Che was the first to choose a hero to ban a hero. After the hero ban phase ended, Lin Che decisively chose a hero. Being stronger than any opponent is the greatest trouble in life. That's right, it's Emperor Kai. This was one of Lin Che's favorite heroes when he was in college. It was both good-looking and powerful, so Lin Che spent a lot of money to buy a skin for it. Now that he was back to play the game again, Lin Che immediately took out his favorite hero. Zhang Wei said in the team channel, "You still choose this hero? You are really dedicated. Now this hero has been nerfed and it's not very good. You haven't played it for such a long time. Don't let it collapse directly in the top lane later." Lin Che laughed and jokingly said, "Then can my Emperor Kai be the same as others? Just lie down." Actually, Lin Che was not joking. After all, Lin Che had already mastered the game at the entry level. With his current strength, his teammates just needed to lie back. Chapter 34, A Set of Seconds. Haha, okay. As long as you're happy. Zhang Wei didn't care. In fact, in his opinion, it didn't matter what Lin Che played. After all, he hadn't played for such a long time. Even if his skills were good before, they were useless now. What's more, the hero Lin Che chose was severely weakened. If Miyamoto is the super soldier of the blue team, then Kai Huang, chosen by Lin Che, is the super soldier of the red team. Moreover, this is the new season's Star Glory game, so it is normal even if it is defeated. However, Zhang Wei and Li Feng didn't care. The most important thing was that they had fun playing games together as brothers. Winning or losing didn't matter. Soon, both sides had made their choices. Zhang Wei, who was the jungler, chose the Swordmaster Li Bai. As for Li Feng, who was the ADC, he chose the long-reaching Gala. The mid laner and mage on their side were Annie and Xiaoming respectively. Originally, Lin Che was going to fight against the opponent's Lianpa, but Lin Che discovered that the opponent's ADC and support were Hui and Gaguzi. Supports like Gaguzi are generally used to roam around and catch people and set the tempo. It is impossible for them to always help Hui in the bottom lane, and this kind of hero does not have any protection ability. So Lin Che said, "Fengzi, let us switch lanes. You fight Lian Pa." Li Feng agreed to Lin Che without thinking, "Okay, then you should be careful. Your descendants are carrying frenzy. It will be easy to beat you after you reach level 4. It's okay. Just watch me beat him. Lin Che controlled Emperor Kai to go to the bottom lane. Soon the first wave of soldiers arrived. Level 1 Emperor Kai had no combat ability, and his arms were not long enough to hit Hou-Yi. He could only hide behind the soldiers to gain experience and wait for Hou-Yi to push the soldiers over. After Hou-Yi pushed the line of troops over, he went straight to fight the river crab. He was not afraid of Lin Che's Kai Huang developing. This version of Kai Huang was nerfed too badly. As long as he was not trapped in the grass, Hou-Yi was not afraid of Kai Huang at all. Lin Che was not in a hurry. He collected this wave of soldiers in front of the tower and upgraded to level 2. At this time, the river crab still had half of its health left. You must grab the river crab. Experience and economy are secondary. The most important thing is that the top laner Kai Huang cannot lose his face. This descendant's control over details was very precise. He beat the river crab to a low health level. However, Lin Che's Emperor Kai could not take down this amount of health with one skill. So the descendant waited until the river crab moved a little further before attacking it. Lin Che couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Do you think I can't snatch it like this? He went straight forward and used a combo of skills 1 and 2, and the skills just hit the river crab, so he snatched the crab away directly, and the experience bar increased by 1 level. Then, Lin Che's Emperor Kai was hit with a series of combos by the frustrated Hou-Yi, and was chased and beaten to lose nearly half of his health. At the low level, it was a great disadvantage for a short-armed player to fight against a long-armed player. Fortunately, Lin Che controlled Emperor Kai to return to the tower in time. One reply plus a health pack under the tower basically restored his health to full. Lin Che continued to control Emperor Kai to go forward and clear the soldiers. At this time, the second wave of soldiers had been pushed under the tower by Hou-Yi. Now they just had to wait to push this wave of soldiers to level 3, and then grab the second river crab, and they would basically be able to reach level 4. Li Bai, controlled by Zhang Wei in the top lane, has reached level 4. Now he cooperates with the support and ADC to counter Amputa the opponent's Gaguzi and directly gets a double kill. Lian Per runs away with low health. Zhang Wei's Li Bai is still very good. After all, he has been playing games for so many years. If he didn't have some skills, all these years of playing games would have been in vain. Lin Che saw that his experience points were almost reaching level 4, and he was just a little short of grabbing a river crab. Now it's my turn to perform. Lin Che controlled the distance and killed a small soldier. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed on Emperor Kai's body and he was promoted to level 4. Seeing that Emperor Kai had been upgraded to level 4 and had a big move, Hou-Yi began to retreat slowly, always keeping a distance from Emperor Kai controlled by Lin Che, and also hit Emperor Kai twice. After all, he was still full of health and was not panicked at all. But the next moment Hou-Yi was stunned. He only saw a yellow light flashing under Emperor Kai's feet and then flashing directly in front of him. He was instantly knocked away by Emperor Kai's skills. The ultimate move plus the first skill followed by a few basic attacks, this set of combos coupled with Lin Che's hand speed was too fast for Hou-Yi to react at all, and the screen turned black and white. If Hou-Yi had flash, it would still be possible for him to flash away after being knocked into the air, but Hou-Yi had rage which was completely useless in this situation. A void that even the invincible cannot fill. Emperor Kai's domineering voice rang out, and Hou-Yi fell miserably at Emperor Kai's feet. If Lu Bu is the nemesis of tank heroes, then Emperor Kai is the nemesis of all squishy heroes. Once he is caught, he will basically be killed in one move. Awesome! When did Lao Lin become so skilled? Did he practice secretly on his own? Zhang Wei exclaimed. As a jungler, Zhang Wei had to keep an eye on the situations on all lanes on the small map. He just happened to see the scene where Kai Huang, controlled by Lin Che, flashed and used a set of skills to kill Hou-Yi in 1 second. Although this combo looked simple, it was impossible to do it without calculating the timing of health points. Even he often made mistakes. Keep a low profile, these are just basic operations. Lin Che was becoming more and more satisfied with his mastery of the beginner version of the game. Let us start Emperor Kai's time. Lin Che showed a malicious smile. He controlled Emperor Kai to walk towards the river, pretending to go to support the middle lane, but in fact he was hiding in the bushes of the second tower, preparing to ambush a wave of descendants. This descendant of the player is actually a game anchor. In a residential area in Shanghai, a young girl looked at her phone screen in disbelief. After a few seconds, she reacted and said, "Oh my god, how fast is Emperor Kai's hand? I didn't even have time to react and it was gone." This girl is called Chen Siki. She is a game anchor of King of Glory on the Tiger Shark live streaming platform. She is quite famous with nearly 1 million fans. However, her own strength is not very good. She only barely became a king last season. Her strength is not even as good as Zhang Wei. Among many game anchors, her strength is at the bottom. These large numbers of fans are basically attracted by her appearance and have little to do with her gaming skills. After all, there are many anchors with good skills, but it is rare to find such a beautiful girl. After he was killed by Lin Che's Kai Huang, bullet comments popped up on the screen. Ha ha ha, the host is dumbfounded, right? Host, do you feel the horror of the hand speed of a single guy who has been single for 18 years? Emperor Kai, I'm just a legend, don't be obsessed with me. But to be honest, Kai Huang's hand speed is really terrifying. If he makes a mistake in operation, he will just flash and give away a head. The anchor told you not to rush to gain points in the new season because it's too easy to run into a master. Look, you just ran into a master. Sorry, Chapter 33 has not passed the review. Sorry, Chapter 33 has not passed the review. Chapter 35 Explosive Output. Chen Siki glanced at the comments on the screen, smiled awkwardly, and then controlled the newly resurrected Hui while walking and said awkwardly, "This Kai Huang is really powerful. He may be a high star king last season. But as long as I stay in the tower, it won't be that easy for him to kill me. Wait until the later team battles and see the explosive output of my violent descendants." Just as Chen Siki hadn't finished speaking and just walked out of the second tower, a familiar figure rushed out from the bushes, and then used a set of unexplained combos to directly take away the descendant she controlled. The magic and the way of the sword are the only things that make people intoxicated, miserable and unremittingly pursued. Emperor Kai stepped on Hui's corpse without any injury and left in a chic manner. Chen Siki was speechless for a moment. Does your face hurt, host? Ha ha ha, anchor, is your phone broken? Why is it always in black and white? If it's broken, just fix it. Don't let the children suffer. Host, where is your explosive output? Why do we only see Hui explode? Chen Siki looked at the black and white screen and the bullet comments that kept popping up, gritted her teeth and said, "This Kai Huang is too cunning, he ambushed me in the bushes of the second tower at only a few levels." You don't know one of the 3 Eans in the top lane? Who can you blame for not using your skills to explore the bushes? Are you kidding me, upstairs? Who could have known that Emperor Kai would be crouching in that bush at this time? The comments quickly split into 2 factions, which started to criticize each other. 10 seconds later, Hui resurrected again. This time, Chen Siki learned his lesson and used his skills to explore the bushes when he reached the second tower. Fortunately, Emperor Kai did not hide here this time. After Emperor Kai clears the minion line, he should go somewhere else to capture people. We have to send a signal to remind our teammates now. Chen Siki said as he opened the minimap and clicked on the bushes next to the middle lane, reminding Zhou in the middle lane not to be ambushed by Emperor Kai. After giving the signal, the descendant controlled by Chen Siki also walked to the first tower, where there were still a few soldiers. We don't need to worry about it after the signal is clicked. Let's take this opportunity to develop first, so that we can have explosive output in the team fight. Chen Siki was still talking here when a familiar figure emerged from the bushes next to the first tower. A knife flew out, followed by Emperor Kai with his ultimate skill, who rushed in and tried to kill him by jumping over the tower. You dare to cross the tower and kill me? After all, Chen Siki has been a king, so he can't be that bad. Even if you are a high-star king, you can still kill me by jumping over the tower and running away. When Chen Siki saw Kai Huang, his eyes lit up. He definitely made a profit by exchanging a 0-2 descendant for a 2-0 Kai Huang. At this point in time, as long as Emperor Kai dares to enter the tower and kill him, I can replace him no matter how bad I am. Seeing Emperor Kai rushing in, Chen Siki was afraid that her output was not enough, so she wanted to click on the rage first and then the normal attack. Unfortunately, his hand had just touched the rage button when he was knocked away by one of Kai Huang's skills. After the knockaway time was finally over and he just clicked on the rage and was about to make a basic attack, he was killed instantly by Kai Huang's combo before he could make an attack. Chen Siki's judgment was correct. If he entered the tower to kill him before Kai Huang's flash skill had cooled down, he would definitely die. After Kai Huang, controlled by Lin Che, killed Hui in an instant, he dragged his sword for a few steps before being knocked down by the tower. Unfortunately, however, Chen Siki's descendants didn't even manage to defeat Lin Che's Kai Huang. Kai Huang's death could only be considered a tower kill and had nothing to do with his descendants. Shinseki felt like she was about to be killed by Kai Huang and became autistic. What kind of rubbish game was this? Why did they need a silver coin hero like Kai Huang? Ha ha ha, host, are you going to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my ant painting? Ha 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 ha, the cause of death of the descendant, explosive output. The anchor should ask the assistant to help, otherwise don't play this game and just lie down and watch Emperor Kai's performance. Can you please stop sending off your descendants? You are trying to raise a father for him. Han Xin typed angrily. Shinseki looked at the message sent by Han Xin and clenched her fists in anger, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she was the one who gave away 3 heads first, which made the opponent Kai Huang a little angry. She typed out an apology. I'm sorry, this Emperor Kai is too sinister. Please come with me for a while, assistant. Lin Che was having a lot of fun fighting. It was such a satisfying massacre. This skill was really useful, but he felt that the opponent's descendants were a little unfair. When Lin Che went to the line to face Hou Yi again, he found that there was an auxiliary Gaguzi next to Hou Yi on the opposite side. Do you think this Gaguzi can protect you? Lin Che thought of another way. When going online, first walk from the red buff side to the bushes on the river crab side, so as not to expose the vision. At this time, Hou Yi and Gaguzi had just walked to the position of the first tower. Without Shinseki's instruction, Gaguzi directly activated his first skill and walked into the bushes to help Hou Yi explore the vision. In fact, as long as Gaguzi activated his ultimate skill, he would be able to see the position of Lin Che's Kai Huang, but Gaguzi was reluctant to use his ultimate skill, thinking that his first skill could make him invisible and Kai Huang would not be able to kill him in 1 second. He first looked at the 2 large bushes next to the line of troops, but did not see Emperor Kai. Shinseki felt relieved when she didn't see Kai Huang, and started to move forward to clear the military line. However, she also knew that Kai Huang was most likely hiding in the bushes on the river crab side, so she stood on the left side of the military line and tried to stay away from the bushes on the river crab side. Gaguzi walked towards the grass along the river, wanting to see if there was anyone there. Lin Che saw Gaguzi walking towards him, his finger already on the skill key. As long as he was close enough, he could use his skill to hit Gaguzi directly. Lin Che first used a set of skills on Gaguzi, and then used a big move plus flash plus skills to move directly in front of Hou Yi. After a flash and a skill cooled down again, he directly knocked Hou Yi away. Gaguzi felt that the situation was not good, so he used his second skill and flashed to try to pull Kai Huang back. Unfortunately, before Gaguzi pulled Emperor Kai, Hou Yi was already taken away by Emperor Kai. Gaguzi then grabbed Emperor Kai again and started chasing Gaguzi. So Hou Yi died, Gaguzi died, and Kai Huang was given a double kill. Another show of flying skills. Shinseki looked at the screen in front of her, which turned black and white again, and her whole face turned dark. How could she continue to play this game? Oh my god, second brother, you are too cruel. Zhang Wei couldn't stand it anymore, but he said it with a smile. Ha ha ha, if I were this descendant, I would just hang up and not play. How can I play? There's no chance for me to develop at all. Chapter 36 Stability. Li Feng also smiled and said, the descendant with rage is still very powerful in this version. I was thinking of helping you catch it a few times, but I didn't expect you to beat the descendant by yourself. This time, you're basically sure to win. Ha ha ha, my Emperor Kai, are you kidding me? Leave this offspring to me. He will definitely not be able to grow up. 10 minutes later. Legendary. 5 consecutive peerless. The 1810 descendants once again stepped on the 0150 descendants, and the opponent was wiped out in one wave. In this whole game, Hou Yi was killed 15 times by Kai Huang controlled by Lin Che. The 3 extra heads of Lin Che were all killed by Hou Yi's teammates who came to help Hou Yi and were killed by Lin Che. When Hou Yi ran from the bottom lane to the top lane, Kai Huang chased him from the bottom lane to the top lane and then to the middle lane and then to the middle lane. His methods were extremely cruel and deadly. This team wipe on the high ground was almost a win for Lin Che. Shinseki was naturally criticized by the trolls in the live broadcast room, and of course her teammates were even angrier. Han Xin, you bastard, do you know how to play? I've killed you in just over 10 minutes. And Keela, doesn't this elementary school student have to go to school? Why is he playing games instead of studying hard? Lian Pei, even if I use my feet, it's better than that. Gaguzi, well. Actually. This Emperor Kai is really quite strong. Han Xin, strong? Bullshit. You can't catch anyone, and you can't protect the archer. What's the use of you? Han Xian was probably very angry because he lost the qualifying match, so he started to argue with everyone he saw. Gaguzi was too lazy to argue with him and just shut up. On the other side, Shinseki looked at the screen of her mobile phone, her eyes were red, and tears could be vaguely seen in her eyes. Yes, she was beaten to tears by Lin Che's Kaihuang. I couldn't win, and I couldn't run away. I wanted to buy tank equipment but I didn't have the money. I simply had no way to deal with Emperor Kai. I felt frustrated for the entire game. In the end, I had to listen to the scolding of my teammates and the black fans in the live broadcast room. With this skill? Can you be a game anchor? 0180, this is the first time I've seen a game anchor achieve this kind of record. You are also the first in the live broadcast industry. Your teammate is really unlucky to be matched with you. Of course, there are black fans as well as true fans. Can you keyboard warriors shut up? If you can do it, just do it. You just need to beep. I'm sorry, I'm really not good at this. I can't even achieve such a poor result with my feet. Really? The food is still criticized? Shinseki looked at the glaring failure on the screen in front of her, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with grievance, and clicked on Lin Che's game avatar on the battle record page. Lin Che saw that it was still early and was planning to play a few more games with Zhang Wei and Li Feng, but unexpectedly a game invitation message suddenly popped up on his phone screen. Lin Che saw the other party's game name, which Chi-Chi. Isn't this the descendant who was just killed by him? Lin Che killed her 20 times in the last game and still remembered her game name. But why did she come to him? Was she dissatisfied? Did she want to challenge him? Lin Che nodded in agreement with doubt. As soon as she entered the room, Lin Che heard Shinseki's crying voice. Why do you always focus on me alone to kill? You make me get scolded by my teammates. Lin Che was somewhat speechless. How could someone end up crying while playing a game? Lin Che had never expected this. However, Lin Che did not intend to comfort her and directly said, "You are on the blue team and I am on the red team. We are opponents. If I don't kill you, should I kill my teammates?" Lin Che's words were definitely straight man, a steel straight man. Shinseki on the opposite side was stunned when she heard Lin Che's voice. Lin Che's voice was low and magnetic, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. Unless it was born that way, perhaps only the top voice actors could make such a voice. Shinseki reacted and asked, "Brother, are you using a voice changer?" Lin Che was speechless for a moment and said directly, "When you are playing games at home alone, do you use a voice changer?" Shinseki thought about it and it made sense. Who would turn on the sound card when playing games by themselves? At this time, the comments in Shinseki's live broadcast room changed from the previous game to the voice discussing Lin Che. "I'm so happy, this little brother's voice is so beautiful. This sound is amazing, Mom, I feel like I'm in love. But the little brother seems a bit straight. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he comfort the anchor? People with nice voices usually don't look that good. Hey, the guy upstairs, stop being so critical of others when you have nothing to offer yourself." Shinseki looked at the barrage of comments that kept popping up in front of her and couldn't help but feel happy. Her live broadcast room hadn't been so lively in a long time. Shinseki asked curiously, "Brother, are you a student at the music school? Otherwise, how come your voice is so beautiful?" Lin Che was stunned for a moment and replied casually, "No, I just learned some voice acting skills, so my voice is more distinctive." "Little brother, you are so amazing. You have such a nice voice, you should be able to sing. Can I listen to you sing?" Lin Che was stunned for a moment, then agreed, "Sure." Anyway, it was no big deal to just sing a song. Lin Che herself really liked singing and had been looking forward to the system rewarding her with a singing skill, but unfortunately it never happened. "It just so happens that I just learned a new song recently, so I'll let you be the first audience." "Wow, I am so happy," Shinseki said happily. The comments were filled with 666 asking Lin Che to sing. Lin Che cleared his throat, went over the lyrics in his mind, and began to sing. "Looking across the city to the night sky. Counting every wish that falls. No matter where you are in the world. I have no chance with you. If no one can go through time. If you miss it, put it back to the past. After a quick glance, all that remains is the speechless memories. You have to forget me. If we are in each other's sight. Full of doubts and sadness mixed with too much fragility. You have to forget me. When I am no longer your happiness. I will open my arms and you will get used to freedom." looking across the city to the night sky, counting every wish that falls. No matter where you are in the world, I have no chance with you. This is a sad love song. The sad lyrics coupled with Lin Che's voice are very infectious. Chensiki's eyes were filled with tears, and she couldn't help but wonder what Lin Che had gone through to be able to sing this song so infectiously. This made Chensiki curious about Lin Che. As for the comment section, there was not a single comment at all, and everyone was listening to Lin Che singing seriously. After a few minutes, the song was finished and Lin Che stopped. Lin Che waited for a long time but didn't hear anyone talking on the other side. He thought that his singing was too bad, so he explained awkwardly, without the accompaniment of guitar, the a cappella singing may not be very good. Chapter 37, Mountain Climbing. But before Lin Che could finish her words, Chensiki's voice rang out, "Little brother, your singing is so beautiful." I couldn't help crying. Chensiki's voice seemed to have opened the way for the barrage of comments, which kept popping up. "Ah, the little brother sings so well, I'm YSL. Wow, my brother's singing reminds me of my ex. Ha ha, everyone, look, the host is blushing. She has completely fallen for the little brother's singing." Lin Che heard Chensiki's voice and replied, "I'm sorry I didn't use the guitar just now, so I might not have performed very well in the a cappella performance." "Ah, this is not a good performance. I think you sing better than the average singer." Chensiki said excitedly, the blush on her face had not completely disappeared. Lin Che smiled and did not continue talking about this topic. "Let's not talk about this anymore, let's play games." "Okay. Brother, can I add you as my game friend?" Chensiki asked with some anticipation. "Of course." Lin Che replied. There was nothing wrong with adding a game friend. "Yeah. That's great." Chensiki cheered in her heart. As long as she could add the little brother as a gaming friend, they could play games together often in the future. The two quickly added each other as friends and started playing games. When duo queuing with a girl, Lin Che definitely can't choose the orphan as the top unit anymore, and start a sweet duo queuing in the bottom lane. Fortunately, no one competed with Lin Che for the shooter position in the bottom lane, so Lin Che got the shooter position smoothly. Lin Che had just acquired the game mastery skills, so of course he wanted to play the heroes that required more skillful operation that he had not been able to play before. Speaking of the more skillful heroes among shooters, it must be Gong Sun Li, the Umbrella King. This hero required a lot of skillful operation, and if the operation was not good, it would be like giving away a head. However, Lin Che did not choose this one but chose the Eye of Tranquility Bailey Xiaoyue. As long as this hero can use his skills accurately, including flick shots, blind shots, instant shots, etc., he can definitely make the opponent's scalp numb. However, the biggest reason why Lin Che chose this hero was because as long as he could ensure a high hit rate for his second skill, no other hero could match this hero's damage in the early stages. Chensiki, who played the support position, chose Yaomei Princess Yao Yao. When Chensiki pressed the confirm button, the other three teammates almost lost their minds. Bailey was left to accompany Yaomei, and there were two less people in the team battle. The first floor even cursed directly, "Can you please stop playing this idiotic hero? Those who play Yao are all fucking orphans." Chensiki felt even more aggrieved after seeing this. She had been scolded for 2 games in a row, but as a host, it was not easy for her to scold others, and the young man was also in the room. She could only post a win rate of over 80, and then typed an explanation. "My Yao is pretty good at playing." But the first floor still continued to insist, "What's the point of a high win rate? Isn't it all because of the Jungle King? Don't you know that Yao is just a mixed hero?" The people on the third floor also spoke up, "Haha, 1 Yao and 1 Bailey, this team battle is directly missing 2 people, how can we fight?" Lin Che couldn't stand it when she saw this. "Can you just criticize the girl I brought whenever you want?" So he said, "What are you beeping about? Just lie down and I'll lead you." The people on the first floor were even more upset when they heard Lin Che's words, and said, "You're still carrying me? I'll be thankful if you don't become a ghost this time." This immediately pissed off Lin Che. After all, Lin Che used to be in the Zone in League of Legends. "Have you eaten rice? Can't you speak without using profanity? Listening to you speak, I feel a sense of intellectual superiority. People like you waste air when you are alive and waste land when you die. Go back and check, your father is asking you to go hiking. If I had known you were like this, I would have shot it right onto the wall that night." The hundreds of thousands of viewers in Chensiki's live broadcast room were stunned by Lin Che's actions. 666. Nowadays, if you don't have some culture, you'd be embarrassed to curse. Is this the daily greeting method used by the people of Zone? Ha ha ha, I thought such an ethereal little brother wouldn't curse, but why does this make me like him even more? Mr. Anchor, the little brother is protecting you now. Are you touched? If you are touched, pledge yourself to me. As Lin Che finished speaking, the game entered the loading page, not giving anyone else a chance to speak. Although Lin Che's words sounded rude, they warmed Shinseki's heart, and the grievance she had just felt was now completely gone. Shinseki asked with a smile, "What's your name, little brother? What does climbing a mountain mean?" "My name is Lin Che. As for the mountain climbing, it's a meme. You can watch The Bad Kids and you'll understand. It's about a man who asked someone to go mountain climbing and then pushed the person down the mountain." Shinseki immediately laughed and made a goose sound. "Ha ha ha, it turns out you can curse people like this. Little brother, you are so mean." When Lin Che heard her say this, she immediately pretended to be aggrieved and said, "I'm helping you scold people, and you still say I'm bad?" "Ah, thank you." Then Shinseki didn't know why she always felt inexplicably happy when chatting with Lin Che. At this time, the game loading was complete and the game started. Shinseki said, "The game has started. Let's play. Can you help me win a round? I just lost and it was too unfair." Seeing that the game had begun, Lin Che did not think much about anything else and directly controlled Bailey to go online. The one on the first floor before was the mid laner Zhang Liang. When he saw Yao controlled by Shinseki follow Bailey directly to the bottom lane, he couldn't help but say something again. "Help the midfielder to grab the lane. You don't even know this? And you still say you can play? What's the point of a level 1 Yao following his shooter?" As soon as he sent this message, a system voice broadcast sounded. "First blood." Lin Che took the first blood directly. Lin Che did not curse this time, but directly typed 3 question marks. Everyone else could see that Lin Che was targeting Zhang Liang on the first floor. This time Zhang Liang was also silent. He got the first blood in less than a minute after coming online, which left him speechless. In fact, this is also the reason why Lin Che chose Bailey this time. As long as this skill is used well, this hero will probably be the strongest hero in the early stage of the entire game. Lin Che always walked along the wall when he went online before. The invisibility and increased movement speed of his passive skill allowed him to reach the line earlier than the opponent and ambush in the bush earlier. The first thing the opponent's bottom lane Luban did after going online was to go to the bush. This person directly faced Lin Che's gun, and was directly shot back to the fountain by Lin Che, who used his second skill right at his face, followed by 2 basic attacks and then another second skill. "Take a day off. Sorry, I can't write today. Please take a day off." Chapter 38, My Support, Only I Can Bully Him. Not to mention Zhang Liang, even Shinseki was shocked by Lin Che's operation. The opponent's Xiao Luban was killed before the soldiers arrived. After killing Xiao Luban, Lin Che did not continue to clear the minion line, but rushed to the jungle area. Because the opposing jungler, Yun Zhongjuan, has already started invading the jungle area, and he brought the support with him. The opponent's Luban has been sent home, and we, together with the jungler, are 3 against 2 and we are not panicking at all. Lin Che's jungler was the silent 5th floor player. He chose Bailey Xuanza, the White Tiger. He knew that the opposing jungler would most likely come to counter jungle, so he specially learned the second skill that could hook people at level 1. Then, double kill. Lin Che got a double kill and got 3 heads right at the start, becoming a god from the start. The resurrection time was short in the early stage. When Lin Che returned to the line, Luban also returned to the line. Lin Che only used the skill once to kill Yun Zhongjuan and the opponent's auxiliary, so he already had 1.5 bullets left for the second skill. Xiao Luban is now hiding in the tower in a rather cowardly manner. Because his support is following the jungler, Xiao Luban can only wait for Lin Che to push the line of soldiers into the tower before he goes to clear the soldiers. Lin Che was not in a hurry to kill Xiao Luban. After defeating this river crab, he began to wait for the next wave of soldiers to arrive. Soon the next wave of soldiers came over. Lin Che and Shinseki collected the soldiers without using any skills. Seeing this, Luban was secretly delighted. It seemed that the Bailey on the opposite side didn't know how to play very well and couldn't even control the line. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a bang and his blood volume was reduced by half. Luban was startled by this and started to move quickly, while retreating the minion line. Suddenly, there was another bang and little Luban was hit by Bailey Xiaoyao's second skill again. Now Xiao Luban was completely panicked. He didn't care about the military line and started to retreat. If he was hit again, he would be gone. But unfortunately, he obviously couldn't leave. With the final bang of a gunshot, another body of little Luban appeared in the canyon. Lin Che had deliberately not pressed the tower to control the soldier line before, just to let Xiao Luban relax his vigilance. When his second skill had 3 bullets left, Lin Che was extremely confident that he could kill the opponent instantly. Wow! Brother, your SHE is so accurate. Shinseki shouted excitedly, without feeling that there was anything strange about what she said. However, when she saw the appearance of little Luban, she was reminded of her last game, which was completely devoid of any gaming experience. Lin Che was originally somewhat complacent about his skills, but upon hearing Shinseki's words, he immediately asked a question in return. What's she accurate about? It's. Shinseki wanted to explain that it was the accuracy of Bailey's skill, but when she saw the barrage of comments popping up on the screen, she finally reacted. What are you thinking about? Humph. Rogue. Although it was an angry tone, it also sounded a bit like a spoiled child. This made Lin Che want to tease the little girl, so he said with a smile, whether I can shoot accurately or not, you have to wait until you reach level 4. Ride on me, and you will be able to see clearly. What are you talking about? I'm just a child. I don't understand. Is this little brother the driving god of Akina Mountain? His driving skills are amazing. Brother, I want to ride it too. Please let me ride it. I'll give it to you guys, little brother. I just want the anchor. Ah, you still have to say that. I will ignore you if you say that again. Shinseki is a girl after all, so she is relatively thin-skinned. She said with some shame and anger. Ah, okay, let us stop talking and just play the game. The joke was almost over, so Lin Che smiled and then shut up. But maybe they were too engrossed in their conversation, and only then did they notice that the opposing jungler and support were coming to catch them. Let us retreat first. We don't have the skills to fight them now. Lin Che said. Lin Che had just used up all of his second skills when fighting Luban. If he used normal attacks now, it would definitely be difficult to defeat him and he might not win. After hearing what Lin Che said, Shinseki also hurriedly retreated, but because she was standing too close to the front, she could not escape and was soon caught up by Yun Zhongjuan. Seeing that Chen Xichin was caught by Yun Zhongjuan and did not leave, Lin Che followed behind and fired basic attacks one after another. However, Bailey Xiaoyao's basic attacks were too slow. Although his damage was higher than Yun Zhongjuan's, his attack speed could not keep up. Even if Chen Xichin used healing skills, she could only die miserably at the hands of Yun Zhongjuan. Little brother, please retreat first, or you will get caught too. Shinseki said hurriedly when she saw that Lin Che had not yet left. It's okay. I'll help you get revenge. Lin Che glanced at his second skill and saw that he would soon have another bullet, so he started to retreat while firing basic attacks. Yun Zhong hadn't used his ultimate yet. Seeing that Lin Che wasn't retreating and was still attacking him, he immediately activated his ultimate, wanting to take Lin Che's head as well. Lin Che had been staring at the screen with extremely focused attention, silently calculating his own and Yun Zhongjuan's health, as well as the duration of his second skill. He already had 5 layers of passive skill stacked on him. If he was hit by the opponent's ultimate skill now, there would be no chance of counterattack. The moment Yun Zhongjuan's ultimate move landed, Lin Che flashed to avoid Yun Zhongjuan's ultimate move. Follow up with a basic attack, and then directly use a big move, which allows you to retreat under the defensive tower. Yun Zhongjuan took a look at Bailey Xiaoyao's health and decided not to continue chasing him, because Lin Che already had 5 layers of passive skills and was continuously losing blood. Moreover, his health was already very low. Looking at this state, he was almost certain to die. However, Yun Zhongjuan himself was already in a state of low health. After Lin Che entered the tower, he immediately activated his second skill, crouched down, aimed, turned around, and fired with a bang. With a sniper shot, the low-health Yun Zhongjuan was killed directly. Bailey Xiaoyao, controlled by Lin Che, stood there for a while before dying heroically under Yun Zhongjuan's passive damage. Shinseki was deeply moved by Lin Che's move. Lin Che could have avoided death in this wave, and he could have become a super god if he had killed a few more people. However, he traded 1 for 1 with Yun Zhongjuan in order to avenge himself, which was a loss. Brother Lin Che, you are so nice. Shinseki said with emotion. My assistant, so only I can bully him. Lin Che said in a serious tone. This wasn't Lin Che flirting with Chen Siki, he used to be like this when he played games. You play the shooter position yourself, and the support follows you to protect you. Especially if it is a soft support, can you still let the support be bullied by others? Chapter 39, Cheating? Ah, this little brother is so warm. I really love him. I love him. I love him. After listening to the little brother's words, and then looking at my boyfriend playing games next to me, I was so angry that I slapped him directly on the face. He always betrays me when he plays games. Little brother, this is too good at teasing. The audience in Chen Siki's live broadcast room was warmed by Lin Che's words, but there were also a few discordant voices. This shot by Bailey feels a bit strange. Yun Zhongjuan was at least 2 flashes away from him just now, and he zoomed in and moved back a distance. How could he be able to snipe him instantly? Yeah. I also feel it's a bit fake. And the 3 shots I just shot at Luban were all wrong, it's ridiculous. It's too fake. Hey, you're slandering people here because your own skills are not good enough? Yes. And since Kai Huang played so well in the last game, isn't it normal for him to play Bailey a little better? The comments gradually split into 2 camps that kept arguing, but fortunately, most people still believed in Lin Che. After all, as long as one is good looking, one's values will be determined by one's appearance. The first impression is very important. The first impression Lin Che left on them was too good, and most people did not believe that someone like Lin Che would cheat. Chen Siki also saw the barrage, but she didn't pay too much attention to it. It was very common for the audience to quarrel with each other, and nothing was more important than the little brother right now. Brother Lin Che, don't worry. I will be at level 4 soon. I will definitely protect you then. Chen Siki said to Lin Che with full confidence. After hearing this, Lin Che smiled and agreed, okay. 10 seconds later, they were resurrected in the fountain almost at the same time. Lin Che controlled Bailey Xiao to quickly go online along the wall, and his second skill was also cooled down while waiting for resurrection. The little Luban on the opposite side also knew that Lin Che had been resurrected, so he quickly retreated into the tower and kept moving, and only dared to stop to replenish the soldiers when the soldiers were left with only a little health. Seeing this, Lin Che was not in a hurry. He observed the health of his soldiers, and then took the opportunity when the opposite Luban stopped to replenish soldiers to shoot directly. With a bang sound, there was no doubt that the bullet hit little Luban directly. Little Luban had already been frightened by Lin Che before, and now he was hit by a shot from Lin Che again. Without thinking, he used flash and started to retreat, not even stopping to replenish his troops. However, because Xiao Luban was originally standing far away, this flash directly made Xiao Luban disappear from Lin Che's field of vision. However, Lin Che did not panic because he lost Xiao Luban's figure in his field of vision. He shook the second skill a few times, directly predicted Xiao Luban's position, and then released the second skill button. There was another muffled bang sound, and judging from the sound effect of this skill, it should have hit the target. Lin Che's eyes lit up. The reason why he hit the target with this shot was mainly because he had a strong sense of awareness, but luck also played a big role. However, as long as this shot hit the center, it would cause a 90% deceleration effect. If the next shot was slightly off target, it would basically hit the target. However, this shot still shocked Chen Siki. How could he hit the target even without any vision? Those people who had previously said that Lin Che was cheating in the comments jumped out again after seeing this scene. What else can I say? Once can be considered luck, but what about twice? 3 times? If you're not cheating, I'll eat my phone on the livestream. To be honest, although this operation seems outrageous, it is not impossible to hit the target if you are lucky. Haha, you can even watch this? With such good luck, why don't you buy lottery tickets and play games? There were still some people helping Lin Che to explain, but the number was much less than before. Chen Siki's expression also began to become a little unnatural. After all, she was a game anchor. If she played duo with a cheating player, the impact would be very bad. Being banned would be a small matter. She might even lose her live broadcast room. Although she was still willing to believe Lin Che, she asked with some fear and hesitation. Little brother, you shouldn't be cheating. Lin Che was concentrating on predicting Xiao Luban's current position. He didn't hear Chen Siki's tone clearly and subconsciously said something pretentious. Cheating? How can you be as good as me even if you cheat? As soon as Lin Che finished speaking, he released the button for the second skill. The last sniper bullet hit Luban directly, and the system notification sound that little Luban was killed sounded again. The opponent's Luban was stunned. How could this kill me? He typed a sentence on the public screen, fuck. Is he cheating? Orphan player? Lin Che glanced at the little Luban who ignored him and said with a smile, I didn't expect to be able to kill him this time. It seems that my luck is pretty good today. Chen Siki did not answer Lin Che, but the comments on her screen kept popping up, almost filling up the entire screen. You're still pretending even when it's like this? You can explain this as luck? Oh. Just cheat if you want to, why are you talking about luck? Oh, what a pity. I didn't expect such a nice boy to cheat in games. This is so disappointing. I liked him so much just now. It's too bad. Now you girls know it. What you see is not necessarily true. You only see what he wants you to see. This Jill is disgusting. He's a jerk. He's a loser, but he's still cheating on girls. He has no shame at all. So that means Kai Huang in the last game was also cheating? I was wondering how someone could have such fast hand speed. What you said is very possible. Stop being in a daze, Anchor. Report it now. Chen Siki bit her lip. If she had only some doubts before, now she was basically certain that Lin Che was a cheating player. From the beginning till now, he had not missed a single skill, and coupled with the 2 blind sniper shots just now, this performance really made it impossible for Chen Siki not to suspect that Lin Che was cheating. This made Chen Siki feel a little angry. It was just a game, so why did he cheat? The character of such a person was probably not that good. She was so moved by him just now. Seeing that Chen Siki didn't say anything, Lin Che didn't think much about it. After all, he couldn't see Chen Siki's expression and couldn't see what was said in the barrage. But Lin Che took a look at the small map and found that the opposite side's Yun Zhongjuan came again. This time, he not only brought the auxiliary, but also the opposite side's mid-laner Xiao Zhuge came together. Maybe the opponent thought Lin Che was stronger, so they had to target Lin Che and prevent him from continuing to develop. Otherwise, there would be no point in playing this game and he would be killed by Bailey directly. Chapter 40. Lin Che no longer has the second skill and has used up his flash. When he was about to kill Xiao Luban, he had already crossed the river. Now the opposing jungler, support and mid laner have all arrived and he can't escape even if he wants to. At this moment, Lin Che saw that Yao, controlled by Chen Siki, had reached level 4. So Lin Che hurriedly said, zoom in on me. With me shield, I should be able to run away. If there is a chance, I might even be able to kill him back. Lin Che said as he controlled Bailey to retreat, but Chen Siki just stood there without moving. Why aren't you moving? Hurry up and use your ultimate skill. Lin Che urged again, but it was too late. Yun Zhongjuan and the other two had already arrived, and Chen Siki just moved a few times on the spot without using any skills to protect Lin Che, nor did she use her ultimate skill to give Lin Che a shield. Seeing this, Lin Che had no choice but to retreat while attacking, trying to protect Chen Siki. Bailey and Yao were very close to each other, so they naturally wanted to kill the most threatening Bailey first. The 3 opponents all used their ultimates directly. Yun Zhongjuan flew over and chased Bailey with a basic attack, while the mid laner Xiao Zhuge used his ultimate directly, intending to take the kill directly. Lin Che used his big displacement to avoid the control skills of the opponent's auxiliary, and quickly walked towards Yao, speaking to Chen Siki as he walked. Help me block Zhuge's ultimate first, then use your ultimate to ride on me, so that we can both escape. But even though Lin Che had said this, Chen Siki still didn't move at all. In the end, there was no doubt that Lin Che died from Zhuge's ultimate move, and Yao also died under the siege of 3 opponents. Lin Che looked at the black and white interface on his phone screen and frowned. He thought about Chen Siki asking him if he was cheating, and he probably guessed why this happened. Are you suspecting that I'm cheating? Lin Che asked with some displeasure. No. Even if you cheat, it has nothing to do with me. When Chen Siki heard Lin Che's displeased tone, she thought about how he could be so self-righteous when cheating, and she became even more unhappy and her tone became a little aggressive. Lin Che wanted to explain further, but Chen Siki's tone reminded Lin Che of Chen Chang's attitude towards her before, and she immediately didn't want to explain anymore. In the months before the breakup, Chen Chang became increasingly dissatisfied with Lin Che. He would fly into a rage at Lin Che over a trivial matter, and his tone of voice became increasingly impatient and perfunctory, exactly like Chen Siki at this moment. Lin Che was too lazy to explain or respond to her, so he simply turned off the microphone and speaker. He didn't say anything, and didn't need to hear the other party's voice, and then he typed a paragraph. You go and follow the jungler. After that, he was too lazy to pay attention to Shinseki and just fought on his own. I'm not cheating. You've obviously wronged me, but you're still giving me a bad face? I'm giving you face? You still want me to be humble and coax you? I'm giving you an explanation? This was Lin Che's truest thought at this moment. If it was the Lin Che of the past, he would not be so angry, but after experiencing what happened with Chen Chang, Lin Che could not stand such an attitude. He felt that it was unnecessary for a man to lower himself so low and try to please a girl like a dog. So when Lin Che saw Chen Siki's attitude, he didn't bother to say anything. After all, the game was over, so they just said goodbye and there would be no more interactions in the future. When Chen Siki heard Lin Che's words and couldn't hear Lin Che's voice anymore, she suddenly felt as if there was a hole in her heart, as if she had lost something very important. Her expression became a little strange. However, the audience in the live broadcast room was even more dissatisfied with Lin Che's arrogant attitude. Fuck. This cheating dog is still getting excited? It doesn't matter who the jungler is. Even if I fight alone, it's better than fighting with a lazy dog like you. Brothers, assemble. Let's report this hacker and have the system ban him for 10 years. Can't he curse? I want to see if he can curse more than so many of us. Just as much as these people like Lin Che just now they hate Lin Che just as much. But Chen Siki panicked when she saw these comments. You can report it if you want, but don't add him and scold him. What if he really didn't cheat? Mr. Anchor, you are too kind. This is not cheating? Then what is cheating? Oh, stop talking about it. The anchor is just a big-breasted, brainless, and love-brained person. Don't try to deceive her, okay? This guy just has a nice voice, maybe he is a big toe picker. Not only did Shinseki's explanation fail to have any effect, but it also caused the trolls to point their guns at her. Anyway, these keyboard warriors spoke without any scruples and had no manners at all, separated by a screen. They slandered Lin Che crazily and also cursed Shinseki. There were even some people who had no idea what was going on and just followed along in cursing. They are timid in real life, but strike hard online. This sentence refers to keyboard warriors like them. However, Lin Che had no idea what the other party's comments were saying about him, and he controlled the newly resurrected Bailey to go online. Shinseki controlled Yao to wander around the fountain entrance for a while, and then walked towards the wild area, hanging on Bailey Schwanze's body with a somewhat absent-minded look. Bailey Schwanze was also a little confused. Aren't the two in the bottom lane a duo? And Bailey Xiaoyao was also very powerful. Why did this support suddenly come to him? Lin Che did not count on Shinseki and started to play the game seriously. Now Lin Che just wanted to finish the game quickly so that he could leave. Now his economy is already more than 1,000 and almost 2,000 ahead of the opposite side Xiao Luban, and his level is also 2 levels higher than Luban, so he has been leaning against the wall and using the passive stealth effect to slowly approach Luban, then directly enters the tower and hits Xiao Luban twice, then uses the ultimate move to hit Luban and use the backward effect of the ultimate move to exit the attack range of the defense tower, then squats down and uses the second skill to take away the opposite side Xiao Luban. You cheating dog! Luban on the opposite side was so angry that he typed again to curse Lin Che. Lin Che ignored him, quickly cleared the soldiers, and went directly to the bushes in the middle. At this time, the second skill that he had used before was also restored. The opposing mid laner Xiao Zhuge saw that Bailey was not in the bottom lane, and guessed that he would most likely come to catch him, but he was not at all panicked as he still used the 3-stage displacement skills of his second skill. As long as he was not controlled by Zhang Liang's ultimate move, he would have no problem running away. It was at this moment that suddenly a bullet hit his body with a bang, and his blood volume dropped by half. Shit! What kind of damage is this? It hurts so much. The player controlling Zhuge was a little surprised. He was so scared that he quickly used a displacement skill and started retreating. Chapter 41. Lin Che used his second skill twice with an expressionless face, and without a doubt, both of them hit Zhuge accurately. You have slain an enemy. The system voice broadcast that Lin Che killed the enemy mid laner Zhuge Liang. The opponent was also confused and typed 3 question marks directly. Zhuge Liang, I used 3 displacement skills to move, and you hit me with all 3 shots? Just now I thought you were looking for excuses because Luban couldn't beat you, but now it seems you are really a cheater. Lin Che looked at these words and remained silent, but she gradually felt disdainful in her heart. If the little Zhuge Liang on the opposite side had really positioned himself carefully, I might not be able to hit all 3 shots. After all, the game mastery is only at the basic version. But just now, the little Zhuge Liang was obviously very confident that he still had 3 stages of displacement. He simply moved back without moving left or right at all. If I didn't hit the target, it would be a shame to this basic version of the game mastery. Lin Che simply ignored what the other party said and went back to the bottom lane to continue developing after the fight. However, Zhang Liang and the top laner Xiaoho, who already had a grudge against Lin Che, immediately found a reason to criticize Lin Che. Zhang Liang, so it's cheating. I was wondering why the winning rate is so high. Cheating with girls? Have some shame? Xiaoho, so you are the master of talking nonsense, you are very good at scolding people, and you rely on cheats to play games? These two people had been scolded by Lin Che when they were choosing heroes before. Now that they have found the opportunity, they will definitely mock Lin Che crazily. Bailey Xuanzi, who was still jungling in the jungle, suddenly understood why the support did not follow Xiaoyo and suddenly followed him. It turned out that Bailey Xiaoyo was cheating. Zhang Liang didn't stop mocking Lin Che and typed directly on the public screen. We have a cheater in our family. It's meaningless even if we win. Just push it. We can still afford to lose this 1 star. Xiaoho immediately followed Zhang Liang's words. Yes, I'll give you one first. Doesn't this cheater want to win? I won't let you win. As soon as she finished speaking, Jijia rushed into the opposite tower and gave a kill to the opposite top laner. Zhuge Liang, okay, I'll report this cheater for you after the fight. Lin Che frowned as he watched what these people said, opened the battle record page and blocked everyone, then began to concentrate on the operation. Although this is just a game, no matter whether it is a game or not, since it has begun, you have to take it seriously. As for whether you win or lose in the end, you can only do your best and leave the rest to fate. Anyway, you have done your best. Lin Che continued to control Bailey Xiaoyo's development and killing. However, his own min and top laners had already started to give up, and although the support and jungler had not given up, they had been staying in the jungle and had not come out. It was obvious that they did not want to play this game anymore. Only Lin Che was playing the game seriously from beginning to end. In this situation, not to mention that Lin Che only had the basic version of the game, even if he had the advanced version, he might not be able to win the game. The most disgusting thing was that Zhang Liang, the mid laner, kept revealing Lin Che's position to the opponent, causing Lin Che to be caught by the 5 opponents. Chen Siki watched as Bailey Xiaoyo, controlled by Lin Che, defended the tower alone and developed his skills alone, looking for a glimmer of chance to win, but was repeatedly killed by the 5 opponents who jumped over the tower together. For some reason, her nose began to feel sore and she felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. But wouldn't it be better if you didn't cheat? Is winning or losing a game so important? Chen Siki muttered to herself as she watched Bailey Xiaoyo die again and again on the screen, feeling very upset. The people in the live broadcast room saw Chen Siki's appearance and said, "Don't feel bad for him, Anchor. This is how you should deal with people like him. He deserves it. Yeah. This is so damn satisfying. This guy must be crazy about winning. Why is he still playing in this situation without even giving in? Mr. Anchor, please don't vote. Let him die a few more times. People like this should be taught a lesson." After about a few minutes, the opponent finally had enough and rushed to the high ground to retreat to the crystal. Lin Che fell silent as he looked at the glaring word failure on the phone screen. It was impossible for Lin Che not to be angry. Winning or losing the game was secondary, but being misunderstood and scolded for no reason made Lin Che very unhappy. However, he couldn't just go over the internet and hit people, so he finally left the room without saying a word. Lin Che, who had just exited the room, saw many people trying to add him as their game friend. He knew without a second thought that they were all here to curse him. Lin Che didn't even bother to look at them and directly set his account to a state that prohibited the addition of friends. Then it was almost time. Lin Che planned to turn off the game and make a big meal for Lin Qian. Now it was almost time for Lin Qian to wake up. As for Chen Siki, seeing that Lin Che had exited the game room without saying a word, she sighed softly, clicked the report button on the battle record page, and checked the reason of using plugins. She looked at the comments and said, "Everyone please stop cursing. I have already reported it. We will know soon whether there is cheating or not." Although Chen Siki said this, she still felt a little guilty. Lin Che sang for her and took her to play games, but she caused him to be scolded by so many people. And now there must be many people in her live broadcast room who added Lin Che's game friends to scold him. She didn't know what he would think if he saw it. After reporting, Chen Siki no longer had the heart to continue playing games. After receiving some rewards for daily tasks, she planned to find a reason to stop broadcasting, but at this moment, the feedback result of the report email came out. Although Chen Siki felt that Lin Che must have been cheating, she still opened the email in front of everyone in order to give an explanation to the people in the live broadcast room. But when she saw the content of the email clearly, the entire live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. The content of the email was very simple, just a few words: "There is nothing abnormal about the player account you reported." This also proved that Lin Che was not cheating. Everyone knows Penguin. Although it likes to copy homework, its anti-cheating measures are still very strong, and its crackdown on cheating is particularly strong, so there will basically be no misjudgment. At this time, several barrages appeared on the screen. The result of my report was that there was nothing unusual. My V9 report was unsuccessful, so he probably didn't cheat. That means we all misunderstood my brother. At least hundreds of people in the live broadcast room reported Lin Che, and they all said that there was nothing unusual, so there was no way this could have been a misjudgment. In other words, Lin Che did not cheat, so he. Chapter 42, Dejung Garden. When Chen Siki saw the 4 words "no abnormality" in front of her, her heart seemed to skip a beat, and then a feeling of guilt surged up. He didn't cheat. No. Cheating. Chen Siki no longer dared to think about how Lin Che felt when he was trying to turn the tables on the last game, while his 4 teammates were wandering around in the jungle and mocking him. Moreover, when his teammates scolded him, he protected him. When the opponent killed him, he would rather exchange 1 for 1 to avenge himself. When he came, he smiled and sang for himself, but when he left without saying a word. The audience in the live broadcast room noticed that Chen Siki's eyes gradually turned red, and then she lay on the table, shaking and sobbing, suppressing her crying, which made people feel distressed. They felt very uncomfortable seeing Chen Siki like this and started to persuade her. Don't cry, Anchor. This is not entirely your fault. We all misunderstood the little brother. Yes, Anchor, don't be sad, we will give you a gift. Whoa, I'm sorry, brother. We shouldn't have doubted you. Of course, in addition to those who feel sorry for Chen Siki, there are also many people who feel sorry for Lin Che. Weren't you talking happily just now? Why are you silent now? You rubbish Anchor, I won't talk to you anymore, I'm unfollowing you and leaving. Is crying useful now? Just think about how the little brother felt when he was targeted by the 9 of you in the last game. Yeah. That guy is so nice, he sang for you and helped you get points. What about you? What did you do? If you don't find that guy and apologize to him and ask him to forgive you, I will scold you as soon as you start broadcasting. Alright. Stop arguing. The most important thing now is to think about how to apologize to my brother. Many female audiences were already impressed by Lin Che's singing when he was singing, and they were even more moved by his warm behavior in protecting Chen Siki in the game. Later, when Lin Che was accused of cheating, they didn't believe it at all. However, if they said it at that time, they would definitely be criticized, so they could only remain silent. But now the evidence proves that Lin Che did not cheat, which makes them even angrier. Chen Siki didn't look at the comments now. All she could think about was Lin Che and his Bailey Xiao falling in front of her again and again, and she didn't lend a helping hand and watched Bailey Xiao fall in front of her eyes. Lin Che had already prepared the wholesome meal, and all that was left was the soup, which would be ready in a little while. Lin Che walked quietly to Lin Xian's bedside, slowly put his mouth close to Lin Xian's ear, and spoke softly. Xian, wake up. Well, let me sleep for a while, I'm so tired. If you don't get up, I'll have to do some exercise to help you wake up. No. Don't. I'll get up right away. Lin Xian was so frightened by Lin Che's words that she immediately woke up. Lin Xian still has some difficulty walking now, and she needs Lin Che's support to go downstairs to eat. Xiao Che, the food you cooked is so delicious. After Lin Xian took a bite of the food that Lin Che had prepared, she couldn't stop eating. In the end, Lin Xian was so full that she didn't want to move at all. Don't eat so much next time. I can cook it for you anytime you want. Okay, but it's really delicious. You take a rest first and I'll go take a shower. Okay. Lin Xian's heart was a little confused again. She wanted to take a shower so early. Could she still do it? Could her body handle it? As she thought about it, Lin Xian's face turned red again. Lin Che was a little confused when he saw Lin Xian's red face, but soon he guessed why Lin Xian was blushing. What are you thinking about? I'm just a little tired today and want to rest early, but if you still want to, it's not impossible. Ah. Then go wash up and take a rest. Lin Qian's face turned even redder. It turned out that she had been thinking the wrong thing. She was so embarrassed. After taking a shower, they watched TV together for a while and then went back to their room to rest. Lin Che fell asleep, but Lin Qian couldn't sleep, even though she had done everything she should and shouldn't have done yesterday. But Lin Qian was still not used to having a grown man next to her when she was sleeping. It was not until very late that Lin Qian slowly fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, Lin Che found Lin Qian still sleeping and didn't want to wake her up. He got out of bed quietly, washed, got dressed, and went to prepare breakfast for Lin Qian. Lin Che completed today's sign-in while eating breakfast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dijian Garden community. Dijian Garden? An entire neighborhood? Yes, host. Lin Che was completely stunned and had a strange look on his face. I thought they would give me company shares or a luxury car or a villa, but I never expected they would give me an entire community. While Lin Che was still in a daze, a phone call came in. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Che-lin? Yes, it's me. Well, it's like this, Mr. Lin. We are the sales office of Dijian Garden Community. The property certificate for the property you purchased from us has been issued. Please come and inspect it when you are free. Lin Che said immediately after hearing this. Okay, send me the address and I'll go over now. Okay, Mr. Lin. After saying that, he hung up the phone. A moment later, Lin Che received an address message from the sales department. Lin Che took a look at the message. It was a text message sent to Lin Qian, telling her that he had to go out for something and that breakfast was ready for her. She could eat it after heating it up a little bit when she got up. After a while, Lin Che arrived at the sales office of Dijian Garden. After Lin Che got out of the car, she walked towards the sales office. As she walked, Lin Che also called the sales manager. When Lin Che walked to the door, the manager also hurried to the door. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the manager of the sales department. I'm the one you talked to on the phone before. You can just call me Xiao Chun. After listening to Manager Chen's words, Lin Che also greeted him with a smile. Hello, Manager Chen. Manager Chen, who was there, was quite surprised. They didn't expect that the person who bought their entire Dijian Garden community was so young and quite polite. Unlike those other rich second generations, who are all so arrogant. Ha, Mr. Lin is really young and promising. Please come in and let's talk in the office. Okay, let's go. The three of them walked to the manager's office together. As soon as you enter the door, you will see that the floor of the office is piled with red real estate certificates. It filled up half of the office. Chapter 43. Mr. Lin, all your property certificates are here. The property certificates for the entire Dijian Garden community, a total of 1,520 households, are all here. All houses have been fully renovated according to your requirements. Whether you rent them out or give them away for your own use, you can move in any time. It seems that the system has thought about it for me. After all, I already have Villa Manor number 1. This house can only be rented out or given away as a favor in the future. As for selling it, that is not necessary. I don't need the money. As he spoke, the manager brought another box and said to Lin Che, Mr. Lin, here are the keys to all the houses. Lin Che looked at the more than 1,000 property certificates without showing any expression, but just nodded lightly. Mr. Lin, when you first purchased our community, the overall value of the community was about 5 billion. The property has seen a small increase in value, now it's around 13 to 14 billion yuan. Hearing this, Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little surprised. It had only been a short time and the 5 billion had already increased to 13 or 14 billion. This is more than doubled. At this moment, Manager Chen was also quite shocked. After all, this is an entire community. If it were scattered among many people, it wouldn't make any sense. But it is really shocking that all of this is concentrated in one person. To be honest, this is the first time Manager Chen has seen such a bold operation in his more than 10 years of working in the real estate industry. Afterwards, after the two of them exchanged ideas, Lin Che suddenly asked, Manager Chen, do you have a business of renting out houses for property owners? Manager Chen was slightly stunned after hearing this, but then he thought about it and it made sense. How could he possibly live in so many houses himself? Even if he gave some of them away, most of the other houses would probably have to be rented out. After thinking it through, Manager Chen's eyes lit up and he spoke hurriedly. Mr. Lin, because there is a key high school near our community, this is a school district house. This house is very popular now. Our company does not have this business. But if you trust me, I happen to know an agent here, and I can take you to have a look. Is that okay with you? Lin Che nodded calmly and said, well, that's fine too. Just talk to my secretary about this matter. I'll give you the secretary's contact information when the time comes. When Manager Chen heard Lin Che's agreement, he smiled so hard that his mouth almost reached his ears. By the way, don't rent out all of them. Rent out 1,000 units first. I still have a use for the rest. Manager Chen was also very excited. Lin Che wanted 520 units, so he still had 1,000 property certificates available for rent. In this way, the share of the profit that I can get from the agent will be much higher than my annual salary. Lin Che planned to find a time to bring his parents to live in Jiang province. If he let them live in Villa number 1 all at once, they might think too much. It would be better to get them a house in Dijiang Garden community first. Mr. Lin, our company has actually prepared a house specifically for you. We have opened up the top floor of building number 9 to create a large flat of 600 square meters, with excellent lighting. And this set is also decorated for you according to the highest standards. Hearing this, Lin Che nodded. Okay, then take me to see it. Lin Che drove the car to the door of the sales office and called 2 people from the sales office to move the property certificates and keys of the houses that were not rented out into the car. After doing all this and giving the 2 people in the sales department a little tip, Lin Che came alone to the 600 square meter large flat that the sales department had prepared for him. This large flat on the top floor has a direct elevator entrance. After entering the door, what catches your eye is a large flat that is luxurious to the point of being abnormal. All the home appliances and furniture are top brands, carefully designed and customized by designers. They are magnificent and valuable. The 600 square meter house includes 5 bedrooms, a study, an entertainment room, a movie room, a hall, a side hall, and a dining room. What is even more outrageous is that there are actually 2 kitchens, one closed one for cooking Chinese food, one open one for cooking Western food, and a bar for making cocktails. Each space is ridiculously large, and a living room of over 100 square meters is more than enough for holding a party. There is also a whole floor-to-ceiling window. There is no obstruction outside the window, and the scenery outside the window can be seen clearly. This is simply the ceiling in the decoration industry. Although the community was decorated uniformly, it was obvious that this house was reserved for him, and everything was designed individually by a professional designer. Half an hour later, Lin Che lazily leaned on the sofa with a smile on his face. It seems that I have to find a time to bring my parents over as soon as possible so that they can enjoy themselves. They have worked hard for me and my sister in the first half of their lives, and I must let the 2 old people enjoy more in the future. Manager Chen from the sales department was asked to discuss the follow-up matters with Lin Qian, and Lin Che, the hands-off boss, had nothing to do again. Lin Che had nothing to do, so he decided to go to Qianyu building to take a look. Although I met the manager yesterday, I still don't know him well after having him for so long. Also, some unpleasant things happened that day, so I didn't feel like finding out and just went back. I have nothing to do now, so I can go and take a look. When Lin Che drove to Qianyu building, it was already rush hour. There are a lot of handsome men and beautiful women coming and going. Today, Lin Che was still wearing the same cheap clothes he had bought before, which seemed a little out of place in this place. Although Lin Che bought a lot of clothes after he became rich, he still felt that these street stall goods were the most comfortable to wear. After all, the people coming and going were all wearing mid to high-end clothes that cost 5 or 6,000 yuan, while Lin Che was wearing a set of cheap goods that cost less than 500 yuan in total. Many people looked at Lin Che with a mixture of contempt and superiority. Some of the girls, after seeing Lin Che's handsome face, had their eyes blossom with excitement, but as they moved their gazes downwards, when they saw what Lin Che was wearing, the excitement in their eyes instantly disappeared, and they were filled with disappointment. Alas, what a pity! Such a handsome guy is actually a poor 13. When entering the gate of Qianyu building, Lin Che found 2 tall and muscular security guards standing on the left and right of the gate, just like 2 door gods. Although they were only wearing security uniforms, their clothes were very clean and tidy. They looked particularly energetic with their heads held high and chests puffed out, just like 2 dedicated soldiers. Chapter 44. However, if you observe carefully, you will find that their eyes would occasionally pretend to casually glance at the S-shaped figures of those beautiful girls, and they would secretly swallow their saliva. The guard posts during this peak period are still very popular, and all the security guards compete for these posts every day. Because the benefits are so good, these loser security guards can openly look at all kinds of beautiful girls every day. Most of the companies in this building are engaged in finance, e-commerce, and video live streaming. The girls in finance, e-commerce, and live streaming are famous throughout the province for their beauty. During the morning, noon, and evening rush hours, Shenyu Building has become a beautiful landscape that is famous far and wide in Jiangxi Province. Although Lin Che was met with many cold stares here, he didn't care. Because these vulgar people can only see the appearance, which is too superficial, and they cannot see Lin Che's inner beauty. When they reached the gate, the two security guards also saw Lin Che. His originally somewhat lazy body suddenly tensed up, and he held his head high and chest out like a dutiful soldier, shouting loudly, "Hello, boss." The voices of these two people attracted the attention of countless passers-by. The ridicule and contempt in these people's eyes turned into confusion and puzzlement. Why did the two security guards call this slovenly young man boss? Who was he? Was he the son of a wealthy company in the building? Lin Che did not say anything. She just nodded slightly and smiled faintly at the two security guards as she passed by them. The two security guards were so excited that they looked like they were injected with chicken blood. The two security guards' breathing became rapid due to excitement. "Did you see that? The boss just smiled at me." "You farted, but your boss was obviously smiling at me." Now there is no one in the property management company who doesn't know Lin Che. In order to prevent the occurrence of such blind people offending Lin Che as happened that day, Yue went to print out Lin Che's photo after Lin Che left. It was distributed to every employee of the property company, requiring them to remember Lin Che's appearance. If anyone failed to recognize her and offended the boss, they would be fired. That is why the two security guards at the door reacted so quickly after seeing Lin Che. After all, they don't want to lose this job with such good benefits. Lin Che did not linger at the door for long, and followed the crowd into the lobby on the first floor of the office building. There are 8 elevators as soon as you enter, and each elevator is full of people. At this time, no one cares about their quality, and they are all trying hard to squeeze in, for fear that they will not be able to squeeze in and be late for work. After all, you will be fined for being late, and you will also lose your attendance bonus. Who would want to go against money these days? And those pretty young ladies who are thin and wearing cool clothes are even more miserable. Not only will you not be able to squeeze in, but you will also be taken advantage of by perverts with ulterior motives. Everyone is crowding together, you push me, I push you, and it is inevitable that some parts will be squeezed accidentally. Anyway, it won't cost any flesh if you squeeze it. As soon as Lin Che walked in, she noticed a girl in a business suit, holding a pile of documents and standing at the back of the crowd, looking at the crowded elevator with a worried look on her face. Just as she was worrying, she saw Lin Che coming over. Suddenly my heart started beating rapidly, as if a deer was running around. This little brother is so handsome. Is he trying to chat with me? What should I do? Looking at Lin Che's sunny and handsome face, as well as his golden ratio figure, she felt an urge to fall in love. Seeing Lin Che coming over, the young lady didn't know what to say as she watched Lin Che getting closer and closer. Little brother, do you want to go up? Yes, but it looks like we won't be able to go up here for a while. Little brother, you'd better not squeeze in. There are too many people and you can't squeeze in at all. Lin Che listened to the girl's reminder and smiled at her, thank you. Are you in a hurry? Do you want to go up? This warm smile almost made the girl faint, and her breathing became more rapid. Her face turned even redder, and she buried her head in the surging peaks like an ostrich and spoke shyly. No. You're welcome. Well, the manager asked me to bring some information up, but this. After saying these 2 sentences, the girl felt like she was going to die, she was so excited. After all, Lin Che's appearance was now so good that even women would envy him. Lin Che said with a faint smile on her face. To thank you for your reminder, I'll take you upstairs. Please follow me. Although Lin Che spoke lightly, after hearing it, the girl followed Lin Che closely without saying a word, and did not doubt at all whether Lin Che could take her up. Lin Che led the young lady towards the exclusive elevator. The girl was a little confused. Isn't there an elevator over there? How can I get there? The girl would never have thought that Lin Che would be the owner of this building. Lin Che brought the girl to the passage leading to the exclusive elevator guarded by 2 security guards. Similarly, the 2 security guards here immediately raised their heads and chests when they saw Lin Che, raised their hands to salute, and shouted loudly. Hello, boss. Because he had experienced this once before at the gate, Lin Che was not too surprised and nodded calmly. But the girl behind Lin Che was frightened by this sudden sound. The girl thought there was someone behind her, but when she turned around, there was no one there. She would never have dreamed that this handsome guy she met would be the owner of this building. She was a little confused. Let's go. Before the girl could react, Lin Che had already walked into the elevator. The girl walked into the elevator blankly, holding a pile of documents, and she hasn't reacted yet. She always felt something was wrong, but after thinking about it, she couldn't remember what it was. Lin Che asked after entering the elevator. Which floor are you going to? 27th floor. The girl didn't dare to make eye contact with Lin Che and spoke with her head lowered. Seeing the girl like this, Lin Che just smiled and said nothing. After pressing the 27th floor, he pressed the 59th floor. After that, the elevator suddenly became quiet. This is the only elevator in the entire building that can go directly to Lin Che's office floor. Two people stood on each side of the elevator, no one spoke, and it was extremely quiet. Lin Che was too tired to talk, and the girl didn't know what to say. Her heart was still beating fast, and she felt that being able to sit in the same elevator with Lin Che was already a very happy thing. She was still thinking in her heart, it would be great if this could go on forever. Although they didn't talk, she felt an inexplicable sense of happiness being with him. It's a pity that dreams are full of hope, but reality is very skinny. Chapter 45. Soon we arrived at the 27th floor and the elevator doors slowly slid open to both sides. Lin Che was also somewhat curious about what the working conditions on this floor were like. As the elevator door opened, what appeared before Lin Che was a chaotic state, just like the beginning of work. There were also people talking loudly in the corridor, and I couldn't tell what they were saying. When the elevator that Lin Che was riding in opened, all the noisy sounds disappeared instantly. Everyone's eyes were turned towards the elevator. Isn't this elevator broken and unusable? I heard that this elevator can only be used by a few upper floors of this building. Is this true? I've been here for more than half a year and I've never seen this elevator in use. Everyone was discussing it. Thank you. After reaching the 27th floor, the girl felt it was no longer appropriate to stay in the elevator. She thanked Lin Che and walked out with a red face. It's okay, you go ahead and do your work, I'll be leaving first. Lin Che waved at the girl and said. The girl watched the elevator door slowly close, and for some reason she felt a little lost. It's like I've lost something important, and my heart feels empty. When she turned around, she found that everyone was staring at her, which made her feel a little overwhelmed and a little panicked. What's wrong with you? Why are you all staring at me? She asked with some confusion. Suddenly a female colleague rushed to her, took her hand and asked. How did you get up this elevator? I was downstairs just now and wanted to go up, but the elevator was full and couldn't go up. I was a little anxious, and the young man happened to see me, so he took me up in this elevator. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Really? After hearing the girl's answer, the female colleague asked anxiously with her eyes wide open. The excited hands couldn't help but use more force. It hurts, please let me go first. The girl said with some pain. Sorry, I got a little excited. Is the boy you just met handsome? How old is he? What's his personality like? Very handsome. When the girl heard what her female colleague said, she couldn't help but think of Lin Che again, and her face turned red involuntarily. And the little brother is very young, he looks to be in his early 20s. She looks particularly pretty when she smiles, and her voice sounds very gentle when she talks to me. She must have a good personality. The girl was reminiscing incessantly with a sweet smile on her face, just like a girl in the midst of passionate love, which made everyone envious and a little surprised. Wow, what kind of fairy brother is this? Did you add him as a friend or leave me contact information? Someone shouted in surprise and asked. I'm telling you, you must seize this opportunity. Anyone who can ride this elevator must not be an ordinary person. Look at our boss. He has hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. He's so awesome, but he's not even qualified to ride this elevator. It's conceivable that the little brother must be one of the top rich second generations in our Jiang province. If you can seize this opportunity, then why are you squeezing into the elevator? You can enjoy happiness for the rest of your life. Many girls said with a sour tone that they wished it was them in the elevator just now. How great that would be, and they would do everything they could to win the boy's heart. But, I was too nervous just now and didn't ask for anything. When the girl heard what everyone said, she regretted not asking Lin Che for his contact information. Then did you notice which floor the little brother went to? The girl recalled for a while and said, I think I went to the 59th floor. What? 59 floors? Are you sure? The girl recalled carefully again and said with certainty, I am sure it is the 59th floor. What's wrong? What the hell? Upon hearing the girl's answer, everyone sighed in disbelief. The 59th floor is the exclusive office of the boss of our building. It is said that this entire floor is the boss's office, and the decoration is extremely luxurious. Just think about it. One floor of our building is about 10,000 square meters, and the annual rent for one floor is tens of millions. But now it is used as an office area exclusively for one person. How luxurious is that? If I had such an office area, I would definitely build a huge swimming pool and invite dozens of young models to have a party. Just thinking about it makes me excited. At this time, a male colleague with a lewd smile on his face was why-whying. Get lost. When the girls heard what their male colleague said, they laughed and cursed. Especially the girl who had just taken the same elevator with Lin Che said angrily. You are talking nonsense. My brother is definitely not that kind of person. How could such a kind person be as dirty as you? Seeing that he had angered everyone, the male colleague just smiled and ran away in shame. Although the girl felt that Lin Che would not be that kind of person, a picture suddenly emerged in her mind. Lin Che and herself were in a large room of 10,000 square meters, with an extremely clear swimming pool, overlooking the entire Jiang province with Lin Che. After imagining it, the girl's face turned red again. She felt so shy just thinking about it. She couldn't stand it. Lin Che took the elevator directly to the 59th floor, opened the door, went in, and sat half leaning on the sofa, waiting quietly. Lin Che knew that there were some things that she didn't need to say, as someone would do it for her. Sure enough, just a few minutes after Lin Che sat down, the elevator door opened again. Yui Wei trotted out and came to Lin Che, bending over and speaking with a smile on his face. Boss, why did you come to the company today? If you are coming, please let me know in advance so that I can arrange for the senior management to go out and greet you. An hour later, Lin Che walked out of the gate of Qianyu building. Lin Che and Yui Wei signed a contract renewal with their property company and left after learning about Qianyu building. However, just when Lin Che walked to the front of the car and was about to get in and leave, a somewhat surprised voice sounded behind Lin Che. Lin Che, you are Lin Che, right? Hearing this, Lin Che turned around and took a look. It turned out to be He Feng, a friend who grew up with me in my hometown. He Feng was only a few years older than Lin Che. In the past, his relationship with Lin Che was just average. However, this person is a good person, except for one flaw: he likes to brag. He Feng? There was also some surprise in Lin Che's eyes, and he looked at He Feng in front of him and asked with some confusion. Chapter 46. After all, they hadn't seen each other for so many years, so Lin Che was still a little unsure whether he had made a mistake. Yes. It's me, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to recognize me. He Feng, who was there, also started to talk a lot. Do you work in Qianyu building? I saw you come out from here. Oh, that's not the case. I just came to take a look. You know, I got married right after graduation, and the girl's family is pushing me too hard. He Feng's tone sounded a little helpless. Oh, then which community did you buy the house in? Hey, which community could it be? I just graduated and had no money. I had to ask my family for some money for the down payment and bought a house of just over 100 square meters in Mingxian community. He Feng waved his hands and said helplessly. But there was still a hint of pride in these words. After all, not long after graduation, I can afford to buy a house and get married in Jiang province. In the eyes of many people, this is already considered a successful person. That's pretty good. He bought a house and got married right after graduation. You're still not satisfied with this. It just so happens that our two communities are close to each other. How about I give you a ride? He Feng, who was standing aside, also showed some surprise. After all, he was very clear about Lin Che's family situation. They were all from the village. Although Lin Che had graduated after all, he was heard to have opened a small company with his classmates. Did you buy a car? Yes, I just bought one for transportation. Lin Che did not deny it either. It was time to gradually let people know. Okay, that saves me the trouble of squeezing into the bus. Then, Hifeng took a look at the parking lot. There are not many cars in the parking lot now. After all, it is rush hour and some people don't drive for fear of traffic jams. At this time, Hifeng noticed the cheapest Benz worth about 300,000 yuan in the parking lot and said in surprise, "Oh my god, Lin Che, you're doing pretty well now. You've just graduated and you're already driving a Mercedes-Benz." As for the G-Class opposite the Benz, Hifeng subconsciously ignored it. After all, Lin Che's family didn't have much money, even if he and his friends opened a small company. But this G-Class is not something that Lin Che, the owner of a small company that has just opened, can afford. But at this moment, Lin Che took out the key and pressed it. Ding dee. The headlights of the G-Class lit up. Deathly silence. This car. Hifeng, who was standing by, swallowed and pointed at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class in shock, and was speechless for a moment. What's wrong? Get in the car. Lin Che got into the car and closed the door. Hifeng, who was standing aside, had a dazed look on his face. Damn it, this Lin Che. Now I'm doing so well. Isn't it just an ordinary family and an ordinary small company? Is this a car that an ordinary family or small company owner can afford? Or is the ordinary family he mentioned the one from Penguin Group? At this moment, Hifeng felt that his previous view of the world had been completely overturned. Now the way he looked at Lin Che gradually became a little strange. Then, he quietly got into Lin Yu's Mercedes-Benz G-Class. After a moment of silence, Hifeng couldn't help but ask, "Brother, tell me honestly, is your family really an ordinary family?" "Nonsense, don't you know what my family situation is like? We are just an ordinary rural family," Lin Che said helplessly, and Lin Che also backed the car out. Go straight to Hifeng's community. As for Hifeng, he originally felt a little superior about being able to buy a house and get married in Zheng province right after graduation. But now, seeing Lin Che, who had just graduated a few months ago, was already driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. And my sense of superiority has long disappeared. After all, there is no comparability at all, so what sense of superiority can you have? Lin Che quickly drove the car to the gate of Dijian Garden, and opposite was the gate of Mingxian community where Hifeng lived. We're here. Hifeng smiled and said, thank you very much, Lin Che. Well, let's get together often. Okay, we must get together often. Hifeng smiled awkwardly and planned to get off the car and leave. At this moment, the sales manager of Dijian Garden walked out of the gate of the community with a young man wearing a black suit and looking like a salesperson. When he saw Lin Che, his eyes lit up instantly. Then he hurried to Lin Che. Mr. Lin. Well, Manager Chen, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Che glanced at Manager Chen, got out of the car and said, Mr. Lin, let me introduce you to Lei Ming, the manager of Qianlong Real Estate. After learning that you had 1,000 houses to rent, I came here myself. We just went to your flat and found that you were not at home. We just happened to run into you this time. Lin Che nodded and said, Hello, Manager Lei. Hello, Mr. Lin. The two shook hands, and then Lei Ming spoke directly. Mr. Lin, I have already talked to your secretary. In the end, the price we can offer is 320,000 yuan per house per year. As for Qianlong Real Estate, we charge an agency fee of 8,000 for each order. If you have no objection, we can sign a contract to confirm it. Lei Ming took out the contract and handed it to Lin Che. After Lin Che took the contract, she quickly glanced at it to make sure there were no problems with it. Then he took the pen from Lei Ming and quickly signed his name. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. It's been a pleasure working with you. After the signing was completed, Lei Ming turned and left. Manager Chen also said goodbye to Lin Che and left. Hifeng, who had been standing aside, was completely dumbfounded. He stood there with his mouth wide open for a long time, unable to close it, looking dazed. Lin Che, you. He swallowed, tried to calm himself down and stop stuttering, then shouted out loud. Lin Che, this entire Dijian Garden is yours? Lin Che scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Yeah, that's about right. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. As Lin Che finished speaking, he got into the car and drove away quickly. At this moment, Hifeng stood there, looking at Lin Che's departing figure with a confused look. You're telling me this is an ordinary family? I just laughed. If this were an ordinary family, what would I call myself? Poor peasant? This ordinary family is outrageous. For a moment, Hifeng felt very complicated. After all, at this moment, he had been severely hit by Lin Che. Chapter 47. Cut. 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 After Hifeng cursed, he put his thoughts aside and walked back home. After all, no matter what, you still have to live your life. Lin Che also returned to Villa number 1. After making lunch for himself and Lin Xian, he casually opened the Penguin app on his phone. However, Lin Che discovered that the university classmates group that he had long blocked had exploded, with over 99 unread messages. Lin Che had already blocked this group of people. Before graduation, there might still be people in this group sending some notification messages or something. After graduation, this group has completely become a place for classmates to show off to each other. All kinds of boastful information are constantly filling it. What? Today, so-and-so bought a car, so-and-so bought a house. In short, he's just pretending to be cool all the time. But today seems a little different, it is unusually lively and some people at me. Did something happen? Lin Che opened the Penguin group with doubts in his heart. I don't have anything to do anyway, so I'll go and see what they are doing. As soon as she entered the group, Lin Che climbed up the stairs to the top. At first, everyone was chatting normally. Until Hifeng appeared. Fengzi, I heard that you bought a house in Zhejiang province? Oh my god, Fengzi, you are so generous. You must treat us this time. That's right. You've only just graduated and you've already bought a house. It would be unreasonable for you not to treat us. The best student in our class right now is probably Fengzi, right? That's right. Not only did he get married right after graduation, but now he has bought a house in Zhejiang province. TSK, isn't this a winner in life? Hifeng, bitter smile. Okay, stop slandering me. What do you mean I'm the best? I'm nothing compared to Lin Che. Lin Che? Speaking of Lin Che, it seems like I haven't heard any news about this guy recently? At Lin Che. No, Fengzi, did you just say that Lin Che is doing the best right now? If you are kidding, isn't this guy's family a farmer? And I heard that he was delivering food before, and now he has been fired? Hifeng, farming? Takeout? Fired? You really believe it? I'll tell you the truth, I just happened to run into him today, and this guy was driving a $1 million luxury car. As he spoke, he also sent a photo of Lin Che's car. As Hifeng's words and picture came out, the group suddenly fell silent. After a few minutes, the group exploded. Is this true? Fengzi, you must have found this picture on the internet. Oh my god, this Mercedes-Benz G-Class must cost at least 3 million. Lin Che drives a G-Class? Ha, Hifeng, if you had just eaten a peanut, you wouldn't have gotten this drunk. Hifeng smiled bitterly when he heard these words. I also thought it was fake, but I saw these with my own eyes. And everyone knows about the recently opened Dijiang Garden, right? The entire community belongs to Lin Che. I saw him sign a contract with a real estate company with my own eyes. The annual rent for a house is 320,000 yuan. As soon as these words came out, the group suddenly fell into a strange silence. However, the next moment, everything exploded. Fuck you. You are not kidding. No, Fengzi, you are kidding, right? You used to brag about yourself, but now you are bragging about Lin Che. That's right, Lin Che is just an ordinary family at best. How could they have an entire neighborhood like you said? You're being ridiculous. The people there did not believe Hifeng's words at all. After all, during their 4 years in college, Lin Che had always been in financial difficulty. You said he owns a whole community? One apartment rents for 320,000 yuan a year? Who would believe you? Lin Che, who had just finished climbing the stairs, also said with a faint smile. That's right, my family is just an ordinary family. After saying that, Lin Che took a photo of the property certificate for the 1,000 units and sent it over. The property certificates were all spread out, with Lin Che clearly listed as the owner. Then Lin Che also took a selfie of herself, with the background naturally being the 1,000 property certificates. As Lin Che sent out these two messages, the entire group fell into silence again. Everyone was afraid to speak anymore, their hearts were filled with endless waves of shock and fear. Fuck you, is this guy really a hidden rich man? I remember that Lin Che was with Chen Chang at the beginning, right? Doesn't that mean that Chen Chang? Chen Chang, please tell me this is fake. Well, it seems that Chen Chang and Lin Che broke up some time ago. Chen Chang on the other side of the phone. At this moment, Chen Chang's heart felt as if he had suffered a critical blow of billions of tons. Boundless regret surged in my heart, like the Yellow River flooding, out of control. After all, it was he who let a rich man run away with just one bowl of rice. Later, the blind date guy also abandoned me. And now we know that Lin Che has $1 million luxury car and a whole community of houses. Chen Chang is really crying without tears now. Lin Che escaped from this group of classmates early on. After all, he didn't want to be besieged by this group of classmates. After closing the Penguin group, Lin Che turned on the TV to watch. I waited until late to make dinner and ate it with Lin Xian. After resting for a while, I reviewed the liberal arts study materials with Lin Xian and then went to bed together. The next morning, Lin Che woke up early. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained 9 consecutive Rolls-Royce Phantoms. The reward has been distributed to the garage of Villa number 1. Lin Che was confused when he heard the system's voice. Why do I need these 9 Phantoms, with consecutive numbers? Although a Rolls-Royce Phantom costs about 10 million. But for me, I don't need so many, and they are consecutive numbers. How can I open a wedding company? This one is enough for transportation. This system directly gives 9 consecutive numbers. I really want to open a wedding company. Lin Che rolled her eyes and shook her head. It would be better to just give him some shares in the company. Lin Che muttered something, then woke up Lin Xian, went to the bathroom to wash up, and then went downstairs. The chefs had already prepared breakfast for Lin Che and Lin Xian. After finishing breakfast, Lin Che took a bottle of Happy Fatty water and sat on the sofa with Lin Xian, planning to play some King of Glory. Lin Xian, are we playing King of Glory? I only knew how to play Kaiwenji before, but I've been practicing Zhuge Liang these past 2 days. I step on everyone I see and my skills are much better now. Lin Che, what a coincidence, I worked hard to train a few days ago, and now I hug other people's wives when I see them. Chapter 48, A Clerk in a Leasing Company? As time passed, it was almost noon. Just at this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. When he saw the person calling him, it turned out to be his high school classmate named Yi Liang. Lin Che and Yi Liang had a very good relationship when they were in high school, and later Lin Che went to college. However, due to some reasons, Yi Liang was unable to go to university and had to go out to work early. But later on, through my own efforts, I was able to pass the self-study exam and become a major in this field. I am doing well now, working as a deputy manager in a company. Hey, Yi Z, what's the matter with you looking for me so suddenly? After answering the call, Lin Che said with a smile. What are you doing now? It's the weekend. You're not secretly exercising at home, are you? Get lost. Hearing this carefree, rough, yet familiar voice, Lin Che's face suddenly darkened. I haven't used Five Finger Girl in years. Besides, do I need to use Five Finger Girl with my face? Ha, okay, are you free to come over and eat something together? In response, Yi Liang on the other end of the phone laughed. Okay. Lin Che said with a smile. Send me the address and I'll be there right away. Okay, I'll send it to your Penguin account. After hanging up the phone, Lin Che received the address sent by Yi Liang. It was still the kebab restaurant where the two of them used to gather together. It's not that the food in this restaurant is delicious, it's mainly because it's cheap. After all, these two people had not much money before, one was still studying and the other had just started working. After receiving the message, Lin Che picked up the key to a Phantom and headed straight to the kebab shop. I have to say that this Rolls-Royce Phantom is more comfortable to drive and sit in than the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Moreover, Lin Che was low-key and did not raise the little golden man. Driving on this street, not many people recognize it. And even if they recognized him, they would just smile and show surprise. Although this is a luxury car worth tens of millions, it is not uncommon to see such cars in Jiang province. Lin Che soon arrived at the door of the kebab shop. When the car drove to the parking space of this store, Lin Che saw Yi Liang sitting inside, looking outside. However, when he saw Lin Che getting out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, he was stunned at first. Then I was extremely shocked and completely confused. Hey, what are you looking at? Under his gaze, Lin Che first walked into the store and greeted the boss. Then he walked over, patted the confused Yi Liang, and sat opposite him. That is your car? Yi Liang pointed at the Rolls-Royce Phantom at the door and asked with a confused look on his face. Nonsense, let me see if it's mine or whose it is. Yi Liang was her best friend, so Lin Che didn't intend to hide it from him. When Yi Liang heard Lin Che answer him so straightforwardly, he became even more confused. Then he asked, "How much is this car?" "About 10 million. Lin Che said after taking a sip of water. Puff. Yi Liang, who was sitting there, spit out a mouthful of water, almost spraying it on Lin Che. Then he asked while coughing urgently. Ahem, how much did you say? About 10 million, what's wrong? Suddenly, Yi Liang there rolled his eyes and said. Bullshit. Can you afford this car? Lin Che just smiled and didn't say anything more. After all, sometimes no one would believe you when you tell the truth. Hey, I heard you were fired recently, so I asked you out for a drink. I was worried that you would feel bad, but now it seems that I was overthinking it. Yi Liang, who was there, said this lightly, then glanced at Lin Che and made an excuse for Lin Che. But judging from your appearance, did you go to the car rental company? You even dared to drive the company car out secretly, aren't you afraid of getting killed? If I really get it, I'll have to pay you back for it. Soon, the two of them went to choose skewers. After getting the skewers, the two began to eat. Why were you fired and ended up working for a rental company? Hearing Yi Liang's words, Lin Che waved his hand and said. Hey, don't mention it. It's over now anyway. Let's not talk about me. How are you and your girlfriend? I heard that you are engaged to her. Is it true? Lin Che took a bite of the skewer, glanced at Yi Liang opposite him, and couldn't help asking. Lin Che still remembered that she had heard before that Yi Liang was engaged to his girlfriend. Ha, that's right, the wedding will be held in a few days. When Lin Che heard this, she was immediately a little surprised. Oh my god. You are so good, you didn't even tell me you were getting married? But now, I have to call you sister-in-law. Sorry, I've been so busy lately that I forgot about it. I just realized that there are so many things to do when holding a wedding now, such as preparing various venues, booking banquets, etc. It's really overwhelming for me. Besides, you and I are both in Jiang province, so I have to invite you in person. Yi Liang, who was there, said. TSK, that sounds nice. As he was speaking, Yi Liang's cell phone rang. Yi Liang took a look and said with a smile. Your sister-in-law called to check on you. As he spoke, Yi Liang also answered the phone. After listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Yi Liang's face gradually became ugly. Finally, he hung up the phone and Yi Liang no longer had the happy and excited look he had before. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a long puff. What's wrong? Lin Che looked at Yi Liang with a puzzled look on his face and asked. MD. It's still that woman Wu Qian. Fuck. Yi Liang cursed angrily. Wu Qian is the cousin of Yi Liang's girlfriend Qin Yuan. Lin Che actually knew Wu Qian. What did she do again? Lin Che was a little curious and couldn't help but ask. Yi Liang on the side took a deep puff of cigarette and suppressed the anger in his heart. Didn't this little bitch get married a while ago? And her fleet of cars is 9 Bentleys. And now Qin Yuan is also jealous. I am choosing 9 Audi A8s. We had already agreed on it, but Wu Qian came here again today to show off, demanding that we change the fleet, and it had to be a Bentley. But I'm getting married in 2 days. Where can I find a team now? Damn it. When Lin Che heard this, she was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and spoke. Yi Zi, have you forgotten what I do now? Hearing Lin Che's words, Yi Liang was stunned. Do you have a fleet of cars at your disposal? What kind of fleet is it? Lin Che smiled and pointed at the Rolls-Royce Phantom at the door. Chapter 49, Encounter. Rolls-Royce? That's right. Lin Che took a bite of the skewer and said calmly. Yi Liang hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but I really can't afford this car. Hey no, brother, who do you take me for? If I lease this to someone else, I will definitely charge a lot of money, at least 7,000 per car. But we are friends. If I rent it to you, I will give you the lowest market price, 3,000 per car, for a total of 9 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. After these words were spoken, Yi Liang, who was standing aside, was stunned. Chetzi, is this true? Don't lie to me. 3,000 for a Rolex? Why would I lie to you? What's the relationship between us? I can lie to anyone else but you, right? Lin Che, who was sitting there, said. Okay. Then brother believes you. Why don't you call your sister-in-law first? Give her some comfort? Lin Che smiled and patted Yi Liang on the shoulder. Ha, yeah, I totally forgot about it. I'll go make a phone call right now. Yi Liang said with a smile, and then hurriedly called his wife. As the call was connected, Xin Yuan's voice also rang out. Honey, I've thought it through. My cousin and I have a different family. We don't need to change the fleet. The Audi A8 is good enough. When Yi Liang heard his wife's prosperity, he was stunned for a moment, and then his heart felt warm. I've figured this out. Marriage is a once-in-a-lifetime event for my wife. So I will do my best to give you the grandest wedding and give you the best treatment. I have already solved the problem of the team. I can definitely defeat your cousin. Xin Yuan was also stunned when she heard Yi Liang's words, then she frowned slightly and said. No, Yi Liang, don't spend money recklessly. Our family is not as good as my cousin's. It's not worth spending so much money just to get married and surpass her. And the team that can still surpass Bentley, what kind of team are you looking for? It can't be Rolls-Royce, right? Yi Liang, who was there, heard this and laughed and spoke. Yes, it's a Rolls-Royce. This made Xin Yuan even more anxious and she spoke immediately. Yi Liang. Do you know how much it costs to rent a fleet of Rolls-Royces? If you don't have a car that costs 7,000 or 8,000, you can't rent it at all. Hey, don't worry. You've met my brother Lin Che. He's working at a rental company now. He gave me the lowest price in the market. Lowest price? How much is that? Xin Yuan on the opposite side asked with some confusion. Yi Liang chuckled and then continued to talk in suspense. Hey, take a guess first, feel free to guess boldly. Listening to her husband's words, Xin Yuan on the other end of the phone also spoke tentatively. 6,000? Hey, that's not right. Guess bolder. What about 4,000? Ha, I'm wrong but it's close. It's only 3,000 a car. As Yi Liang finished speaking, Xin Yuan on the other end of the phone was suddenly confused. Oh my god. Yi Liang, are you sure you didn't get scammed? 3,000 a car? This price is ridiculously low. Xin Yuan was shocked when she heard Yi Liang's words. After all, the price of 3,000 yuan per car is really too low. It's so low that it's hard to believe it's real. Can I rent a Rolls-Royce for 3,000? Ah, don't worry, this is the internal price my brother gave me. There is no way my brother would cheat me. You? Xin Yuan on the other end of the phone was skeptical. What if this was true? If this is true, then I have gotten a great bargain, and I can even surpass my cousin who loves to show off. Thinking of this, Xin Yuan couldn't wait to see her cousin and her best friend's dumbfounded expressions. All right. Well, don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Yi Liang hung up the phone and said to Lin Che excitedly. Chetzi, you are good enough now. This time it is really thanks to you. I'll figure out a way to deal with the first car myself, but I'll leave these 9 Rolls-Royces to you. Hearing Yi Liang's words, Lin Che smiled faintly. Just put your mind at ease. I will definitely handle this matter for you properly. I will do what I say. Don't you believe me? Ha, why wouldn't you believe it? This is something that only happens once in your life, so you have to be careful. Ha, eat skewers, eat skewers. Yi Liang said this with a smile, his entire mouth wide open, looking like a 160-pound kid. The skewers show ended quickly. After finishing the barbecue, Lin Che called Lin Xian. Let Lin Xian find a few drivers, and I also have to prepare some formal clothes. Lin Che planned to personally be the lead driver for Yifeng the day after tomorrow. So Lin Che planned to buy a sports car to serve as Yifeng's lead car. Although Yifeng said that he would solve it, now that he knew about it, he had to make proper arrangements. After all, no matter what, I have to give my best brother a good show. Lin Che drove the Phantom home first. His phone ran out of battery and turned off after he finished making a call. Before Lin Che went out, he did not notice that his phone was running low on power. He would plug his phone in to charge before going to bed every day, but the charger was not plugged in properly yesterday and was not powered, so the phone did not charge at all. This resulted in my phone shutting down very quickly today. Fortunately, he was not the one paying today. Lin Che did not have the habit of carrying cash when he went out. It would have been embarrassing if he had paid today. After Lin Che returned home, he plugged in his phone to charge, took out a watch and put it on his wrist. Lin Che took a look at it. Although this watch is quite ugly when you first see it, after looking at it for a long time and getting used to it, it turns out to be quite good. The only bad thing is that I can't tell the time by myself. This is what makes Lin Che most uncomfortable. This watch cannot tell time, so it is better not to wear it. This is why Lin Che has not worn the watch since he got it. This watch was given to Lin Che by Xiao Ma Ge from Penguin Group. Lin Che thought it was ugly and never wore it. But to be honest, this is the Chad Millman Series RM056. I have never worn it since I got it, which is a bit unfair to it. This is obviously a famous watch worth tens of millions, but I have left it in a corner gathering dust. After the phone was fully charged, Lin Che drove to a nearby shopping mall. While strolling in this mall, by coincidence I ran into Chen Shuang, who was sitting there resting. "Brother Che? What a coincidence, you're here to shop at the mall too." Chen Shuang smiled and asked Lin Che. "Banned again. They always say that chapter 33 is erotic and vulgar, but I didn't find it interesting. I finally unblocked it, but it was blocked again. Chapter 50 weekly signature critical hit. Well, a friend of mine is getting married the day after tomorrow, and I'm coming over to buy a more casual suit. Would you like to help me look?" Chen Shuang's face flushed when he heard Lin Che's words. Invite a girl to go clothes shopping together? Isn't this something you usually only do with your girlfriend or wife? Lin Che now asked me to accompany him to buy clothes. Could it be that Lin Che? Thinking of this, Chen Shuang's face suddenly turned redder. Lin Che looked at Chen Shuang, who had not answered, and then he spoke. If you have anything else to do, then I won't bother you for now. I can go shopping by myself. Having said that, Lin Che planned to buy it himself. Chen Shuang on the side finally came to his senses and spoke hurriedly. No, that's not what I meant. I'm happy to go shopping with you. As he spoke, Chen Shuang walked to Lin Che's side and started walking with him. Finally, in a Dior store, Lin Che successfully selected 2 sets of casual suits and some matching small accessories. The total cost was about 100,000 yuan. After walking out of the store, Lin Che turned and said to Chen Shuang, "It's almost time for dinner. What would you like to eat? It's my treat today." After hearing Lin Che's words, Chen Shuang couldn't help but blush slightly, but didn't say anything. Well, if you don't say what to eat, I'll decide. Okay. Chen Shuang nodded with a slightly red face. Lin Che, who was standing by, checked the nearby Western restaurants and found one that had good reviews online. After entering, Lin Che ordered 2 steaks, and then asked for a bottle of Lafite red wine worth more than 70,000 yuan. This series of operations also made Chen Shuang on the opposite side secretly surprised. After all, this is just a bottle of red wine, and it costs 70,000 yuan. How long would it take for me to make so much money by live streaming before I met Lin Che? The dinner they had was quite good, but because they both drank a little, Lin Che simply called a designated driver. But when the designated driver came and saw that the car he was going to drive was a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth tens of millions, he was completely shocked. This was the first time in all his years as a designated driver that he had received an order for a car worth tens of millions. The designated driver started the car tremblingly, then took Chen Shuang back to school before driving to Lin Che's underground garage. The driver was extremely focused throughout the journey, fearing that he would accidentally scratch the car. Because he drank a little bit of wine, Lin Che slept very comfortably that night and did not have the energy to fight with Lin Xian again. Lin Che didn't get up until 11 o'clock the next morning. After washing up, Lin Che went downstairs to eat. Lin Che was eating while signing into the system. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning a Pagani Huayra. Congratulations to the host for signing in this week. The reward is a critical hit and you will get 9 limited edition sports cars. Oh my god, this critical hit increased its power 9-fold. I was planning to buy one today to serve as the lead vehicle. Now, not only did I get the lead vehicle, but a whole fleet of vehicles came directly. Lin Che asked Lin Xian to find a few more drivers, otherwise there wouldn't be enough for tomorrow. Today was another day for Lin Che to be paralyzed and decadent at home. The next day, before 7 o'clock, Lin Che received a call from ePhone. Hey, Shetsi, where is the car you mentioned? I have to go pick up the bride in an hour. Lin Che checked the time and said with a smile. Don't worry, this matter will definitely not delay your wedding. Send me the address and I will lead the motorcade there right away. As Lin Che said this, he asked Lin Xian to bring the drivers over and then changed into a suit and put on a watch. After Lin Che got dressed, she received a call from Lin Xian. These drivers also wore uniform and white gloves. They stand in a row in uniform. If they wear sunglasses, they will look like a group of professional bodyguards. Lin Che looked at them and didn't know what to say for a moment. Okay, get in the car. With a wave of his hand, Lin Che got on his Pagani Wind God and drove in the front, turning on the double flashes at the same time. Behind them were 9 limited edition sports cars, and behind them were the 9 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. All of these Phantoms raised their little golden men and turned on their hazard lights, following behind. Along the way, wherever Lin Che's convoy passed, no vehicle dared to approach, which created a vacuum zone around Lin Che's convoy. After all, whether it was Lin Che's Pagani Wind God and the 9 limited edition luxury cars following behind, or the 9 consecutive Rolls-Royce Phantoms at the end, they all looked particularly dazzling. At this time, Hefeng and others were extremely anxious and looked very nervous. But when he saw this huge convoy, he was stunned. This convoy is so damn scary. What's more, the leading car is a Pagani Huayra worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and behind it are 9 sports cars and 9 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. It wasn't until Lin Che got out of the car that Hefeng came to his senses. Chetzi, didn't you say there were only 9 Rolls-Royce Phantoms? Why are there also Pagani Fengshan and these sports cars? Hefeng, who was standing there, opened his mouth wide and said to Lin Che in front of him. How about this car being your lead vehicle? Pretty impressive, isn't it? Lin Che patted the roof of the Pagani Wind God and said with a smile. Hefeng's heart trembled as he watched Lin Che take a few shots and he said hurriedly, oh my god, stop taking pictures. If you break something, you won't be able to afford the compensation. In response, Lin Che just smiled calmly and said. Okay, I'm not afraid, so why should you be afraid? Hurry up and have someone put up the flowers and stuff, because you have to go pick up the bride soon. After hearing this, Hefeng became a little hesitant. Looking at the Pagani Wind God in front of him and the 9 limited edition sports cars behind it, he said. This isn't good, is it? If I get scratched by accident, you won't be able to afford the compensation even if you sell me off. Lin Che rolled his eyes at Hefeng and said, you coward, if you don't post it, then I will. Then he turned to the drivers in the car and said, all of you get out and put decals on your cars. Okay, boss. Then, all the men in black suits got out of the 18 cars behind them. That momentum. Simply amazing. Hefeng was also shocked. Oh my god, these drivers. Hefeng originally thought that they were just some ordinary drivers, but he never expected that these drivers in black suits were so impressive. And he gives people the feeling that he is not just a driver but more like a well-trained bodyguard. This was also Lin Che's fault for not explaining it clearly to Lin Xian. Most of the drivers she hired were actually bodyguards responsible for safety. I found it, okay, hurry up and apply the stickers, and don't take your wife away. As he spoke, Lin Che began to stick the car decals on the body of the Pagani Wind God. Chapter 51 Reversal. After the car stickers were put on, Hefeng also gave each of the drivers a gift bag. After doing all this, with the sound of gongs and drums, the convoy officially set off. Hefeng was extremely excited as he sat in the Fengshan car. It was not only because he was going to marry a wife, but he was also excited about riding in this luxury car worth hundreds of millions for the first time. In fact, deep down in Hefeng's heart, he had serious doubts about Lin Che's identity as a so-called clerk in a leasing company. After all, which small employee can borrow a top luxury car like Pagani Huayra? You can also bring 9 limited edition sports cars, and you don't have to pay, you only pay for Rolls-Royce. The price is also very low. Tell me honestly, what are you doing right now? Hefeng really couldn't figure it out, so he asked Lin Che. Lin Che just smiled calmly in response. Okay, don't worry about these things for now. Just take your wife home peacefully today. If I tell Hefeng that these cars are mine, will Hefeng believe me? And even if Lin Che didn't say it, Hefeng actually had some guesses in his heart. And there were also huge waves in my heart. What kind of status has my best friend become now? Hefeng looked Lin Che up and down. The suit Lin Che was wearing looked unusual. Although there are no logos on this body, it gives people the feeling that it is not cheap. However, Hefeng did not think much about it, but he could not help but feel happy for Lin Che in his heart. After all, his best friend is doing so well now and has not forgotten him. How can Feng not be happy about this? Wherever the convoy passed along the way, all the vehicles avoided it and dared not approach. Make way for the convoy to pass. The car owners around were all shocked by the luxurious fleet lineup and their eyes widened. Only a very rich person could afford such a luxurious lineup. At the bride's home on the other side, Xin Yuan was sitting on the bed wearing a red dress. A group of relatives and friends were standing around her. Among them, the aunt of my cousin Wu Qian spoke with a mean look on her face. Xiao Yuan, let me tell you, if this man wants to come in later, he must give him enough things before he can come in. Besides, the wedding procession must be grand and impressive. Otherwise, it means they don't value you, and you won't have a good life after you marry into their family. For example, when my eldest daughter Wu Qian got married, she had a fleet of Bentleys. And the man stuffed enough stuff into it before I put it in. After hearing what her aunt said, Xin Yuan sat there without saying a word, with a worried look on her face. Although Feng had told her before that he had rented a fleet of Rolls Royces. She was very happy at the time, but then she thought about whether she could rent it at that price. She was still a little worried. After all, this Rolls Royce costs 3,000 yuan each. Can such a fleet be reliable? I hope the cars that come are not old and broken. If that's the case, it would be better to have a fleet of Audi A8s. And if this happens, I will lose face this time. However, at this moment, a scream was heard from the door. Oh my God, look there. A young girl pointed at the convoy outside the window, her eyes full of astonishment. Huh? What's wrong? Why are you making such a fuss every day? The adult next to her said that the girl was making a fuss, but he was also a little curious. Then he looked in the direction the girl pointed. Oh my God. This convoy. Is this also a wedding procession? But I haven't heard of anyone else getting married in this neighborhood today? Yes, do you think this convoy is here to pick up Xiao Yuan? For a moment, everyone started talking about the convoy. As these words were spoken, people around him all had awkward expressions on their faces. As for my aunt who was just bragging, she looked even more unnatural. Then he began to speak. Stop guessing. Didn't Xiao Yuan say that her boyfriend prepared a fleet of 9 Audi A8s? How could it be this fleet? As my aunt finished her words, everyone around her nodded. The little daughter standing next to her aunt also said at this time, I really envy the bride who came to pick her up with a motorcade. The aunt on the side spoke up. Aren't they just a few sports cars and a few Rolls Royces? When you get married, Mom will prepare a Rolls Royce sports car for you. The girl rolled her eyes when she heard what her mother said and said, Mom, this car is a Pagani Wind God. It's a top-notch supercar. After hearing this, the aunt looked at her little daughter and said, It's just a supercar. Your uncle's family also has one. At worst, I can ask your uncle to bring the Lamborghini to you as your lead vehicle. Don't you agree? Xiaoji. Hearing this, a young man on the side said somewhat embarrassedly. Well, aunt, although these are all sports cars, they are not in the same class at all. Hearing what the boy said, the aunt chuckled and said, TSK, they're all sports cars, what's the difference? Aunt, my family's Lamborghini is worth at most 9 million. The lead car in this convoy is a Pagani Huayra, worth hundreds of millions, and the sports cars behind it are all limited edition supercars, each of which costs no less than 10 million. As soon as the boy said this, the whole room fell silent instantly. My aunt's face froze, and then she laughed awkwardly and said, Is that so? I really don't understand these things, But Xiao Yuan, what's going on with Feng in your family? It's almost time, why haven't we seen any sign of your convoy yet? Let me tell you, the earlier this man arrives and the more luxurious his motorcade is, the more he values you. Like your cousin, when she got married, the groom had a row of Bentleys and was waiting downstairs an hour in advance. Look at your Feng. Before the aunt could finish her words, another exclamation interrupted her. No way? Oh my God, this convoy actually stopped right downstairs of our building. Hearing this, the worried Qin Yuan was stunned. Could it be that this is the fleet that Feng prepared for himself? But didn't Feng say that he was looking for a fleet of Rolls Royces? So what about the sports cars and Pagani Huayra in front? Chapter 52, Just a Driver. This situation made Qin Yuan completely confused. The aunt beside her looked even uglier. Said stiffly, Isn't this just a coincidence that we live in the same building? Qin Yuan's mother shook her head and said after hearing this, But I haven't heard of any other family getting married today. As these words were spoken, everyone around them looked puzzled. At this moment, the door was knocked and Yifeng's voice came in. Yuaner, open the door, I'm here to take you home. At this moment, there was silence inside the door. Afterwards, everyone reacted and their eyes widened, and they were deeply shocked in their hearts. Could it be that this luxury fleet of sports cars and Rolls Royces is really the fleet that Yifeng is preparing to pick up Qin Yuan? At this moment, everyone's mentality exploded. After all, this is a top-notch convoy, with a sports car worth hundreds of millions as the lead car, and the cars following behind are all luxury cars worth tens of millions. For a moment, the room was filled with the sound of people gasping for air. And Qin Yuan's eyes were extremely complicated at this moment. My aunt standing by also felt a burning pain on her face. Before, she had been constantly mocking Yifeng, but the next second she was slapped in the face. The earlier you arrive, the more luxurious the fleet, the more attention you will get? And a whole row of Bentleys? Ha ha! What happened to Yifeng? Forget about the row of Rolls Royces. The car at the other end is a top-of-the-line supercar worth hundreds of millions. And there is a row of limited edition sports cars behind. Qin Yuan, who was standing aside, also felt relieved of the depression that had been pent up in her heart. Qin Yuan's mother was also smiling from ear to ear at this time. As for Yifeng, who was outside the door, his face was full of nervousness at this time. Chetzi, do you think Yuaner's family will make things difficult for me? When Lin Che heard what Yifeng said, she just smiled faintly. Don't worry. Even if it makes things difficult for you, can I still stop you from marrying Qin Yuan? After hearing Lin Che's words, Yifeng finally felt more at ease. After quickly passing one level after another, Yifeng finally succeeded and walked out carrying the bride. The aunt in the crowd looked obviously unhappy. After all, she originally wanted to show off to Qin Yuan's family today. Who could have known that in the end, Yifeng's luxurious fleet of cars would instead show off to her? When I came downstairs, I saw the driver in a black suit standing in front of the car door, and I was shown off again. Then, in Lin Che's first car, the bride sat on the passenger seat. Although the back was a bit crowded, Yifeng could still barely sit in the back. It wasn't that Lin Che didn't want Yifeng to drive the bride himself, but Yifeng didn't dare to drive, for fear that he would accidentally get hit and wouldn't be able to afford the compensation, so Lin Che had to drive himself with reluctance. Fortunately, the wedding venue is not far from the community. The three of them walked all the way to the wedding hotel. After getting off the car, Lin Che watched Yifeng and Qin Yuan walk into the hotel. Lin Che smiled slightly, then followed him into the hotel. Lin Che found a seat and sat down. After a while, everyone arrived and the banquet officially began. The table where Lin Che sat was filled with a mixed crowd, most of whom were Qin Yuan's relatives and juniors. Fortunately, we are all young people and have more common topics. One of the young men, who was wearing a fashionable brand, looked Lin Che up and down jokingly, and then spoke. Hey, brother, are you here to attend the wedding today as well? I wonder how much gift you gave this time. Before Lin Che could say anything, a young man at the side spoke up. Brother, don't joke with this guy. I saw it all. This guy is just a driver. I really don't know what Yifeng was thinking. He actually arranged for us to sit at the same table with this guy. Everyone who heard these words looked at Lin Che with disdain. Lin Che didn't want to explain further about this, he just sat there silently. The wedding started soon. As the process went on, Yifeng and Qin Yuan began to toast at each table. Soon it was Lin Che's table. Yifeng walked up to Lin Che and said with a smile, "Ha, you guys have to help me take good care of my brother today." Brother? Everyone there was stunned when they heard Yifeng's words. Isn't he just a driver? You don't know, but this team and the Pagani Wind God in front of me were all obtained by my good brother. As Yifeng finished speaking, everyone on the side widened their eyes full of shock. At first they thought that Yifeng must have met some rich man who was able to lend him this top-of-the-line supercar, the Pagani Huayra. They never imagined that this sports car was borrowed by a driver they looked down upon. It's not a big deal, just a few cars. In response, Lin Che just smiled faintly and waved his hand. Okay, go to the next table first. Well then you have to eat and drink well. Yifeng said with a smile. Well, go ahead. Lin Che nodded and said, with a smile on his face. As for the originally lively atmosphere at the dining table, it now fell into an awkward atmosphere. After all, they had previously mocked Lin Che for being just a driver. Who could have imagined this result? This fleet of luxury cars and sports cars worth hundreds of millions were all obtained by Lin Che. The fact that he was able to acquire a top-notch supercar like the Pagani Huayra was enough to prove that Lin Che's identity was definitely not simple. Definitely not a so-called driver. A young man at the table glared viciously at the boy who had said that Lin Che was just a driver. Then he spoke to Lin Che with a reserved look on his face. Well, brother, I'm really sorry for what I did before. I'll toast you with this glass of wine as an apology. It's okay. Lin Che just smiled calmly. Lin Che had no interest in paying attention to these young people. But I couldn't help but feel a little worried about my good brother. After all, who are these relatives of the woman? This is really, how should I put it, very annoying. After finishing the banquet, Lin Che asked the drivers to take Yifeng and Qin Yuan home first, and then come to pick her up. But Yifeng had to leave with Lin Che no matter what. No matter what, I have to have a few more drinks with Lin Che and thank her properly. According to Yifeng, if Lin Che hadn't gotten him this Rolls Royce, a row of sports cars and a Pagani function, I'm afraid that my wedding today will be extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 53. Finally, Lin Che led the convoy back to her villa number 1. Looking at the luxury cars following closely behind him, Yifeng was a little confused. No, Chetzi, don't you have to return these cars to the company? Besides, did you take the wrong path or did you bring me here? Then, before Lin Che could say anything, the drivers parked their cars and walked over, speaking to Lin Che. Boss, here are your car keys. After Lin Che asked the driver to put the key in the frame beside the door, he locked the Pagani Wind God and walked over to put the key away. Said to Yifeng, "Come on, go upstairs." After hearing Lin Che's words, Yifeng became even more confused. The information revealed by Lin Che's words was really too much. According to this meaning, all these cars belong to Lin Che, and this big villa also belongs to Lin Che? Chetzi, this car, this house. I told you, but you just don't believe it. What can I do? In the villa's internal elevator, Lin Che said with a smile. As the elevator door opened, Yifeng followed Lin Che in. Looking at the house in front of him, Yifeng was completely stunned. To sum it up in 2 words, luxury. What a luxury! Yifeng swallowed his saliva and looked at Lin Che's back, dumbfounded and unable to utter a word. This Lin Che is his old classmate and best friend. What kind of status has he achieved now? Chetzi, you are now. Lin Che knew exactly what Yifeng wanted to say. But Lin Che just waved his hand and said calmly. Okay, don't ask this question. I won't tell you even if you ask. It's too much trouble to explain it. You know about the wedding convoy. Just think of it as my wedding gift to you and your sister-in-law. Hearing Lin Che's words, Yifeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chetzi, your gift is so great that I don't know how to thank you. Hey, what's our relationship? Why are you telling me this? Besides, is this gift considered expensive? Let's not talk about this. How is your work going now? I remember you said you studied by yourself and got a bachelor's degree in programming. In response to Lin Che's words, Yifeng on the side could only smile helplessly. What else can I do? I'll just make do with what I have. You are feeling comfortable now, much more comfortable than me, a miserable guy. No need to worry about buying a car or a house. Yifeng couldn't help but reveal some envy in his eyes. Lin Che saw it all, but didn't say anything. She just smiled and said, Okay, let's not talk about this. Do you want to have some more drinks on this happy day? Okay, let's drink some. Lin Che took out 2 cans of beer from the refrigerator. The 2 of them drank for a while, and time passed little by little. It was not until the afternoon that Lin Che asked someone to send Yifeng back. Lin Che drank quite a bit of wine today and was a little drunk. He fell into a deep sleep as soon as he returned to his room. The next day, after Lin Che woke up, he first completed the system sign-in. Congratulations to the host. I had been planning to visit Yuanlong Game Company to see if there was any position available for my cousin, and I had never visited the company even though I had taken it over for so long. While Lin Che was driving on the road, Lin Che's phone suddenly rang. I took a look at the incoming call and it was Yifeng. Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little strange. Shouldn't he be at home being affectionate with his wife after getting married? At the very least, you should be at work now, right? Just when Lin Che was confused, he answered the phone and spoke with a smile. How come you have time to call me? Shouldn't you be at home with your wife? Hey, don't mention it. Chetzi, are you free? Come out for a drink. I feel really depressed. Lin Shaye was stunned when she heard this, wondering if they had a fight right after getting married. Aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law will scold you when you go back after drinking? Hifeng on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, then spoke. It's okay, let her curse a little, I just want to have a few drinks today. After hearing this, Lin Shaye felt that something was wrong with Hifeng today. After a brief silence, Lin Shaye said, Okay, let's meet at the old place? No, let's go to the bar today. I'll send you the address later. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shaye received the address and drinking time sent by Hifeng. Lin Shaye took a look and continued driving. Now Lin Shaye had no intention of going to Tianlong Game Company, so he simply drove to Quanhai to pick up his cousin and sister to play with him. I'll take Tang Xin with me tomorrow and take care of the work matters at the same time. What Lin Shaye didn't expect was that Wang Xin would also come along. Fortunately, Lin Shaye was driving a Rolls-Royce today, otherwise if she had driven a sports car, there wouldn't be enough space for so many people. After Lin Shaye picked up the people, he took them to the mall and bought a few sets of clothes for each person, including Wang Xin. Soon it was evening. After Lin Shaye prepared dinner for the group, Lin Qian accompanied them to the appointment. Lin Shaye did not drive, but walked to the side of the road and called a Didi, then headed straight to the Heaven on Earth bar. As soon as Lin Shaye got off the car, she saw Hifeng squatting on the side of the road smoking. Lin Shaye walked over and patted Hifeng on the shoulder, and Lin Shaye also took a cigarette out of the cigarette box. Hifeng saw Lin Shaye coming and took out his lighter to light Lin Shaye's cigarette. Lin Shaye took a deep breath of cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, looked at Hifeng and asked, What's wrong? You don't usually come to places like bars. Why do you suddenly want to drink here today? Hearing Lin Shaye's words, Hifeng smiled bitterly helplessly. Oh, don't mention it. Don't you know that I'm a programmer at Tianlong Game Company now? Our department manager is such a fucking inhuman. Just because I didn't give him a gift during the last festival, this bastard has been making things difficult for me every day. Damn it. It's obvious that I have the heaviest workload every day in the past 6 months, but this bastard put me at the bottom of the KPI and even said that the quality of my work is not up to standard. I'm really going to fuck you, then why have my KPIs been in the top 3 in the department for the past few months? Just because I didn't give any gifts this time, my KPI is at the bottom? After listening to Yifeng's words, Lin Shaye frowned, took a deep breath and said, Has your department manager always been like this? Yes, and I also heard that the production team that developed Legend of Sword Art Online can no longer stand him and are planning to switch jobs collectively. Hifeng next to him spoke, his tone full of helplessness. Then, didn't you report this to your superiors? Hifeng rolled his eyes when he heard this. Chapter 54. Oh, forget it. This manager is a relative of a senior executive. It's useless even if we report it. And the boss of our company is a hands-off boss who is nowhere to be seen all year round. Hey, by the way, Chetzi, are you interested in setting up a game company? How about I poach this team for you? When Lin Shaye heard what Hifeng said, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Not only did he complain about his boss, he also said he wanted to poach the team from his boss's company. Hifeng, you are really a talented person. For a moment, Lin Shaye really didn't know what to say. Lin Shaye took a deep breath, patted Hifeng on the shoulder and said, Okay, don't be too anxious about this. Wait a few more days and maybe there will be a turnaround. Hifeng on the side also sighed, nodded, and said, I hope so. Okay, don't think too much, let's go drink first. As he said this, he put out the cigarette in his hand and threw it into the trash can next to him. Walking. Then the two of them entered the Paradise bar behind them. Time passed little by little, and soon it was past 11 o'clock in the evening. After Lin Shaye came out, she called a car to take Hifeng back first. Then he went home by himself. After Lin Shaye returned home, he was somewhat sober. I couldn't help but mutter to myself. It seems like I have no choice but to go to the Tianlong game tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lin Shaye was awakened by the suffocation of water. After all, I drank so much last night. Get up, turn on the water, and wash up. After doing all this, Lin Shaye went downstairs and had breakfast with the family of 4 and a stranger. Lin Shaye completed the system sign-in while eating breakfast. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 million cash. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Che almost spit out a mouthful of porridge. 1 million in cash? System, are you kidding me? I look like I'm short of this million? What Lin Che lacks the least right now is money. Instead of giving you money, it would be better to give you some shares, skills, houses, cars, etc. After breakfast, Lin Che asked Lin Xian to take her sisters Lin Ting and Wang Xian out for some fun. He went to Tianlong Game Company with his cousin Tang Xian. Brother, aren't you coming with us? Are you going to take your cousin out to play secretly without me? What are you thinking about, little girl? I am your brother and I am taking your sister Xian to do some serious work. I will come back to play with you guys after I am done. Oh. After Lin Che arranged everything, she took the key to the Pagani Wind God and set off with Tang Xian. After all, this trip to Tianlong Games is not just to inspect, but also to stir up trouble, so we have to be high profile. Lin Che drove all the way directly to the technology park where Tianlong Games was located. After getting off the car, Lin Che stood in front of the door of Tianlong Games, looking at the office building of Tianlong Games with a calm face. Tang Xian, who was standing by, looked at the Tianlong Games building in front of him and couldn't help feeling a little confused. Xiao Che, did you make an appointment with someone from this Tianlong game? Why did you bring me here? No, sister. I brought you here this time so that you can get to know the company as soon as possible, from the company's main projects, personnel classification, and most importantly, the company's financial situation. I need you to master it all as soon as possible. These words made Tang Xian even more confused. What was going on? Then he said with some hesitation. But, will this company let me access these core data? Don't worry, sister. This time you are here as my secretary. They will let you check it. After saying this, Lin Che glanced at the building in front of him, then turned to Tang Xian and said with a smile. Because this Tianlong Game Company is my property. After saying that, Lin Che walked towards the building. Tang Xian was stunned by Lin Che's words and stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Although she had heard that the Tianlong game was very mysterious and particularly young. But she would never think of it anyway. The mysterious behind-the-scenes boss of Tianlong Game Company turned out to be his younger brother. This is really too scary. Although Lin Che had given him enough scares during this period, when he heard that the Tianlong game was also played by Lin Che, Tang Xian was already trembling. Looking at Lin Che, who had already walked into the door, Tang Xian took a deep breath to calm herself down. So he followed him in. When Lin Che arrived at the front desk, he consulted the receptionist and then sat in the lounge area waiting. The front desk clerk called directly to the office of Lu Xian, the president of Tianlong Games. The secretary who was working there suddenly changed his expression after answering the phone. Just today, when President Lu Xian was leaving the company to attend a city-level meeting, he specifically reminded him of this. If someone named Lin Che comes to the company, we must treat him well and never neglect or offend him. After all, Lin Che is the big boss of Tianlong Game Company. Originally, the secretary thought it wouldn't be such a coincidence that the big boss would come right after the president left. Unexpectedly, it was such a coincidence that the big boss really came at this time and happened to meet him. The secretary quickly told the front desk not to neglect Lin Che, then hurried downstairs and sent a message to Lu Xian. Soon the secretary arrived in front of Lin Che. He nodded and bowed to Lin Che. Director Lin, you are here. I am Su Li, the secretary of President Lu. President Lu went to the city for a meeting today. I've sent a message to Mr. Lu. He should be back soon. Please go upstairs first. It's okay. I just came to the company today to take a look. This is my secretary Tang Xian. I have already told Tang Xian about today's work. You and Tang Xian will go and complete it together later. Secretary Su nodded immediately after hearing this. Okay, Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task you assigned. Afterwards, Lin Che asked for an access card and inquired about the location of the game development department. So he asked Secretary Su not to make anything known and he went to take a look alone. Lin Che wanted to see what kind of scumbag the manager that he phone talked about yesterday was. Lin Che quickly found the location of the game development department. Lin Che was wandering around casually in this department. This development department seems to have more than 300 people in total. After Lin Che glanced at the development department for a moment, he nodded and continued to walk deeper into the room. However, just when Lin Che walked to this depth, he heard a quarrel. Manager Jia. You should know this very well. If my new game project can be completed, it will definitely occupy a large part of the international game market. Chapter 55, Arrogant Manager Jia. Yilian, you have been a game planner for so many years, you should know better than me that the game you are going to make now cannot be made. The international shooting game market is already saturated. Although your current Battle Royale style shooting game is indeed novel, can you guarantee that it will be a huge success? Your most important task now is to lead your team to continue updating the game Kendo Legend. As for the development of new games, I plan to let my house team do it. The young man who heard what Manager Jia said was completely enraged. Then he shouted loudly. Manager Jia! Isn't it because I didn't give you a gift last time that you are targeting me and my team? We all know how much of the money allocated to our team project was intercepted by you and put into your own wallet. You are still targeting us in every way. Are you really not going to leave us any chance to survive? Lin Che, who was standing outside the house and heard this, narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the problems within Tianlong Game are more serious than I thought. Then Lin Che pushed open the door of the office and walked in. It seems that the internal problems of this company are far more serious than I thought. Lin Che walked in and said slowly. Who are you? Get out of here and close the door. Looking at Lin Che who walked in, Manager Jia on the side immediately shouted angrily. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you, as a department manager, accepted bribes privately and embezzled public funds. I think we should have a good talk about these two things. Lin Che walked over and picked up the plan on the desk. After taking a quick look at the plan, his eyes gradually narrowed. From Lin Che's perspective, this business plan is very good. With just a few minor tweaks to the details, it has the potential to become a global hit. And Manager Jia actually killed this promising project simply because people were unwilling to give him gifts. Bang! Lin Che suppressed his anger, slammed the plan on the table, and then shouted angrily. Manager Jia! This business plan can be considered a high-quality plan. You are the manager here, have you studied this business plan carefully? The company puts you in this position not to make money, but to create value for the company. For a guy like you who only cares about making money for yourself, what qualifications do you have to sit in this position and give orders? Humph! Arrogant! Manager Jia shouted angrily. Then he took a look at the access card hanging on Lin Che's chest, on which were written 3 big characters, intern. He immediately slammed the table and scolded. Who gave you the guts to let an intern like you give me orders? Get out of here right now. You are such a rebellion. Yilian, who was standing aside, now had red eyes. He slammed the table hard and roared. Jia Zhongjing. How could there be a parasite like you in the company? You just rely on your brother-in-law being the company's vice president of operations. The game development department has let you be the manager, which is really disappointing to everyone. Lin Che took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, then said with a sneer. Do you really think that with a vice president as your backer, you can really cover the sky with just one hand? Hearing Lin Che's words, Manager Jia was immediately amused and said with a smile. That's right. I can cover the sky with one hand in this department. I tell you, you are fired now. Now you either get out of here yourself or I call security to get you out. You want me to get out? Lin Che laughed out loud when he heard this. Just when he was about to say something, the phone rang. Lin Che took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Lin Che answered the phone and spoke in a somewhat cold tone. A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Director Lin, I'm so sorry. I'm Lu Xian. I was in a meeting earlier. When I heard you were here, I rushed back. I'm really sorry, Director Lin, I can't receive you in person. I'll come see you right now, Mr. Lin, where are you now? Me, I'm in the office of the manager of your game development department right now. Your manager is pretty good. He has already fired me and even asked the security guard to get me out. Lin Che glanced at Manager Jia and said with a smile. Hearing Lin Che's words, Lu Xian, who had just gotten in the elevator on the other end of the phone. I was so scared that my legs went weak and I almost fell to the ground. How dare someone fire the chairman? This is simply horrifying. Originally, he wanted to rush to Lin Che and leave a good impression on his chairman. Who would have thought that the manager of the game development department would actually destroy his own business at this time? You even want to fire the chairman? At this moment, the anger in Lu Xian's heart was rising. "Don't worry, Director Lin, just give me 5 minutes and I'll be there right away." As he said that, Lu Xian pressed the button for the 5th floor. As the button was pressed, the elevator quickly rose. Manager Jia, who was standing by, was stunned at first when he saw Lin Che's actions, then he sneered and said, "Ha, you are quite good at pretending. If you have someone above you, can you come in as an intern? If you don't have any shame, don't blame me." As he spoke, Manager Jia pressed a button on the desk. "Call 2 security guards to my office. Someone is causing trouble here." Seeing Manager Jia's actions, Yi Lianyun's face turned pale. He turned around and said to Lin Che with a wry smile, "Brother, you'd better leave first. Otherwise, if the security guards come and throw you out, you will be embarrassed." Hearing this, Lin Che just smiled faintly. "It's okay. I just want to see what this guy can do to me." As Lin Che finished speaking, Yi Lianyun on the side could only shake his head helplessly. Well, in the end, he could only sigh. There was nothing he could do if Lin Che didn't want to leave. Soon the security guards arrived at the office. At this time, the elevator that Lu Xian was riding in also opened, and he hurried towards the RD office. Chapter 56. What is happening? When Lu Xian rushed to the office, he saw the security guard who was about to carry Lin Che out, and he immediately roared, "Stop it right now!" Hearing this roar, the 2 security guards stopped immediately. As for Manager Jia, who was there, he was completely stunned when he saw Lu Xian. Mr. Lu, why are you here?" At this moment, Manager Jia was really panicked. Could it be that this intern is really a person with connections? Yi Lianyun on the side also showed some surprise. "Jia Zhengjing, what are you doing now?" Manager Jia smiled awkwardly and said, This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Misunderstand? At this moment, Lu Xian's mentality was about to explode. At this moment, Lu Xian wished he could tear Manager Jia to pieces alive. Then he took a deep breath, tried hard to suppress the impulsive thoughts, and said, "Jia Zhengjing, from now on, you are fired. You don't need to come tomorrow. Go to the finance department to settle your salary, then pack up and get out." Hearing this, Jia Zhengjing was stunned, and then shouted loudly, "No, Lu Xian. Are you mistaken? My brother-in-law is the vice president of the company. Aren't you afraid of offending my brother-in-law by firing me directly like this?" Before Lu Xian could say anything, Lin Che spoke. "If that's the case, then both of you should get out of here together." After Lin Che's indifferent voice fell, Jia Zhengjing's mentality exploded. He immediately pointed at Lin Che, who was there, and shouted angrily, "Who the hell do you think you are? Don't think you can be so reckless just because you have Lu Xian as your backer." At this moment, Lu Xian really couldn't bear it anymore. He took a step forward and slapped Jia Zhengjing hard in the face. Bang! This slap stunned Jia Zhengjia. You dared to hit me? How dare you touch me? Jia Zhengjing. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want in this company just because you have a brother-in-law who is the vice president of the company as your backer? Do you know who you're going to fire? This is the chairman of our company. You better watch your fucking mouth." As soon as these words fell, Jia Zhengjing felt as if he was struck by a bolt from the blue. The young man in front of him turned out to be the real boss behind the Tianlong Game Company. This is too hard to believe. For a moment, Jia Zhengjing was stunned and couldn't say a word. Yi Lianyun beside him was also stunned. The development of this matter is really too magical. "Lu Xian, you really gave me a good show." Lin Che, who was sitting on the sofa in the office, said with a sneer. Mr. Lin, it was my fault for mismanaging this time. It's time to clean up some of the garbage in this company. We can't let these parasites stay here any longer. As for this Jia Zhengjing and her brother-in-law, tell me how you plan to deal with them." Lin Che, who was sitting there, said lightly. "Boss Lin, this is what I plan to do. I'll fire them all and keep a record of them. I'll put them on the industry blacklist and never hire them again." "Oh?" Lin Che glanced at Jia Zhengjing and then said calmly, "I don't think that's enough. During his tenure, Jia Zhengjing was corrupt, accepted bribes, and embezzled public funds. It almost drove away a key contributor to the company, and nearly caused the loss of a game that had the potential to be a big hit, causing the company to suffer heavy losses. Based on these 2 points alone, we cannot let him go. Please appeal to me. I want him to spend the rest of his life in prison. And his vice president brother-in-law, check him thoroughly too. If there is any problem, send him to jail for life. Lin Che's words sounded very plain, but within this plainness there was a chill that made people feel bone-chilling. After hearing Lin Che's words, Jia Zhengjing fell to the ground. Finished? He is completely finished this time. Not only was I doomed, but my brother-in-law was also doomed. What he had done would not stand up to investigation. Bankruptcy was a small matter, but the amount of money he had embezzled was enough to keep him in jail for decades. At this moment Jia Zhengjing completely collapsed. Yi Lianyun, who was standing aside, was completely stunned. He stared at what was happening in front of him with his mouth wide open. He would never have imagined that the young man in front of him would be the mysterious big boss behind the Tianlong game. At this moment, Yi Lianyun looked at Lin Che with mixed emotions in his eyes. After a moment's hesitation he spoke. Mr. Lin, I was really rude before. No problem. Lin Che waved her hand and said indifferently. Lu Xian, ask all employees to stop what they are doing. I have something to announce. Okay, Director Lin, I'll arrange it right away. Lu Xian, who was standing by, nodded and agreed immediately after hearing Lin Che's words, then turned around and left to complete what Lin Che had asked him to do. Soon, Jia Zhengjing was thrown out by 2 security guards. As for his brother-in-law, the deputy general manager, he was naturally fired by the company as well. On the other side, in the game development department, everyone was a little nervous. Each of these people is now extremely focused and their backs are straight. Everyone stood at their workstation, quietly waiting for their mysterious chairman of Tianlong Games who had never shown up. No one knows what kind of person this chairman is and what his personality and temperament are like. It is precisely because of this that these people are now so alert and dare not be careless at all. And I heard that the chairman just arrived today and fired the department manager and the vice president of operations of the Game or D department. This means that those who gave gifts to Jia Zhengjing are now feeling anxious and unable to let go. After all, no one knows whether the chairman will continue to pursue the matter with them. As a member of the RD department, Hefeng was still a little nervous and confused. He was still very curious about this mysterious chairman. Just when he was still wondering what kind of person his chairman would be, the atmosphere in front of him suddenly became serious. Hefeng couldn't help but be curious, and secretly glanced towards the gate with his peripheral vision. But when he saw the person walking in from the gate, he was completely dumbfounded. I'm so mad. What is going on? He would never have thought that the mysterious chairman who walked in would be his good brother Lin Che. No wonder, no wonder. No wonder my good brother told me that things would turn around. It turns out that he himself was the one who turned the tide. It turns out that this company belongs to him. But then he thought about it, he seemed to have complained to Lin Che yesterday. He complained that his boss was a hands-off boss and asked him to set up a gaming company and poach his team there. Chapter 57 Charity Gala. Suddenly, Hefeng's face became extremely embarrassed. After all, he was the one who complained about his boss in front of his boss and even said he wanted to poach his boss in front of him. I am such a talented person. At this time, Lin Che also noticed Hefeng, smiled at him, and stood in front of the employees. He glanced at the employee in front of him and then spoke. Okay, why are you standing here? Sit down. I'm not that particular. As he spoke, Lin Che sat on the chair that Lu Xian had prepared for him. The people below only dared to sit down after seeing Lin Che sitting down. The reason I called everyone together today is mainly because I have a few things to announce to you. First of all, I don't like people doing tricks in the company. When I was away, I didn't care what you did, but now that I'm back, this kind of thing can't happen under my nose. In the company, everything is based on ability. As long as you have the ability, you can take any position. If you don't have the ability, just get out. Lin Che's few simple words immediately dissipated the murderous intent in them. The second thing is that the company is currently preparing to fully develop the new Battle Royale game that Yi Lianyun's team is researching. I hope that the various groups can help each other and share what they have. As for the third thing, Hefeng, Yi Lianyun. Hearing Lin Che calling his name, Hefeng was stunned for a moment, then he stood up hurriedly. Director Lin. Hefeng was still completely confused and had no idea why Lin Che suddenly called him. Yi Lianyun on the side also stood up in a daze. Starting today, Hefeng will be transferred to Yi Lianyun's team as deputy team leader. Hefeng, I believe that you are more than qualified to be a deputy team leader. Yi Lianyun, I hope that you two can cooperate well and develop this game as soon as possible. Yes. He Feng and Yi Lianyun shouted excitedly. At this time, everyone else looked at He Feng and Yi Lianyun. The look in his eyes as he looked at He Feng was filled with passion. Now they see it too. It seems that He Feng and the chairman know each other, and their relationship seems to be quite unusual. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. After saying this, Lin Che turned and left. As soon as he walked out, he saw Tang Xian waiting for him at the door. Xiao Che, I have already sorted out the information you asked me to sort out. Lin Che was still a little surprised by this. Lin Che didn't expect that her cousin would be so fast. Oh? Then Sister Xin, please give me a brief introduction. Good. Tang Xian began to narrate to Lin Che. Soon Tang Xian told Lin Che all the information he had. After listening, Lin Che nodded and said, yeah, not bad. Also, Xiao Che, many bosses of large companies have sent you visiting cards. And the young master of Qianwanhao department store has sent you an invitation to attend a charity auction tonight. Okay, I understand. Please agree to Sister Xian's charity party for me. Okay, Xiao Che. Tang Xian smiled, nodded, then turned and left. As for Lin Che, he went to his chairman's office. When I got off work at noon, I saw He Feng. When He Feng saw Lin Che, he was quite excited. Oh my god, Shetzi, what's going on with you? You are the boss of our company? Why didn't you tell me about this? Lin Che just smiled and said this. Ha, I didn't intend to tell you because I was afraid you would be scared to death. But after you told me this, I thought about it and decided to come and take a look. But how are you doing? Are you used to being transferred to Yi Lianyun's team? Lin Che glanced at He Feng and said. Hey, what's there to get used to? It's the same wherever you go. Aren't we all just continuing to do technical development? But to be honest, after being transferred to this group, I realized that I still have a lot to learn. He Feng spoke with a smile on his face. The two chatted for a while before separating. 7:30 in the evening. Lin Che drove his Pagani Fengshan to a hotel on the riverside. At this time, the parking lot of the hotel was filled with luxury cars. After all, this charity gala is quite big. Basically, half of the wealthy and famous people in Jian province are here tonight. After all, the organizer of this charity gala is Marriott Department Store. This Marriott Department Store has dozens of high-end department stores in Jiang province. The market value is as high as hundreds of billions. At this time, Lin Che drove into the venue in the Pagani Huayra and attracted a lot of attention. After all, Lin Che's Fengshan is one of the most top-notch luxury cars here. After Lin Che parked the car, she and Tang Xian got out. Walking all the way into the hotel, as soon as Lin Che entered the door, his appearance attracted a lot of people's attention. However, this was Lin Che's first time attending such a place, so not many people cared. He just thought that Lin Che was a rich boy from some family, and then he stopped paying attention to Lin Che. Tang Ming, who was inside, also saw Lin Che coming in, so he walked towards Lin Che. Mr. Lin, you are here. Tang Ming said to Lin Che with a smile on his face. Hey, Mr. Tang. Lin Che glanced at Tang Ming and said with a smile. There was ease in his words. Lin Che had read Tang Ming's information before, so she could still recognize him. Ah, young Master Lin's presence today really brings honor to my humble home. And I really didn't expect that you, Master Lin, would still be like this. Before Tang Ming could finish, Lin Che waved her hand to stop him from continuing. Don't say that now. I don't want anyone to know my identity. There is no way. His identity as the chairman of Tianlong Games is simply too dazzling at this scene. If I reveal my identity now, I guess a lot of people at the scene will come over and flatter me. Such a scene was simply a torture for Lin Che. Compared to being in the spotlight, Lin Che preferred the quiet time of being alone. Tang Ming was startled when he heard Lin Che's words, then he reacted and spoke. That's fine, Mr. Lin. Feel free to do whatever you want. We can have a good chat after the party is over. Lin Che smiled and nodded, then picked up a glass of juice from the plate in the waiter's hand, and sat quietly on the sofa beside him with Tang Xian. Chapter 58, Ink Bamboo Painting. However, at this moment, not far from Lin Che and Tang Xian, a young man in a black suit stood there with a glass of wine. When he saw Tang Xian, a hint of heat appeared in the young man's eyes. Then as his gaze moved, when he saw Lin Che beside Tang Xian, his eyes were filled with a cold look. MD is a flower stuck in cow dung. The young man was whispering, and there was a gleam in his eyes as if he had thought of something. Afterwards, the young man and a skinny man walked towards Lin Che. My beautiful lady, my name is Shinsu. Would you be so kind as to have a drink with me? The dark Shinsu asked, holding a wineglass in his hand, but his eyes were darting around Tang Xian's body, and his fiery gaze was not concealed at all. As for Lin Che, who was sitting next to Tang Xian, he simply ignored her. Being glanced at so openly by Shinsu, Tang Xian suddenly felt uncomfortable all over, and said with a frown in disgust. Sorry, I just drank and now I don't want to drink. Shinsu's face instantly turned gloomy when he was rejected so directly by Tang Xian. Before Shinsu could speak, the skinny young man behind him spoke in a cold voice. You stupid bitch. It's your honor that Master Shin invites you for a drink. Don't act innocent here, you are so shameless. The skinny young man immediately shouted at Tang Xian coldly, his words full of arrogance. After he finished speaking, the young man immediately shouted at Lin Che coldly. And you, why are you still sitting here? Get out of here right now, our Master Shin wants this bitch. When Lin Che heard this, her brows furrowed. The next moment, they looked at Shinsu and shouted in a cold tone. Roll. The word get lost caused many people around to look towards Lin Che. However, when they saw the young man who was told to get out, everyone was a little shocked. Isn't this the son of Longting Real Estate, Shinsu? He's actually the eldest son of Longting Real Estate? I heard a long time ago that he is very rich and generous. And I heard that recently, he has been courting the eldest daughter of the Wang family. He is quite popular. But who is this guy opposite Shinsu? He actually dared to tell the eldest young master of the Shin family to get out. I don't recognize him, but he actually dared to offend the eldest son of the Shin family. It seems that this evening will be boring. For a moment, everyone around looked over here. These people all showed an expression of watching the fun on their faces. Lin Che understood this. It turns out that Shinsu is from Longting Real Estate. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Longting Real Estate is considered an above-average real estate company in Jiang Province, with a market value of 8 billion. Hey, kid, now you know who I am, right? Get out of here right now. Boy, if you can get out of the way today, I will definitely give you a lot of benefits. Let me tell you this. As long as you get out of my way today, I can let you deal with more than 3 companies with a market value of more than 1 billion. How about that? After hearing these words, Lin Che still looked indifferent. I have a bad temper. I advise you to get out of here right now. You. Suddenly Shinsu's face turned pale and he was speechless. Then, he took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, Okay. Boy, I will remember you. After saying this, the eldest son of the Shin family turned around and left. The skinny young man at the side saw Shinsu turn around and leave, glared at Lin Che fiercely, and hurriedly caught up with Shinsu. Mr. Shin, are you just going to let that kid go like this? What else? What else do you want? The main reason I came here today is because my father gave me 300 million. I came here just to buy the last painting of bamboo by Zhang Banqiao at today's auction. We can't cause trouble now. Shinsu said coldly. Let me take a picture of this ink bamboo painting first, and then I can bring it home. My father will be very happy. When the time comes, I will let this guy know that he has offended someone he cannot afford to offend. After hearing what Shinsu said, the skinny young man nodded frequently and said nothing more. As for the other side, the charity gala will begin soon. Lin Che casually found a seat at the back and sat down, while Tang Xian next to him spoke. Xiao Che, the person sitting in the 5th seat from the right in the front is Lu Nang, the chairman of Northwest Mining. And the first one in front is the chairman of Tianmei Technology Group. And that woman is the chairman of Kale Beauty. After Tang Xian's explanation, Lin Che nodded. These people had all sent visiting cards to Lin Che before. Okay, I understand Sister Xin. Lin Che nodded calmly and said. After this charity party is over, find a time to meet them. After an opening speech, the charity dinner officially began. The auctioneer standing in the middle of the stage spoke immediately. Welcome everyone to our charity auction today. This year our country is facing a serious situation. All the money raised from the items we are auctioning today will be donated to the disaster-stricken areas. After he finished speaking, everyone applauded. After that, the auctioneer didn't say any more nonsense and started the auction directly. Items were taken out one after another and auctioned off. After a round of bidding, the finale item soon arrived. Everyone, the next lot for auction is the ink bamboo painting by Zhang Banxiao. As the auctioneer finished speaking, everyone present began to discuss. Oh my god, it's actually ink bamboo painting. This is really top notch. It looks like there will be a good show to watch next. Everyone present said this. And it was at this time that the auction of this ink bamboo painting officially began. Everyone, this ink bamboo painting has a reserve price of 30 million. The auction is now officially open. Each bid must not be less than 1 million. The auctioneer didn't dare to waste time and started the auction immediately. 35 million. 37 million. 40 million. As everyone started to bid, slowly the big guy in the front also began to join the bidding team. Tang Xin on the side was also shocked. Oh my goodness, the price is going up so fast. It's only been a short while and it's already up to 70 million. As he spoke, Shinsu in front also raised his hand and shouted. 80 million. When everyone heard the voice, they turned around to see who made the bid. When they saw it was Shinsu, they stopped talking. Chapter 59, Slap in the Face. Shinsu directly raised the price by 10 million, and it seemed that he was determined to get the ink bamboo painting. In addition, Shinsu is the eldest son of Longting Real Estate. It is indeed not cost-effective to offend Longting Real Estate for this picture. Seeing this scene, Shinsu's expression became even more arrogant. It looks like we can get this ink bamboo painting for 80 million now. It doesn't seem that difficult. Shinsu felt secretly happy for a moment. However, at this moment, Lin Che slowly raised his hand. At the same time, he said it calmly. 90 million. As Lin Che finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Lin Che. When they saw that it was Lin Che, they were all stunned. Oh my god, why is it this kid again? This guy is really not afraid of death. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. As for Shinsu, who was secretly pleased with himself just now, his face now turned pale and he looked very ugly. He turned to look at Lin Che, glared at her fiercely, and then spoke in a cold voice. Boy, are you planning to challenge me? In response, Lin Che just smiled faintly and said. Challenge? Are you worthy enough? This ink bamboo painting by Zhang Banxiao can be said to be a rare treasure. Moreover, Lin Che remembered that his grandfather had always been fond of calligraphy and paintings, but his family was poor in the past and could not afford these things. The old man could only stare in envy. It's different now. Now that I have money, and I happen to come across this ink bamboo painting which can be said to be a rare treasure, I must buy it for my grandfather. You're looking for death. Shinsu, who was there, wanted to kill Lin Che at this moment. Afterwards, he stopped talking and just raised his sign to make the offer. 95 million. Just add 5 million? If you don't have the money, go home and ask for more before you come back to shoot. Lin Che laughed disdainfully, then raised his card and spoke. 120 million. You. Shinsu gritted his teeth and was speechless. After all, he only has 300 million yuan on hand now. Lin Che's way of raising the price was really too cruel. But now he could only continue to bid. After all, this picture was what his grandfather had asked him to buy. 100 million, 30 million. 200 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent, leaving only the sound of people gasping for air. This directly added 70 million. What a grand and wealthy person this is. As for Shinsu, who was there, his whole body was shaking with anger. Are you determined to fight me to the death? Sure. You're really ruthless. I just want to see if you have what it takes to fight me to the death. I'll give you 300 million. At this time, Shinsu's eyes were already red. This was his final limit. 300 million. If Lin Che continued to add more, then he would have no other options. He would only have 300 million at most. However, he was sure that Lin Che could not keep up. After all, in his opinion, someone of Lin Che's age must have been following his family's instructions just like him, competing for Zhang Banxiao's ink bamboo painting. Moreover, there must be people in Jiang province who have offered more than 300 million to buy the ink bamboo painting, but they are not many and Shinsu knows all of these people. Among them, there is definitely no one like Lin Che. Because the circle of the second generation of these families is only so small, and they all have some intersections with him. And among these people there is definitely no one named Lin Che. So he thought that Lin Che was deliberately driving up the price and making things mysterious. As this thought came to mind, Shinsu became more and more certain of his idea, and immediately put on an appearance of being confident of victory. However, just when he thought that the ink bamboo painting was already in his pocket, Lin Che's voice rang out again. 330 million. Following Lin Che's words, Shinsu was completely confused. Everyone present was also stunned by Lin Che. Who is this person? How could someone actually offer 330 million to buy this ink bamboo painting? After all, Lin Che had never been heard of or seen in Jiang province before. As for Shinsu, his face flushed and his breathing became heavy and rapid. He immediately stood up, pointed at Lin Che, and shouted loudly. Impossible. There is absolutely no way you can afford this price. I demand that he prove his assets. I absolutely don't believe that he can come up with 330 million to buy this ink bamboo painting. Shinsu's intuition told him that Lin Che definitely couldn't afford that price. This guy is definitely here to drive up the price on purpose. Lin Che just glanced at Shinsu calmly and said nothing. Shinsu looked at Lin Che without saying anything, thinking that he had already guessed it right. Lin Che did not dare to speak. Continue to shout loudly. Humph, it turns out that this guy is deliberately driving up the price and disrupting the auction, just to make me keep bidding high. The money in this guy's card definitely can't cover the price he bids. I demand that this troublemaker be thrown out immediately. Having such a person sitting here is simply an insult to this charity gala. After hearing what Shinsu said, Tang Ming, the host, suddenly turned as dark as ink. Looking at Shinsu, who was barking and biting people like a mad dog, he immediately stood up with a cold face. Before Tang Ming could speak, Shinsu saw Tang Ming stand up and shouted even more excitedly. Brother Tang, quickly ask the security guard to throw this troublemaker out. That's enough. Finally, Tang Ming couldn't bear Shinsu anymore and roared angrily. This roar stunned Shinsu. He stood there looking at Tang Ming in a daze and asked in a daze. Tang, brother Tang, what's wrong? You still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Do you know who this person is? He's the legendary Mr. Lin Chalin. Tang Ming shouted angrily. After Tang Ming said this, everyone present was shocked. What? He is actually Mr. Lin. Oh my god, it could be him. Ha, it looks like Shinsu has hit a wall this time, and he's going to be in trouble. Yes. But I never thought that this Lin Che is actually Mr. Lin. He is too young. Hey, no, who is this Mr. Lin? Why are you all so surprised? Suddenly someone asked with a puzzled look on his face. After hearing this, everyone looked at him with strange eyes, and then someone said quietly. Young man, didn't your elders tell you? This Mr. Lin is not a simple person. Chapter 60. This Mr. Lin is no simple person. He is the real top boss of Jiang province. He is not only the boss of Qianyu building, but also the big boss behind the Tianlong Game Company. Moreover, he also holds 15% of the shares of the Penguin Group, making him the third largest natural person shareholder of the Penguin Group. Oh my god, this Mr. Lin is so scary. And he looks so young, probably only in his early 20s. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Che who was sitting there and gasped. As for Shinsu, his face was extremely pale at this moment, and his eyes were filled with regret and fear as he looked at Lin Che. Shinsu is panicking now. Really panicked. He had heard of Lin Che's identity. He is truly a top boss, worth hundreds of billions. Such a big shot is not something that a small company like Longting Real Estate can shake. No. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This must be fake. How could he be Mr. Lin? How could he be the boss behind Tianlong Game Company? How could he be? Shinsu spoke more and more quietly, and became less and less confident. Hearing Shinsu's words, Tang Ming, who was standing there, said with a cold face. Shinsu, do you think what I said is false? Hearing this, Shinsu's face suddenly froze. I don't. Get out of here right now. Do you really want me to ask the security to come in and kick you out? After hearing what Tang Ming said, Shinsu immediately crawled away from the charity dinner. After doing all this, Tang Ming walked up to Lin Che and said, Mr. Lin, tell me, if you had revealed your identity at the beginning, there wouldn't be so much trouble. In response, Lin Che just smiled and said, it's nothing anyway. As he spoke, Lin Che looked at the people present. Everyone, I have received the visiting cards you sent me before. We can visit and chat with you one by one later. Everyone present who had sent visiting cards to Lin Che nodded. Okay then, Director Lin, we have to have a good chat later. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Lin here. It's such an honor to chat with him. For a moment, everyone smiled and nodded to Lin Che. The rest of the people watching this scene looked at Lin Che with eyes full of respect. After all, it was really scary that Lin Che could get so many billionaires to come so close to him and try to please him. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to imagine that such a situation would happen. And this is a normal thing for Lin Che. After all, Lin Che's net worth is terrifying. Not only is he the behind-the-scenes boss of Tianlong Games, he also owns 15% of the shares of Penguin Group. It would definitely be right to make friends with someone of such status. Not to mention that Lin Che is so young and yet he is worth so much, which shows that the background power behind Lin Che is extremely powerful. After Lin Che took the photo of the ink bamboo painting, the charity party ended quickly. After Lin Che made friends with these people, he was about to leave the hotel. Xiao Che, the ink bamboo painting you just took is really nice. This painting of bamboo and ink by Zhang Banxiao will surely increase in value in a short time. If I sell it then, I will definitely make a lot of money. Lin Che smiled when she heard what Tang Xin said. I don't plan to sell this painting. I originally planned to buy it back to bring some joy to my old man at home. Tang Xin on the side was a little stunned. I spent 330 million to buy a picture just to make the old man happy. After a pause, Tang Xin nodded and said, Xiao Che, you are really filial. I remember that the old man also liked these calligraphy and paintings. Lin Che just smiled calmly and didn't answer. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and Lin Che planned to take his younger sister home to visit. At the same time, I also have to explain my current situation to my family. It is not a good idea to keep it a secret. And judging from the current situation, even if I want to hide it, I probably can't. After a while, Lin Che and Tang Xin returned home. After returning home, Lin Che took a shower and fell asleep. A night passed, and Lin Che got up early the next morning. With today's successful sign-in, the system's voice also sounded. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% equity of Pinarello Bicycle Company. Hearing what the system said, Lin Che was a little stunned. A bicycle company? Are you kidding me? Never heard of this. And it's a company that makes bicycles, how amazing can that be? Lin Che felt depressed, so he took out his phone to check the company's information while eating breakfast. When Lin Che saw the information about this company, he was stunned and even forgot to have breakfast. After this investigation, I realized that my Pinarello company was not an ordinary small company. Pinarello Bicycle Company. This is the world's top bicycle company. Moreover, the bicycles produced have participated in countless bicycle competitions. And he also won a lot of championship medals. It is precisely because of this that the bicycle company has continued to grow in popularity. Today, it has become the Bugatti of the bicycle industry, and any bicycle of its can be sold for tens of thousands of yuan. This is kind of scary. On the other side, Lin Xian drove a Rolls-Royce back to Villa number 1. Just when I arrived at the gate of Jiangshan Villa District, I was suddenly stopped by someone. Lin Xian took a closer look. Aren't these his parents and his younger brother Lin Shan? But who are the other 3 people? How did they find themselves here? Lin Xian got out of the car in a hurry. Mom and Dad, Lin Shan, why are you here? Humph. If we hadn't come, how would we have known that you drive a luxury car and live in a mansion in a big city while we are working ourselves to death in our hometown? Lin Xian's mother Wang Xiujuan said. Mom, it's not what you think. This car belongs to my boss. It's not mine. Lin Xian explained. Your boss? You drive your boss's car every day? Why doesn't he let others drive it, but you? Mom, can we talk somewhere else? Do you have a place to stay now? I'll take you to get 2 rooms. Humph. I'm telling you I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to live here. Don't think we don't know anything. Your brother has been observing you for a few days. You live in this villa area every day. Wang Xiujuan pointed to the Jiangshan Villa area and said. Mom, this house belongs to my boss, not me. How can I take you in? Chapter 61. Bullshit. What boss? I think it's your boyfriend. Otherwise, which boss would give you a car and a house to live in? You really have forgotten your mother now that you have a boyfriend. Do you believe that I will punish you according to the family rules now? Lin Xian's father Lin Taicheng said this and picked up the wooden stick in his hand and hit Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't expect her father to suddenly attack her. She was accidentally hit on the arm and the pain made Lin Xian burst into tears. Lin Xian felt particularly aggrieved. She had lived frugally for her family over the years and even paid for her brother's college living expenses out of her own pocket. Now I still transfer 20,000 yuan to my family every month. Most of the money I earned after working for so many years has been given to my family. Now I am beaten and scolded by my family. But she had no choice, as these were her parents and younger brother. In the end, there was really no choice but to take the 6 of them into the Jiangshan Villa district. Lin Xian just hoped that Lin Che and his family wouldn't quarrel by then, otherwise it would be difficult for her to handle the situation on both sides. After entering the room, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. They had never seen such a luxurious house on TV before, but now it appeared right in front of them. Lu Qing's family was so shocked that they were speechless. They thought they were in good condition and looked down on Lin Shan because his family came from the countryside. But after arriving here, they found that they were just frogs in a well. He no longer felt disgusted when looking at Lin Shan. In fact, he liked her more and more. With a sister like him, how bad could his future be? Sister, this place you live in is so luxurious. The decoration and scenery are so luxurious that even the wealthy families on TV are not as luxurious as this. Lin Shan said with envy. He was still wondering what it would be like to live here every day in the future. This place was so big that he and Lu Qing could easily live here. At first, they were a little reserved when they saw the luxury, but when they thought that this was their daughter Lin Xian's home, wasn't it their own home? At this time, Lin Xian said, "Mom and Dad, what do you want to talk to me about today? Just tell me." Lin Taicheng pointed at LV Cheng and her parents and said, "Her name is LV Cheng, she is your brother's girlfriend, and these two are LV Cheng's parents. Our two families have agreed to help your brother get married, and you can just give them 5 million to buy them a wedding car and house." After hearing this, Lin Xian was so angry that she almost laughed out loud. A father who had been a farmer all his life, he asked me for 5 million right away? Did he know how much 5 million was? It must have been the idea of that brat Lin Shan. Lin Xian immediately said directly, "I don't have that much money." "So how much are you willing to pay?" Lin Taicheng asked. To be honest, he himself felt that 5 million was too much. This was what Lin Shan asked him to say. "I won't pay a penny." Lin Xian said expressionlessly. "What did you say? Do you want to be beaten again?" Lin Taicheng shouted loudly after hearing Lin Xian's words. "Even if you beat me to death, I won't give you a penny. You want to piss me off to death, right? I'm telling you. You can pay this money whether you want to or not." Lin Taicheng pointed at Lin Xian and cursed angrily. Lin Xian was so angry that she cried and shouted loudly, "You have always been on his side since he was a child. Isn't it because he is your son? You gave him all the delicious food and drinks. I earned the money for college by working part-time. Did you ever contribute a penny? He wanted to go to college, and his family had no money. Fine. I'll go borrow some money. Then I'll pay it back slowly by living frugally. Do you know how I lived during that time? I even fainted at work due to malnutrition. Later, my job got better and my salary increased. I only kept a little for living expenses every month and sent the rest back to you. What else do you want from me? And you bastard, what did you learn in college? It's fine that you don't have a sense of gratitude, but now you're asking for 5 million right away? Who do you think I am? Your ATM? I'm telling you clearly now, from today on, I won't give you a penny." Lin Xian had been suppressed for too long, and now it all exploded at once. Just because she is a daughter, she has not been recognized by her family since she was a child. No matter how well she performs, it is useless because her parents' attention is all on her younger brother. Even though I always ranked first in every exam, I still didn't get any attention or recognition from my parents. No matter how naughty his younger brother Lin Shan was, they would always stand by him. As long as Lin Shan complained, he would be beaten no matter if it was his fault or not. Later, when I was about to go to college, I almost dropped out because my family refused to pay for my studies. Why do girls need to study so much? Sooner or later, they will get married. It is better for them to go out to work and earn money to support the family. Fortunately, Lin Xian's teacher was willing to sponsor her first, and she worked part-time to earn money so she was able to finish college. Now my family members have the nerve to come to my house and ask for 5 million yuan to buy a car and a house for my brother. Where did I get the 5 million yuan? Although Lin Che pays me a lot of money now, it is not that much. Lin Xian's outburst of anger temporarily calmed the group of people. Especially Lin Taicheng and Wang Xiujuan. Their daughter, who had always been a very obedient child in their eyes, actually dared to talk back to them like this today. This sudden turn made them unable to react for a moment. Anyway, no matter what. If you don't pay us today, we will stay here and not leave. Wang Xiujuan said this in a somewhat dishonest way. Since you are all like this, I will tell you the truth. Our boss took pity on me and let me live here. Do you know how much this house is worth? This house is worth 20 billion. 200 million? OMG. This is the amount of money you can't earn even if you work for 10 lifetimes without eating or drinking. They really couldn't understand how much 200 billion yuan was. With these 200 billion yuan, they could buy their entire village. Lin Shan said that the house his sister lived in cost at least 1 billion yuan, and they didn't believe it at all. How could such an expensive house cost 1 billion yuan? But they didn't expect that 1 billion yuan was an understatement. Do you know what these 200 million means? Anything in here can buy a house in my hometown. You don't have to leave, but I will. Don't blame me if the security arrests you for burglary. Breaking into a high-end villa area like this to steal will get you at least 10 to 8 years in prison. After Lin Xian finished speaking, she turned around and prepared to leave. Stop, you damn girl, are you going to make a scene now? Lin Taicheng stood up and wanted to hit Lin Xian, but fortunately he was stopped by Wang Xiujuan. Chapter 62. Oh, Dad. You've been calling me a little girl since I was a kid. I'm your daughter. You've made me worse than the beggars out there. Lin Xian said with tears in her eyes. Lin Shan was also frightened by Lin Xian's appearance. He originally thought that as long as he called his parents over, Lin Xian would give him whatever he wanted, because it had always been like this before. But now the development of things was somewhat beyond his expectations. Sister, Shut up. I know what you're thinking. Don't think you can keep me fed and housed just by calling your parents over. You've got an extra you this year. If you want to get married, can't you make money yourself? Lin Xian ignored these people and left. When the people in the room saw Lin Xian leave, they immediately stood up and followed Lin Xian out. After all, they all came from small places. If they were really arrested and sentenced to 10 or 8 years in prison, where could they go to seek justice? When Lin Xian walked to the front door, Lin Che just came down from upstairs. Lin Xian, where are you going? Who are these others? Lin Che asked doubtfully, looking at Lin Shan and the others. When Lin Xian saw Lin Che, her heart suddenly tightened. He thought Lin Che was not at home now. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. They are all my family members. They came to see me from my hometown. I brought them here to have some rest. I will take them away soon. Lin Xian said nervously. Lin Xian was a little afraid that Lin Che would be angry. After all, this was a manor worth 20 billion yuan, and she was afraid that Lin Che would be uncomfortable if she brought people here without permission. Since they are your family, they are family, so just let them stay. There is room for them anyway. In fact, Lin Xian was just overthinking. In Lin Che's eyes, a house is a place for people to live. There are so many rooms, more than enough for them to stay. Lin Che didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and Lin Che and Lin Xian also had that kind of relationship. No, I've already booked a room for them outside, Mr. Lin, I'll go first. Lin Xian was interrupted by Lin Taicheng before she could finish her words. You are the boyfriend of that damn girl Lin Xian, right? Since you are already living together, why not hurry up and get married? You are a big boss, and we are just a small family. Our requirements are not too high. You can prepare a betrothal gift of 10 million, and buy your brother a car and a house in Jiang province. It doesn't have to be too big. But since you can afford such a big house, this request is not too much for you, right? Lin Che was a little stunned after hearing what Lin Xian's father said. Dead girl? Are you talking about Lin Xian? How can a father call his daughter like that? Do you think I'm Lin Xian's boyfriend? Although this is the truth. This requirement is not difficult for me, but rather quite simple. But it seems that Lin Qian's family relationships are not very good. And this is talking about a 10 million betrothal gift and a house and car in Zhejiang province. Is this selling my daughter? Lin Che didn't say anything, but just walked down slowly and looked at Lin Qian. Lin Qian's chest was heaving violently, her eyes were red and she stared at her father with some fear in her eyes, tears kept falling down, and she yelled loudly. Dad! What the hell are you talking about? Why am I talking nonsense? You already live together, isn't that clear enough? If he doesn't marry you, how will you get married in the future? How can we hold our heads up in front of the villagers when you let us go back to our hometown? Uncle, I'm just Lin Qian's boss, not her boyfriend. Lin Che didn't want to make things too awkward. After all, this was Lin Qian's father. Boss? Is there any boss living with his subordinates? Don't you just want to be responsible? Lin Che was speechless. This is fucking. The other party wouldn't listen no matter how Lin Che explained, so he didn't plan to say anything. Dad! Please stop talking nonsense. Do you really want to kill me? Lin Qian cried and shouted to Lin Taichung. Sister! Dad is helping you, why don't you know what's good for you? Lin Shan interrupted. Lin Shan is very happy now. Since Dad asked my sister and brother-in-law to buy him a house and a car in Zhejiang province, this is definitely going to happen. And the 10 million yuan in betrothal gifts will definitely be in my hands in the due time. In this case, he would be a person with a house, a car, and savings. Why would he need to go to work? Wouldn't it be comfortable to just drive around every day? Lu Qing's family was also very excited at this time. If it really went according to Lin Tiecheng's idea, they would definitely support their daughter's marriage with both hands. 10 million plus the money to buy a house and a car in Zhejiang province will make me feel proud when I return home. Lin Qian looked at her parents and brother, and she didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt for her suffering, or even for threatening to commit suicide. They came here just for money. If Lin Che didn't have money, they would definitely find a way to force her to break up with Lin Che. All they care about is money. As long as they can be given money, they may not care whether they have a daughter or not. At this moment, Lin Qian suddenly understood. She was destined to be used as a tool by this family since she was born. I can only blame myself for being so stupid in the past. I sent home any money I saved, naively thinking that was my roots. Only at this moment did she realize that she was actually just a plankton, without roots or wings. Her heart has turned cold. It's also cold. Lin Qian looked at the family coldly, opened the door and walked out without saying anything. She wanted to escape from this place right now. Lin Che saw that something was wrong with Lin Qian's condition and hurriedly chased after her. The few people left in Lin Shan looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Finally, they decided to leave here first. After all, this was someone else's house. They were really scared by Lin Qian's words and were afraid that they would be caught as thieves. After leaving Jiangshan Villa District, Lin Qian and Lin Che arrived at a park. Sitting on a bench by a river, Lin Qian told Lin Che about her experiences over the past 20 years. Lin Che listened to Lin Qian's story quietly without saying a word. Brother Che, I'm not stupid, am I? I'll give them whatever they want. If they don't have anything, I'll just borrow it from them, and I'll save up and pay them back slowly. Xianxian, you're not stupid, you're just too sentimental. The more you give, the more they take it for granted. Well, maybe. But now I have decided that I lived for them for the past 20 years, but for the next few decades, I will live for myself. Chapter 63. Xianxian, please invite uncle and aunt to the hotel for dinner tomorrow. You've come all the way here, so I should at least show some appreciation. If you need money, just ask me. I will support you no matter what decision you make. Lin Che said. Thank you, Brother Che. Lin Qian cried while lying in Lin Che's arms. Lin Qian originally thought that Lin Che would look down on her because she had such a family, but she didn't expect that Lin Che didn't despise her at all. Xianxian, if you want to cry, just cry as hard as you can. You'll feel better after crying. Lin Che said as he gently patted Lin Qian's back. Lin Qian cried in Lin Che's arms for more than half an hour before she slowly woke up. When he saw that Lin Che's clothes on his chest were wet with his tears, he felt a little embarrassed. Brother Che, I'm sorry. I got your clothes wet. It's okay, Xianxian, let's go, we're going back. The two returned to Villa number 1 and found that Lin Shan and the others had already left. Brother Che, I'll go look for them, Lin Xian said and was about to go out. But Lin Che held him back. Shanxian, didn't you say you would live for yourself in the future? Then you should learn to say no to them. If you go to them now, it will only make them more unscrupulous. Besides, they are all adults, nothing will happen to them. You must be exhausted after all this trouble. Go have lunch and take a rest. Well, okay then. After the two finished lunch, Lin Xian went back to her room to rest while Lin Che half lay on the sofa, looking at the system panel in front of him. Host, Lin Che. Age, 23. Height, 185 centimeters. Charm, 8. Charm is a special attribute with a maximum of 10 points. Strength, 39. Agility, 40. Spirit, 35. Cars, Lamborghini Nissan, Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Pagani Huayra, 9 consecutive Rolls-Royce Phantoms, and 9 limited edition sports cars. Assets, Villa number 1, Xianyu Building, 15% of Penguin Group shares, Shantou Mall, Dijiang Garden, Tianlong Game Company, Pinarello Bicycle Company. After watching for a while, Lin Che stood up and walked to the swimming pool. Thinking that Lin Xian should be asleep, I didn't care about anything else and just took off all my clothes and jumped into the swimming pool. Cool. Swimming is so cool this summer. Lin Che swam 2 laps, then got up, took a shower and took a nap. In the afternoon, Lin Che and Lin Xian were chatting in the living room. As Lin Che was talking, he suddenly said, Shanxian, I'm planning to set up an investment company called Xiankuan International, but I don't have time to manage it, so I need someone I can trust to help me build a team. I hope you can help me. Brother Che, I'm afraid I won't be able to do this well, Lin Xian said hesitantly. She wanted to go, but was afraid that she was not capable enough and would delay Lin Che's important event. Shanxian, you are capable and should not be limited to being a housekeeper. You should go out and see the world more. Well, then I'll give it a try. Go ahead and do it. The greatest support I can give you is unlimited financial resources. As long as you think someone is capable, we will poach him. If someone offers 1 million, we will offer 5 million or 10 million. As long as he is talented, we will offer him no matter how much money he is offered. Okay. So when do I start? Of course, the sooner the better. Then I'll leave tomorrow. Okay. But before we set off, let's call our uncle and aunt over so we can have a meal with them. After this incident, Lin Che felt that Lin Xian had changed a little. He used to be optimistic and cheerful. Now she is turning into a cold and strong woman. To be honest, Lin Che preferred the old Lin Xian, who occasionally gave him some unintentional temptations. But there is no way, people will always change after experiencing some things. The other side. Lin Taichang and his group stayed in an ordinary hotel. In the afternoon, everyone gathered together, waiting for Lin Taichang to decide what to do. Dad, what should we do now? Lin Shan asked. What should I do? What else can I do? Just go find her. But what if my sister doesn't want to see us? Humph. Not seeing her? I gave birth to her and raised her for so many years. Now that she has a good life, she wants to deny me as her father? Then I will go and make a scene. I will make her ashamed to stay here. Yes. Let's do it. This damn girl wants to abandon us now that she has grown powerful. She's dreaming. Wang Xiujuan echoed from the side. Lu Qing's family watched from the side without saying anything, but they still hoped that Lin Shan could get help from his sister Lin Xian. After all, this was related to their daughter's future happy life. The group was just about to go find Lin Xian when Lin Xian called and asked them to go to the hotel for dinner together tomorrow. Dad, it seems my sister has compromised. Now we have a house and a car, Lin Shan said excitedly. Lu Qing was also very happy. What belonged to Lin Shan was hers, right? This way, she would have a luxury car and a mansion to live in the future. Lin Taichang also smiled and said, Look at how little you have achieved. Your brother-in-law is a big boss, living in a manor worth hundreds of billions. How can he be inferior to you in the future? Even if he gives you a little bit of money, it will be enough for you to live a lavish life. That's right. Then I'll ask my brother-in-law to arrange a job for me and let Qingqing go too. Ask your sister to arrange a job of managing people for you, and a job of managing money for Qingqing. This will prevent your brother-in-law from messing around outside when he has money. You two have to help your sister more, Wang Xiujuan said. The next day, the group happily went to the hotel arranged by Lin Qian. After arriving at the hotel, we were led by the waiter to the number 1 box. Lin Qian and Lin Che were already sitting inside, and the dishes had been served. The group looked at the table full of delicacies from land and sea, and several of them couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Only the emperor on TV can eat such delicious food. I never thought that there would be a day when we could eat it. Uncle and aunt, you have come from far away. Today I will do my best to be the host. Please eat as much as you want. If it is not enough, order more, Lin Che said. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Shan sat down and started eating. Seeing that Lin Shan had already sat down and started eating, the others hurriedly sat down as well. This big lobster is delicious. Xingxing, you should try some too. Mom and Dad, you should also eat some of this big lobster. What kind of crab is this? Why is it so big? Mom, this is a king crab, one costs thousands. The few of them were eating enthusiastically when Lin Che stood up and spoke. Uncle and aunt, take your time eating. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. If the dishes are not enough, please ask Lin Qian to order more. Brother-in-law, you go and do your work first, Lin Shan replied while eating and continued to eat. Chapter 64. Lin Che left. He knew that Lin Qian had something to say to her family. He didn't want to interfere with her decision because of his presence. No matter what she did, he would support her. After Lin Che left for a while, Lin Qian spoke. Go home after you finish eating. I will give you money on time every month. Sister, I don't want to go back. Please arrange a job for me, Lin Shan said. Lin Qian thought about it and thought it would be a good thing if Lin Shan could work well here, so she said, then bring me your university diploma so I can see which position is suitable for you. This time Lin Shan simply stopped talking, and the scene became very quiet for a while. Lin Qian kept staring at Lin Shan. Lin Shan felt a little scared when Lin Qian stared at him. Although he was afraid of Lin Qian before, it was not like today. Lin Qian's eyes made him feel a little scared. In the end, he had no choice but to speak because Lin Qian was staring at him. Well, sister, actually I didn't go to college. Oh? You didn't go to college? Then where did the money I saved to pay for your college go? Lin Qian took a deep breath and said slowly. Well, I lost some money because of gambling at that time. In the end, I was really forced into no choice but to lie to you and say that I was admitted to university, Lin Shan said tremblingly. So, your whole family teamed up to defraud me? I lived frugally, even at the expense of my health, which led to me fainting at work, and you used the money I saved to pay off my gambling debts? Sister, I really have no other choice. Those debt collectors said that if I don't pay back the money, they will take one of my hands. That's why my parents lied to you. Sister, I really know I was wrong, I have changed, and I have never gambled again since then, Lin Shan explained. I can testify for your brother. Shanshan has really changed, said Wang Xiujuan. Lin Qian took a few deep breaths and tried hard to calm her inner anger. Okay then. You can start from the bottom as a waiter. Sister, I don't want to be a waitress. Please arrange a job for me to manage people, and arrange a job for Qingqing to manage money. This will prevent my brother-in-law from having affairs with other women outside after he becomes rich. I promise to report his every move to you truthfully. This is what Mom said. Please let us two help you more, Lin Shan said boldly. Lin Qian was really pissed off by this family. Do you manage people? Do you manage money? Help yourself? This is an attempt to undermine Lin Che. It's amazing that they could think of this. You want to manage money? Do you know how much Lin Che's company's monthly turnover is? Do you know how much you spent on this meal? I tell you, you spent more than 1 million on this meal. Lin Che's company's monthly turnover is at least several billion. Do you think you have the ability to manage it? As soon as Lin Qian finished speaking, everyone stopped eating. He raised his head and looked at her with shocked eyes. This meal cost more than 1 million? This is too exaggerated. Sister, you just said, how much did we eat for this meal? Lin Shan swallowed a mouthful of food and asked in a low voice. You guys spent a total of 1.3 million on this meal. They were speechless for a long time. After a while, Wang Xiujuan said, Lin Che earns that much a month? It seems that you have a good eye. Then we are not going back. We have worked hard for most of our lives, and it is time to enjoy our lives. Since you are so rich, buy Shanshan's house and car as soon as possible, so that he can get married quickly and settle down. Lin Taichang added. Lin Shan was somewhat speechless as she looked at the family in front of her. They were all of the same character. She really felt sad that she was born in such a family. I originally thought that no matter what, they were still my family, so I would try my best to help them if I could. But now, Lin Xian just wanted to leave quickly and didn't want to see this family in front of her for a moment. You guys eat first. I'll be out for a while. Lin Xian said and got up and left the box. She had become disillusioned with this family. The whole family actually teamed up to deceive him. The money I saved from my frugal life was actually used by them to pay off my gambling debts. Even if you are able to hide your conditions from them today, they will only ask for more tomorrow. They will never be satisfied, never know how to be grateful, and will only ask for more. She really didn't want to see them again. The people in the box continued to eat. This table of dishes cost more than $1 million, and it would be a waste if they didn't finish them. Lin Qian came to Lin Che's car. Lin Che was sitting in the car, playing with his phone out of boredom. Hey, Shanshan, why did you come out so soon? Brother Che, I want to leave now. I don't want to see them anymore. Leave now? What about them? Do you want me to give them some money? Lin Che felt that Lin Xian's family must have said something that hurt Lin Xian, otherwise why would Lin Xian have such a big reaction? But since Lin Xian has made up her mind, I can only support her. No. Don't give it to them. Once you give it to them, it will be endless and they will never be satisfied. So we're just going to ignore them? Well, don't worry about them. If they come to cause trouble, just call the police and have them locked up for a few days, and they will behave themselves. Okay then. Shanshan, where are you going to go first? I plan to go to Shanghai first. It's a world-class metropolis with a relatively concentrated amount of talent. I also have a college roommate in Shanghai, so I can ask her for help when I go there this time. Okay, then I wish you a safe journey. When you come back, I'll give you a celebration party. Okay. Thank you, Brother Che. Lin Taicheng and his friends didn't know that Lin Xian had already left Jiang province and flew directly to the Magic City. They were already very full, but they were reluctant to give up the millions of delicacies on the table, so it took them 3 full hours to finish the meal. After they finished eating and rested for a while, they walked out of the private room and were taken to another private room by the waiter. Lin Che was sitting in the private room waiting for these people. Brother-in-law. Where is my sister? Lin Shan asked with some confusion when he didn't see Lin Xian. Don't call me brother-in-law. I've already told you that Lin Xian and I are just superiors and subordinates. It's definitely not the kind of relationship you think. How could I be your brother-in-law? Several people looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. There was no problem when they were eating just now, so why was it not working now? Then Mr. Lin, where is my sister? Lin Shan asked fearfully. Your sister has already left. You should go back quickly after you finish eating. Lin Che said coldly. Chapter 65. Left? Then let's go find her. When I say leaving, I don't mean leaving the hotel, but leaving Jiang province. This is Lin Xian's resignation letter, you can read it for yourself. After saying that, Lin Che took out a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Shan. Resigned? When these people heard this, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts and felt that something was wrong. Lin Shan took a look at the paper Lin Che handed over and found that it was indeed Lin Xian's resignation letter. This, Boss Lin, why did my sister resign? How can I explain this? Lin Xian feels that if she continues to work here, you will definitely continue to pester her, and she has no way to meet your demands, so she can only choose to leave. Then where did my sister go? I'm not sure. It seems like she went to live with her roommate from college. At this time, Wang Xiujuan hurriedly picked up her mobile phone, found Lin Xian's number and called her. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Sorry. It's over. These are completely finished. Wang Xiujuan sat down directly on the ground. Humph. You kid are teaming up with that damn girl to deceive us. I tell you, if she doesn't come out today, I will stay here and not leave. Lin Taichung shouted at Lin Che with an angry face. Old man. Please don't get angry here. Your daughter wanted to leave on her own. I didn't force her to leave. She was forced to leave by you. What does this have to do with me? If you continue to make a scene here, you will be kicked out of the hotel and it will be ugly. I don't care about that. If she doesn't show up today, I will stay here with you. I will have good food and drink every day anyway. Lin Taichung remained unmoved. Lin Che said slowly after hearing this. Grandpa, when Lin Xian was still here, I treated you to the best hotel and the best food for her sake. This table cost more than $1 million. But now that Lin Xian is gone, there is no need for me to be so polite to you. If you continue to make a scene here, I will have no choice but to call the police. If I sentence you to a year or 2, don't blame me. As expected, when Lin Che said this, several people were frightened by Lin Che's words. After all, Lin Che was a big shot in their eyes. I'm telling you, don't try to scare me. I'm already this old, and I'm not meant to be scared. Lin Taichung said stubbornly. Although Lin Taichung said this, his trembling tone revealed his inner anxiety. Grandpa, how could I be trying to scare you? I know a little bit about Lin Xian's affairs. You said they are both your own children, so how could there be such a big difference? If you two could have cared a little more about Lin Xian, she wouldn't have left like this today. I saw Lin Xian crying a lot when she left. She also said that she had repaid you for your kindness in raising her over the years and she didn't want to see you again. I guess it will be difficult for you to find her again in this lifetime. When Lin Taichung heard Lin Che's words, he almost couldn't breathe and almost fainted on the ground. Seeing this, Wang Shoujuan hurried forward to support Lin Taichung. Lin Shan's head also fell to buzzing. All the beautiful future he had imagined was completely shattered. Lu Qing's parents took Lu Qing and prepared to leave. They don't want to accompany Lin Taichung in his madness. What if they are really caught? Qing. Lin Shan shouted. Lu Qing turned around and looked at Lin Shan pitifully. Why are you still looking at this useless thing? It was originally a good opportunity, but he had to force it away. Now, he got nothing. With his own ability, when will he be able to buy a house and a car? Come on. Come back with me quickly. Don't have any contact with him anymore. Mom will introduce you to a better one later. Lu's mother pulled Lu Qing and said viciously to Lin Shan. At this moment, Lin Shan felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. At this time, Lin Taichung and Wang Shoujuan were also filled with anger and were filled with rage. If Lin Xian really changed her contact information, where could they find her? Moreover, Lin Xian has sent money home every month over the years, and they have developed a habit of it and have not worked for a long time. In the village, their family is the envy of everyone. They raised a good daughter and had money to spend without having to work. What would they do if their source of income was suddenly cut off? Are we going to go back to the old days of going out early and coming back late, and working hard? In that case, how would the villagers view their family? Thinking of this, the old couple felt a little regretful. How nice it would be to just stay at home. I play cards, drink tea and stroll around every day and the day goes by. It's all that brat Lin Shan's fault. If it weren't for him, they would still be living a carefree life at home. Now, I have gained nothing and all I had originally is gone. The old couple never reflected on their harshness towards Lin Xian since childhood. They just regretted that they should not have listened to Lin Shan and ran here from their hometown to find Lin Xian. Of course, what they thought was not wrong. If they stayed in their hometown obediently, Lin Xian would still give them the full amount of money every month. Lin Che sat quietly in the chair, watching the family's performance. In fact, Lin Che could give them some money to send them away. Even if they asked for a huge sum of money, Lin Che could afford it. But Lin Che didn't want to give this money. Lin Xian was born in such a family, but she did not fall into depravity. Lin Che thought it was simply a miracle. He also admired Lin Xian for growing up in such a family and being able to grow up to be like this. People like Lin Xian, with a good figure and a pretty face, are definitely no worse than the campus beauties of Jiangda University. She even has a more mature beauty than them, and is more attractive to men. He is well aware of this. Working in Jiangshan Villa District, she meets and interacts with some big bosses. If she really wants to make money at all costs, it would be too easy for her. Old man, if you still don't believe me, you can come to the gate of Jiangshan Villa District every day and wait to see if Lin Xian will come to work. Of course, the premise is that you can't affect my normal life. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving Lin Xian face. That's all I have to say. If you have nothing to do, you can leave. After hearing this, several people left in despair. Lin Che didn't know whether they would leave or continue to guard here. But these have nothing to do with him anymore. People are like this. They only learn to cherish some things after they lose them. After they lose Lin Xian's support and have been down and out for a while, they will start to remember Lin Xian's kindness. Chapter 66. After Lin Taicheng and his family left, Lin Che registered a new company called Qiankuan International Investment Company, Limited, with Lin Xian as the general manager. However, the company is just an empty shell now, and Lin Xian needs to recruit various talents before it can start operating. System sign in. Congratulations to the host for winning a cash reward of 1 million yuan. Never mind. It's better to have something than nothing. The next day, Lin Che received a call. After answering the call, she found that an international express delivery had arrived for her. Lin Che went to the door to receive them, and then he found out that they were 2 customized bicycles sent to him by Pinarello. Moreover, they thought that all the cycling equipment was available, and even insurance was thoughtfully arranged for Lin Che. Lin Che was a little confused by this. Only foreigners know how to play this. Are you taking the boss's money to please him? However, Lin Che was free anyway. So, he pushed the bike and planned to go out for a walk or two to try it out. He wanted to see how terrifying this so-called Bugatti of the bicycle world could be. While strolling around outside, Lin Che rode the bicycle and finally understood that this bike was not called the Bugatti of the bicycle world for nothing. This bike is really comfortable to ride. After riding the bicycle for a while, Lin Che decided to go back. But just as Lin Che was halfway back, at a corner, a flashy pink BMW suddenly rushed out. Fuck you! Lin Che was startled by the BMW and jumped out of the car in a hurry. The horse-drawn carriage collided with Lin Che's bicycle with a clang. Lin Che's bicycle was immediately smashed to pieces, and the wheels were bent. Lin Che was a little confused. How the hell did he drive? If his body hadn't been strengthened and he hadn't mastered Chinese martial arts, and his body hadn't reacted quickly enough, there wouldn't be just the bicycle lying on the ground. Just as Lin Che's anger was rising, the door of the small carriage opened. A gangster came down from above, his whole body bare-chested with 2 green dragons tattooed on it. Fuck, are you looking for death? Why are you riding a broken bicycle? Do you know how much money I spent on this car? Hearing this, Lin Che's anger grew even greater. Lin Che said coldly as he looked at the bicycle scattered on the ground. You'd better look carefully before you speak. It was your car that hit my car. You smashed my car into pieces, and I haven't even come to settle the score with you yet, and you're the first to complain? You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Who's the bad guy? The gangster pointed at Lin Che and said with a cold face. Hubby, what are you talking to this poor bastard about? Just make him pay the money and that's it. At this moment, a charming woman with messy hair and untidy clothes got out of the car. It was obvious that these two were having a great time in the car just now. Haha, that's right, hurry up and pay me. I spent 800,000 yuan to buy this car, and now there's such a big scratch on the hood of my car. If you don't pay me 800,000 yuan today, you can't leave today. The gangster stretched his muscles and sneered at Lin Che. However, when Lin Che heard this, he just sneered at the gangster and said, Are you sure I'm the one paying? What's the matter? There's no surveillance here anyway, so just pay the money obediently. The gangster looked at Lin Che with an arrogant expression. The passers-by nearby also slowly gathered around to watch the fun, looking at the gangster, and immediately said, Young man, you should just pay the money and let this go. This guy is not easy to mess with. Besides, there are no cameras here. Even if you are right, you have nowhere to go to seek justice. Yeah, if you meet someone like this, you can only consider yourself unlucky. It's just a pity for this young man. He probably just started working. Even if we call the police, we will probably be retaliated against afterwards. However, when Lin Che heard these words, he sneered. Ha, looking at you like this, do you think you can defeat me? Well, I'll tell you straight away, there are no cameras here. But my car is equipped with a dashcam. As he spoke, Lin Che walked to the front of the bicycle and squatted down, then found the handlebars of the bicycle among the spare parts on the ground. Then take out a miniature driving recorder from the handlebar. Me? I'm confused? Are all bicycles equipped with dashcams nowadays? What a magical operation, 666. At this moment, everyone present was stunned by Lin Che's action. After all, your dashcam is more expensive than the car itself. Besides, why would you install a dashcam on a bicycle? Grass. The gangster was also confused. He really didn't expect that Lin Che would actually install a dashcam on his bicycle. Moreover, he knew clearly in his heart that what happened today was indeed his responsibility. Previously, he and his lover were playing an exciting little game while driving, but he didn't pay attention and crashed into Lin Che's bicycle. Originally, he wanted to extort some money, but he didn't expect that Lin Che would do such a brilliant thing. You're so cruel. Here's $1,000, take it and get out of here. The gangster casually took a wallet from the car, pulled out a few red banknotes, and threw them directly in front of Lin Che. After throwing it, he turned around and prepared to get in the car and leave. However, at this moment, Lin Che sneered and said, "Haha, $1,000? Are you treating beggars like that?" After hearing Lin Che's words, everyone present was stunned. Oh my god. Does this kid think $1,000 is not enough? Yes, young man, you should be content. This 1,000 yuan is enough for you to buy 2 bicycles, right? That's right, don't be too greedy, young man. Everyone present started to persuade Lin Che to be content. Tell Lin Che not to push his luck too far. And now the gangster also walked in front of Lin Che. He stared at Lin Che and said in a cold voice, "Kid. What the hell do you mean? Are you trying to cause trouble? I'm giving you $1,000 because I think highly of you. Why don't you get out of here right now?" After hearing this, Lin Che remained silent. He just took out his cell phone silently. Forget it. It doesn't make sense to explain it to you. You should call your insurance company. Amid the bewildered looks on everyone's faces, Lin Che called the insurance company. Hello, is this the insurance company? The people around and the big brother from society all had question marks on their faces. What the hell? Chapter 67. This world is crazy, even bicycles can be insured now? Oh my god. What's going on? This is the first time I've seen bicycle insurance. This annual insurance money is more expensive than the bicycle, right? For a moment, everyone was talking about it. The gangster sneered, then looked at Lin Che and shook his head. Then he called the insurance company, and soon both parties' insurance companies arrived at the scene. When the insurance company of this gangster heard that the car was hit by a bicycle, they thought it was completely insane. After all, you hit a bicycle, what insurance are you using? Ill? But when he arrived at the scene, he was stunned to see that there was also someone from the insurance company on the other bicycle. Brother, what's going on? Can your company still insure bicycles? The insurance company staff on the gangster's side asked in confusion. Hearing this, the person from Lin Che's insurance company spoke up. We are all in the same business, so I'll just be frank. This bicycle is a valuable item. When the people around heard this, they burst out laughing. Isn't this guy a fool? It's just a bicycle. How valuable can it be? Ha ha ha, yeah, how can a bicycle be a valuable item? I'm afraid I have traveled back in time to decades ago. This is absolutely hilarious. This is the first time I've heard of a bicycle being a valuable item. The insurance agent from the gang leader also smiled and shook his head. Brother, you are kidding me. How expensive can a bicycle be? The insurance agent on Lin Che's side said with a stern face as he took out a document from his briefcase. We did a value appraisal when we insured the bicycle. The final appraisal result is that the bicycle is worth 3 million yuan. This is the appraisal report at that time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone who was originally laughing was stunned. 3 million? A bicycle? Are you kidding me? Is this bicycle made of gold? You know, this money is enough to buy a house in those second and third tier small cities. No, brother, are you kidding me? At this time, the insurance staff from the gangster side asked with a stiff expression. Then I took a look at the appraisal report. This bicycle is a special custom model made by Pinarello, and the materials used are the best in the world. We even hired the top design master from country C to design it specially. Moreover, this bicycle has the autographs of previous world-class cycling champions. It can be said to be the only bicycle in the world. As he spoke, the man from the insurance company took out documents one by one from his briefcase. It continues to prove there that this car is indeed worth a lot of money. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. Such a simple bicycle actually has such a history? The next moment, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Lin Che. It turns out that this young man is the real rich man. And the thoughts of this rich man are simply not something that ordinary people can guess. If I had such a bicycle at home, I would have placed it at home as a decoration. If you leave it at home, you're afraid it will get dusty. If you ride it out, you're afraid it will be thieved. I even want to pass it down as a family heirloom, so why would I want to ride it out and wander around? The gangster on the side was completely dumbfounded. I was completely confused by the figures of 3 million. I felt extremely regretful in my heart. Why did I do that while driving just for the sake of excitement? Okay, I'll leave things here to you. Lin Che patted the insurance company employee on the shoulder and said, "We should be more low-key and keep our eyes open. Don't do something irreversible just for the sake of momentary desire. I don't think the compensation this time is much. If you had spoken to me nicely, I might have waived it for you. But now, you can't lose a cent. Just think of this as a lesson for yourself." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present felt as if they had suffered a critical blow. 3 million bicycles. Not expensive yet? This is fucking terrible. At this moment, I wonder how many people want to vomit blood. Lin Che was gone, and the only things left were the compensation. Just leave this matter to the insurance company. This kind of thing still needs to be done by professionals. But Lin Che didn't know that when he left. A small blogger with more than 100,000 followers recorded everything with his mobile phone. Lin Che strolled all the way home. Lin Che treated this journey as a stroll. When Lin Che arrived at the gate of Jiangshan Villa District, he found Lin Shan and his family of 3 hiding in a corner. It seems that they still don't give up. Lin Che ignored them and went straight into the villa area. Just when Lin Che sat down and wanted to rest for a while, he received an unexpected call. The call was from Chen Chang's best friend Lin Jin. She told Lin Che that Chen Chang suddenly fainted and was now in the hospital. Lin Che was stunned for a moment when she received the call. What does Chen Chang's fainting have to do with me? I've been dumped by her. No, should I call the guy he's dating? Lin Che didn't want to pay attention to it. But as I thought about it, I still couldn't get over the hurdle in my heart. Let us go and have a look. After all, he is the person who carries my 3 years of memories. Just consider it as an explanation to yourself. He drove to the hospital that Lin Jin told him about and bought some fruit on the way. Driving a Pagani Huayra to buy fruit naturally caused a little excitement. The fruit stall was surrounded by people, and the owner was naturally very happy to see this situation. He sold a normal day's amount in a short time. Therefore, the fruits Lin Che bought today were all very generous in quantity. Walking down the hospital corridor, Lin Che suddenly heard 2 voices coming from a room. "Doctor, please save my mom, please. I beg you." Alas! "Sir, our hospital is not a charity. You have no money, so how can you ask us to treat you? You guys go ahead and treat it first, I will definitely find a way to raise the money." "Sir, let me be honest with you. Your mother's condition is very serious right now. Even if she has surgery in our hospital, the success rate is not high. You should go find a hospital with more advanced medical equipment to have the surgery. That way the success rate will be higher." "Then doctor, how long can my mother live?" "If I don't have surgery, I'll have about 3 months left. If the surgery is successful, I'll have about 10 years to live. But if it's unsuccessful, I might not even have 3 months left." Chapter 68. Lin Che ignored it. Things like this happened every day. After working hard all your life, a serious illness leaves you with nothing. Enter the ward that Lin Jin mentioned. Lin Jin was sitting beside the bed. Chen Chang was lying on the bed with a pale face. Lin Jin was examining Chen Chang one by one. Lin Che walked in and placed the fruit on the chair. Seeing Lin Che walk in, a hint of joy flashed across Chen Chang's pale face. She knew that it must be Lin Jin who informed Lin Che. Lin Che stood there without moving or speaking. After the doctor finished the examination, he turned around and saw Lin Che standing behind him. "You are the patient's boyfriend, right? You youngsters are really foolish. The patient is already pregnant and her body is still so weak. If she continues like this, it will be bad for the development of the fetus. If you don't want this child, you have to wait until she recovers before you can do the surgery. Pregnant? When Lin Che heard the doctor's words, his head buzzed and he felt a tearing pain in his heart. 3 years. 3 whole years. For many days and nights, he brought food to Chen Chang regardless of rain or shine. How many times have I felt happy after receiving my salary from part-time work because I could buy gifts for Chen Chang? They cried together and laughed together. We also once fantasized about getting married and having a pair of lovely children. But I never expected this would be the outcome today. During the entire 3 years that I had been with Chen Chang, I had never touched her against her will. I didn't expect that she got pregnant shortly after being with someone else. This is such a great irony. Is 3 years of love really so cheap? Not even as good as a new bag? Lin Che took a deep breath and said, I understand. Thank you, doctor. When Chen Chang heard the doctor tell Lin Che that she was pregnant, the little hope she had left in her heart was shattered. Chen Chang's already pale face became even paler. I opened my mouth to say something, but found that I couldn't make any sound. Lin Chen didn't expect things to turn out like this. Seeing her best friend crying every day, she wanted to help Chen Chang get Lin Che back. She knew that Lin Che loved Chen Chang. She witnessed all the sweetness they had together. But this scene was something she had not expected. The doctor left the ward. But the ward was now eerily quiet. Finally, it was Chen Chang who broke the silence and said, Lin Che, I'm sorry. There is nothing to be sorry for. Everyone has the right to choose the path they want to take. Since you have chosen this path, I can only wish you happiness. Lin Che, I'm really sorry. If I wasn't so vain, I wouldn't have accepted all those gifts from that man, I wouldn't have been unable to refuse his invitation to attend his banquet, and I wouldn't have let him take advantage of me because I was drunk. By the time I woke up the next day, it was already too late. Chen Chang sobbed. Lin Che felt very strange. After hearing Chen Chang's explanation, there was no ripple in her heart. Lin Che originally thought that he would be very angry and then go to seek revenge on the blind date guy, but he did not feel angry at all. Was he really just drunk? There are other reasons as well. If Chen Chang's heart is discerning enough, how can the blind date guy have a chance? After all, it's because their relationship over the past 3 years has not been strong enough. Chen Chang has already had this idea. Even if this blind date guy didn't come, there would be other people coming. Okay. Since you have nothing to do, I'll leave first. Lin Che didn't want to stay here any longer and wanted to leave. Chen Chang was stunned. Lin Che's performance was somewhat beyond her expectations. Lin Che was not angry at the blind date guy, nor did she feel distress towards her. There is only peace. Based on her understanding of Lin Che over the past 3 years, Lin Che should not be like this. At this moment, Chen Chang found that he seemed to not understand the person who he once thought he knew best. After Lin Che walked out of the ward, she silently said this to herself. Chen Chang, goodbye. This brings a perfect end to my 3-year relationship. From now on, Chen Chang is just a thing of the past for him. From the ward came the sound of Chen Chang crying, unable to hold back any longer. But all this has nothing to do with Lin Che anymore. After coming out of the hospital, Lin Che stood at the door and took a few deep breaths. The past is over. When I let go of it all. Lin Che immediately felt extremely relaxed. Lin Che just drove out of the hospital gate. Then I heard a voice shouting. Thief! Catch the thief! Upon hearing this, Lin Che hurriedly stopped the car on the side of the road. As soon as I got off the car, I saw a young man not far away running towards me with a women's bag in his hand. A sister in her 30s was following behind from a distance. Go away! Get away now! Do you want to die? The young man shouted as he ran, gesticulating with the hand holding the dagger. Just as Lin Che was about to catch the thief, he suddenly saw a black figure rushing past him at an incredibly fast speed. When Lin Che looked at the thief, he found that he had been pinned to the ground by a hand. The thief lay on the ground and struggled constantly, but he was still unable to escape from the big hand that was like an iron clamp. Master! This is definitely a master. This was Lin Che's first impression of the Black Shadow. Lin Che's 6 senses were now exceptionally sharp. Just now when this person passed by Lin Che felt the strong aura emanating from this person. Lin Che took a closer look and realized that this was the man who had just begged for help to save his mother in the hospital. Li Pujuan had just left the hospital full of anxiety. His mother's condition is very serious and it will cost a lot of money to have a chance of being cured. But he had no money. He used to work as a mercenary abroad. He had made a lot of money and was about to return home to live a good life with his family. But just as they were about to complete this last order of business, protecting a high-level official of a small country on his trip, they were attacked by unknown individuals, resulting in only 3 people out of their group of 12 surviving. After returning home, the 3 of them decided to leave all the money they had earned over the years to the families of their brothers who were buried forever in a foreign country. Because at least they can come back alive, but those good brothers who have lived and died with them for many years can never return to their hometown. He just didn't expect that his mother's illness would worsen so quickly this time. If she didn't undergo surgery, she would miss the best time for treatment. But where could he get so much money at this time? As the ancients said, a penny can make a hero fall, let alone the fact that the money needed now is not a small amount. What should I do? Chapter 69. After being abroad for so many years, in the end, only myself and my 2 best brothers came back. But they were children from poor families just like himself, otherwise who would go abroad to exchange their lives for money? When they came back, no one kept a penny for themselves, and gave it all to the families of those brothers who were buried in a foreign land. Now they must be struggling for life. If I ask them for help now, it will definitely be just a drop in the bucket. As soon as he walked out of the hospital, he heard someone shouting to catch a thief, and he instinctively rushed forward to catch the thief. With one hand, the thief was pinned to the ground, and no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Li Pujuan's big hand. Soon the woman whose bag was stolen caught up with him and took the stolen bag from Li Pujuan. "Thank you, brother." The woman took the bag and thanked him hurriedly. "It's okay, call the police right away," Li Pujuan said. Yes, I'm calling the police now." The woman immediately took out her cell phone and called the police. After a few minutes, the police came and took the thief away. The woman kept thanking Li Pujuan and even took out some money from her wallet to thank him. But Li Pujuan refused them all. He didn't catch the thief for the money, and he couldn't take the money even though he was short of money now. Just when Li Pujuan was about to leave, a figure blocked his way. He turned left, and the figure blocked him to the left. He moved to the right, and the figure moved to the right to block him. This happened several times before he realized that the figure was trying to stop him on purpose. "Little brother, what do you mean by this?" Li Pujuan asked Lin Che in front of him. "Big brother, how about we find a quiet place to chat?" Lin Che said with a smile. "Who are you? We don't know each other, do we? I can pay to save your mother. But don't get me wrong, I just went to the hospital to visit a friend and happened to see you asking for help from a doctor." Li Pujuan observed Lin Che carefully. Having been walking on the edge of life and death for these years, he could feel a slight threat from Lin Che. He was very curious about how this young man did it. You have to know that in the mercenary world abroad, there are very few people who can pose a threat to him. Good. The 2 found a park near the hospital. At this time of year, there are not many people in the park. "Big brother, what is your name?" Lin Che asked. "My name is Li Pujuan. Brotherly, I know you are in urgent need of money to save your mother. I can arrange for the best hospital for your aunt, with the best equipment and the best medicine for treatment. But no matter what the final outcome is, you will serve me for 10 years. How about that?" Li Pujuan stared straight into Lin Che's eyes. Lin Che looked at Li Pujuan, not wanting to be outdone. The 2 looked at each other for a while, and Li Pujuan said, "Okay. I can serve you for 10 years, but I am only responsible for protecting your safety and will not help you do anything illegal." "Ha, deal." Lin Che stretched out her hand. Li Pujuan also stretched out his hand. The 2 held hands together. "Brotherly, my name is Lin Che. You can just call me by my name from now on." "No, I'd better call you boss." "Don't call me brotherly. Just call me Pujuan." "Okay. Pujuan. I want to spar with you." Lin Che had long wanted to verify his current strength. "It's just that I couldn't find an opponent before." "Okay. Boss, please." Li Pujuan agreed readily. Li Pujuan also wanted to try out the strength of this young man who posed a threat to him. The 2 stood more than 10 meters apart. Lin Che got into position and tried hard to mobilize the strength in his body, filling it up. At this moment, the aura Lin Che exuded was like that of an ancient Tyrannosaurus rex. At this moment, Li Pujuan also felt extremely strong pressure. In addition to being shocked in his heart, he also exuded the bloody aura that he had developed from years of walking on the edge of life and death. Lin Che pushed the ground with both legs, and instantly rushed towards Li Pujuan, punching him straight at him. Because it was just a sparring match, Lin Che did not have a clear understanding of his own strength, so he only used 50% of his strength in this punch. When Lin Che rushed towards him, Li Pujuan felt a strong pressure coming towards him. He was distracted for a moment, and Lin Che's fist had already hit him. He quickly crossed his hands in front of his chest to block Lin Che's fist. Bang! Li Pujuan was knocked back 3 steps by Lin Che's punch before he could steady himself. Lin Che stopped at the spot where Li Pujuan had just stood, gritted his teeth and shook his right hand, which was a little sore. Li Pujuan looked at his arm, which was slightly red and swollen from Lin Che's punch, with a look of shock on his face. Lin Che's strength was beyond his imagination. Although he felt that Lin Che posed a slight threat to him at first, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, Lin Che was too young, looking to be in her early 20s. At this age, even if he has been learning martial arts since childhood, how can he compare with someone like him who has been walking between life and death for years? Therefore, he couldn't help but look down on Lin Che in his heart, but Lin Che's punch just now was able to push him back 3 steps before he could stabilize himself, and his arm was a little red and swollen from the blow. He really underestimated Lin Che. It is true that there is always someone better than you. He didn't know that Lin Che had only used 50% of her strength. If he knew this, I wonder what Li Pujuan would feel. Pujuan, how about my punch? Lin Che said, shaking his right hand, which was still a little painful. Boss, you are the most powerful person of your age that I have ever seen. You are so powerful at such a young age. I really admire you. The best at my age? In other words, the people Pujuan has seen who are more powerful than me are all older than me? Lin Che said without thinking anymore. Pujuan, let's go. Let's help Auntie find another hospital and have the surgery done as soon as possible, so that you can stay by my side with peace of mind. Thank you, boss. Li Pujuan said excitedly. He thought it would take some time before Lin Che would change the hospital for his mother's treatment, but he didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Lin Che found Tang Ming's contact information on his phone and asked him if he knew the top executives of the first hospital. Soon, Tang Ming sent the phone number of the director of the first hospital to Lin Che and asked Lin Che to contact him directly. Lin Che called directly and explained his purpose. The other party was very polite and enthusiastic, telling Lin Che that he could be transferred to another hospital at any time and they would arrange a consultation with an expert as soon as possible. Lin Che went directly to the hospital to pick up Li Pujuan's mother. When she arrived at the first hospital, a team of more than 10 experts was already waiting at the door. Chapter 70. You must be Mr. Lin Shailin. Hello, I am Mr. Du, the director of the first hospital. Welcome to our hospital. We will do our best to help the patients. Then I would like to thank you first, Dean Du. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. It is our duty as doctors to save patients. Next, the team of more than 10 experts conducted a series of examinations on Li Pujuan's mother. The final conclusion is that surgery must be performed as soon as possible and the condition cannot be allowed to continue to deteriorate. The risk of surgery will increase with every day of delay. So the hospital arranged to perform surgery on Li Pujuan's mother the next day. In the VIP ward of the first hospital. Pujuan, does such a good hospital cost a lot of money? Mom, don't worry. I've already taken care of the money issue. Now you just need to focus on your treatment. Hey Pujuan, Mom doesn't want to treat you anymore. Just keep this money and marry a wife. You are already over 30 years old and you don't even have a wife. Look at the boy next door who grew up with you. His son is about to enter junior high school. Mom, please get well soon, and I'll find a wife right away to give you a big fat grandson, okay? Ha ha ha, okay. That's what you said, you must do it. Mom has been looking forward to hugging her grandson all her life. Li Pujuan walked out of the ward and wiped the corners of his eyes, which were already a little wet. The people he feels most sorry for in his life are his parents. I must not let my mother leave this world with regrets. The next day, Li Pujuan's mother's operation went very smoothly. The surgeons who performed the operation on her were all the top medical professors in Jiang province. The hospital also specially sent 2 senior nurses to take care of her after the operation. Lin Che gave the bunmaji to Li Pujuan, and Li Pujuan also started his work, hiding in the dark to protect Lin Che. Lin Shan and his family were still guarding near the gate of Jiangshan Villa District. It seems that they are still unwilling to leave in such disgrace. Without Lin Xian's financial support, they were confused about their future. Lin Che ignored them and waited to see how many days they could hold out here. No matter what, this time we have to teach them a profound lesson. Good news also came from Lin Xian. Under the temptation of huge sums of money, some people have shown interest in Xiankuan International and are now in contact. As an investment company, Xiankuan International must first recruit a strong team of lawyers, negotiation experts, and evaluation teams. After chatting with Lin Xian for a while, Lin Xian had to go out for work, so I had to hang up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Che lay on the sofa and browsed Tibao, buying a lot of random things. At this moment, Lin Che's phone rang. Lin Che took a look and saw that it was a call from her class monitor in college. The class monitor in college was a girl named Xiao Shengnan. But because she has a flat chest and a carefree personality, she likes playing basketball and her usual dressing style is more neutral. So I have a pretty good relationship with these boys in the class. Oh my god, Lin Che. I haven't seen you for a while and you've become an internet celebrity. What? Lin Che was completely confused. Have you become an internet celebrity? What the hell? Ha ha ha, you don't know yet? Go to Weibo and check it out. You're on the trending search. But you are really rich now. A bicycle costs 3 million. Hearing this, Lin Che was a little confused and quickly opened the vblog. I looked at the hot search list. Headline 1. 3 million bicycles destroyed in Jiangxi province, 8 million views. 2. Wang released a new song, 5 million hits. Looking at the hot search list, Lin Che fell silent. So, not only did he become a hot topic, but he also stole the headlines from Wang Mumu? Wang from next door has fainted in the toilet from crying. Lin Che then clicked on it and saw that it was about her bicycle being hit. This was leaked by a small blogger. And this blogger still has more than 100,000 fans. After he posted this matter, it quickly went viral. With some promotion, this video instantly became an internet sensation. As for the comments below this video, they are all 666. For a moment, Lin Che really didn't know what to say. Lin Che, you are probably the best performer among the 50+ people in our class right now, right? By the way, there is something I want to tell you. Lao Wang asked me to invite you to attend a symposium at school tomorrow. Attending the symposium? Lin Che was stunned when she heard this. Lao Wang was their counselor in college, his name was Wang Hao. Old Wang is actually not very old, so he had a very good relationship with them during college. Yes, it's a symposium. To put it bluntly, it's just to give the younger students some poisonous chicken soup. Lin Che became depressed after hearing this. No, why did you invite me? In recent years, our school has invited some big names from Jiang province, right? Lin Che was a little puzzled for a moment. Although I can be considered a big shot, the only person who knows me is definitely my counselor Lao Wang. Xiao Xingnan's voice rang out from the other end of the line, who knows? Maybe they see that you are rich now and you are an alumnus, so it is cheaper to ask you to go? Lin Che. MMPD. What you said is too hurtful. What do you mean by asking me to be cheaper? Okay, since Lao Wang invited me, I'll go over there when the time comes. Lin Che said helplessly. To be honest, if it wasn't Lao Wang who invited me this time, I wouldn't bother to attend any symposium. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while. They chatted for half an hour. After Lin Che hung up the phone, he lay there and played King of Glory for a while. Suddenly Tang Ming called him again. After answering the call, Lin Che asked with a puzzled look on his face. Mr. Tang, what's the matter with you suddenly looking for me? Mr. Lin, this is the case. The chairman of Longting Real Estate, Shenxian and Shensu, wanted to find you and apologize to you, but they couldn't find you, so they asked me to contact you. Hearing this, Lin Che's face suddenly turned cold. Then Mr. Tang, just turn on the speakerphone and let them say whatever they want to say. Yeah, that's fine. Tang Ming said this and turned on the speakerphone directly. Lin Che's voice was also heard at this time. Shenxian, right? Hearing Lin Che's cold tone, Shenxian and Shensu were suddenly startled. Chapter 72. Shenxian hurriedly apologized with a smile and said, Director Lin, I've heard a lot about you. My family. Before Shenxian could finish his words, Lin Che interrupted. Okay, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. If you have anything to say, tell me now. If not, I'll hang up. Hearing Lin Che's words, Shin Xian's face froze on the other end of the phone. After all, when he heard Lin Che's tone, he knew that it would not be so easy to turn the page on the matter of his son Shinsu. Then he said with a flattering smile on his face, "Mr. Lin, it's like this. This time, it was indeed my son who was at fault. I have prepared 50 million for you. Consider it my apology to Mr. Lin. In addition, I am willing to give you 30% of the shares of Longting Real Estate, Mr. Lin." As he said this, Shin Xian glared at Shinsu and then slapped him hard. Rebellious son. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Lin right now? Shinsu, who was standing next to him, showed some reluctance on his face, but still bowed helplessly. Director Lin, I was ignorant and offended you before. Please, sir, be magnanimous and let me go this time. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Lin Che sneered in his heart. How could he not see through Shin Xian's methods? To put it nicely, the 30% stake is used to make amends, but to put it bluntly, it means tying myself to the Shin family's boat. After all, his current status makes him one of the most important figures in Jiang province. If I become a shareholder of Longting Real Estate, it will bring considerable benefits to Longting Real Estate. For a moment, Lin Che sneered in his heart. I'll take the 50 million, and forget about the 30% stake in Longting Real Estate. Mr. Tang, this is it. I'm going to hang up now. Okay. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Tang Ming said with his signature smile on his face, Okay, Mr. Shin, I have helped you in every way I can. Please don't make it difficult for me. Please. Shin Xian on the side obviously looked unhappy. Lin Che's actions clearly showed that he had seen through his true purpose. Lin Che's meaning was also very clear. The matter could be left unresolved or not pursued. But he has no control over what will happen to your Longting Real Estate. For a moment, Shin Xian's face showed a bit of bitterness. He knew that his Longting Real Estate was half finished. After all, if he had offended Lin Che, even if Lin Che did not pursue the matter any further, other business groups would, in order to please Lin Che, gradually devour his Longting Real Estate. This is the horror of offending a big shot. You don't even have to do anything yourself, a group of lickspittles who want to please you will come and kill you. After leaving Tang Ming's company, Shinsu said angrily, Dad. Who the hell is this Lin Che? Even if his identity is not simple, he can't ignore you like this. No matter what, we are here to apologize to him. But this guy won't even meet you in person, he's just talking to you on the phone. This is too much of a disregard for Longting Real Estate, isn't it? Hearing what his son said, Shin Xian almost fainted from anger. He slapped him immediately. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, the rebellious son, would we have offended him? I'm telling you. It's because of you that Mr. Lin doesn't pursue us anymore, but Longting Real Estate won't have an easy time in the future. If one is not careful, then our Longting Real Estate will be finished. Hearing these words, Shinsu, who was covering his swollen face, looked a little confused. After a pause, he pulled the corner of his mouth and said, It's not that scary, right? Shin Xian, who was standing by, took a deep breath and said, Not so scary? You still don't know what Mr. Lin represents in Jiang province. Lin Che on the other side was lying there like a salted fish. The whole person looked bored and seemed particularly relaxed as he lay there. The day passed quickly. The next morning, Lin Che got up and started signing in. He hadn't signed in anything good in the past few days. System, I want to sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained, McLaren P1. Hearing this, Lin Che was also stunned. It was another top-notch supercar. Just when Lin Che was still in a daze, the phone rang. The call was from an unfamiliar number. Hello. The call was connected and a familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, Lin Che, I'm Wang Hao. It's the counselor. Lin Che was stunned. Wang Hao's voice continued on the other end of the phone. You are such a good kid. You didn't even tell me before you changed your phone number. I got your phone number from Shangnan. How are you preparing now? Today's seminar will start at about 9:30 in the morning. Don't worry, Lao Wang. I will be there on time. After hearing Lin Che's words, Wang Hao smiled and chatted with Lin Che for a few words before hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Che looked at the time and found that it was already past 8 o'clock. It takes about an hour to drive to school, and if there is a traffic jam, I might be too late. Not long after, Lin Che got out of bed, washed up, took the car keys and headed straight for the parking garage. All the way to the parking garage of his own estate. After getting in the car, Lin Che headed straight to the school. Lin Che soon arrived at the school gate. As the car entered the campus, Lin Che parked the car in the parking lot opposite the auditorium. He got off the bus amid the surprised and envious looks of all the students. At the same time, I was still fantasizing about when I could drive a luxury car of this level and drive around the school. Lin Che hurriedly walked into the auditorium. There are only a dozen minutes left before the symposium begins. Now many students are entering the auditorium and taking their seats under the guidance of their counselors. Just as Lin Che was about to enter the auditorium, he was stopped by the security guard at the door. "Excuse me, classmate. Could you please show me your student ID?" Lin Che looked at the security guard in front of her and was stunned for a moment. Lin Che shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have a student ID." "No student ID? Then why are you coming in?" The security guard's expression immediately turned cold, and the students beside him also pointed at Lin Che. They all saw Lin Che getting off the McLaren P1. Chapter 73. Do you really think that just because you're a rich second generation, you can run wild in our school? Hee, it's still our school's security guard Xiang. For a moment, everyone started talking. Lin Che stood there, looking a little embarrassed. But the next moment, Lin Che said, "I am here to attend this symposium." "Where's your invitation?" The security guard frowned when he heard Lin Che's words. "If you say you're here to attend a symposium, then you should at least have an invitation, right?" Lin Che was a little embarrassed about this. After all, he didn't really have the invitation letter. Seeing that Lin Che didn't say anything, the security guard spoke up. "Without an invitation or a student ID, how can I let you in?" At this time, Lin Che was also a little anxious. Just when Lin Che was about to call Wang Hao finally appeared. When Wang Hao saw Lin Che again, his eyes lit up and he quickly went over to grab Lin Che and said, "Lin Che, why don't you go in? Why are you standing at the door? Hurry up, the meeting is about to start." In response to this, Lin Che could only smile bitterly. "I would like to go in, but you didn't give me an invitation, so I can't go in." As soon as these words came out, Lao Wang was stunned, as if, indeed, he had forgotten. "Oh, sorry, I had too many things to do yesterday and I forgot about this." As they spoke, the two of them walked into the auditorium with embarrassed expressions on their faces. Okay, today's symposium is more like a symposium. But to put it bluntly, the school hopes you can donate some money. But this donation is also used to support college students' entrepreneurship. And in the subsequent support projects, you will have a certain say depending on the amount of support you provide. When Lin Che heard this, her eyes flickered a few times. In other words, today's symposium is simply an investment similar to angel investment. Lin Che and other invited guests pay the money, and the school provides the projects. Then these guests will gain income and the school will gain reputation. It is a win-win project. I see. Soon, everyone was seated. At this time, the first 3 rows of the auditorium were filled with invited guests, about 10 people in total. Lin Che was sitting relatively far back. As Lin Che took her seat, everyone nearby glanced at her. However, because Lin Che usually does not attend gatherings of wealthy businessmen, basically no one knows Lin Che. However, someone present recognized Lin Che. A hint of surprise flashed across that person's eyes, but he didn't say anything, let alone come over to greet Lin Che. As Lin Che took his seat, a little fat man suddenly came over. Looking at Lin Che, he said with a smile, "Friend, I am Wang Yu." "I don't know what your name is." "Lin Che." Hearing Lin Che's words, Wang Yu was stunned for a moment. I felt like I had heard the name Lin Che somewhere before, but I couldn't remember where it was for the moment. Then he asked Lin Che, "So, friend, what business does your family have?" "Me? My family doesn't have much property, so I just eat and wait for death." There was nothing wrong with what Lin Che said. All the businesses under his name were basically handed over to others to manage. He was the type who just lived a life of idleness and waited for death. After hearing Lin Che's words, the little fat man immediately showed a look of disdain. As for Lin Che, he just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Soon, the symposium began. The school leader above, after a lot of nonsense, announced the start of the symposium. After a period of silence, some companies began to invest and donate. First, a senior executive came up to the stage, said a few simple words, and then invested 500,000 yuan. Then there was a wave of small businesses investing, and soon the real big guys also started to come on board. This move is considered generous, an investment of tens of millions in one go, 30 million in total. However, after that, the scene gradually became quiet, which made the school leaders feel a little embarrassed. As for those behind, they were all rich second generations. A group of second generations headed by Wang Yu, all invested 1 million each. At this moment, some quiet discussions gradually began to occur in the meeting. Some of the senior academics sitting above also began to feel restless. After all, actions like this are simply a slap in the face of their school. After all, if 7 or 8 rich second generations in a row all contribute 1 million yuan each, what does that mean? At this time, many school leaders looked unhappy. Some leaders even glanced at the counselors below with dissatisfaction. After all, doing so would really make these school leaders angry and annoyed. The counselors' faces suddenly turned pale. As for old Wang standing aside, his face wasn't looking very good either. As for the students at the back, they were starting to get agitated. They have now realized that something is wrong. At this time, it was Lin Che's turn to go on stage. Lin Che sighed. If these people don't want to donate, then just don't donate. Why do they have to come to the school to slap the school in the face? Although it is an investment and you won't see returns in the short term, at least in the long run, it is still an investment that will pay off in the future. Lin Che adjusted his appearance and went up to the stage. The school leaders looked at Lin Che with even uglier expressions. Another rich second generation. Damn it! Here comes another one, trying to slap our school in the face. Please remember this rich second generation. After the symposium is over, find out who invited him here. Hearing what the principal said, the school leaders nearby nodded in agreement. Lin Che walked to the microphone. Well, let me say a few words here first. Seeing Lin Che's action, the students below became even more agitated. As for the school leaders behind Lin Che, their faces became even darker. After all, Lin Che's actions were no longer just a slap in their faces. Their faces were thrown directly onto the ground and ravaged madly. Still want to say a few words about donating money? Isn't this the privilege of the big guys? He is just a rich second generation, what the hell is he doing? At this moment, everyone was confused by Lin Che's actions. Wang Yu, who was standing behind him, looked at Lin Che and sneered. He is just a lazy guy who is not valued by the family. How dare he come out and show off? Chapter 74. However, old Wang below was somewhat expectant in his heart. After all, he still had some understanding of Lin Che now. That's right. The amount I donate next time must be used entirely to support college students' entrepreneurship. And I will also find a third-party organization to supervise it, so if anyone wants to profit from it, then forget it. After finishing speaking, Lin Che paused for a moment, then continued. How about this? I will take out 300 million yuan every year as a fund to support college students' entrepreneurship. The moment Lin Che finished speaking, the entire auditorium fell silent and fell into silence. For a moment, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After the silence, the entire venue exploded. Boom! Everyone was dumbfounded. 300 million. This amount of money is not a small sum. When donating before, the maximum amount was only tens of millions. And now, Lin Che directly has 300 million. And it's 300 million per year. This. For a moment, the students below were talking about it. Oh my god. 300 million. That's too much. Yeah. That's still 300 million per year. Don't be kidding. And those rich second generations and school leaders were even more confused. Isn't this just a rich second generation? Are you sure he's not here to cause trouble? Even old Wang looked at Lin Che with a dazed expression. Although he guessed that Lin Che would give a good amount. But no one would have thought that Lin Che would take out 300 million every year. What has your student done during this period of time since graduation? Even if you are the boss of a big company, you can't take out 300 million every year, right? Doesn't the company need to keep working capital? The supporter at the side asked Lin Che with trembling voice. Mr. Lin, are you sure you are talking about 300 million? Are you really going to spend 300 million every year to support college students' entrepreneurship? Ha, this is natural. Lin Che said with a smile. I will find someone to sign an investment agreement with the school after I return. But as I said before, I will find someone to supervise the specific use of this money. After hearing Lin Che's words, the school leader beside him nodded in confusion, and he still hasn't recovered from his shock. Good. A business tycoon below stood up and led the applause. After all, 300 million yuan is allocated every year to support college students' entrepreneurship. Such courage is simply beyond their ability. I don't know what this young man's name is. I'm Xue Haojing, the chairman of Haojing Electronics. The business tycoon who was leading the group looked at Lin Che and asked. In his opinion, someone as capable and courageous as Lin Che is very worthy of his friendship. Lin Che nodded towards Xue Haojing and said, Lin Che. These two simple words made Xue Haojing's eyes widen immediately. Then he said loudly in surprise. You are Lin Che? Mr. Lin? The chairman of Tianlong Games, Mr. Lin Che? What? He is the mysterious boss behind Tianlong Games? Fuck you. For a moment, everyone exclaimed in surprise. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Che was filled with shock. Ah, yes, it's me. Lin Che smiled and nodded. During this period of time, everyone gasped. After all, Lin Che was really too young, only in his early 20s. No one would have thought that such a young man in his early 20s would be the chairman of Tianlong Game Company worth tens of billions. The eyes of these business tycoons and second-generation rich people were filled with fear and terror when they looked at Lin Che. After all, they knew a little about Lin Che's other identities. Ha, I didn't expect to meet you, Director Lin, here. Xue Haojing said with a smile on his face. As for the little fat boy Wang Yu at the back, his head was buzzing even more. His family also makes games, but they are all those pay-to-win web games. Lin Che, he is Lin Che, no wonder I felt this name was so familiar just now. At this moment, he finally remembered who Lin Che was. My own father just reminded me of this 2 days ago. If I meet Lin Che, even if I can't please her, I must not offend Lin Che. He didn't take it seriously at the time, and when he met Lin Che today, Lin Che looked so young that he didn't think about it that much. Fuck, I was sitting so close to him just now, but I didn't recognize him. At this moment, Wang Yu was filled with regret in her heart. After all, I missed such a good opportunity this time. If I want such an opportunity again in the future, I don't know when I will encounter it again. And now, he had actually ruined the best chance to make friends with Lin Che with just one blow. Afterwards, Lin Che started to talk for a while, and then began to share his entrepreneurial experience. After a group of bigwigs shared their entrepreneurial experiences, it was Lin Che's turn to share his own experience. Well, I'm really not very good at sharing entrepreneurial experiences, Lin Che said as he looked at everyone with a smile. However, I believe that everyone has heard a lot of valuable information from the sharing of the business leaders before, so I will just talk about a few things as well. But you guys should just listen to what I'm going to say next. It won't make any sense if you take it seriously. After all, when it comes to starting a business, there are so many difficulties and setbacks along the way, and there are so many predecessors who have failed. It's not something that can be explained in just a few words. Those who really want to succeed in starting a business must be the ones who work the hardest and work the hardest. Of course, this also requires some luck. I still hope you can believe in one thing, that is hard work and sweat, those are the things that will never betray you. When Lin Che said this, everything was still normal, and everyone nodded as they listened. But in the next moment, Lin Che smiled wickedly and said, But what you don't know is that true success is often more about luck than anything else. For example, I just lie there and wait for the money to come into my pocket. The company can be directly handed over to the secretary and the president. You don't know how boring I am on a normal day? How lazy I am. So, when I look at you guys, I feel really relieved and happy from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 75. After all, you haven't experienced the beatings of society yet, so you can still work hard. Unlike me, who can only eat and drink every day, and occasionally go to the company to collect money, looking at the pile of numbers that can never be spent, it is extremely boring. The students below? The school leaders on the side? At this moment, they finally understood what Lin Che meant when he said at the beginning, just listen to what he said, it's meaningless if you take it seriously. Listen to what he is saying now, is this human language? MD, if you don't want this money, just give it to us. We want it. We also want to experience this extremely boring life you mentioned. At this moment, everyone present looked at Lin Che with gnashed teeth. Everyone wanted to take off their shoes and throw them at Lin Che's face. As for the host next to Lin Che, it was difficult for him to say anything at this time. After all, Lin Che had just invested 300 million yuan to support college students' entrepreneurship. However, just when everyone was about to rush up and beat Lin Che up, Lin Che suddenly changed his tone. However, I still strongly encourage you to start a business or do something meaningful. After all, you are still young and don't have much money. Even if you fail, you will only feel pain for a while. And you can also, through your own efforts, truly see what society is like, and you can gain more rules for surviving in today's society. And is there anyone among you who is as lucky as me and succeeds? After Lin Che finished speaking, she turned around and walked off the stage. Although listening to Lin Che's words, there were many words that seemed to be showing off. But the last sentence is full of profound meaning. Besides, there were only a few fools among the young people nowadays, and they soon understood the meaning of Lin Che's words. Lin Che's words meant that you are all still young and motivated to give it a try. Even if you fail, what can you do? It was nothing more than starting over again, and the fact that Lin Che could now enjoy himself and be a salted fish was entirely because he had tried his best and succeeded. For a moment, everyone below lowered their heads in shame. Lin Che is sincerely teaching everyone some practical skills and life lessons. But they initially thought that Lin Che was on the first level, and they were on the second level, one level higher than Lin Che, but what was the reality? People have been watching them from a higher place for a long time. For a moment, everyone was so ashamed that they couldn't raise their heads. However, if Lin Che knew what they were thinking, she would probably spit out water. What the hell, is this what I meant? Then the group of people began to discuss donations. After discussing the donation, Lin Che had dinner with the school's top executives and some business tycoons. Although those rich second generations wanted to get in, unfortunately none of them could. After all, that is the circle of business tycoons, which is completely different from the circle of rich second generations like them. Unless these second generations can achieve some results on their own, or they are the top rich second generations. Otherwise, you will only be the second generation in this life. After exchanging WeChat numbers with the business tycoons at the banquet, Lin Che left. But when Lin Che first arrived at the parking lot, she was a little dumbfounded. At this time, in front of his McLaren P1, there was a fat woman holding a golden teddy dog, and the teddy dog sniffed the wheels of his McLaren P1. Then he lifted his hind legs and peed on the wheels of his McLaren P1. The fat woman next to her not only did not stop it but also spoke up. "Oh, son, why are you peeing again? I told you to pee in the grass but you didn't." As he spoke, Lin Che became even more confused. "You don't care about this? Just let him pee like this? You know, my car is a McLaren P1. If it were any other ordinary car, it would be fine, but this McLaren P1 is very expensive. This car costs tens of millions. If I peed and broke the tire, I would have no place to cry. Although I don't mind the cost of repair, it still requires customized materials and takes time." For a moment, anger rose in Lin Che's heart. The skin on his face was twitching constantly. And this fat woman, obviously, did not realize the seriousness of the matter. She was still touching the little teddy in her arms and talking. "Hey, son, you have to be good. When your dad comes, we will take you to the pet store to give you a bath." Watching this scene, Lin Che walked up to the fat woman with a cold face and said, "Did you notice where your dog peed?" Lin Che said in a cold tone. "Isn't this just peeing on the ground? What's wrong with that? Besides, my son is not a dog, don't talk nonsense here." The fat woman naturally noticed that her son had urinated on the wheel, but no matter what, she would not admit it. "Just laughing there." Lin Che took a deep breath to calm himself down, then spoke in a cold voice. "Then I'll let you see it clearly. I don't care if this dog is your son or your grandson. I'm telling you, you're in trouble now. Your dog peed on the wheels of my McLaren. Ah! What are you doing?" The fat woman at the side was obviously frightened by Lin Che, and then she looked at Lin Che coquettishly and said, "How can you talk nonsense like that? There's a little water stain here, and you say it was my son's pee? That's totally unreasonable. My son has received professional training. No matter how much he wants to pee, he will never pee on someone else's car." As the fat woman spoke, she was still caressing the little teddy in her arms, her tone full of doting. Lin Che was even more annoyed by this, but seeing that she was a woman, he could only take a deep breath, try to calm down, and then spoke in a cold voice. "Ha, fine. You don't admit it, right? Then I don't mind sending the car in for a checkup. If this wheel is really corroded by your dog's urine, I'm sorry, I can only ask you to pay for it. When I bought this car, it cost me nearly 30 million. That is to say, if the wheel is really corroded, you will have to pay at least 1 million yuan in compensation. Think about it carefully. Chapter 76. What? Over a million? The fat woman was stunned by Lin Che's words. If she really had to pay more than 1 million, she wouldn't have that much money even if she was bankrupt. And just at this moment, a gangster came over. When the fat woman saw the gangster, her eyes lit up and she immediately shouted loudly. Husband! Come quickly! Someone is slandering me! Huh? What? I have a bad temper. I want to see who dares to slander my wife. Lin Che listened to this familiar voice and turned around to look. Well, isn't this the gangster who crashed his bicycle that day? At this moment, Lin Che's expression was extremely strange. This is a bit confusing. It seems that the gangster's target that day was not this fat woman, right? TSK, it looks like he has a mistress. Lin Che laughed in his heart, and when the gangster saw Lin Che, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a thud. Why is it you? He still remembered that day when he crashed someone's bicycle worth millions. Unexpectedly, we met again after such a short time. Is it possible that his car was hit again this time? I hope this is not another car worth millions. If it is, I will really go bankrupt. Ha, what a coincidence, it seems this is your man. TSK, it really is the case that people of the same family stick together. Lin Che said as he sneered at the gangster. The gangster was trembling, his heart full of fear. He looked at Lin Che in horror and said tremblingly. Mr. Lin, I wonder how this bitch offended you. As soon as these words were spoken, the fat woman next to her exploded. He walked straight up to him, grabbed the gangster with his fat hand, and started cursing at him. Woo duh. Explain yourself to me. Who are you calling a bitch? Aren't you always so arrogant? How come now, in front of this kid, you are as obedient as a grandson? You even dare to call me a bitch? You are rebelling, aren't you? These words made the gangster feel very upset. He slapped him immediately. Bang! You bitch, shut up right now. After hearing this roar, the fat woman covered her face in confusion and dared not to speak anymore. The gangster kept nodding and bowing to Lin Che. He was really scared now, and he was also very clear that Lin Che's identity must be extraordinary. After all, he is a man who can ride a bicycle worth millions and own a top-of-the-line sports car worth tens of millions. He is definitely not someone that someone like him can afford to offend. He is still constantly praying in his heart that this bitch doesn't cause any big trouble. Ha, look for yourself, your son has done something great, he peed on the wheel of my car. What? After hearing Lin Che's words, the gangster's mentality exploded. He also recognized the car in front of him. It could be a McLaren P1 worth tens of millions. And this damn dog actually dared to pee on the wheels of a sports car of this level? This is really... For a moment, the gangster's body kept shaking and he couldn't speak. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned around, grabbed the little golden teddy bear, and threw it out angrily. My son! When the fat woman saw this scene, she let out a scream, her eyes full of despair. The teddy bear was thrown out by the gangster and hit the wall with a bang, then he whimpered a few times and died. Lin Che did not have the slightest sympathy for this. After all, once you buy the dog, you have to teach it well. Raising a pet is like raising a son. Although it is indeed a dog's nature to urinate anywhere. But as a human being and the owner of this dog, you should have your own judgment on where the dog should not be allowed to urinate. Fuck you, I told you not to buy a dog, but you didn't listen. I'm warning you one last time now. Come over here and apologize to Mr. Lin. I beg him to forgive you. If you can't be forgiven, just wait and see how I'll teach you a lesson when I get back. This gangster is really going crazy now. He really couldn't understand how he was so blind to marry such a person with no vision at all. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, please forgive me this time. Now the fat woman also remembered the fear she once felt when she was dominated by this big brother in society. At the same time, I also understood. The young man in front of her must be of a very terrifying identity. He is a big shot that her husband, a big brother in society, cannot afford to offend. I will clean your car now. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. I won't do it again. As she spoke, the fat woman rolled and crawled to the side of Lin Che's car. He didn't care about anything else and immediately wiped the wheel with his sleeve. Lin Che just watched the scene in front of him coldly, unmoved. As the saying goes, a dog relies on the power of its master. I now feel that this is absolutely true. If you had apologized earlier, why would it have become like this? Get up and get out of here. Yes, I'll leave right now. I'll leave right now. When the fat woman heard Lin Che's words, she felt relieved and quickly stood up. She ran away with the gangster and didn't even bother to take care of her son. Lin Che just looked on indifferently. After getting in the car, Lin Che first went to a nearby car wash to give the car a simple wash, and then went home. I returned home and everything was settled with the school. Lin Che and the school also decided to start discussing the details of the donation and signing an investment agreement the day after tomorrow. Along the way, Lin Che began to think. He had more and more things to deal with, and it was time to find a law firm. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to manage all these industries and various issues by yourself. After some deep thought, Lin Che half lay on the sofa, took out his cell phone and called Lin Qian. After the phone rang twice, it was connected. Brother Che, are you looking for me? Well, if I arrange for you to acquire a top law firm in Jian province, how long will it take you? Lin Che asked directly. Lin Che felt that it would be inappropriate for her to entrust a law firm to handle these matters every time. In that case, why not just buy a law firm yourself? Chapter 77. After hearing what Lin Che said, Lin Qian on the other end of the phone was a little stunned. Wait a moment, Brother Che. Having said that, Lin Qian on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then spoke. If you want to acquire 100% of the shares, it will take about 3 days if you have sufficient funds. But if we only want to achieve absolute control, with a 51% stake, then it can be done by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Hearing Lin Qian's words, Lin Che nodded and said, Okay, I get it. In that case, you should start by acquiring a law firm first. Hearing Lin Che's words, Lin Qian on the other end of the phone said immediately, Okay, Brother Che, I'll do it now. After doing all this, Lin Che took out his phone and started playing games. Once everything here is settled, let's go back to our hometown and take a look. I had wanted to go home and take a look before, but there were too many things to do. I had also planned to bring Lin Qian back with me, what a pity. The festival is coming up in a few days. At around 7 in the evening, Lin Che pushed his other bicycle out for a stroll. So I didn't get home until 9 o'clock in the evening. After taking a shower and drinking a glass of warm milk, I lay on the bed, played with my mobile phone for a while, and then fell asleep. Sleep until you wake up naturally without any fatigue or stress. As soon as she woke up, Lin Che started signing in for today. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained 80% of the shares of Haotian Aerospace Company. Oh my god. Haotian Aerospace Company. This is the world's top aerospace company and the world's top manufacturer of luxury large business jets. This can be said to be a true top-notch behemoth. But now it is in my hands? Just when Lin Che was still in a daze, Lin Che's cell phone rang. A text message came. Dear Mr. Lin Che, your private jet Haotian X has now arrived at the private parking space at Hangzhou Airport in Jian Province and is being stored there. Lin Che was a little confused when he read the text message. It's these foreigners who know how to play MD. Lin Che really didn't know what to say for the moment. After all, the previous bicycle company did the same thing and gave me 2 top-notch bicycles. Each one is worth millions. Now there is another private jet coming. Lin Che searched online and found out. The Haotian X that was given to me is one of the best performing private jets in the world, capable of flying at a speed close to the speed of sound. Price, 100 million ni gold. That is equivalent to 700 million. This price is really too scary. What else can I say about this? Lin Che could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that he would have to spend money again. After all, since I already have a private jet, I have to recruit flight attendants and pilots myself, and they have to be on call at all times. In addition, there are regular maintenance costs. Oh my god, these people are really finding ways to make me spend money. After sighing inwardly for a while, Lin Che was about to call Lin Qian. Ask Lin Qian to help him recruit a group of private jet pilots and flight attendants. While I was declaring the takeoff details for myself, my cell phone rang. The person who called was Lin Qian. Oh, what a coincidence. Lin Che's eyelids slightly raised, and the corners of his mouth also slightly lifted. Hello, Qian. Lin Che answered the phone. Lin Qian's voice also rang out on the other end of the phone. Brother Che, I have already acquired the law firm you asked me to acquire. Lin Che's eyes lit up when he heard this. Oh? Tell me, which law firm is it? It's Genie Law Firm. You have invested 130 million yuan and hold 54% of the shares of Genie Law Firm, which means you have absolute control. After listening to Lin Qian's words, Lin Che nodded. Genie Law Firm is one of the most famous law firms in Jiangxi province and even in the whole country. The winning rate of this law firm is a terrifying 95%. It can be said that this law firm has basically never lost any cases since its establishment, and has not lost a single case since it became famous. Among these great lawyers, they have repeatedly won victories and made remarkable achievements in the legal commissions in recent years. Okay, I knew our Qian is still great. Tell those big lawyers my address and ask them to come over to my place. Okay, Brother Che. And Lin Che continued to speak. By the way, please help me find 2 more pilots and a crew for the aircraft. There was silence on the other end of the phone after hearing Lin Che's words. Brother Che, the driver you just mentioned is. What's wrong? The pilot of the private jet. As Lin Che finished speaking, Lin Qian on the other end of the phone fell silent again. Although, he thought he had some understanding of Lin Che. But now, she suddenly realized that she might not know Lin Che as well as she thought. Oh, by the way, can you also help me report the flight route? I will go back to my hometown Hushi from Hongqiao Airport the day after tomorrow. Okay, Brother Che, what's the model of your private jet? Showdown X. As Lin Che finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone again. Showdown X. This is a top-of-the-line luxury private jet worth hundreds of millions. At this moment, Lin Qian's head was buzzing. This really made Lin Qian feel a little scared. After all, Lin Che's financial resources were truly terrifying. You know, being able to afford a private jet is one thing, but whether your plane can fly into the sky is another. Otherwise, why do people in China who are rich enough to afford private jets not buy them? Because whether you can afford to buy this private jet and whether you can take off are 2 completely different things. Lin Che also pinched his chin at this time, and after pondering for a while, he continued speaking. By the way, can you help me rent a transport plane or a cargo plane? When I go back in 2 days, I'm going to bring a car with me. Just now, Lin Che suddenly realized that even if she went back this time, she didn't seem to have a car to drive in her hometown. And there is no way that I can bring another car back with my private jet. Then we can only rent a transport plane. Lin Qian. At this moment, Lin Qian almost knelt down to Lin Che. This is so fucking arrogant. You know, this trip will cost at least $1 million. Moreover, most people rent this kind of plane to transport valuable items. But now, Lin Che chartered an entire plane just to send you in a car? This. Chapter 78. For a moment, Lin Qian just stood there in a daze. But when I thought about it, Lin Che could even afford this kind of top-notch private jet. And it is the most top-of-the-line luxurious Showdown X. Let him rent a transport plane just to bring a car back with him. Lin Qian's heart calmed down. Afterwards, after hanging up the phone, Lin Che got up, washed up, and went downstairs to eat. After finishing breakfast, Lin Che leaned on the sofa like a salted fish and played games. As for the other side, inside Genie Law Firm, Garen hung up his phone, and his expression gradually became serious. Just now, he received a call from his new boss's secretary, asking him to take Arthur to the new boss's home every day. Galen took a deep breath and pushed open the door of Arthur's office. Arthur, it's time to go. At this moment, Arthur was lying comfortably in the boss chair, with his eyes closed and resting. Arthur opened his eyes and said after listening to Galen's words. Why? Is there another customer you want to see? No, it was the new boss's secretary who called and asked us to go to the new boss's home. Arthur's eyes suddenly flashed when he heard Galen's words. Oh? In that case, let's go and see who our new boss is. For a moment, Arthur became somewhat interested. After all, his new boss could acquire the Genie Law Firm overnight. Moreover, he holds 54% of the shares, which means he has absolute control. This really makes Arthur very interested in the new boss. He was also very curious about what kind of person this new boss Lin Che would be. If this new boss is not good enough and has no identity, he doesn't mind, and will find a way to buy back the shares bit by bit. The two left the Genie law firm together, all the way to Lin Che's home. Soon the two arrived at the gate of Jiangshan Villa District. After obtaining Lin Che's consent, the security guard let the two in. Lin Che also straightened her clothes a little. Then he sat on the sofa and waited for the two men to arrive. Soon there was a knock on the door and Lin Che went to open it. Garen and Arthur outside the door were also filled with nervousness at this moment. After all, they still didn't know what kind of person Lin Che was. However, the moment they saw Lin Che, they were both somewhat surprised. Because Lin Che is too young. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if you beat them to death. The person who could acquire their Genie law firm overnight would be a young man in his early 20s. This is really too scary. The two looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Originally, the two of them thought that they could acquire the person from Genie law firm overnight. He has to be at least 40 or 50 years old and have some skills. I never thought it would be someone so young. For a moment, the two people were completely shocked. After letting the two men into the house, Lin Che sat casually on the sofa. Garen and Arthur squinted their eyes and looked at the two people in front of them. They were sitting upright on the sofa. Lin Che crossed her fingers and put her arms on her legs and said, "Don't be too nervous, you two. I asked you to come here just to ask you to do me a small favor." "Boss, just tell me what you want," Galen said somewhat stiffly. Lin Che didn't want to waste time, so he spoke directly. "Well, a few days ago I decided to set aside some money every year to support my alma mater's undergraduate entrepreneurship fund. But I hope I can know exactly where the money went and what benefits she generated. This involves professional knowledge, so Arthur needs to come on board." "Mr. Lin, how much is the amount of your payment and how will you pay it?" Lin Che nodded in satisfaction. Arthur was indeed a professional. He got to the point right away. "Well, I plan to take out about 300 million yuan of this fund every year." As soon as these words were spoken, Arthur and Galen on the side were shocked again. Originally they thought it was only tens of millions of funds, but they couldn't imagine that the amount could be as high as 300 million, and that they invested about 300 million every year. This amount of money is really terrifying. Most wealthy businessmen dare not spend so much money every year to support college students' entrepreneurship. So what kind of terrible identity and background does this young man in front of me have? After all, he was the one who could acquire their Genie law firm overnight. It is so easy to set aside 300 million yuan every year to support college students' entrepreneurial plans. How terrifying is this identity and background? "Okay, Mr. Lin, we still need to continue discussing this issue of college students' entrepreneurship plan with you." The three of them quickly began to discuss the specific details. Half an hour passed quickly. Lin Che looked at the plan that had been tentatively finalized and nodded with satisfaction. Lin Che thought for a moment and said that he was quite satisfied with the professionalism and performance of Galen and Arthur. "How about this? I have some shares in other companies, and I just happen to be in need of a legal advisor, so I'll hand them over to you." For a moment, Garen and Arthur looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This new boss of ours is really not an ordinary person. He asked for shares of several companies right away. "I don't know which companies you hold shares in, boss, and how many shares you hold." "We need to be prepared," Galen on the side asked. "Oh, wait a minute and let me think about it." Lin Che summoned the system panel in his mind. Because he himself couldn't remember clearly how much shares he held in each company. Meanwhile, Garen had already taken out his computer and was ready to record. "Yes, 100% of the shares of Qianyu Building." This shocked the two men deeply. Qianyu Building. This is the top office building in Quanhai. This place actually belongs to this new boss. Then Lin Che continued. 15% of the shares of Penguin Group. Garen's hands began to tremble as he typed. Penguin Group, that could be the world's top super group. One of the two super giants in the domestic internet industry. 51% of Tianlong Games shares. The muscles on Garen's face trembled. Tianlong Games is one of the top game companies in the world. Not only does his boss own this share, he also owns 51% of the shares. This is an absolutely controlled company. Chapter 79. 100% of Pinarello bicycles. This time even Arthur beside him couldn't sit still, because this was the world's largest bicycle brand company. The two looked at each other again. This was the nth time they had looked at each other today. It was obvious how much they had been stimulated by Lin Che. "What's wrong? Any problem?" Lin Che asked in confusion after seeing the two's actions. "Oh, it's okay, please continue." 80% of the shares of Haotian Aerospace Corporation. At this moment, Garen and Arthur's heads were buzzing. Haotian Aerospace Company. This is one of the top 3 aircraft manufacturing companies in the world. This is one of the prides of the United States. But what they would never have expected was that this company would be controlled by a person from country H. Still my own boss. If this were to be made public, it would surely cause a sensation. The two of them gasped in shock. Lin Che's mouth corners slightly raised in response to this. This is exactly the effect he wants. Otherwise, how can we get them to work for us conscientiously? The rest is up to you. 54% of the shares of Genie Law Firm. The two men looked at each other for a moment. It seems that his own law firm, with a market value of nearly $1 billion, is the least valuable company owned by Lin Che. Well, for now, there are only so many companies. I'll tell you if there are any new companies in the future. When the time comes, I will leave all the company's legal issues to you. I hope you will do your best. Lin Che nodded in satisfaction. After hearing Lin Che's words, the two people beside him had already become numb. After all, the amount of information revealed by Lin Che's words was too great. My boss might have set his eyes on a new company. After Lin Che finished speaking, the two people on the side spoke with serious faces. "Boss, just leave it to us." Lin Che nodded and spoke in a cold tone. "But I want you to remember that I don't want anyone to know that I own so many companies at the same time." I understand. When the two men saw that Lin Che's expression had turned serious, they immediately became reserved. Then he asked. "Then boss, do you have any other instructions?" "There is none left." "Okay, then let's go back and do some preparations." After saying this, Galen and Arthur quickly stood up and said goodbye. Lin Che sat on the sofa and waited for the two people to leave. Lin Che then stood up and stretched. Now the investment issue has finally been resolved. What should I do next? As if he was talking to himself, Lin Che asked himself. I swiped through the messages on my phone. I found that Tang Xin sent me a document about Tianlong Game S arrangements for the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. Lin Che clicked on it and saw that the holiday was only 3 days long. Lin Che frowned slightly. How can you arrange your vacation like this? He immediately sent a message to Tang Xin. Let's adjust the holiday schedule to 5 days. Sister Xin, you should also take 5 days off and go back to your hometown together. Whether you or other employees of the company, you will all be given paid leave. Also, have someone go buy some Dragon Boat Festival treats. Remember, price is not important. If you want to buy something, buy the best. After all, 3 days of holiday is definitely not enough. It would be better to give everyone a few more days to have fun. Only when they have fun can they come back to work well. When Tang Xin saw the message from Lin Che, she was completely stunned. After all, this is a 5-day paid vacation, and all the best Dragon Boat Festival benefits are purchased. This benefit is really so scary. Do I need to make up for the holiday later? Make up for the leave? No need. Lin Che was stunned for a moment, then replied. Okay, Xiao Che. Not long after that, Lin Che received a call from Yifeng. Hey, Chetzi, you're awesome. Just give me 5 days of paid leave. After the call was connected, Yifeng immediately said to Lin Che. In response, Lin Che just smiled faintly and then spoke. It's nothing, but how are you going to spend the Dragon Boat Festival? Are you going back? In Lin Che's impression, Yifeng rarely went back home after he started working. And I still remember that Yifeng didn't seem to have a good relationship with his family. Even this marriage, I didn't inform my family. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Okay. Let's go back. Let's visit the teacher when we go back. Lin Che nodded and said. Okay, I understand. Will you bring your sister-in-law with you this time? Hearing Lin Che's words, Yifeng grinned and said. Of course you have to bring it. Okay, then I'll pick you and sister-in-law up, and we'll go back together. Hey, okay. Having said that, the two hung up the phone. After doing all this, Lin Che went back to playing games. Soon, a whole day passed. The next morning, Lin Che, who was still sleeping, heard his cell phone ring. Lin Che saw that it was a call from Garen. Lin Che answered the phone angrily and spoke. "I'll give you 3 minutes to explain to me why you're calling me at this time." Lin Che was furious at Galen's call. After all, he stayed up late last night to play games and finally finished Nioh. "I didn't fall asleep until midnight. I have only slept for 4 or 5 hours now, but my sweet dream was disturbed by Garen's call." Boss, this is it. We have already drafted a preliminary contract for your donation plan. And you also need to attend the donation ceremony today, so we called you to ask when you plan to go today. After listening to Galen's explanation, Lin Che's anger disappeared by a large margin, and then he spoke to Galen on the other end of the phone. "Must I be there in person?" "Galen." "Boss, this is your money." Lin Che. For a moment, Lin Che didn't know what to say. Indeed, this money belongs to you. But Lin Che thought about what would happen if she went there. "I will be blocked there by that group of guys and won't be able to get out." All kinds of courtesy to oneself. Lin Che seemed to be at a loss for words. "Oh, I shouldn't have donated this money in the first place. It's too much trouble." Lin Che sighed inwardly and said, "After all, if I had refused at the beginning, I probably wouldn't have so many things to do now." I sighed silently in my heart. Then Lin Che spoke. "Okay, go to school first and tell them that I asked you to go. I'll be there soon." Chapter 80. Galen's voice rang out from the other end of the line. "Okay, boss." After hanging up the phone, Lin Che sighed and got up from the bed. What a hassle. Lin Che shook his head helplessly and sighed. I got up, washed up, and prepared to go downstairs for breakfast before going out. Lin Che ate breakfast and started signing in for today. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Received, a Patek Philippe Platinum 5002p watch. Watch. Then Lin Che took out the watch from the system warehouse and started playing with it. This watch has a more traditional appearance and looks much more comfortable than the Richard Miller watch. The only thing that is the same as that watch is that you can't tell the time either. After all, the timing method of this watch is really too complicated. Lin Che shook his head helplessly, and the next moment he picked up his phone to check the price of the watch. It was found very quickly. Patek Philippe Platinum Series 5002p price, 18 million. Lin Che. Why would he sell a watch that can't even tell the time for such a high price? The corner of Lin Che's mouth twitched. Then he picked up the keys to his Pagani Huayra and headed straight for his alma mater. Soon, Lin Che arrived at the school. Following Lin Che's car, they stopped in the parking lot again. Lin Che got out of the car, but no one recognized her. Because Lin Che was wearing a mask at this time, just to avoid being recognized. Lin Che took out her phone and saw the address that Galen had sent her, then walked towards the administration building. Now Galen and the school's top executives are already in the conference room in the administrative building. Lin Che walked all the way to the front of the administrative building. At this time, 2 students from the student union were blocking the door of the administrative building. There were still quite a few students standing outside. These students were either wearing suits or dressed casually. But these people were all standing there waiting, holding a pile of thick A4 papers. When Lin Che saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. This is undoubtedly what is waiting for me. What the hell? Are these guys crazy? They have to let the news out. During this time, Lin Che gnashed his teeth. Then Lin Che could only sigh helplessly. Do these guys really think I will invest? Besides, I only invest 300 million yuan every year, why should it all be blocked here? Lin Che shook her head and walked towards the administration building. However, just as Lin Che arrived at the door of the administrative building, he was stopped by several students from the student union. Student, I've already told you that today is the day that Senior Lin signed a contract with our school. You can't go in. Submit your investment plan to the school, and then someone will review it. Senior Lin doesn't have the time to meet with you one by one. Lin Che was stunned when he heard this. Just when I was about to say something, a student who looked like a student union cadre came out. Looking at the group of people in front of him, he immediately shouted coldly. I'll give you 10 minutes, everyone, go away. If Senior Lin comes later and sees you all blocking the way here, it will be disgraceful. After finishing speaking, the student union cadre looked at Lin Che and sneered. And you, look at yourself. Even if you come to talk to Senior Lin about investment, you should at least prepare your own plan. Even if you don't have a plan, at least you should dress formally. Look at you, you don't have a plan, and you're dressed so casually, and you dare to come to discuss investment? Are you here to make fun of me? Hearing these words, Lin Che's face suddenly darkened. What NMD? Lin Che took a deep breath, glanced at the student union cadre, and left. Then he picked up his phone and made a call. The students nearby, seeing Lin Che leave dejectedly, burst into laughter. And in the conference room of this administrative building. After receiving Lin Che's call, Garen's expression suddenly changed. The principal standing by looked at Garen's sudden change in expression and asked in confusion. Mr. Guy, please tell me, has Mr. Lin arrived? Galen said with a slightly cold expression. Mr. Lin has arrived, but he has been stopped by the students from your school. What? In an instant, the principal's face changed drastically. The look in Garen's eyes was full of fear. As Galen's voice fell, all the school leaders present changed their expressions drastically. What? Especially the principal Jiang Tian, his face suddenly turned blue and black. After all, if Lin Che's investment could really be implemented, this will definitely leave a strong mark in one's political achievements in his career. But now, someone actually dares to block his own political achievement that is about to be achieved? Is he looking for death? At this moment, Jiang Tian's face turned pale. These bastards, are they trying to kill me? At this time, Garen began to tidy up the documents on his desk and spoke. Principal Jiang, leaders, our boss said that if you have no intention of signing a contract, please don't waste our time. When Jiang Tian saw this scene, his face suddenly changed and he became a little panicked. No. Lawyer Guy, this is our mistake at work. I will go down and greet Mr. Lin in person. Please ask Mr. Lin to wait for me for a moment. Okay, our boss also said that we'll give you 1 minute to meet him. Now 15 seconds have passed. Hearing these words, Jiang Tian's face suddenly turned pale. Then he hurriedly opened the conference room door and ran downstairs. Lin Che, who was standing at the entrance of the administrative building, was waiting with a cold expression. The student union cadres above frowned when they saw Lin Che still not leaving. Then he snorted coldly, walked in front of Lin Che, raised his head and pointed at Lin Che's nose with a bit of arrogance. You! Why don't you leave? Didn't I tell you that Senior Lin doesn't have time to see you? And don't you see how you look now? You are simply affecting the image of our school by staying here. Hearing this, Lin Che frowned tightly, and then spoke in a cold voice. Then why don't you tell me how my standing here affects the school's image? Besides, what does it have to do with you if I stand here? Besides, how do you know that Senior Lin won't see me? Don't act like a chicken feather is a token of authority all day long. Lin Che was really angry now. When the student union cadre heard that Lin Che dared to refute him, his expression suddenly changed. Then, with a cold face, he pointed at Lin Che and spoke loudly. Ha! Classmate, where's your student ID? Which department are you from? When Lin Che heard this, he spoke calmly. Student ID? I don't have that. Chapter 81. The moment Lin Che finished speaking, the student union cadre was stunned. No student ID? How dare you come to our school? I now seriously suspect that you are involved in the thefts that occurred in our school in the past 2 days. Call the police immediately. After hearing what the student union cadre said, the people nearby looked at Lin Che as if they were watching a show. Now in their opinion, Lin Che was here to fish in troubled waters. For a moment, everyone stood there watching the show. Lin Che, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face, without any sign of panic. He just glanced at his watch and said, 10 seconds left. What? After hearing Lin Che's words, the student union cadre was confused for 10 seconds. Then he frowned slightly, looking a little confused. What do you mean? Lin Che did not answer. Just when he was about to continue scolding Lin Che, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded behind the student union cadre. Hearing the voice, the student union cadre looked behind him curiously. I saw it immediately, Jiang Tian running towards here with a nervous look on his face. The student union cadre's face changed instantly. As for Zhang Tian, when he saw Lin Che, his expression immediately changed to an apologetic smile. Before he even reached Lin Che, he stretched out his hand and said, "Ha, classmate Lin, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person." As these words fell, everyone was stunned. Just when everyone was confused, they found that Zhang Tian had already walked in front of Lin Che. Lin Che also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Zhang Tian, his expression somewhat cold. For a moment, the faces of everyone at the entrance of the administrative building changed drastically. What? This person? Could it be Senior Lin Che? After all, this allowed Principal Zhang Tian to come down in person to greet him, and even shake his hand and call him Alumni Lin. The only person who can do this is Lin Che, who is coming to sign the contract today. For a moment, everyone seemed a little distraught. Senior Lin, whom they had been thinking about for so long, was so close to them just now, but they didn't even recognize him. As for the student union cadres who had been so arrogant just now, they were so scared that they took 2 steps back, their faces dazed. Lin Che glanced at the student union cadre and sneered twice. This cold voice made the student union cadre's face turn even paler. Principal Zhang Tian gave him a cold look, then snorted at him. Without saying anything, he led Lin Che upstairs. But at this moment, the student union cadre already knew it very clearly. Oh. Finished? Fuck. I actually let Senior Lin go like this. My project, my AI project. At this moment, a student who reacted suddenly shouted loudly. His words seemed to have caused a chain reaction, and everyone here reacted one after another. After all, this opportunity was right in front of me, but I just let it go. Even Lin Che, who had already reached the 2nd floor, could clearly hear the students wailing. Lin Che raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile. Lin Che looked at Principal Zhang Tian beside him and spoke slowly. It seems that the entrepreneurial enthusiasm of the junior students is really high now. Ha, don't worry, Alumni Lin, we will carefully review these entrepreneurial projects, and some of them are quite good. Principal Zhang Tian, who was standing by, said cautiously. Lin Che did not reply. When Zhang Tian saw Lin Che was silent, his originally happy mood suddenly sank. I don't know what Lin Che means. The two of them walked in silence all the way to the meeting room. When I entered the conference room, there were quite a few people inside. However, Lin Che didn't recognize any of these people. After seeing Lin Che coming in, these people stood up one after another, smiled at Lin Che with a flattering look on their faces, and nodded to him. Lin Che also nodded gently in response. Then everyone took their seats again, and the school representative explained what the funds would be used for. There are a series of questions and detailed information about how the college students' entrepreneurial projects are reviewed, how financial support is provided after the review is passed, etc. When the school representative was describing these things, Lin Che remained silent, which made Principal Zhang Tian's already heavy heart even heavier. Garen, who was standing by, was holding a laptop and recording something from time to time. Soon, after the school finished narrating everything, Garen stood up and began to state some relevant information on his side. However, Lin Che just listened and remained silent. Finally, Arthur told Lin Che the story. Today, Arthur is representing Genie Law Firm to supervise the handover of this fund. And how the school supervises and uses this money, and whether it can ensure that the funds are complete. And we must be able to keep this percentage and use it all in projects that need support. After everyone finished their statements, they all looked at Lin Che, waiting for Lin Che's opinion. Arthur also placed the document that needed Lin Che's signature in front of Lin Che. Lin Che picked up the pen. However, at the moment of writing, Lin Che paused. When Zhang Tian saw Lin Che pause, his heart skipped a beat. I thought Lin Che was still dissatisfied with something. As for Lin Che breaking the contract, he had not expected that. At this moment, Lin Che put down his pen. Looking at the people present, Lin Che spoke slowly with a playful smile on his face. By the way, before signing the contract, I have something else to tell you in advance. I believe that all the teachers and professors present here have their own moral bottom line and can set a good example for students. So, I hope this amount of money can be put into the hands of every student who needs financial support for entrepreneurship. Having said this, Lin Che paused. Principal Zhang Tian, who was standing by, nodded repeatedly and said, You can rest assured about this, Alumni Lin. Our school will strictly monitor the expenditure of every penny. Lin Che just smiled and said, I just want to remind you in advance not to try to enrich yourself through a law firm or a particular lawyer. Because this Genie law firm is my company. I own 54% of the shares of this Genie law firm, which means I am the real owner of this law firm. As Lin Che finished speaking, the pupils of Principal Jiang Tian and the students present all contracted, their eyes filled with horror. Chapter 82. All the school leaders present looked at Garen and Arthur. You know, lawyer Genie can be said to be one of the top lawyers in the country. However, Lin Che said that this law firm was his. How could they not be shocked? Garen and Arthur saw that everyone was looking at them, so they smiled and nodded. This was considered a response to everyone's puzzled looks and confirmation of Lin Che's words. At this moment, everyone's heart was in turmoil. Lin Che also clearly saw that the originally blazing eyes of several school leaders gradually dimmed. After all, if Lin Che did this, it would directly cut off their thoughts of enriching themselves. Therefore, they no longer have much expectations for this signing. Soon, the signing ceremony was over. After signing the contract, Lin Che chatted with the school leaders for a while. After talking about some unimportant topics, Lin Che left the school first. Lin Che got into the car with the support of a group of school leaders. Lin Che drove to the mall, ready to buy some things for her family. In this mall, Lin Che first picked out a gold bracelet and a gold necklace for her mother. Compared with other accessories, the older generation still believes that gold is more valuable. After the purchase, Lin Che went straight to move 2 boxes of Feitian Mutai. Then I bought 2 boxes of Nanjing Juwuzizan. After loading them into the car, I had lunch and drove directly home. Lin Che was not worried at all about buying fakes. After all, the entire mall belonged to her. If someone dared to sell fake cigarettes and alcohol here, Lin Che wouldn't mind sending him to jail for 10 days or half a month. Besides, I will be returning on my own private plane, so I can bring these things back directly. After returning home, Lin Che packed some clothes. After that, I started my idle gaming life again. After dinner, Lin Che played games for a while and then went to bed. The night passed quickly, and Lin Che got up early the next morning because he had to prepare to go back home. After washing up, Lin Che began to sign in for today. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Night 15. Lin Che was stunned when she saw this. Lin Che had some understanding of the 15th night. This is a tough off-road vehicle. The selling price in China is as high as more than 10 million. Moreover, this off-road vehicle is handmade, and the production of Night 15 is limited to 100 units. Moreover, it takes about 4,000 hours to build this Night 15. Not only that, this off-road vehicle is also fully bulletproof armored. This Night 15 is more of an armored vehicle than an off-road vehicle. Gurgle. Lin Che swallowed, her eyes full of surprise. Isn't this too much? Lin Che couldn't help but sigh, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his excitement. MD, go and take a look. Lin Che rubbed his hands, picked up the car keys of the Night 15 and headed straight for the underground garage. As soon as Lin Che entered the underground garage, he saw the steel beast parked there. This Night 15 is dressed in pure black, and the first impression he gives is one of heaviness and ferocity. Moreover, the car body is 6.1 meters long, 2.5 meters wide and 2.5 meters high. It looks square overall, and the lines of the car body are almost all ridges instead of the curves of traditional vehicles. Is this Night 15? Lin Che gently stroked the car body, and a few ripples appeared in Lin Che's heart. Lin Che then moved all the gifts prepared for her parents into the trunk of the steel beast. After moving, Lin Che couldn't wait to get in the car. The interior decoration of this Night 15 is more luxurious than those cars owned by Lin Che. The car is covered with a luxurious Wilton wool carpet and is also equipped with an in-car voice control system, game console, LCD screen, and other luxurious items. This car is so luxurious. Lin Che sat in the driver's seat, touched the steering wheel and took a deep breath to calm his excitement. Then he took out his cell phone and called Yifeng. He told Yifeng that he would come to pick him up right away, and after hanging up the phone, he started the car. Then Lin Che drove the steel beast straight to the neighborhood where Yifeng lived. At this time, Yifeng was already prepared. After packing up his things, he took Qin Yuan and stood at the intersection waiting for Lin Che to arrive. The two of them just kept staring at the intersection, wondering when Lin Che's cool Rolls-Royce would appear. After all, Lin Che's Rolls-Royce was so cool. As a result, the two of them just stood there waiting for when the Rolls-Royce would appear. They completely ignored the fact that a more stylish, cooler, and even more awesome Night 15 had unknowingly stopped beside them. Looking at the two people staring at the intersection, Lin Che honked the horn. The two men were immediately frightened. When they turned around, they found that there was a car parked next to them, and Lin Che was in the car, waiting for them to get in. It was only then that Feng noticed the car Lin Che was driving. This is Night the 15. Damn it! I'm so mad. At this moment, Feng was confused and said, "Oh my god, Shetsi, I haven't seen you for just a few days, and you've already bought a new car?" Lin Che looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Get in the car." However, after the two got in the car, they were shocked when they saw the interior. What a luxurious interior! This is a top-notch accessory. At this moment, Feng and Qin Yuan were swallowing saliva frantically. Oh my god, bro, your car. This is the top of the line Night 15. Hearing Lin Che's words, the two people in the car gasped. Then, touching the seat of the car, the shock in his eyes became even more intense. You're just going to drive this car back? Feng swallowed and looked at Lin Che and asked. Lin Che smiled and said, "You'll know later." After saying that, Lin Che drove straight to Hongqiao Airport. After Lin Che got on the airport highway, the two men looked at the direction Lin Che was driving in confusion, and Feng asked with some confusion. "No, brother, are you going to the airport? We haven't had time to buy plane tickets yet." Feng's mind began to feel a little confused. At first he thought that Lin Che was planning to drive back. Unexpectedly, Lin Che headed straight to the airport as soon as she got in the car. Chapter 83. Don't worry, it's okay if you don't have the plane ticket, Lin Che said to the two people with a faint smile. After hearing what Lin Che said, the two people beside him became even more confused, with confusion and puzzlement written all over their faces. "Ah, that's enough. You two can just rest in the back and leave the rest to me." As Lin Che spoke, he increased the speed of the car a bit. The two people watching this scene were filled with doubts and confusion. Soon Lin Che arrived at the highway exit near the airport. After getting off the highway, Lin Che began to slow down. Then he drove around the airport and headed straight for the private jet airport at the back. "Oh, no, brother Lin, isn't the entrance to this airport in front? Where are you going, bringing us back here?" At this time, Lin Che drove slowly to the back of the airport, where there was also an airport gate. Although the gate here is not as conspicuous as the airport hall in front, it is still an airport gate after all. In the security booth at the door, a young man ran over hurriedly. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" "Lin Che." As Lin Che finished speaking, the security guard in front of the car window suddenly changed his expression. He was very familiar with the name Lin Che. After all, my captain had specifically reminded me before I went to work today. If someone named Lin Che came today, I would definitely treat him well. Never neglect and offend the other party. The security guard quickly opened the door and said to Lin Che, "Mr. Lin, please come in. Your private plane is already parked on the tarmac. As for your transport plane, we have also parked it aside." The young security guard was really nervous and frightened at this time. After all, the person he is facing now is a big shot who can afford to buy and use a private jet. Not to mention that this big guy directly rented a transport plane just to transport a car back home. This kind of boss is really terrifying. He definitely cannot afford to offend him. After hearing what the security guard said, Feng and Qin Yuan were so frightened that they opened their mouths wide and couldn't close them for a long time. What did they hear? Private jet? At this time, the two men looked at each other. No wonder. No wonder Lin Che wanted to come to the airport. No wonder Lin Che said it was okay that she didn't have a plane ticket. It turns out that this is not the kind of plane I thought it was. Instead, he wanted to take Lin Che's private plane back. At this time, Lin Che was standing outside the airport, and Lin Che's private jet supporting team was standing there. The team consisted of a co-pilot and 3 flight attendants standing in a row. In front of them was their captain Zhang Hong, who was lecturing the 4 of them. "Everyone, cheer up. The gentleman we are going to serve today is a real big boss and a financial sponsor. According to the information I have obtained, the other party is only in his early 20s, but he already owns his own private jet. I went back to my hometown this time, and just to transport a car back with me, I rented a transport plane for transportation. He is a truly top-tier billionaire. We must be on high alert against people like him, and we must never disobey him. Hearing what the captain said, all the flight attendants and co-pilots present suddenly looked serious and shouted loudly, "Yes!" At this time, Lin Che also came behind them. Lin Che honked the horn gently, and Captain Zhang Hong turned around and looked at Lin Che. When he saw it was Lin Che, a look of joy appeared on his face. He trotted to Lin Che's car window and said to Lin Che with a smile, "Mr. Lin, you are here. Mr. Lin, your private jet is ready and can take off at any time." Hearing what the captain said, Lin Che nodded and said, "Then let's go." After saying that, Lin Che got out of the car with Yifeng and Qin Yuan, who both looked confused. After getting off the car, Lin Che said to the captain Zhang Hong, "Help me get the car onto the transport plane. I want to take it back with me." "Okay, Mr. Lin." Zhang Hong nodded at Lin Che and said with a smile on his face. Then Zhang Hong said to the co-pilot beside him, "Move Mr. Lin's car onto the transport plane first." At this time, Tang Xian also brought Lin Ting to the airport. Lin Che was so excited in the morning that he wanted to try out the Night 15, and he forgot about Tang Xian and Lin Ting. Tang Xian and Lin Ting looked at Lin Che with resentment on their faces. "Xiao Che brother, you actually left us at home and ran over here by yourself." "Ah ha ha ha." Lin Che was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. After saying that, Lin Che led Yifeng, Qin Yuan, who were still confused, as well as Tang Xian and Lin Ting, and continued walking inside. Captain Zhang Hong trotted over to Lin Che and said, "Mr. Lin, please." As he said this, he brought Lin Che and his group of 5 to the airport. "No, bro, did you really buy a private jet? What does it look like?" Yifeng was a little excited and asked Lin Che a lot of questions. Lin Che just smiled indifferently and spoke, "You'll know in a moment." The 5 of them all had some anticipation in their hearts, and soon they arrived in front of Haotian X. When he saw the plane, Yifeng's eyes widened so wide that they almost popped out. "Mr. Lin, this is your private jet, Haotian X." Zhang Hong introduced Lin Che, who was standing beside him. As Zhang Heng's voice fell, Yifeng and Qin Yuan, who were standing aside, were completely stunned at this moment. After all, buying a private jet. This really shocked the two of them. Although they knew that Lin Che was very rich now, they never thought that Lin Che was rich enough to afford a private jet. After all, buying a private jet would cost at least tens of millions. Not to mention, the Haotian X in front of us is the Haotian X, which is known as the most luxurious private jet among all private jets. This private jet would cost at least hundreds of millions of yuan. This price is really too scary. Under the shocked eyes of Yifeng and Qin Yuan, Lin Che led them into the Haotian X plane. When they entered the cabin, Yifeng and Qin Yuan were shocked again. There was an overwhelming sense of luxury and grandeur in the plane. Is this the cabin of an airplane? This is simply an extremely luxurious reception room. Wooden structures can be seen everywhere. Marble tabletops and high-end wool carpets. Each seat is a high-end custom-made sofa chair. There is also a small reception room with the most advanced projection equipment and a folding sofa chair that can be used for sleeping. Trench. So extravagant. Chapter 84. Except for Lin Che, the other 4 people were like Granny Lu, who had never seen the world. He looked around curiously. As for Lin Che, he looked calm as he walked into the cabin and sat on the sofa. At this time, the chief flight attendant who had been on standby in the plane also came over at the right time. "Mr. Lin, please allow me to introduce this plane to you. This Haotian X is a twin-turbine large ultra-long-range business jet produced by Haotian Aerospace. The aircraft can reach a speed of Mach 0.9, a ceiling of 16,000 meters, and an effective range of 12,000 kilometers. The aircraft can carry a maximum of 5 crew members and 15 passengers. And all the supporting facilities on your aircraft are handmade. For example, the sofa chair you are sitting on now is made of Dutch calfskin. And this sofa chair is also equipped with a massage function. Each sofa chair costs more than 1 million yuan. Hearing this, Lin Che did not have much reaction. However, the few people on the side were swallowing hard, their eyes full of horror. After all, this sofa chair costs more than 1 million. This terrifying number really scared several people. At this time, they already felt that this sofa chair was no longer a sofa chair, it was a small mountain of gold. You have to know that the interior of this plane is filled with the smell of money. Looking at the 4 people who looked a little dazed, Lin Che smiled faintly and pointed to other seats. "Sit down first, why are you standing there like an idiot? After hearing this, the four of them nodded dully and then sat on the sofa chairs in a daze. Lin Che said to the flight attendant. Okay, go open 2 bottles of drinks first. Okay, Mr. Lin. The flight attendant nodded and said. Then he walked into a small room at the side, prepared some drinks and walked out. Then he said to Lin Che with a smile. Mr. Lin, the captain asked me to tell you that the plane is expected to take off in 10 minutes. The voyage time is about 2.5 hours. Lin Che nodded in response and asked everyone to turn on the airplane mode on their phones. During the takeoff of the aircraft, there must be no interference from other electronic equipment signals. After Lin Che turned on the flight mode, he poured himself a glass of ice wine. This so-called ice wine is not just wine with ice cubes added. It is a type of wine made from grapes that are naturally frozen on the vine when the natural temperature is relatively low. I have to say, this ice wine tastes really good. Good. Lin Che took a sip of ice wine and nodded with satisfaction. Then Lin Che pulled down the small TV in front of him, turned on a TV series, and then half lying on the sofa, turned on the massage function of the sofa chair. Soon, the plane began to take off smoothly. During the whole journey, Lin Che just lay there watching TV series, occasionally chatting with the 4 people around him. The 2-hour flight passed quickly. After getting off the plane, the 5 people first had a meal near the airport. Then Lin Che drove the car towards his hometown. Lin Che's hometown is not in Hershey City. Instead, it is in a nearby small county town called Qingxiang Town. This small county town has developed quite well in the past 2 years. I heard that a subway line will be built into the town. After Lin Che turned on the navigation, he drove straight to his hometown. After driving for about 40 minutes, we finally arrived at the small county town of Hershey, our hometown. After dropping He-Feng off near his home, Lin Che took Tang Xan and Lin Ting and drove to his home. But at this time, downstairs in my own building, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth about 1 million yuan was parked at the door. At home, Father Lin was sitting there with a dark look on his face. Opposite to Lin's father, an old friend of Lin's father, Wu Wei, was sitting there, holding a purple clay teapot in his hand, and constantly bragging 13. Hey, Lao Lin, tell me about my child, why is he like this? It's only been 3 years, and he's already been promoted to vice president of the company. He also bought a Mercedes-Benz. I think he spent about 3 million yuan. And this time when he came back, he brought me a bottle of good wine. What was the name of that wine? Maybe it was called XO or something. I don't understand. Wu Wei pretended to be helpless and said that, then he looked at the thin young man wearing a suit and black framed glasses next to him and asked. Yes, just call me XO. The young man said with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Wei waved his hand and said. Oh, I can't remember it anyway, and I don't care if I drink it. The taste of foreign liquor is so strange that I can't explain it. Listening to Wu Wei's bragging, Lin Feng's face became even more gloomy. But I still had to say it with a smile. Drink tea, drink tea. And at this moment, Wu Wei continued speaking. By the way, Lao Lin, will your child come back this year? I heard from Lao Wei that Xiao Che made a lot of money in Jiang province. Didn't he transfer a lot of money to his family last time? Hearing this, Father Lin just smiled and said nothing. If you ask me, making money is good, but it's not good to have no time to rest and go home to visit your parents. If you ask me, it would be better for you to let Xiao Che resign and go to work in our Xiaolong's company. This time, the boss of our Xiaolong company directly gave them 5 days off, and it's paid leave. Besides, Xiaolong is now the vice president of the company. If Xiao Che goes there, he can help out a little more. By the way, Xiaolong, you told me last time, what was the name of your company? Tianlong Game. Wu Zhilong said with a smile on his face. Listening to Wu Wei's bragging, the fingers of Lin's father holding the water cup began to turn white. The whole person's complexion was extremely ugly, it could be said to be all blue and purple. I don't really understand this either. It depends on what Xiao Che wants to say. Wu Wei curled his lips when he heard this. Then he spoke. Alright, when Xiao Che comes back, I'll go talk to him in person. And at this moment, Wu Zhilong suddenly covered his stomach and said. Uncle Lin, excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom first. Go ahead. Father Lin waved his hand and said, after hearing this, Wu Zhilong covered his stomach and ran to the bathroom. Just when Wu Wei was about to continue bragging, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Father Lin stood up, walked to the gate and asked. Chapter 85. Dad, it's me, Lin Che. Hearing Lin Che's voice, Father Lin was immediately delighted. Then he quickly opened the door. As soon as we opened the door, we saw 4 large boxes at the door. In order to move these 4 boxes up, it really took Lin Che a lot of effort. He also couldn't let Lin Ting and Tang Xian, 2 women, help him carry such heavy things. Son, Xiaoting, Xiaoxin, why did you suddenly come back together this time? After Father Lin finished speaking, he saw the 4 boxes and looked at the 4 boxes in front of him with a confused look. Son, this is... Father Lin pointed at the 4 boxes and asked. Oh, isn't it the holidays? I've been thinking that I haven't bought any gifts for you two in these years. And this year, my friend and I started a business together and made a little money, so I just bought some. You kid. You just spend money recklessly. Although Father Lin was scolding, he was actually very happy in his heart. As she spoke, Lin Che moved all her things in. After moving in, Lin Che and the others also saw Wu Wei and immediately greeted him with a smile. Uncle Wu, you are here. Ha, Xiao Che, I haven't seen you for a while. You've lost a lot of weight. It must be hard working outside, right? Wu Wei, who was sitting there, immediately smiled and spoke. Hearing this, Lin Che's eyes flickered. There is something else behind this statement. It's like he's here to show off or something. Lin Che smiled slightly, then glanced at her father, whose expression looked a little unhappy. Then Lin Che smiled and said, Ha, work is hard, isn't it? By the way, Uncle Wu, I heard that Brother Long is doing well in Jiang Province. What gift did he bring you this time? To be honest, he hasn't seen the Wu Wei family for 5 or 6 years. It is very obvious this time that the person came with bad intentions. After hearing Lin Che's words, Wu Wei raised his head and spoke. Hey, my kid, he's not very sensible, he brought me a bottle of foreign wine called XO. But Xiao Che, isn't your gift a bit, putting it in a tattered cardboard box? What are you putting in here? Lin Che didn't get angry after hearing this, and said with a smile. Oh, they are just some worthless trinkets. After all, the gift is small but the sentiment is great. Hearing Lin Che's words, Wu Wei on the side became even more excited. He immediately walked to the front of the cardboard box and said, Lao Lin, this is a gift from your child. Why don't you open it and show it to everyone? Lin Ting and Tang Xian on the side looked at Wu Wei with strange expressions, but said nothing. Just standing by and watching the show. However, Father Lin was in a dilemma. After all, if his son said so, he would only make a little money. Actually, he didn't have too many expectations for this gift. It was obvious that Wu Wei was planning to show off by using the gifts. Let's not tear it down for now. Lin Ting on the side suddenly interrupted. Dad, just open it and take a look. After all, this is also a token of my brother's love. You kid. Wu Wei, who was standing by, heard what Lin Ting said and continued to speak. Yes, look how right your daughter is. After all, it was given to you by your son. How can you look at it and waste Xiao Che's kindness? Why should you be embarrassed about this? If you are embarrassed to take it down, I will help you do it. As he said this, Wu Wei stretched out his hand and attempted to open the box. When Lin's father saw this scene, he became a little anxious and was about to stop it. Then he saw his son and daughter winking at him. Father Lin was a little confused when he saw the scene. But after a moment of silence, he seemed to understand something. Could it be that? In an instant, Father Lin retracted his outstretched hand. Just watching silently, Wu Wei, with an excited look on his face, unpacked the box. As for Wu Wei, his heart was filled with excitement. In his opinion, the things that Lin Che brought back must not be good things. Otherwise, why would they use this broken cardboard box to pack it? And the bottle of XO that his child brought back for him, he said, was a good wine worth more than 3,000 yuan. Wu Wei was so excited that he opened the first box. When Wu Wei saw what was in the box, the whole person was stunned the moment he saw it. All of them are Nanjing as supreme ruler. This whole box is neatly filled with Nanjing Zhouwu Jizuan. He knew the price of these cigarettes. A pack of them cost 100 yuan. The price of this whole piece is 1,000 yuan. However, the whole box in front of me is 250,000 for a box. Gurgle. Wu Wei swallowed and was dumbfounded. 250,000 for a box of cigarettes. The price is simply terrifying. Even if he is asked to continue demolishing it now, he would not dare to do so. Father Lin, who was standing aside and looking at the dumbfounded Wu Wei, raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Hey, old Wu, why don't you continue to demolish it?" Father Lin patted Wu Wei on the shoulder and then glanced at the unpacked box. When he saw that the box was filled with Nanjing Jawuzan items, he was stunned like Wu Wei. "This kid. I actually bought a box of Nanjing Jawuzan?" Wu Wei on the side said with an awkward smile. "Ha ha, I suddenly remembered that this was bought by your son, so it would be more appropriate for you to open it." He really didn't dare to open it now. The first box was so scary when he opened it. The ones after that. Anyway, he didn't dare to continue opening the box. Hearing what Wu Wei said, Lin's father smiled. Then he opened the second box casually. There is a whole box of Nanjing Jawuzan. Wu Wei's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. Then Father Lin opened the third box. The moment it was opened, 6 bottles of 14-year-old Feitian Mutai appeared directly in front of Lin's father and Wu Wei. Not only Wu Wei's heartbeat slowed down, but also Lin's father's. 14-year-old Feitian Mutai. This bottle costs at least 3 or 4,000. Even if we calculated at the lowest price of 3,000, this box would only cost 18,000. Moreover, the 2014 Feitian Mutai is not that easy to buy. Judging from previous situation, this last box is definitely Feitian Mutai. Sure enough, when Lin's father opened the box, there was another box of 6 bottles of Feitian Mutai. To be honest, Wu Wei now looks a little jealous. "Che, look at you, spending money recklessly again." Father Lin, who was there, said to Lin Che with a grin. But his words were full of arrogance. Then he took out a bottle of Feitian Mutai and said to Wu Wei, "Old Wu, how about we have a drink tonight?" Chapter 86. Wu Wei's eyes almost popped out when he looked at the Feitian Mutai. To be honest, he has never tasted a wine as good as Feitian Mutai. After hesitating for a while, he nodded and said, "Okay. Drink." Having said that, the two men sat down. Lin Che looked at him and smiled as he went to fetch 2 glasses, opened a bottle of Feitian Mutai and poured each of them full. Wu Wei, who was sitting there, asked Lin Che with a smile, "Xiao Che, what are you doing in Jiang province now? Where do you get so much money to buy so many good things for your father?" Wu Wei asked with some curiosity. Lin Che smiled and said, "I didn't do anything, just tinkering around in Jiang province. Some time ago, a product of mine happened to sell quite well, so I made a little money." After hearing this, Wu Wei became excited. He immediately spoke as someone who had experienced it. "Xiao Che, you can't do this. You always have to have some plans and not spend money carelessly. You can make a little money by speculating like this, but you won't be able to do it for long. Your Uncle Wu, also did this kind of thing when I was young, and I made a small amount of money at that time. But later I also found that this small profit can indeed make money, but it won't last long. Young people, you still have to work down to earth, so that you can live a stable life. In my opinion, it would be better to let Xiaolong introduce you to their company and work honestly." As he said this, Wu Wei shouted loudly, "Xiaolong! Are you ready?" Wu Zhilong in the bathroom turned off his cell phone, flushed the toilet, washed his hands, and walked out and said, "Dad, you called me? Well, Xiao Che is back. Aren't you the vice president of Tianlong Game Company now? You can help Xiao Che find a job." Okay, Dad." Wu Zhilong smiled and nodded. But when he saw Lin Che, he was completely stunned. His mouth is so big that he can't close it for a long time. Wu Zhilong was completely stunned. Familiar. This face felt familiar to Wu Zhilong, yet somewhat unbelievable. The next moment, Wu Zhilong's breathing began to become rapid. Then he quickly took out his cell phone and started looking through the chat history. Soon, he found the photo sent by President Lu Xian among the senior leaders of Tianlong Games. When Wu Zhilong saw this photo, he hurriedly compared it with Lin Che in front of him. Soon, Wu Zhilong came to a conclusion. Exactly the same. No wonder. No wonder I felt it was so familiar when I first saw this photo. To be honest, Wu Zhilong and Lin Che were not very familiar with each other. We only met more often when we were young. The last time we met was 5 or 6 years ago. Growing up is somewhat different from being a child, so when Wu Zhilong saw Lin Che's photo, he just felt that she looked familiar and didn't think it was the Lin Che he knew. Because Lin Che's family conditions were average, and he hadn't seen Lin Che for many years, he naturally wouldn't think about it in this way. But who would have thought? This Lin Che was actually the behind-the-scenes chairman of their Tianlong Games. And my father just asked me to find him a job? This? Introducing a job to your boss? What an international joke! Immediately, Wu Zhilong said with a wry smile. I guess there's nothing I can do about this. Hearing what his son said, Wu Wei was stunned and said with a frown. Didn't you say you're the vice president of the company now? How come you can't even do a small thing? Is it so difficult for you to arrange a job for Xiao Che? Wu Wei immediately started to scold. I felt even more ashamed of what my son said. After all, I had just vowed to ask my son to find a job for me, but now that I was asked to do so, I refused? At this moment, Wu Wei felt a little annoyed. Wu Zhilong, who was standing aside, could only say with a helpless smile. Dad, if you let me arrange for other people to work in the company, maybe I can help arrange it for them based on their education and abilities. But you asked me to arrange for Director Lin to join the company. Are you kidding me? Director Lin doesn't need me to arrange for him to join the company. As Wu Zhilong finished speaking, Wu Wei on the side was stunned and then asked with some confusion. What were you talking about just now? Director Lin? What's going on? The person in front of you is the chairman of our Tianlong Game Company, Mr. Lin. As he spoke, Wu Zhilong said to Lin Che. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the Deputy General Manager of Tianlong Games. As these words fell, everyone present except Tang Xian and Lin Ting was stunned. Wu Wei was so scared that the wine glass in his hand fell onto the table. He looked dazed and dumbfounded. Then, the face gradually turned red and hot. Are you still saying that speculation is not okay and that working honestly is the right way to go? My son is the vice president of Tianlong Games, so I ask him to help find a job for him? What a joke! He is your son's boss. The boss of a big company or enterprise. Are you still pretending to be smart and bragging in front of others? At this moment, Wu Wei suddenly felt that the Feitian Mutai in his hand was no longer fragrant. The whole person felt as if someone had slapped him hard in the face dozens of times. It hurts. And the most important thing is that I was the one who stretched my face forward and let others hit me. And Lin's father was sitting opposite Wu Wei. Although he still maintained a calm smile on his face, his trembling hands revealed his uneasy heart. When did my son become the chairman of a big company? Didn't they just start a small company together? Didn't they just make a little money? How come I didn't know anything about all this? At this moment, Father Lin's heart was filled with curiosity and confusion. As for Wu Wei, he smiled awkwardly and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. He stood up and said, Lao Lin, I won't disturb your reunion any further. If I don't go back, my old lady will start nagging me. So I'll leave now. Having said that, Wu Wei and Wu Zhilong ran away quickly. As for Mr. Lin, his previous unhappiness was gone and he was humming a little tune happily. When Wu Wei was leaving, he happened to meet Lin's mother returning home. The two chatted for a while at the door, and after a round of politeness, they went back into the house. He was still muttering, Lao Lin, whose car is that downstairs? It looks so luxurious. Chapter 87. Before Lin's mother could finish her words, she saw 4 cardboard boxes lying there. His brows suddenly frowned and he was about to scold Lin's father. But when he saw Lin Che and the other two, he was stunned for a moment. Mom, we're back. Mom, I look like you. Aunt. Xiao Che, Xiao Ting, Xiao Xian, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I haven't prepared any food yet. I'll go buy some now. Lin's mother was a little flustered, her whole body was shaking, and she was about to turn around and go out to buy groceries. Lin Che held on to Mother Lin and spoke with a smile. No need, Mom, just some home-cooked food. Then Lin Che took out 2 jewelry boxes from her bag. Mom, this is the gift we picked out for you when we got back. Open it and see if you like it. My mother had a smile on her face and wiped her hands on her body. Then he took the 2 jewelry boxes from Lin Che's hands and couldn't help but speak. You guys are just wasting money. Just come back. Why bring any gifts? As he said that, he opened the jewelry box. When I looked inside, I saw a gold necklace inlaid with emeralds. And the other one was holding a solid gold bracelet, and the whole person was stunned. A solid gold necklace with emeralds. One is a bracelet made of solid gold. These were just 2 little things, but they surprised Lin's mother so much that she couldn't close her mouth. After recovering from the shock, he said to Lin Che, "You kid, even if you make money, you can't spend it like this. You have to save the money to buy a house and get married." Although Lin's mother said this, there was still a slow smile on her face and a look of relief and satisfaction. Lin Ting said with a smile, "Don't worry about it, Mom. This is nothing to my brother." Lin Che also said with a smile, "It's okay, Mom, I'll put the necklace on you." As she spoke, Lin Che picked up the necklace and planned to put it on her mother. At this moment, he was suddenly pushed away by Lin's father. "Go away. What are you putting on your mother? I'll do it." As he spoke, Father Lin snatched the necklace from Lin Che's hand. After putting it on, the emerald and the gold chain looked particularly dazzling under the sunlight. The father standing by also nodded with satisfaction and then said, "TSK, she is worthy of being the daughter-in-law of our Lin family. She is really beautiful. Wearing this necklace, she is simply like a fairy from heaven." Hearing what Lin's father said, Lin's mother blushed immediately and said, "You bastard. You're the only one who talks too much." Although she said this, Lin Che could still clearly see that her mother's face was filled with happiness. Lin Che on the side. Lin Ting. Tang Xin. Ouch. Why do I feel like I've been fed a mouthful of dog food? For a moment, the three of them didn't know what to say. Lin Che looked at this scene with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, but only for a moment. Alas, I just don't know who this child takes after. His father is obviously very good at making people happy, but he's already grown up. Jiangnan, the grandson of the Jiang family, can go out naked to play with soy sauce, but why doesn't he even have a girlfriend? It's really worrying. Lin Ting and Tang Xin, ha 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 ha. Lin Che? Can this be linked to me? I don't have a girlfriend? No, Mom, Alright, it's a rare opportunity for you to come back together this time, so I won't say anything to you. I'll arrange a meeting with a girl for you tomorrow. The girl from Old Lu's family is pretty good. Besides, the girl from the Old Lu family is also working in Jiang province now. When it really happens, you can take care of each other in Jiang province." Before Lin Che could finish her words, Lin's mother walked into the kitchen carrying a basket of vegetables. Lin Che opened her mouth and was about to say something when Father Lin at the side spoke again. "By the way, Old Wu was embarrassed to ask you just now, so tell me the truth now. What on earth are you doing in Jiang province now? How did you become the boss of a big company?" Hearing this, Lin Che was stunned. However, Lin Che had already thought of a solution for this matter. "I've been thinking about how to tell you this. Actually, when I was about to graduate from college, I bought a lottery ticket and won $500,000. Because this was a windfall, I didn't tell you. I opened a securities account, bought a random stock, and invested all the 500,000 yuan in it. At first I thought, if I lose this money, I lose it, it's a windfall anyway, but I didn't expect that the stock price would skyrocket. By the time I remembered I still had the stock, it had already risen to 1 million when I checked. Then I took the 1 million and acquired Tianlong Games, which had just started. That's how it happened." Lin Che shrugged and said, looking somewhat helpless. Of course, this kind of talk can only deceive parents who don't know much about the matter. If I were to replace him with someone who knows the business, he wouldn't believe a word I said that is full of loopholes. Not to mention stocks, you can make $500,000 in such a short period of time. For example, can we buy Tianlong Games for 1 million? This 1 million cannot even buy a game. This is simply impossible. Soon, Lin's mother prepared dinner. Lin Che hurried into the kitchen and helped Mother Lin bring out the food. Then he served a bowl of rice to everyone and they started eating with their chopsticks. Most of the dishes on the table are the ones that Lin Che, Lin Ting, and Tang Xin like to eat. While his parents were talking to him about work and his future wife, Lin Che quickly finished 2 large bowls of rice. After all, no matter how great a chef is, the food he cooks can never be as delicious as the food your mom cooks. The meal was quite harmonious. It would have been even better if they hadn't talked about their future wives. After eating and drinking, the family of 5 sat on the sofa and watched TV together. However, it seemed that only Lin Che was watching TV. His mother was looking at the gold necklace and gold bracelet that she had given him. As for Lin Ting and Tang Xin, no one knew what secrets they were secretly chatting about in the boudoir. My father was happily touching the cigarette box in his hand. He was reluctant to smoke these cigarettes anymore. Although Lin Che bought him 2 boxes, each box of cigarettes cost 100 yuan. If you calculate it all, one stick costs $5. Lin Che hadn't expected this. These 2 boxes of Nanjing Jawuzan cigarettes can also help my father quit smoking. It's really amazing. After looking at the jewelry, my mother started talking to me again. Tell yourself how great the girl from Old Lu's family is. Chapter 88. My mother also said that she would arrange a blind date for me tomorrow, and that I must leave a good impression on the girl tomorrow. Lin Che's ears were almost calloused from hearing these words. After a helpless smile, Lin Che finally ran to his room as if escaping, saying that he still had work to do. After hiding in the room, Lin Che felt relieved. After arriving in the room, Lin Che half lay on the bed and picked up his phone to look at it. At this time, He Feng also sent a message to Lin Che. Chetzi, have you checked the classmates group? I didn't see it, what's wrong? Lin Che asked with some confusion. Everyone in the group said that they are going to see Teacher Luo together tomorrow. Do you want to go together? Teacher Luo was their homeroom teacher in high school. When Lin Che was in high school, he actually didn't like studying very much and was rather naughty and playful. If it weren't for Teacher Luo, who went to various internet cafes every day to catch me, I would have probably ruined my studies and wouldn't have been able to go to university. At the end of the second year of high school, this Teacher Luo grabbed him and gave him a lecture. It was this lecture that woke Lin Che up. By the time he was in his third year of high school, Lin Che had completely changed. It was also because of this that Lin Che was able to be admitted to university. If it weren't for what Teacher Luo said, Lin Che probably wouldn't even be able to go to college and would have to work part-time. Thinking about it now, Lin Che is still very grateful to Teacher Luo. Lin Che said after a moment of hesitation. Okay, let's go together tomorrow. Okay, then tell the monitor in the class group. Good. After Lin Che finished sending the message, she opened the high school class group. This group is still very lively now. This high school group, which had been quiet for a long time, now has many active people. Everyone is going to see Teacher Luo together tomorrow. Remember to report to me first so that we can go together when the time comes. Okay, I'm back from vacation this time, let's go together tomorrow. I'm going too. At this time, many people who were originally lurking in the class group began to emerge. It was at this time that an unexpected message was released. Luo Qi, I'll go over there too. When the visit is over, I'll invite everyone to have dinner at Juxianlu. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? Juxian building? Luo Qi, you've made a fortune. Yeah, we're actually going to Juxianlu? There are so many of us, this meal won't cost tens of thousands, right? And the squad leader Su Yingying said. No, we can just get together when the time comes. There's no need to go to Juxian building. If Luo Qi really wants to go to Juxian building, it won't be worth it, right? At once, many people in the class spoke up. Oh, it's nothing. I can still afford this little money. I just got a promotion recently. At Lin Che, Teacher Luo was very kind to you in the beginning. Why don't you come back to see Teacher Luo? Seeing what Luo Qi said, Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly. This roach had conflicts with himself in high school. I didn't expect that it has been so long since the incident happened, and they are still targeting me. Lin Che shook her head helplessly, then typed. I was just about to say that when Luo Qi had ed me. I'm going back to the city this time. I'll go there with He Feng tomorrow. When Roche saw the words on the phone screen, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. I sneered in my heart. You stole all the limelight in school back then. Hee, this time I want to see how you, Lin Che, are going to fight me now. Oh, by the way, Lin Che, how are you doing now? I heard that you stayed in Jiang province after graduation. Roach said. Everyone is a little curious about this. Lin Che was considered a dark horse in the class back then. Lin Che smiled faintly and typed. I didn't do anything. I just hung out in Jiang province and managed to make a living. Lin Che said perfunctorily. After all, there is nothing much to talk about between me and this Roche. However, when Luo Qi saw what Lin Che said, he immediately laughed and continued. Hey, Lin Che, you can't do this. I'm just a sales manager now. But at least I can earn more than 30,000 this month. You are really. As Roach finished speaking, many people in the group began to flatter Roach crazily. After all, in this small town, earning more than 30,000 yuan a month is already a lot. Oh my god, brother Luo, you've made a fortune. Your annual salary must be 360,000. Screw it, this month's over 30,000. Where did you make your fortune, Luo Gu? Take me with you. Oh my god, this is Luo Gu, probably the best one in our class right now, right? That's right. I only make over 3,000 yuan a month from this job, and half of that goes to rent, utilities, and so on. How am I supposed to make a living? Seeing this scene, Lin Che also laughed and did not continue to say anything in the group. However, Feng was almost furious when he saw these words. Just send Lin Che a private message. No, Chetzi, these guys are a bit too snobbish. To this, Lin Che just smiled and replied. There's no need to bother with these guys about these things. Lin Che was relatively open-minded about these things. Since Roche wants to show off, let him do it. But, Chetzi, this guy is really going too far. Feng was still somewhat indignant about this. Lin Che just smiled indifferently and typed. Okay, I know you're thinking about me, but as human beings, there's no need for us to argue with a dog. If this dog bites you, are you going to bite it back? That's unnecessary. Feng was stunned when he heard these words. Okay, don't think about it. I'll pick you up from your house tomorrow, and then we'll go see Teacher Luo together. Okay. When Feng thought of Lin Che's night 15, he began to get excited. At the same time, he secretly said this in his heart. Humph. Just let Luo Qi, you kid, jump around for a while. Tomorrow I'll show you what true heroism is. As for Lin Che on the other side, he was still half lying on the bed, browsing his phone. After turning on Quyin and watching Shuangshuang's live broadcast for a while, Lin Che lay there and fell asleep. After all, once he got home, Lin Che completely relaxed and wanted to have a good rest. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Lin Che was awakened by the sound of his mother cleaning. The sound insulation in this old house is really poor. When he woke up, Lin Che rubbed his eyes helplessly, opened the door and walked out. You slept so late right after you got back. What time is it? Why don't you hurry up and wash up and have breakfast? Chapter 89. Got it, Mom. Lin Che shook his head helplessly, then walked into the bathroom and began to wash up, while also signing into the system. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% equity of Junlin Capital. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Che was stunned and stopped brushing his teeth. Junlin Capital? ISNT, this the top investment company in the country? I really didn't expect it to be Junlin Capital. I just set up one myself, and now the system sent me another one. Lin Che shook his head helplessly. After washing up and having breakfast, Lin Che planned to go out shopping for groceries with his mother. All the way out of the house. Not far from Lin Che's doorstep, there is a vegetable market. As soon as I walked in, a strong smell of poultry hit me in the face, and the ground was a little damp. This is the case with the vegetable market in a small county town. Because there is no hygiene and sanitation management, it appears rather dirty and messy. Lin Che followed her mother around the vegetable market, helping to carry vegetables. Lin Che was speechless as his mother was constantly bargaining with the stall owner. To be honest, nowadays, things like these that only cost a few dollars or a few cents can obviously be completely ignored. But my mother likes to do this kind of thing. She seems to enjoy it. What she kills for is not the price but the happiness. Lin Che had no way of saying anything about this. After walking around the vegetable market, Lin Che had a lot more things in his hands. Look, this bunch of food would cost about 150 or 60 yuan. But after my bargaining, I saved $30 or $40. How much money can I save in the long run? You young people just don't have this awareness. Lin Che just smiled at this. Even if you save $30 or $40 a day for a lifetime, it still won't be as much as buying your own car. Yes, that's right. Shall we go back? Okay, you have to meet your high school homeroom teacher at noon today and eat outside with your classmates. Then I'll make you some chicken soup with this chicken tonight, so you can have a good rest when you come back. Mother Lin held the chicken in her hand and spoke to Lin Che. Lin Che said hurriedly. No, you should have stewed the chicken at noon to nourish my dad and Shoudingshin and just leave a bite for me. Soon, the two returned home with loads of food. Lin Che helped her mother clean up the dish, and then Lin Che glanced at the time. It's already past 10 o'clock. Looking at the class group, I found that many people have already set off. Some have even arrived downstairs of teacher Luo's residential complex. Lin Che said something to her parents, then drove to Yifeng's neighborhood to pick him up. We came all the way to Yifeng's residential area, and after picking up Yifeng, we went directly to teacher Luo's residential area. The community where teacher Luo lives is a relatively old one. When we got near the residential area, the road started to become narrow. There are also many vehicles parked on both sides of the road. Lin Che looked at the situation and said, "There are too many cars parked here. I guess there are no more parking spaces in this community. Why don't we just park here and walk in?" Hearing Lin Che's words, Yifeng also nodded. Okay. Having said that, Lin Che parked the car, then bought some fruit, milk and other things at a roadside supermarket, and walked towards the community. At this time, downstairs of teacher Luo's house, there were quite a few people gathered there. Oh my god, why haven't Lin Che and Yifeng arrived yet? Are they so slow? Yes, isn't this wasting everyone's time? Many students looked at the time on their mobile phones and started talking. Roche, who was standing aside, sneered and said, "Ha, please be considerate. Our Lin University campus hunk isn't living a very good life right now. I don't have money to take a taxi, so I can only take the bus, so the speed of my arrival is naturally a little slower. Everyone should understand this." As Luo Qi finished speaking, Lin Che slowly walked over. Everyone looked at Lin Che and Yifeng, who were walking over with fruit baskets and milk. There was a hint of contempt in their eyes. In their opinion, what Roche said was right, and they probably came here by bus. And this Luo Qi, now a thick smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he immediately said to Lin Che, "TSK, the campus hunk from Lin University really walked here. You're not doing well at all. You've been working for so long and you still can't buy a car? I just paid full price for a Mercedes-Benz 3 Series last month. It feels really good." Lin Che had no interest in defending this, and there was no need to explain it to him. After all, explaining to such a person is just a waste of time. And when Luo Qi saw Lin Che's appearance, he became even more excited. Now he was even more certain of his previous guess that Lin Che was definitely not doing as well as he was. He immediately continued speaking. "What's the point of this guy being handsome? He's nothing but an embroidered pillow. I tell you, in today's society and this world, only ability and money are real. My current monthly salary is 30,000 yuan, and our boss said so. As long as I can get an order from Tianlong Games next time, my commission alone will be 100,000 yuan that month." After Roche finished speaking, his face was full of arrogance. Luo Qi looked at Lin Che with eyes full of contempt. In his opinion, this commission of 100,000 yuan is enough to crush Lin Che into ashes. Oh my god. Brother Luo, you are so awesome. You got a commission of 100,000. Yes, Brother Luo, your commission is really high, but your order? Roche, who was standing by, heard this, raised his eyebrows and said, "Then this order is definitely secured. I have already contacted the operations department of Tianlong Games. Besides, the vice president of Tianlong Games invited me to dinner at the Golden Goblet Hotel some time ago. You know the Jinju Hotel in Zhejiang Province, right? A meal for these two people cost several thousand yuan." This Roche was showing off crazily, but he didn't know that the boss of Tianlong Games he was talking about was right in front of him. He was still looking at Lin Che as he spoke. "Ha, Lin Che, aren't you also in Zhejiang Province? Have you ever eaten a lunch that costs thousands of dollars? And there's this 100,000 yuan. This number is probably something you dare not even think about, right?" Lin Che just smiled faintly at this, but Yifeng beside him couldn't help it. He immediately shouted loudly, "Rocky! Don't go too far. We are all classmates." Chapter 90. Don't think you can show off here just because you have some dirty money. Do you know that Lin Che is now? Hearing this, Lin Che waved her hand to interrupt Yifeng and then spoke. All right, stop talking, Luo Qi. I'm here to see teacher Luo today, not to compete with you. Now that everyone is here, let's go up together." As Lin Che finished speaking, the squad leader beside him immediately reacted and spoke hurriedly. "Yes, we are here to see teacher Luo today, so let's go up first. As for you, Luo Qi, if you are not here to visit teacher Luo, then you can leave first." In fact, this squad leader has been unhappy with Roche for a long time. When Roche heard this, he snorted coldly, with a gloomy look in his eyes. MD, you're lucky this time. As he spoke, everyone else had already started going upstairs. Everyone chatted with teacher Luo downstairs for a while before leaving together. After going downstairs, Luo Qi called everyone to go to Juxinla for dinner. Soon, everyone arrived at the Juxian building, and Roche was bragging there at this time. Let me tell you, this Juxinla is a top-notch Cantonese restaurant, and it's one of the best in the city. This time I specially booked a private room for everyone, and ordered all the dishes that can be ordered. Although this Juxinla may not be as good as the Jinjue Hotel in Jiang Province, it is already pretty good in a small town like our Qingxiang. Let's go together later when all the dishes are served. Having said that, Luo Qi turned around and looked at Lin Che. By the way, Lin Che, I see that you have lost a lot of weight compared to before. I guess you must have suffered a lot during this period. Even if you want to make money, you can't tire yourself out, right? The food will be served soon, you have to eat more. Although what Luo Qi said seemed to be out of concern for Lin Che. But when these words came out of his mouth, they were full of sarcasm. As a result, many people looked at Lin Che with eyes full of excitement. I don't need to. It's just like that anyway. But you, Roche, you don't seem to be sleeping well recently. You have such heavy dark circles under your eyes. I remember there is a famous Cantonese dish called Buddha jumps over the wall, which contains a lot of ingredients that nourish and tonify the kidneys. You have to eat more later. You are not in good health and need to replenish your body. Lin Che said with a caring look on his face. As Lin Che finished speaking, Luo Qi's face darkened. What does this mean? Am I in poor health? The people on the side were all trying to hold back their laughter. After all, this meal was treated by Roche, and it would be embarrassing if they laughed. Roche didn't say anything else and let everyone into the box. However, at this moment, a young man wearing trendy brand clothes not far behind the crowd noticed Lin Che. When he saw Lin Che, there was a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Oh my god, isn't this brother Lin? Suddenly, Hua Hao's eyes widened. Then he walked directly to the front desk and asked, the group of people who just came in, are they from that private room? The receptionist looked at the newcomer and did not dare to neglect him. He said hurriedly, young master, the people who just entered are from room 5. I see, show me the menu they ordered. Hua Hao took a look at the menu, pondered for a while, and then said, I'm going to the wine cellar. Please give me a free meal at this table. One of the people there is my friend. Okay, master. No one knew what was happening outside. At this time, Lin Che followed everyone into the box. As soon as they entered, everyone started chatting for a while. The squad leader was looking at his cell phone and suddenly spoke in surprise. Ha! Suing is back this year too. Hearing what the squad leader said, everyone's eyes suddenly showed some surprise. Suing? I remember she transferred to another school in her second year of high school. Yeah, I didn't expect she would come back this year. Roche, who was standing aside, said to the squad leader. Class monitor, since we are all classmates, you can ask Suing to come along. Okay. After hearing this, the squad leader nodded and said, then after communicating with Suing, he said. Okay, Suing said she's chatting with teacher Luo now, so we can eat first and don't have to wait for her. After listening to this, Roche nodded and asked someone to serve the food. This is a famous dish, free-range chicken. It is made with Hujian sea salt and free-range chicken fed with all natural feed and steamed for 8 hours. And this is the peanut, lotus root, and dragon bone soup. It's limited supply every day. The soup is refreshing, not heavy, and has a long aftertaste, which is enough to show the exquisite skills of this soup. The more Roche spoke, the more proud and superior he seemed. And this dessert, mango sago, is a classic among classics in the dessert world. Roche prepared these words for a long time and came up with them effortlessly, winning the favor of many girls. This chicken is really delicious. This traditional soup is good too. It's expensive, but the taste is amazing. Many classmates praised Roche's professional pretense in unison. This is a real boss. You can tell at first glance that he's someone who frequents high-end restaurants. No. Roche appears modest on the outside, but he is actually very proud of himself on the inside. Moreover, Roche noticed from time to time that many female classmates cast flirtatious glances at him. Regarding this, Roche's mind suddenly started to run wild with thoughts. Who knows, maybe something could happen here that could have something to do with you. For a moment, Roche was full of energy and vigor. But at this time, the door of the box was opened. Guahao walked in with a bottle of red wine and a flattering smile on his face. Roche was a little confused when he saw the scene. What is going on? No, what's going on, brother? We didn't order any wine? Looking at the Lafite 2011 in Guahao's hand, he was a little panicked. He had seen this Lafite 2011 on the menu before. This bottle costs 15,000. He can't bear to order this thing. This wine is for you, and your table is free of charge. Guahao looked at Luo Qi and said indifferently. At once, the others started talking. Oh my god, brother Luo, you are so awesome. That's right, someone even gave us free red wine for dinner, and even waived the bill. Brother Luo, you're still the best. As for the person involved, Roche, he was completely confused. He knew very well in his heart that he didn't have that much face. Ask someone to deliver the wine and the bill is free. This is not a joke. Chapter 91. Guahao, who was standing by, rolled his eyes and said when he heard these words. What brother Luo? Who is this brother Luo? I'm giving you free wine and free meals because brother Lin is here. Ah? What? Brother Lin? Is there anyone here who is brother Lin? For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded and started talking about it. Amid the surprised and puzzled looks of the crowd, Guahao walked up to Lin Che and said with a flattering smile. No, brother Lin, you are coming to my restaurant for dinner. Why don't you let me know in advance so I can make some preparations for you in advance? Look at you, what are you eating? If you had told me earlier, I could have asked the kitchen to prepare some delicious dishes for you. Besides, I can't find any good wine in my store, so I can only use this Lafite 2011 for you to make do with. As Guahao finished his words, the whole place fell silent. At this moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. Everyone turned to look at Lin Che, their eyes filled with dullness and fear. This? Are you kidding? This bottle of wine and the free bill were actually all thanks to Lin Che? Moreover, listening to what the person in front of him said, it seemed that this bottle of wine and the free meal were not enough. At this moment, the box fell into an eerie silence. Fake. This is absolutely fake. You must be someone hired by Lin Che. Lin Che, I didn't expect you to be so good at having fun now. You can even ask for favors. Roche on the side seemed to have grasped something and suddenly shouted loudly. His words were full of confidence, as if he had grasped the truth of the matter. However, when Guahao heard what Luo Qi said, he immediately sneered and said, I'm a shill? Ha, do you think brother Lin needs to find someone to help him? Brother Lin is in Jiang province, and he has an entire community just for houses. The annual rent is at least several billion. Not to mention the #1 villa estate that brother Lin built himself, which is worth 20 billion. As Guahao finished speaking, everyone present gasped. The look he gave Lin Che also gradually began to change. Roche was completely dumbfounded. Looking at Lin Che who was sitting there, he said with an expression of disbelief. No. I don't believe it, this is absolutely impossible. It's fake. This must be fake. However, at this moment, the door of the box was opened again. Then, Suing walked in. As Suing came in, many people greeted her. Suing nodded to everyone and walked directly in front of Lin Che. Then he said, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry I'm late. Mr. Ma asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. Originally, Mr. Ma was planning to fly back and visit you in person, but now there is an urgent matter in Country M that needs Mr. Ma to handle personally. It's okay. Please tell brother Xiao Ma that when he comes back, I will visit him in person. After a brief conversation between Lin Che and Suing, everyone fell into silence again. It turned out that Suing was the secretary who met Xiao Ma Gu at the beginning. No wonder Lin Che felt that the secretary looked familiar at that time, but just couldn't remember who she was. It turned out to be Suing, his high school classmate. Brother Xiao Ma? Visit in person? What is Lin Che's current identity? For a moment, everyone swallowed their saliva silently, their hearts filled with horror. Yifeng glanced at everyone, then touched his nose and said, Well. Actually, it's always brother Lin who told me not to say it, but now, it seems like it doesn't matter whether I say it or not. Didn't you say before, Luo Qi, that if you could get an order from Tianlong Games, you would get a commission of 100,000? When Yifeng said this, many people turned to look at Yifeng and Lin Che, their faces full of curiosity. Could it be that this Tianlong game has some connection with Lin Che? Roche, who had a dazed look on his face, also looked over when he heard this. Actually, what I want to say is that whether or not your order can be successful still depends on Lin Che's mood. After all, the boss behind this Tianlong game is actually Che Zi. After Yifeng finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. The girls looked at Lin Che with stars in their eyes. Oh my god. Lin Che is actually the boss behind this Tianlong game. Doesn't that mean Lin Che is a billionaire? No. If you add in the entire community and the 20 billion yuan of majesty. So if that's not right, then he's a billionaire? As for Roki, he could no longer believe what he heard. The funny thing is that he was still showing off before, but Lin Che remained silent the whole time. It turns out that his silence doesn't mean he has no money. But it's because he and I are not in the same league. In the eyes of others, my behavior probably makes me just a clown. No. This is impossible, it's fake, it must be fake. Roche shook his head and muttered to himself. His eyes were full of disbelief. Suing, who was watching this scene, sneered and said, "Ha, then I can only say that you are ignorant. You ridiculed Mr. Lin so much last night, and I thought you were very ridiculous at the time. Do all of you have the memory of a fish? The 3 million bicycle from the other day actually belongs to Director Lin. The video at that time was not very clear, only the side view of the figure. But if you look carefully, you can still tell that it belongs to Director Lin." Hearing this, many people looked confused. What 3 million bicycle? After all, this little bit of popularity has only a small influence. But at this time, a girl quickly took out her cell phone. After searching for a while, a burst of screams was heard. Ah! It's Lin Che indeed. This silhouette from the side looks exactly the same. Oh my god. I just searched and found that the watch on Lin Che's wrist is actually a Patek Philippe 5002P Platinum model. It's worth more than 10 million. Soon, the prices of the things on Lin Che's body were constantly revealed. Lin Che could only sit there and smile bitterly. Then he could only nod to everyone. After Lin Che admitted it, everyone was extremely shocked. Oh my god. It turns out that Lin Che is the real boss. Today I have finally opened my eyes. Lin Che, you are such a hidden talent that I can't even recognize a gold inlaid jade. Lin Che said while looking at everyone with a smile. My fellow students, don't be polite to me today, eat and drink as much as you want. Brother Lin, you are so generous. Everyone praised. Only Roki now looked as pale as death. He was so embarrassed that he wished there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into. Chapter 92. Soon, after eating and drinking, Lin Che had drunk a little, so he was not in a hurry to leave. Just then, someone suggested going singing together, and Lin Che agreed because he didn't want to spoil everyone's fun. They found a KTV near the Juxian building and booked a large private room. Then they ordered a few dozen beers and everyone started singing and drinking. Time passed quickly as we sang together. Soon it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone was tired at this time, so they urged Lin Che to sing a song called Youth, and then the party ended. He took Yifeng back to the car. Just as Lin Che returned to the car, the designated driver arrived. The designated driver put the folding electric car away, got in the car, started the car, and drove directly towards Yifeng's home. When everyone saw Lin Che's car, they were all dumbfounded. What kind of car is this? How come I've never seen it before? It looks like an off-road vehicle, right? That's not right. Who has such thick steel plates on their off-road vehicle? The more I look at it, the more it looks like an armored vehicle. Wait, I found out. This is Night 15. Oh my god. Night 15? Fuck. This is an armored off-road vehicle. One car costs more than 10 million. At this moment, everyone was almost suffocated by fear. The price is over 10 million. And the oppressive feeling of Night 15, who is almost like an ancient beast. This is enough to make people feel nervous and scared. Soon, the ancient beast disappeared from their sight. As the Night 15 left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Che's car was speeding towards Yifeng's home. This road was originally quite smooth. But when the car reached the city center, it suddenly got stuck for some unknown reason. And the traffic jam lasted for nearly an hour. The journey, which was originally only 10 minutes, was stretched 6 times longer due to the traffic jam. In front, a small Cayenne and a Mercedes-Benz carriage collided with each other. The most coincidental thing is that these two drivers are both female drivers. And this road happened to be a one-way street with only two cars, so these two cars directly blocked the road. At this moment, Lin Che's mood began to become irritable. And there are more and more cars behind us. There was even a 119 fire truck moving forward there. The other drivers saw that it was a fire truck and made way for it, but when they reached Lin Che, they were stuck there. Therefore, the other car owners behind were pointing and criticizing Lin Che. Lin Che was somewhat helpless about this. The designated driver also kept honking the horn. But it would have been fine if the horn hadn't been pressed. Once the horn was pressed, the two female drivers who had crashed into the car pointed at Lin Che's car and started swearing. "Why are you rushing me? Are you rushing me? Can't you see there's a car crash? If you have the ability, just fly over there. You're just driving a crappy off-road vehicle, why are you rushing like that?" In response to this, Lin Che was immediately amused, and the anger in his heart was rising. He was already in a bad mood, and now being provoked by this, he immediately sneered. He spoke directly to the designated driver in the driving seat. "Just run into it." "Ha?" The designated driver was a little confused. "Just hit it. I'll be responsible if anything goes wrong." He phone beside him was still confused. The driver immediately released the handbrake and stepped on the accelerator. As the vehicle roared, it suddenly rushed out like an angry bull. Bang! After all, this Knight 15 is an armored off-road vehicle, and its shell is extremely hard. With such a collision, the BMW and the small Cayenne were immediately knocked apart. The front of the car was even directly hit by Lin Che's Knight 15 and was dented. As for Lin Che, he simply let the designated driver drive away. At this moment, everyone who was blocked fell into silence. Even the firefighters behind were stunned, but then they pretended they saw nothing. Start the car and drive towards the fire scene. After all, they knew everything and these two women were really good for nothings. At this moment, the owner of the small Cayenne suddenly let out a wail. "My car!" Then he looked at the owner of the galloping horse, and the two seemed to have a common goal. As for the owner of the Bunma, he took out his cell phone and started to accuse Lin Che. Passers-by took out their mobile phones to take pictures and then posted them on WeChat Moments and in groups. After the call was made, the owner of the Mercedes-Benz car spoke angrily into the phone. "Husband, the galloping horse you just bought for someone was hit by someone." At this moment, an arrogant voice came from the other end of the phone. "What? Explain to me what's going on." "It's like this, husband. I just had a minor scrape with a car on the road. Then while I was still negotiating with that bitch, a broken off-road vehicle from behind hit us directly." After hearing what the woman said, the voice on the other end of the phone rang again. "What the hell is that car? I don't know either. I've never seen that logo. I guess it's a small unknown brand. Fuck, okay, you remember what the other car looks like, right? I recognize you, husband, you must help me get revenge." The horse-running girl spoke in a delicate voice. "Okay, as long as this person is in the city, I can make him kneel in front of you and apologize to you." "Fuck, you even dared to crash into my woman's car, you must be tired of living, right? But I have something else to do. I need to get this old guy to sell the house quickly, MD. Yeah, I love you, Bobo." On the other side, Lin Che had just returned home after sending he phone back. But as soon as Lin Che entered the house, he was stunned. "Second uncle?" Lin Che couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect that his second uncle would come today. "My second uncle is a fisherman, and he basically makes a living by fishing by Chaohu Lake. A few years ago, my second uncle did marry a wife. She also gave birth to a child for my second uncle, but in the end she couldn't stand the hardship of fishing and ran away overnight. All along, the second uncle and his son have depended on each other. When my hometown was demolished 2 years ago, I was allocated a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house in this county town. Xiao Che is back." Second uncle looked at Lin Che, who opened the door and walked in, showing his 2 rows of yellow teeth and smiling. "Hello, uncle." "Hey, Xiao Che, did he go out for a drink?" "Yes, today my high school classmates and I went to see our former teacher and had a small gathering together." Chapter 94. When Dong Lin heard this, he burst into laughter and said, Then I'll tell you today, I really can cover the sky with one hand in this city. I'm not afraid to tell you lowly people today. Guo Qiming, the owner of Juxinlu in the county, is my uncle. In this small county town, no matter whether they are black or white, they are all connected to the world. Dong Lin is an extremely arrogant person. But Lin Che was not really afraid of him, and said immediately, "Hee, your uncle really has a good nephew. But unfortunately, if you want to get any benefit from me with this, you are still a little naive. Even if your uncle comes in person, it won't work. I'll give you 3 more minutes. Get out of here." There was a hint of contempt on Lin Che's face, and his words were full of disdain. Jushan Building? If I remember correctly, this should be the property of Guahao's family. After hearing Lin Che's words, Dong Lin's face suddenly turned cold. At the same time, he stared at Lin Che with a ferocious look and shouted coldly, "You're looking for death." Following this angry shout, Dong Lin punched Lin Che directly. The power contained in Dong Lin's punch is not small. This was an angry punch after all. However, Lin Che responded to the punch calmly by raising his hand and directly clenching his fist. Apply slight force on your palm. At this moment, Dong Lin let out a scream. "Ah! Let me go!" Dong Lin screamed violently, and at the same time, he hit Lin Che with his other hand. Snort! Lin Che snorted coldly, then kicked out fiercely. Bang! The kick landed directly on Dong Lin's stomach. In an instant, the force directly brought Dong Lin to the ground. The whole person fell down in such a miserable state. Afterwards, Lin Che punched and kicked Dong Lin. During this time, Lin Che had to hold back a bit in order to avoid accidentally beating Dong Lin to death. After fighting for a while, Lin Che finally stopped. If he had continued, he would have been killed immediately. Dong Lin's face is now extremely swollen. He would never have thought of it. He was usually so arrogant and domineering, but one day he would get beaten up like this. He wanted to get up from the ground. Bang! Seeing that Dong Lin still wanted to remember, Lin Che kicked him hard and said, "Don't move around, just stay still on the ground. If you dare to move again, I'll let you try." Dong Lin on the ground heard Lin Che's words and spoke with gritted teeth. "Boy, do you know who I am? My uncle is Guo Qiming from Jushan Building. I'm telling you, you're all doomed. I won't be a human being if I don't take revenge. Don't think you can run away. If you dare to run, I will kill your whole family. I can do anything." Hearing Dong Lin's words, Lin Che said with some disdain, Guo Qiming? Do you really think I'm afraid of him?" As he spoke, Lin Che turned to look at the horse-riding girl beside him and said in a cold voice, "His uncle is Guo Qiming. You should have his phone number. Tell his uncle to come over here right now." After Lin Che said this, everyone present was stunned. As for Dong Lin, who was squatting on the ground, he was completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Ask someone to call your uncle to come over? Is this guy crazy? The horse-running girl beside her was also confused. The look he gave Lin Che was as if he was looking at a fool. After all, once Dong Lin's uncle Guo Qiming arrives, it goes without saying that this guy is doomed. So, what exactly does this guy want to do? Are you looking for death? What? Do you want me to say it a second time? I don't like trouble. Seeing that the galloping girl was still not calling, Lin Che spoke up. There was calmness in the words. Following Lin Che's words, the horse-running woman's body trembled. Then he quickly said, "I'll hit you. I'll hit you. I'll hit you right now." The horse-running girl didn't dare to think too much. She quickly took out her cell phone and dialed the number with trembling hands. Then Lin Che looked at Dong Lin and said, "Just lie there and don't move. If you dare to move, I'll punish you again." Lin Che said in a cold tone. "You." Dong Lin's face turned pale when he heard this. After all, Lin Che's action was not only disrespectful to him, but also threw his face to the ground and ruthlessly ravaged it. But even so, he didn't dare to move at all. After all, the beating Lin Che had given him previously really left a deep impression on him. Lin Che turned and went into the kitchen, made herself a bowl of noodles, and then sat on the sofa to eat. As for Lin's father, mother and second uncle, they sat there nervously. Soon, there was a sound of hurried footsteps. Then a middle-aged man appeared at the door of Lin Che's house. Looking at Dong Lin lying on the ground, not daring to move, with his face bruised and swollen, Guo Qiming's face suddenly turned ashen. "What's going on? Uncle! Why are you talking to him? Take him down right away." Make him kowtow and admit his fault. Dong Lin saw his uncle coming and roared madly. This face is full of anger. As for Guo Qiming, he was a businessman with many years of experience after all, so he quickly suppressed his anger. Looking at Lin Che sitting on the sofa, although his expression was not good, he calmed down. After all, he knew very well what kind of person his nephew was. He had definitely used his name to intimidate the other party beforehand. And Lin Che had the guts to ignore his own reputation and attack his nephew. This also means that the other party will definitely not be afraid of himself. This made Guo Qiming somewhat unsure of the other party's identity. After thinking for a while, he immediately said to Lin Che, "I am Guo Qiming from Jushin Tower. I wonder who you are. Why did you do such a cruel thing to my nephew?" After hearing what Guo Qiming said, Lin Che took another mouthful of noodles with a calm expression and simply ignored what Guo Qiming said. "Your mightiness," Guo Qiming said angrily when he saw Lin Che directly ignored him. "I never talk about business while I'm eating." Lin Che calmly looked into Guo Qiming's eyes, which were almost spitting fire, and said, "Guo Qiming, are they going to leave him, the owner of Juxinlu and a well-known wealthy businessman in the city, out in the cold? Then, wait until he finishes his meal before talking? This is the first time I've seen a young man like you. You're not just arrogant, you're simply arrogant and conceited." Chapter 95. Lin Che continued to eat noodles with a calm expression. "This noodle is still the best way to satisfy my hunger." Guo Qiming. Everyone. Mother Lin looked a little worried and said to Lin Che, "Isn't it a bad idea for my son to leave her alone like this? After all, Guo Qiming still has some status in the city. Although she now knows that her son is not a simple person now. But she still didn't know how complicated it was." The second uncle standing by was also a little worried and scared, and his face looked timid. Lin Che just smiled indifferently. "Fine." Seeing Lin Che like this, Guo Qiming became even more unsure. What kind of identity is this young man in front of me? At this time, Guo Qiming had already gone over in his mind all the wealthy businessmen he knew who were more powerful than himself. I didn't expect there was any wealthy businessman in this small town. This made Guo Qiming even more uneasy. Lin Che quickly finished most of the noodles that were still emitting the aroma. Still unsatisfied, he began to slow down his eating pace. Still, Guo Qiming, the top wealthy businessman who plays an important role in the city and has influence in both the black and white worlds, is left aside. Soon, Lin Che finished the bowl of fragrant noodles. Lin Che put down her chopsticks and picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth. And now Guo Qiming can hardly suppress his anger. "Now, you should have time to discuss business with Guo, right?" Hearing this, Lin Che simply glanced at Dong Lin, who had already stood up. As for Guo Qiming, he ignored him. "Remember, I just told you who allowed you to stand up. Get down now." After saying this, Lin Che immediately kicked Dong Lin hard in the stomach. This kick directly knocked Dong Lin to his knees. Then Lin Che kicked Dong Lin hard again, knocking him to the ground. Dong Lin lay on the ground, screaming in pain, his face horrible. "Uncle! You!" Suddenly, Guo Qiming became angry. Veins popped out on his forehead. The look in his eyes as he looked at Lin Che was filled with anger. "My name is Lin Che." After these four simple words were spoken, Guo Qiming just stood there in a daze. "Lin Che? What's the meaning? But, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. If you don't know who I am, you can call your son Guo Hao and ask him who I am." Guo Qiming frowned when he heard this, but still took out his cell phone and called his son Guo Hao. "Hello?" As soon as the call was connected, Guo Qiming asked directly. "Let me ask you, do you know someone named Lin Che?" "I know him, Dad, what's wrong?" Guo Hao asked with some confusion. "Don't worry about it for now, just tell me where this person came from." After hearing what his father said, Guo Hao was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. "Dad, has something happened? This brother Lin's identity is not simple. If you offend brother Lin, I suggest you apologize obediently. Brother Lin is not someone that a small family like us can afford to offend." At this moment, Guo Qiming was shocked. Guo Hao knew his own son well enough. He had always been very arrogant and domineering. In this city, there has always been lawlessness, and the mentality is that everyone is first and everyone else is second. But now that he said such words, it was enough to show that the Lin Che in front of him was really not simple. Guo Qiming took a deep breath and then said, "Tell me quickly, Who is this Lin Che? He is the chairman of Tianlong Games, and he seems to have a special relationship with brother Xiaoma. As Guo Hao finished speaking, Hua Qiming was so frightened that he took 2 steps back, gasped, and his eye sockets shrank. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Hua Qiming swallowed his saliva, and his back was already wet with cold sweat. At this time, the back of his shirt was wet and stuck tightly to his back. Lin Che's identity was truly terrifying. This was someone that a small wealthy businessman like him in the city could not afford to offend. Looking at Hua Qiming like this, Lin Che snorted coldly. Hua Qiming, you really have a good nephew. This simple sentence scared Hua Qiming a lot. He immediately turned around and bowed to Lin Che. Mr. Lin, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I have lived for decades and have never had any nephews. You must be mistaken. This guy lying on the ground has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want with him. After hearing these words, Dong Lin was stunned. The horse-running girl was also dumbfounded. I thought everything would be fine after I brought in a savior, but who could have imagined it would be like this? Everyone present was stunned. In their hearts, Hua Qiming has always been an extremely powerful person. Even if it is to meet the senior leaders of the county. He always looked confident and calm. In this small piece of land in this city, it seems like he can cover the sky with one hand. But now, this is the kind of person he is. It was just a phone call. There have been such earth-shaking changes. He became like a dog, nodding and bowing in front of Lin Che, begging for mercy. What is going on? Is Lin Che's identity really that terrifying? At this moment Dong Lin was completely panicked. The reason why he could act lawless in this city was because he had such an uncle who had the power to control everything. If Hua Qiming broke off relations with him, he would be in trouble. These people relied on their uncle's power to bully others. If people knew about this, Hua Qiming would cut off all ties with him. Then your fate will be. When Dong Lin thought of this, he immediately shouted loudly. Uncle! You can't just leave me to die like this. I'm your nephew, uncle. Hearing this, Hua Qiming on the side had a cold look in his eyes, and then he roared. Shut up! You idiot! As he said this, he walked forward and kicked Dong Lin hard twice. Suddenly Dong Lin let out a scream. Lin Che watched this scene and thought to herself, Hua Qiming is really a ruthless person. He was so cruel to his own nephew. Uncle! What are you doing? However, Dong Lin still hasn't figured out what's going on, and he keeps screaming while speaking. You said that this guy will never get out of the city. Why should we be afraid of him? This made Hua Qiming even more annoyed and he kicked even harder. Chapter 96. As soon as Dong Lin said this, Hua Qiming became even more annoyed and kicked harder. UTM, do you know who Director Lin is? How dare you talk to Director Lin here? You're a piece of shit. You never do anything good, but you always make things worse. You're the only one who can cause trouble for me. You dare to mess with a person like Director Lin? I don't have a nephew like you. Under Hua Qiming's beating and kicking, Dong Lin could only scream continuously. Do you know that Director Lin is the chairman of Tianlong Games, a company with a market value of over 10 billion? And he has a pretty good relationship with brother Xiaoma. How dare you mess with such a person? How come you are so brave? You have done everything that I dare not do? Lin Che looked at the scene in front of him, and there was no ripple in her heart. However, the horse-running girl next to her turned pale. As for Lin Che's father, mother and second uncle behind him, they were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. The CEO of a company with a market value of over 10 billion. I have a good relationship with brother Xiaoma. Although they don't know what a market value of 10 billion means, Xiaoma Go and the others still know. Lin Che can have a close relationship with a big shot of this level, so Lin Che should also be a person of the same level as Xiaoma Go, right? At this time, Lin's mother was full of doubts and wanted to ask Lin Che what was going on, but it didn't seem appropriate in the current situation. Is this really still my somewhat introverted son? Lin Che watched Hua Qiming beat his nephew for a while, then said calmly. Okay, stop playing this sad drama in front of me. As I remember, you wanted me to kneel down in front of you and apologize to you just now? Lin sat there and looked at Dong Lin with a smile on his face and said. When Dong Lin heard this, his body trembled. Well, since you are so used to having people kneel, then just kneel for the rest of your life. After saying that, Lin Che turned to look at Guo Qiming beside him and spoke. Mr. Guo, I think you should be able to handle this little thing, right? No problem. No problem. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Guo Qiming nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Very good, go away. Lin Che waved his hand and said, Guo Qiming, Dong Lin and the horse-running girl just ran away. Father Lin and the other two standing by were still in a daze. Lin Che also knew that she would be interrogated. The other side. In a small villa in the suburbs of the city. In this villa. Uncle, you kicked me too hard just now. Isn't Lin Che just a lousy chairman? What's so great about him? This powerful dragon will not suppress the local snake. Even if he is the CEO of a billion-dollar company, so what? In this small piece of land in this city, are you still afraid of him? Dong Lin was drinking and shouting loudly. There is arrogance in his words. Guo Qiming, who was standing by, was sending messages on his cell phone. Then he picked up a cigarette, lit it and said, Okay, just stop causing trouble for me. Hearing what his uncle said, Dong Lin chuckled and said, Hee, uncle, I understand. I will hide in this villa during this period and won't go anywhere. When this storm is over, I will settle accounts with those guys. When Guo Qiming, who was standing by, heard his nephew's words, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Then he stopped talking, stood up and walked out. Uncle, are you leaving? Be careful on the road, uncle. Guo Qiming left without even turning his head, leaving the door ajar. When Guo Qiming went downstairs and lit a cigarette, a man in a black suit came over. Brother! Remember, take off your legs and throw them onto the street. Then spread the news that I don't have this nephew. As he spoke, Guo Qiming narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Alas, I am doing this to protect our family. After Guo Qiming finished speaking, he got into the car and left. Yes. The man in black nodded and walked upstairs. In just a few minutes, in this villa area. Following a scream, a series of heart-wrenching cries echoed there. Lin Che gave a helpless smile and made up a story. There's no other way unless I make up an excuse to get away with it. Then my parents will definitely not feel at ease. But to be honest, this credibility is really low. Oh my goodness, Xiao Che, you really hit the jackpot this time. Oh my, this is really the blessing of the Bodhisattva. God bless you. Mother Lin at the side clasped her hands together and started muttering something. Second uncle, who was standing at the side, was also looking at Lin Che in surprise, with his mouth wide open for a long time. He was stunned for a while, then spoke. My goodness, this thing called the stock market, is it really that profitable? You put in this money and rolled it many times over. You made a lot of money. The second uncle said with a look of surprise. Lin Che's words completely overturned his worldview that he had held for decades. Well, you can make money in the stock market, but it basically depends on luck. Unless they are some particularly proficient people, otherwise. It's harder to make money from stock trading than to win the lottery jackpot. I was able to make money in the stock market because I was lucky. Lin Che said there. Lin Che knew that his second uncle might be tempted by how much he earned. It was precisely because of this that Lin Che wanted to dissuade her second uncle from thinking this way. Oh, is that so? The second uncle nodded and said, the light of expectation that had originally ignited in his eyes has now faded. As for Lin's mother standing aside, there was a gleam in her eyes, and then she spoke. Xiao Che, what you just said means that you will be very busy at work now. If you're so busy with work, you definitely don't have time to fall in love. Mom has already made an appointment for you with old Lou's daughter today. Let's meet at a cafe in the city center at noon tomorrow, but you need to bring a red rose as a signal. No, Mom, Lin Che became anxious when she heard this. Just when she was about to say something, she was interrupted by her mother. Okay, I know you don't want to talk yet. But I've already gotten along well with the girl from the Lu family. I can't go back on my word now, can I? Hearing this, Lin Che could only smile helplessly. Okay, I got it. Chapter 97. Lin Che reluctantly agreed to his mother's request, thinking that he would just deal with it casually when he got there tomorrow. Then I went back to the room and picked up my phone to check. I sent a message to Lin Xian, and we chatted for a while, asking about her recent situation. Then he went out of the room and helped his mother cook. As for my father, he was playing chess and chatting with my second uncle. The dinner was ready soon. Then the family sat together to eat. Father Lin opened a bottle of Fei Tian Mutai and drank it with his second uncle. It took me more than an hour to finish this dinner. After dinner, Lin Che went out for a walk, then came back, took a shower, and went to sleep. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Lin Che opened his eyes and stretched. Then I got up, went into the bathroom and started washing up, while also signing in for today. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Shenlong number 1 yacht. Sign-in rewards are being distributed. It is expected that the Shenlong number 1 yacht will arrive the day after tomorrow. Listening to the system's prompt tone, Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little confused. What's the use of this thing? Having a swimsuit party on a yacht? Shenlong number 1 yacht? What is this system intended for? Looking at this system prompt, Lin Che was really confused. This Shenlong number 1 yacht is a super yacht. The yacht is 130 meters in total length and uses the special lines that the Italian privileged shipyard uses on large yachts. Moreover, there are all kinds of entertainment facilities on the yacht, and it can be said to be extremely luxurious. The yacht is equipped with 6 cars, 8 speedboats, 6 jet skis, 2 helicopters, and even more outrageously, a submarine. The next moment, Lin Che sighed and murmured, "This thing is good, but where should I put this yacht? After all, this yacht is not small and can even be said to be a sea beast. There is absolutely no place to park it. It seems that I need to buy a place to park the yacht. This system really is finding ways to make me spend money." Lin Che sighed helplessly, and his brows couldn't help but frown. After washing up, Lin Che walked out. Lin's mother prepared a table of breakfast early. The breakfast time ended quickly in a warm atmosphere. After breakfast, Lin Che stayed at home with his family until about 11 o'clock. Then, his mother urged him to go out for a blind date. Lin Che had no choice but to tidy himself up a little and then go out for the blind date. On the way, Lin Che stopped by a roadside flower shop and bought a bunch of red roses to use as a secret signal. Then we headed towards the coffee shop where we had agreed to meet. Arriving at the coffee shop, seeing that her blind date didn't seem to have arrived yet, Lin Che found a seat in a corner and sat down. After asking the waiter to bring me an iced American coffee and a latte, I sat there playing with my phone while waiting for my blind date to arrive. On the other side, Lu Cici was on her way to the coffee shop and was texting with her best friend. "Lily, my dad introduced me to another blind date. It's really troublesome." "Oh my god, Cici? I still remember the blind date your dad introduced you to last time. That was a nightmare, okay?" "Yeah." I said I didn't want to go, but my dad said the blind date was the son of his old friend, and he works in Zhejiang province like me. I heard that he's handsome, so he insisted on asking me to go on a blind date. Sigh, I really don't know what my dad is thinking. Hearing this, Lu Cici's best friend immediately said, "How about this, you make a video call with me? I want to see what kind of person your blind date is. Then you put on the headphones and start the blind date. I will teach you how to talk and what to do." "Good." Lu Cici listened to her best friend without any hesitation and opened the video call. While they were talking, Lu Cici arrived at the coffee shop where they had agreed to meet. After searching for a while, Lu Cici saw the red roses on the table and Lin Che, who was already sitting there. He immediately walked towards Lin Che. Lin Che also noticed Lu Cici walking towards her at this time. Lin Che stood up with a faint smile on his face and spoke. "Hello." However, Lu Cici was instigated by her best friend. With a cold face, he didn't even have the most basic courtesy and just sat down on the sofa. Then he glanced at Lin Che and spoke directly. "Are you my blind date today?" "Yes, my name is Lin." Before Lin Che could finish his words, Lu Cici interrupted him. "You don't have to introduce yourself. I'm not interested in your name. My time is precious, so I just asked directly." Lin Che frowned slightly when she heard this cold tone. Why did my mother arrange such a weird blind date for me? But this is just right, as I was still thinking about what excuse to use to reject the other party. But now it seems that I don't have to think about it. You say. My requirements for a partner are not high. First of all, your appearance is barely acceptable. Do you have a Mercedes-Benz or Audi worth more than $500,000? When Lin Che heard this, he was speechless, then shook his head and said, "No. Yes, that's true. The worst car I own is the Rolls-Royce. No, I do have a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but it has been given to Hifong. In that case, I really don't have it. Okay, then do you have a house in Central in Jiang Province? This. Lin Che was silent for a long time, not quite sure how to answer Lu Cici's question, but in the end Lin Che shook his head and said, No. Indeed, my community is in the inner ring, not in the middle ring. Lu Cici frowned when she heard Lin Che's words, and then spoke casually. Okay, my monthly salary is about 10,000 yuan. What about your monthly salary? At least it should be higher than mine. That. Lin Che wanted to say something else, but Lu Cici interrupted her again. Okay, seeing how poor you are, I guess your monthly salary is not as high as mine. If that's the case, then we are not a good match. Lu Cici waved her hand and said, I'm really not saying anything bad about you, but you're a grown man who doesn't have a car or a house, and your salary is so low, and you still have the nerve to go out on a blind date? Lu Cici mocked Lin Che. However, Lin Che remained very calm about this. Then he stood up and said, Excuse me for disturbing you. Chapter 98. After saying that, Lin Che stood up and walked towards the door. At this time, many people looked towards Lin Che, and their eyes were very strange. After all, Lu Cici's voice was a little loud during the blind date just now. Furthermore, quite a few people were pointing fingers at Lin Che. As for Lu Cici, she was still sitting there, thanking her best friend with a smile on her face. It was at this time that Lin Che walked to the door and opened the door of his Night 15. Just then, a cry of surprise was heard from the side. Oh my god, this isn't Night 15, it's actually his. As these words were spoken, many people nearby turned their eyes over. Night 15? What is that? What kind of car is this? I've never heard of it. Is it expensive? Yeah, isn't this just a broken off-road vehicle? How expensive can a vehicle like this be? Yeah, that's not surprising, you're talking as if no one has a car. Everyone looked at the man who exclaimed and spoke. Lu Cici, who was in the coffee shop, also looked out the window, and then the voice of Lu Cici's best friend was audible. Oh my god, Cici, what kind of people are you over there? They are so surprised by a car they have never heard of before. Besides, this is just a broken SUV. Even if the price is high, can it be higher than that of a Mercedes-Benz? After listening to her best friend's words, Lu Cici nodded and said, Yes. At this moment, the young man who exclaimed continued to speak. Ha, what do you know? This is the Night 15. This is not an ordinary off-road vehicle. This Night 15 is currently priced at 15 million in China. It's a bulletproof off-road vehicle. The interior is even more luxurious. As soon as these words fell, the whole place suddenly fell silent. And when the young man saw that no one spoke, he continued to speak. Not only that, this car is not something you can buy just because you have money. The one who can buy this car is either a top-tier wealthy person or someone with real power. As for this galloping horse, it's nothing in front of Night 15. This time everyone was dumbfounded. A luxury car worth 15 million. Moreover, you can't buy it just because you want to. Those who can buy this car are really important and influential people. At this moment, everyone's expression was complicated and strange. The look they gave Lu Cici who was there was very strange. And Lu Cici's face also turned pale. At this moment, Lu Cici could be said to be regretting to the core. If I had gone on a blind date normally and then taken advantage of the opportunity to flirt with someone, maybe I could have become the wealthy wife that everyone envies. But now, all the illusions have been shattered. Ah. You little bitch. It was all your bad idea. Do you deserve it or not? Lu Cici directly broke up with her best friend. He started to feel helpless and furious towards the other end of the phone. It was this roar that attracted many people to look at Lu Cici. Why are you yelling? How old are you? Don't you have any subjective judgment at all? The two of them started fighting right in this coffee shop. If there wasn't a screen between them, the two of them would have probably started fighting. But even so, it still amazed many onlookers. Women's watch, awesome. The skill of this person in fighting is so great that even 8 horses can't catch up with him. All kinds of insults without using any dirty words, that's really a string of witty remarks. At this time, many people were happily drinking coffee and watching the two people quarreling through their mobile phone screens. Lin Che naturally didn't know that Lu Cici had actually started a quarrel with her best friend in the coffee shop. At this time, Lin Che reported the blind date to his mother. After hearing what happened, his mother couldn't say anything to Lin Che. After finishing the report, Lin Che drove and strolled along the road. At this moment, Lin Che saw Su Ying carrying a bag on the side of the road. Lin Che immediately drove the car to Su Ying's side and rolled down the window. Then he honked the car horn. Director Lin? Su Ying was slightly startled when she saw Lin Che's car, then she spoke. Get in the car. Lin Che waved at Su Ying and then spoke. Seeing Lin Che's actions, Su Ying got into Lin Che's car without any hesitation. Why, are you planning to go back to Jian province now? Well, the main reason I came back this time was to see the teacher. I didn't expect that after just a few years of not being back, the city has changed so much. Su Ying said slowly. Lin Che just smiled and said nothing. By the way, Director Lin, do you have any plans recently? No, I've been busy doing nothing during this period. Lin Che shrugged and said. Indeed, Lin Che was indeed busy doing nothing right now. Lin Che didn't care about the company at all and just acted as a hands-off boss. Unless it was something particularly important, Lin Che had nothing to do. Hearing Lin Che's words, Su Ying's eyes sparkled. The next moment, he spoke to Lin Che. In that case, Director Lin has a project going on with Brother Xiaoma recently. I wonder if you are interested. Hearing Su Ying's words, Lin Che was immediately attracted by curiosity. Oh? Then tell me what the project is. Invest in Dosha and plan for big entertainment. Su Ying, who was standing aside, spoke up. Shake the Shark. Shark Live broadcast for all. This is a place where young people from all over the country gather. Although in terms of size, Dosha is not as big as the Millionaire Live next door. But the advantage is that most of the people there are young people, and there are also many wealthy people, so their spending power is also great. Invest in Dosha Live. Lin Che's eyes flickered. The move that Ma Go is making now is obviously intended to dominate the short video live streaming industry. But this is normal, after all, this is what Xiaoma Go has been doing. Whether it is the two major chat software under his name or other things. Basically, it can be roughly divided into two categories: film and television entertainment and game entertainment. Investing in a Dosha live streaming platform now is a normal operation. The reason why this little brother Ma wanted to win me over was actually very simple. I just want to test myself. After all, this little brother Ma is not sure of himself now. However, in a sense, investing in Dosha Live is indeed a good move. After all, although the Tianlong games under his name have a large market share abroad, they have always been lukewarm in China. Chapter 99. If I invest in Shark, then there is no doubt that you can promote your Tianlong game to the greatest extent. At this moment, the corners of Lin Che's mouth slightly raised, and then he checked his bank account. The companies owned by these two people all transferred dividend money to their cards. Lin Che took a look and was stunned for a moment. Before he knew it, he had an additional 30 billion in liquid funds. Then Lin Che spoke. Sure. When you go back, tell Xiaoma that I will invest 5 billion through Junlin Capital to buy shares in Dosha Live. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Ying on the side was stunned. Invest 500 million. You know, Brother Ma is only planning to invest 4 billion this time. And Lin Che was going to invest 5 billion directly. And it's through Junlin Capital. At this moment, Su Ying was really confused. Of course she knew about Junlin Capital, the largest investment company in the country. But now Lin Che said that through Junlin Capital. What does this mean? Mr. Lin, you mean through Junlin Capital? In response to this, Lin Che said calmly. Oh, Junlin Capital, this is an investment company under my name. What's wrong? I have a lot of companies under my name now. If I manage all of them, how can I possibly manage them all? Lin Che said calmly. Indeed, Lin Che now has too many companies under his name. Hearing Lin Che's words, Su Ying couldn't help but swallow. Is this human language? Too many companies? Then give me a few. And this Junlin investment actually belongs to Lin Che? At this moment, Su Ying suddenly felt that Lin Che was now truly unfathomable. By the way, when will the financing negotiations for the Shaking Shark start? I can give instructions to my subordinates. Lin Che took out his cell phone, found Lin Qian's number, and spoke. The day after tomorrow. Su Ying said this while swallowing her saliva. Okay, I understand. Lin Che nodded calmly, then dialed Lin Xian's number. Brother Che, what's wrong? Lin Xian's sweet voice rang out from the other end of the line. I will transfer 5 billion to the company's account later. When the shark financing comes the day after tomorrow, you go and take down the shark. Okay, Brother Che. Lin Xian's voice rang out from the other end of the line. Lin Che chatted with Lin Xian for a few more words and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian arranged what Lin Che had asked her to do. This is the first order from the new chairman. We must get it done properly and not leave any bad impression on the new chairman. Lin Xian gave the order with a serious face, looking extremely solemn. Come on, let's go get something to eat? Okay. Lin Che nodded and started the car again. Lin Che drove the car to a nearby shopping mall, and the two of them went upstairs to find a Western restaurant. Lin Che casually ordered 2 steaks, some appetizers before the meal, and dessert after the meal. After ordering the dishes, Lin Che looked at Su Ying in front of him and asked, How is it? How do you feel about being in Penguin Group? Su Ying smiled helplessly when she heard Lin Che's words, then shook her head and said, What else can I do? I was transferred to the president's office first. The salary hasn't increased much, but the workload has doubled and doubled. It's all because of someone who suddenly became the boss of the group. At the end, Su Ying's tone gradually became somewhat resentful. Forehead. Lin Che smiled awkwardly, touched his nose awkwardly, and said with a smile, I'm really sorry about that. Soon, the appetizers and steaks were served. The two of them stopped talking about the previous topic and started eating lunch. This lunch was finished very quickly. Lunch is over. The two of them sat in the store to rest for a while, then had a cup of coffee before leaving. Su Ying planned to leave this afternoon. After Lin Che sent Su Ying to the station, she left. Lin Che returned home and resumed his idle life, lying on the sofa and playing with his phone. Regarding Lin Che's action, Lin's mother kept muttering to herself. Look at you, you just play with your phone all day long. Your eyes are almost like they're made of the phone. You don't do any housework at all. Hearing what Lin's mother said, Lin Che quickly stood up and spoke. Then I will do the housework now. Just when Lin Che was about to reach for the broom, Father Lin at the side spoke up. Just stand there. Are you sweeping the floor? Are you mixing the mud? The dishes you washed are not really dishes, they are full of oil. If you continue to cause trouble here, I'll break your legs. The mother beside him also said so. Look at Xiao Jiang next door. He is good at housework and has a girlfriend. My son Jiangbei can now go out to buy soy sauce with his bare bottom. Look at yourself. You just hold your phone all day and night, and you don't even have a partner. Lin Che. Ouch. It's because of this object again. No, Mom, I have a girlfriend. Lin Che said immediately in a hurry. Heh, you're just talking nonsense to me. If you have a girlfriend, why don't you bring her back to show me and your dad? Mother Lin was mopping the floor and spoke loudly. As for Lin Che, when he heard what his mother said, he opened his mouth, helpless and speechless. No, then I'll show you the photos. As he spoke, Lin Che took out his cell phone and tried to find the photo of himself and Lin Xian. However, the mother at the side continued to speak. Okay, just try to fool me and your dad. We don't know anything about phones, so how would we know if the picture is real? For a moment, it seemed as if Lin Che had received 1,000,000 points of critical damage. This is me. What else can I say? Lin Che immediately and decisively chose to shut up. After so many years, Lin Che knew very well that if she continued to talk, the consequences would only be more painful. Instead of saying this, you might as well just shut up. Besides, I will go back to Zhejiang province tomorrow. As for Yifeng, since his wife Qin Yuan had to go back to work tomorrow, he went back a day early. Just like that, another lazy day of Lin Che passed. When he woke up early the next morning, Lin Che started signing in as usual. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a private island in the West Sea, coordinates. The island was successfully launched. All facilities on the island are complete and the safety is extremely high. Lin Che looked at this system message with his mouth wide open, stunned. Chapter 100. Private island? I'm so mad. This is a bit scary. Brother. Now even private islands can be signed out. And my yacht will arrive tomorrow. There just happens to be a private island where I can park my yacht. For a moment, Lin Che's expression was extremely complicated. I was thinking in my heart whether I should stay on this island for a few days. If this island is suitable for living, then I can bring my parents to the island to play for a while. Then Lin Che went downstairs, said something to her parents, and went out. After going downstairs, Lin Che got in the car and headed straight for the airport. Lin Che had already informed her crew yesterday, and the route had also been arranged. After getting on the plane, Lin Che closed his eyes and rested. His own Night 15 was still transported back by another transport plane. This time, because Lin Che was flying alone, the journey was relatively quiet. Lin Ting and Tang Xian will have to stay in the city for a few more days. After flying all the way back to Jiang Province, Lin Che had nothing to do when he first arrived in Jiang Province. I planned to ask Chen Shuang to come out for a meeting. It has been a while since I last saw Chen Shuang. Then Lin Che directly called Chen Shuang. Hey, Shuang, where are you now? Then Chen Shuang's choked voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Che, my mom is in trouble. She is in the emergency room of the hospital. When Lin Che heard this, her brows slightly furrowed. Then he spoke. Don't cry, don't worry, tell me which hospital you are in, and I'll go over to accompany you first. After that, Chen Shuang told Lin Che the address of the hospital where he worked. Then, Lin Che went straight to the affiliated hospital of Jiang Province Medical College. Soon, Lin Che arrived at the hospital. At this time, 4 people were standing outside the emergency room. Chen Shuang was squatting on the side crying when he saw Lin Che rushing over. He immediately stood up and said to Lin Che, Brother Che. Having said that, Chen Shuang pounced over. Chen Shuang threw himself on Lin Che, and Lin Che touched Chen Shuang's hair and spoke comfortingly. It's okay, I'm here. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man came over and looked at Lin Che and said, You must be Shuang's boyfriend. Lin Che looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and asked with some confusion. May I ask who you are? Oh, I'm Chen Shuang's uncle, my name is Chen Jinfa. Then Lin Che nodded to the middle-aged man in front of him and said, Hello, uncle. Then Lin Che continued to speak. Uncle, I would like to ask, what exactly happened? The uncle beside him looked a little strange when he heard Lin Che's words. After a while, he sighed and said, It was a car accident. Lin Che was startled when he heard this, and then he spoke. Car accident? What about the person who caused it? Lin Che felt that something was wrong, and her eyes narrowed slightly, with a gleam in her eyes. Chen Shuang sobbed twice, then spoke. I'm going home. At this moment, Lin Che's face instantly turned cold. Then he spoke. He hit someone, and then he went home so arrogantly? What's his background? The uncle at the side smiled bitterly and then spoke. Well, we would like to keep him, but he is a rich second generation. We are just ordinary people. How can we have the ability to keep him here? When Lin Che heard this, she couldn't help but feel that it was a little ridiculous. Then he shook his head and said, isn't he just a little rich second generation guy? Can a rich second generation guy just bump into someone and then walk home in a swagger? Chen Shuang, who was standing by, felt that Lin Che was emitting a murderous aura, which made her afraid to look into his eyes. Chen Shuang hesitated for a while, but decided to tell the truth. Brother Che, it's like this, my mother was planning to go shopping before. Then when I was crossing the road, I was hit by the car that rushed out. And the car owner, because there are no surveillance cameras nearby. I just insisted that it was my mother who ran a red light that caused this. Besides, my mother is still in critical condition, so no one can prove that he is lying. Hearing Chen Shuang's words, Lin Che's brows knitted together. Then he spoke. But even if that's the case, that's no reason why he shouldn't be here now. Chen Shuang on the side shook his head and said. He has money. He has already given this matter to a lawyer to handle. He said if we wanted to negotiate, we should go directly to his lawyer. Hearing what Chen Shuang said, a young man with a crew cut nearby spoke angrily. Is this the end of the matter? There is no justice in this world. Just because you have money, you can do whatever the law is? A woman nearby immediately shouted at the young man. That's enough. The adults are talking, why are you, a kid, butting in? But, Mom, this matter. Shut up. The woman glared at the young man, and the young man didn't dare to say anything and could only shut up. But there was still anger on his face. Lin Che glanced at the people in front of him, then spoke. You didn't find a lawyer? After hearing this, the uncle smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's no use. We have already found several lawyers. But the other side's lawyer is so famous, and his success rate is so high. As a result, the lawyers we found rejected our cases as soon as they heard the other party's name. Having said this, the uncle sighed again and continued. I also asked a few lawyers I have good relationships with, but they all said that even if Shuang's mother wakes up, it will be useless. If both sides stick to their own opinions, it will be a long-lasting tug of war. When the time comes, they won't be afraid, but we really can't afford to delay. As the uncle finished speaking, a man in a black suit came over and said, That's right. Even if you sue, it will be useless. Let me tell you this, even if you want to sue this matter, as long as I'm there your chances of winning will not exceed 5%. Besides, even if you want to fight, there are no more than 10 lawyers in the entire Jiang province who are willing to take your case. After hearing what the man in the suit said, the people nearby looked at the lawyer in front of them with gritted teeth. I really hate this lawyer. So, let me tell you again about my employer's conditions. As long as you are willing to settle this matter out of court, my employer is willing to pay 200,000 yuan as humanitarian aid. I hope this matter is cleared up now. Chapter 101. Shen Shuang, who had already cried red-eyed, shouted hysterically when he heard the lawyer's words. Don't even think about it. Who cares about your little money? The young man, who had originally kept silent, couldn't help but shout angrily after hearing what the lawyer said. That's right. 200,000 is enough to end this matter? Don't even think about it. Come on, I'll give you 1 million. Pull that rich second generation over here and let me bump into him. The young man's mother, who was standing by, heard what he said and immediately glared at him. As for the uncle standing aside, he immediately spoke in a cold voice. We will never agree to this condition no matter what, so don't waste your energy. In this matter, you were the ones who hit someone first. Do you think it's possible to know everything now? If your employer is unwilling to apologize, then we should go to court. When the lawyer at the side heard this, he sneered and said, Ha, see you in court? Okay, then I'd like to see what kind of lawyer you can hire. Let me give you one last piece of advice, don't push things too far. My employer is willing to give you 200,000 yuan in humanitarian aid. It's already a favor. Don't be too greedy. Otherwise, in the end, you won't get a penny. Lin Che narrowed her eyes as she listened to the lawyer's words. He looked at the lawyer in front of him with an indifferent expression. The people around were all a little angry after hearing what the lawyer said. You. Just when Shen Shuang was about to say something, Lin Che stopped him. Then Lin Che looked at the lawyer in front of him and said, In that case, let's meet in court. When the lawyer heard Lin Che's words, he was stunned for a moment and then turned to look at Lin Che and said, Who are you? Lin Che smiled and said, I'm Shuang's boyfriend, and as for the lawyer, you don't need to worry. There must be such a lawyer. As Lin Che said this, he took out his cell phone. I called Galen directly. Boss, do you have any instructions? After the call was connected, Galen's respectful words were heard from the other end of the line. Well, send me a team of lawyers and have them come to the emergency room of the affiliated hospital of Jiang Province Medical College immediately. Okay, boss. After saying that, Lin Che hung up the phone. The lawyer standing by was a little confused when he saw what Lin Che did. Legal team? But then the lawyer just laughed and shook his head. Just make it up. And you want someone to send a team of lawyers over with just one phone call? You think you're in a movie. Can a poor bastard like you afford a team of lawyers? After hearing these words, Lin Che's expression was indifferent. Then he said in a cold voice. Really? Then you'd better stay here. My legal team will be here soon. Just kidding. The lawyer sneered, then shook his head and said. He was extremely disdainful of Lin Che's words. This legal team requires more than 5 lawyers to form a legal team. In Jiang Province, those who can afford a team of lawyers are either rich or noble. There is definitely no such person as Lin Che among them. After all, the price of each of these legal teams is extremely high. Most wealthy people can't afford this. Time passed little by little, and after about 10 minutes, suddenly a sound of footsteps came from near the emergency room. Hearing the footsteps, everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction where the footsteps came from. I saw 5 men wearing black suits, with a gold badge on their collars and carrying a briefcase in their hands, walking towards the emergency room. And the person in charge is Arthur. When Lin Che saw Arthur coming in person, he was still a little surprised. Originally, Lin Che thought that only a few people were sent, but she didn't expect Arthur to come in person. The lawyer next to Lin Che was dumbfounded when he saw Arthur. He stood there in a daze, muttering continuously. Yeah, Arthur? He couldn't believe it. This Lin Che actually hired a team of lawyers. Moreover, the leading lawyer is Arthur, a legendary lawyer with the title of legendary lawyer. Didn't they say that Arthur rarely takes cases anymore? Why now? Why is it like this? The rich second-generation lawyer was completely confused. The uncle standing by was also dumbfounded. It's actually lawyer Arthur? Who is Xuan's boyfriend? The uncle murmured this. He actually knew Arthur and was well aware of his famous name. Now seeing that it was lawyer Arthur who came, I was extremely shocked. Chen Xuan, who was standing aside, was even more shocked. Although she knew that Lin Che was rich, she never expected that Lin Che would directly call a team of lawyers with just one phone call. This was something Chen Xuan had never expected. The 5-member legal team walked up to Lin Che. The 5 people bowed to Lin Che and said, "Booze." Lin Che nodded to the 5 people, then turned to look at the rich second-generation lawyer and said, "Next, we will fully entrust this legal team to handle the case regarding this car accident." Xuan, what do you think? Chen Xuan nodded in confusion. Good. Whether it was her uncle, or the lawyer on the other side, they were all dumbfounded. Them? What did you just hear? This Arthur actually called Lin Che boss? If that's the case, then isn't Lin Che the boss of the Genie law firm where Arthur works? After getting Chen Shuang's authorization, Arthur nodded and said, "Don't worry, boss. This case has now been taken over by our law firm. Then I will have the confidence to make the other party's lawyer regret taking this case." As he spoke, Arthur turned to look at the rich second-generation's lawyer and said, "Now, this car accident case will be fully handled by our legal team." The rich second-generation lawyer opposite is now so nervous that his forehead is covered with sweat. Although he said that his side has a high chance of winning. But he faced. It's a whole team of lawyers. It's not about how scary a team of lawyers is. Rather, this entire team of lawyers is truly a troublesome matter. It means facing several lawyers alone. Not to mention the other side's legal team, led by a famous lawyer, Arthur. At this moment, the rich second-generation lawyer was completely panicked. His entire back was covered in cold sweat from fear, and the back of his shirt was wet. Chapter 102. The lawyer gave Arthur an awkward smile, then quickly hid aside to make a phone call. Listening to the ringing of the phone, this rich second-generation lawyer was as anxious as an ant on hot pot. After waiting for about 30 seconds, the call was finally connected. "Hello?" The voice coming from the other end of the phone was accompanied by some rapid breathing and an angry tone. The lawyer didn't dare to say anything and spoke quickly. "Mr. Qian, something has happened here. You'd better come here in person and solve this matter." As the lawyer finished speaking, Qian Shao, who was on the other end of the phone, immediately became angry. He couldn't help but speak coldly. "What do you mean? I gave you so much money, and now you tell me you can't solve it? You want me to go by myself? Is your brain filled with cement?" The lawyer didn't dare to refute and could only smile bitterly. "It's like this. The money is small, and the other party hired a team of lawyers." "Lawyers?" When Qian Shao heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then said, "So what if it's a team of lawyers? Didn't you say you're awesome? Didn't they say that with you here, their chances of winning the case would be no more than 5%? But, the lead lawyer of this legal team is lawyer Arthur." At this moment, young Master Qian was suddenly speechless. In an instant, the back was wet with cold sweat. He had also heard of Arthur's reputation. Damn it! Aren't these people just ordinary people? How could they possibly afford to hire Arthur? At this moment, Qian Shao was extremely terrified. He also knew that this time it was indeed his own problem. Because I was drunk at the time, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to stop the car, which led to the current consequences. Otherwise, I wouldn't have hired a lawyer to resolve the matter out of court. If the trial really goes to court and I lose the case, I will not only face high compensation, but also jail time. At this moment, Qian Xiao was really panicked. So he quickly said, "Hold them steady for me. I'll be there right away." After saying that the money was too little, he climbed out of the bed holding up his pants. Then he said to the two people beside him, "I have something else to take care of, you guys can have fun by yourselves." After saying that, he put on his clothes and fled away. The two people on the bed were stunned for a moment when they saw the scene. But they didn't care too much and continued to party in the house every night. On the other side of the hospital, the lawyer was smiling and speaking to Arthur in front of him. "Hey, lawyer, yeah, my employer will be here soon. Please wait a moment." After nodding to the lawyer, Arthur turned around and continued to instruct other lawyers. At this time, no one knew what these lawyers were discussing. Lin Che sat on a chair beside him, comforting Chen Shuang. The uncle standing by watched in silence. On the other hand, the young man's mother licked Lin Che's face and showed her goodwill to him. This also caused Lin Che to roll her eyes repeatedly. Soon, half an hour passed. Within half an hour, Chen Shuang's mother's operation was also completed. Chen Shuang's mother is temporarily out of danger. He was transferred to the ICU intensive care unit. Lin Che went to help pay the hospital bills. In this way, time passed by little. Finally, just when Lin Che was about to run out of patience, a young man walked quickly towards Lin Che. When the lawyer saw the young man, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he hurriedly went up to him, pulled him aside and whispered to him. As for Chen Shuang, he immediately became excited when he saw the young man. Lin Che looked at Chen Shuang and calmly patted Chen Shuang's hands. He sat there with Chen Shuang, his expression calm. A few minutes later, the lawyer told the young man all the details he had learned. A gleam of light flashed in Qian Xiao's eyes, and he walked towards Lin Che. He just glanced at Lin Che, then turned to look at Chen Shuang and said, "You are Ms. Zhao Ying's daughter, right?" After listening to this, Chen Shuang nodded, then looked at Lin Che with a hesitant expression, obviously considering Lin Che as her backbone. At this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on Qian Xiao's face. Then he turned to look at Lin Che and spoke. "Tell me how this matter can be resolved. Have you discussed it? How much money are you going to give my girlfriend so that she won't pursue this matter? And then you're going to ask about my identity. Do you want to make friends?" Lin Che said with a sneer. Chen Shuang, who was standing by, blushed when he heard Lin Che's words. As for young Master Qian, his expression froze. He indeed thought as Lin Che said. But he didn't expect that Lin Che would expose it so directly. The next moment, young Master Qian put away his smile. Then said, "Mr. Lin, you look like a social elite and a successful person. My family is in the real estate business. Costco Real Estate is my family's. Let's just treat this as a good relationship. I'm offering 5 million in humanitarian aid. What do you think?" As Chen Xiao finished speaking, the young man's mother's expression changed. From his original disdainful attitude to his eyes wide open, his breathing began to become heavy. However, Chen Shuang, who was standing aside, stood up with red eyes and shouted loudly. "Don't even think about it. You hit someone and you didn't even say an apology. Do you think money can solve everything?" As Chen Shuang finished speaking, the young man's mother became anxious. He hurriedly ran to Chen Shuang's side with an anxious look on his face, and then said to Qian Xiao with a smile on his face, Sorry, we need to discuss this further." After the woman said this, she quickly turned around and looked at Chen Shuang and said, Xuan, are you crazy? I'm not saying this to you, this is 5 million. 5 million. How can you just refuse like that?" When Qian Xiao heard this, a scornful smile immediately appeared on his face. 5 million can solve the problem of these people. They are indeed just ordinary people. For a moment, the corners of Qian Xiao's mouth slightly raised. However, Chen Shuang became anxious when he heard this. "But aunt..." Before Chen Shuang could finish speaking, the aunt interrupted him and said, Shuang, you have to think it over carefully. This thing has already happened. Chapter 103. Even if you really sue him, you don't have much chance of winning, not to mention that lawsuits are time-consuming and costly. Don't forget that your mother's treatment still costs a lot of money. And even if you win this lawsuit, the most you'll get is an apology and a few $100,000, which may not even be enough for your mother's medical treatment. So, why do you want this apology? You might as well take the 5 million now. After your mother's illness is cured, you can have enough money to live a good life. Of course, this aunt thinks more about. As long as the 5 million falls into Chen Shuang's hands, I will think of a way to borrow part of it from Chen Shuang. This time, Chen Shuang was so angry at his aunt that he almost laughed. It was really hard for her to understand why she had such a relative. And at this moment, the uncle next to him yelled at my aunt. That's enough. Hearing my uncle's voice, my aunt, who was originally planning to say something, suddenly shrank her neck and dared not say a word. This matter can't just end like this. What we need is an apology, not 5 million. This guy hasn't even said a word of apology yet. Do you think he can buy your conscience with 5 million? The uncle angrily scolded the aunt, and Xian Xiao, who was standing next to him, also became more and more expressionless. MD, you're looking for death. It seems that you really don't know the strength of our Costco real estate. Xian Xiao immediately spoke in a cold voice. Lin Che, who was listening to these words, remained calm. Then when I was about to say something, the phone rang. After Lin Che took out the phone and took a look at it, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose slightly. The next moment, he stood up. He said calmly while looking at the phone in his hand. Costco Real Estate, this company has quite a lot of dark history. In May 2017, through illegal channels, 15 old houses in the old city of Jiang province were forcibly acquired. In October 2017, through violent means, more than 300 properties in the old city were demolished to build a residential community, making a profit of 3.84 billion. 18 years. Lin Che read out the dark history of Costco real estate one by one. Xian Xiao, who was standing beside him, felt beads of sweat on his forehead. You. As Lin Che read out the last sentence, Xian Xiao, who was standing beside him, looked horrified. As for Lin Che, she looked at Xian Xiao and smiled faintly. Sitting there and talking. Why? Do you want to know how I know so much? Do you really think that I have waited for you for so long and did nothing? I have now dug up all the little things that Costco Real Estate has done over the years. After a while, my lawyers will come to your door one by one. When that time comes, then you can consider whether you have the time to deal with us. As he spoke, Lin Che stood up and looked at Xian Xiao in front of him coldly. Xian Xiao, who was standing there, had a gradually ferocious look on his face. Kid. Just wait for me. Don't walk alone at night next time. Xian Xiao knew that he was completely finished this time. After all, he was the one who did so many shady things in the forced acquisition of houses over the years. If all these things were exposed, then the consequences are disastrous. Lin Che turned to look at Chen Shuang and said with a smile. Okay, now the matter is basically resolved. The next thing can be handed over to the legal team. Chen Shuang nodded with a slightly red face and responded. My aunt standing by had a look of dismay on her face. The young man standing by looked at his mother and shook his head. And the uncle couldn't help but look at Lin Che twice more. Afterwards, because Chen Shuang's mother still needed more rest, Lin Che did not disturb her any further. He left the hospital alone. On the way home, Lin Che was thinking. Indeed, what Xian Xiao said is not wrong. One's own safety seems to be a real problem. Until now, I haven't assigned myself a few bodyguards. It seems that I still need to equip myself with a few bodyguards, otherwise I will have to deal with all this garbage myself. Lin Che pinched his chin and pondered. Let's ask Li Pujuan to come over tomorrow and ask him to help arrange security personnel. Although, my current martial arts level is still quite high. He has a body that has been strengthened by the system and is also skilled in traditional Chinese martial arts. But what can we do about it? No matter how strong your fighting ability is, you can't withstand hundreds of people attacking you together. What's more, there is an old saying that goes, it's easy to dodge a spear but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Thinking of this, Lin Che fell silent. It seems that we need to hire some security and put this matter on the agenda as soon as possible. Lin Che pondered in his heart, and his expression gradually became heavy. Soon, Lin Che returned home. Although I haven't been back for several days. But this room is still spotless. It seems that the maids I hired are very dedicated. Afterwards, Lin Che walked to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of drink, and drank it like a buffalo. Hiccup. Lin Che burped. His whole face showed an intoxicated smile. Then he casually turned on the TV, and Lin Che lay on the sofa like a salted fish again. A day passed quickly. The next morning, Lin Che woke up early. The first thing I say every morning. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 android bodyguards female. Lin Che? What the hell? Artificial bodyguard? Just when Lin Che was still confused, the doorbell rang. Lin Che went downstairs in confusion and opened the door. Outside the door, there were 15 pretty women wearing tight black leather jackets. As Lin Che opened the door, the 15 women walked directly in. As soon as these 15 people entered the room, they looked around the house. Confirmed safe and successful. The leading woman knelt on one knee in front of Lin Che, and then the remaining 14 women followed suit. Master. The android bodyguard is reporting in. Lin Che was dumbfounded as she watched the scene in front of her. Who can tell me what is going on? Oh my god. System, come out. What kind of artificial bodyguard is this? What the hell is this? At this moment, Lin Che roared at the system in his heart. Master, don't panic. We are all artificial bodyguards produced by the Universal Federation. We pose no threat to you. And we all have control chips in our heads. As long as you want, you can control our life and death at any time. And our primary goal is to keep you safe. Chapter 104. Before the system could give an answer, the leading android bodyguard spoke. Master, don't panic. We are all artificial bodyguards produced by the Universal Federation. We pose no threat to you. And we all have control chips in our heads. As long as you want, you can control our life and death at any time. And our primary goal is to keep you safe. Hearing the words of the artificial man, Lin Che nodded. He gradually began to relax in his heart, and then he looked up and down at the 15 artificial bodyguards and asked, So you're going to provide me with personal protection 24 hours a day? This will interfere with my normal life. Please rest assured that we will only protect you in secret on weekdays. And we will secretly eliminate anything that threatens you. Hearing what the leading android said, Lin Che immediately nodded and said, Okay, I get it. What should I call you then? Master, you can just call me number 1, this is number 2. These 15 people are numbered from 1 to 15. Then Lin Che got to know these 15 artificial humans in depth and understood their abilities. After a fight, Lin Che also had a general idea of the strength of these 15 androids. It can be said that as long as your home is not bombed by heavy weapons, your safety will basically be guaranteed. Okay, good. Send 4 to protect my parents, and the rest will stay with me for now. Lin Che hesitated for a moment, then arranged some personnel. Indeed, although my parents live in a small county town, their safety should not be a problem. But it is better to be safe than sorry. And as his wealth grows, he is bound to offend some people, and some people may want to target his parents. Therefore, it is very necessary to arrange a few artificial humans to protect the safety of parents. Yes, Master. Number 1 said to Lin Che, and then began to arrange manpower. Then at this moment Lin Che's phone rang. After answering the call, Lin Che spoke. Hello. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Che-lin? A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, I am. Mr. Lin, we are from the Shunlong Yacht 4S store. The yacht you purchased has arrived at our store. Do you have time to come to our 4S store? Hearing this, Lin Che was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that this should be his Shunlong number 1 yacht that had arrived. Oh, sure. I'll pick it up later. Okay, Mr. Lin, you can contact me when you arrive. After saying that, Lin Che hung up the phone. And just after the sweet-voiced young lady hung up the phone, a sturdy man at the side looked at the huge yacht, which was hundreds of meters long, parked in the backyard, and he was overwhelmed. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. MD, I shouldn't have taken this order in the first place. Shunlong number 1 yacht, such a big yacht, where should I put it? If Lin Che was willing, he could launch the yacht directly. But now, not yet. What a pain. The strong man sighed in his heart. But how can you afford this Shunlong number 1 yacht? It seems that the rich businessman who bought this yacht must be someone very important. After all, the Shunlong number 1 yacht is the most advanced yacht in the world. And the Shunlong number 1 in front of us is the top of the line version. There are helicopters, jet skis, and other things parked here. After the burly man and the sweet-voiced girl stood at the door waiting for Lin Che for more than 10 minutes, a Pagani wind god drove over and stopped at the door of the 4S store. When the owner of the 4S store saw this Pagani Huayra, his eyes were wide open. Oh my god! Isn't this the Pagani wind god? The owner of this 4S store is so stupid. Which big shot is coming to buy a yacht? The owner of the 4S shop was swallowing his saliva frantically, his heart filled with shock. The next moment, Lin Che got out of the car, along with android bodyguard number 1. The person driving is number 1, who also has a domestic driver's license. This system is quite fully equipped. Basically, number 1 can drive all these vehicles. These are also some of the basic abilities of this artificial bodyguard. Welcome, little brother, are you here to buy a yacht? The owner of the 4S store rubbed his hands together and walked up to Lin Che and asked curiously. Oh, someone from your store just called me and told me that my yacht Shenlong number 1 has arrived. After hearing these words, the owner of the 4S store was completely confused. The owner of Shenlong number 1 is so young. Although, I just heard Lin Che's voice over the phone, and I could tell that Lin Che should still be quite young. But now, after seeing Lin Che, he was even more shocked. Although I knew that Lin Che would listen to young people, I didn't expect that Lin Che was so young, looking like she was only in her early 20s. Is this the second generation of a certain family? But I haven't heard of any second generation family in Jiang province buying such a top-notch yacht. The owner of the 4S store was already in turmoil at this moment. You are Mr. Lin Che Lin? Yes, it's me. Lin Che nodded and said. Then he asked again. Do you need to see my ID? No. Please come in. The boss waved his hand quickly, then led Lin Che into the store. What a joke! If someone can afford a Pagani Huayra, can he not buy the Shenlong number 1 yacht? How could anyone dare to pretend to be such a top tycoon? Moreover, even if someone really wants to pretend, that also requires someone who can afford this Pagani Huayra worth 100 million yuan. Rather than offending people by looking at the ID now, it is better to verify the authenticity later when going through the process. The two men quickly walked into the backyard. In the backyard at this time, an extra heavy truck was parked there, and on it was Lin Che's Shenlong number 1 yacht. This Shenlong number 1 yacht is colorful white all over. And there are 5 floors on this deck. And there is also a huge hall. This Shenlong number 1 is equipped with a jet ski and a helicopter, and also has a huge loading space. And there is a small submarine underneath. We can go up and take a look now. Chapter 105. The owner of the 4S shop nearby introduced the store to Lin Che. Hearing the boss's words, Lin Che nodded. Although Lin Che's face was calm, in fact, his heart was already in turmoil. Although I have seen this information on the internet before. But now that I have seen it with my own eyes, my heart still cannot calm down for a long time. After all, this is not a yacht. This is clearly a small cruise ship. After taking a tour around, Lin Che was really shocked by the Shenlong number 1 yacht. This yacht has all the luxurious facilities. Whether it is a KTV, a chess and card room, or a small bar, all these things are available. There is also a swimming pool, a separate helipad and a basketball court on this deck. This giant yacht of over 100 meters in length can be said to be the ultimate in luxury. After Lin Che's inspection, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, quite good. After a while, Lin Che said 3 good ones. The owner of the 4S shop nearby said with a smile. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Although he said this, he had already started complaining in his heart. This kind of yacht is just good? So what kind would be better? This is already a top-of-the-line yacht, okay? Is it possible to take a cruise? By the way, can you go into the water here? Lin Che looked at the 4S shop owner beside him and couldn't help but ask. Well, there's no way I can get into the water here. If you want to go into the water, the nearby Royal Power Pier is fine. If you want to go into the water, I can help you transport the yacht over. Okay, then help me transport it over. Lin Che nodded calmly and went through the handover process. The owner of the 4S store said to Lin Che. Mr. Lin, this is my business card. As he spoke, he handed over a business card with both hands. Yeah, okay. Lin Che took the boss's business card and casually put it in his pocket. In this way, it would be more convenient to maintain the yacht in the future. Moreover, just this one action of Lin Che made the shop owner feel excited. The only problem is where should the yacht be placed? It is a headache to park such a huge luxury yacht that is 100 meters long. We can't just let him float on the sea forever. And this also requires regular maintenance and refueling. Lin Che pondered in his heart for a while. Lin Che was in a state of confusion right now. That's not right. Don't I have a private island? We can stop by and take a look. It's inconvenient to park there. Thinking about this in my heart, I walked to the door of the 4S store and got into the car. Under the leadership of number 1, Lin Che headed straight to the Imperial Power Wharf. Huangquan Wharf is the only wharf near Lin Che and also an estuary. The car quickly arrived at the Huangquan Wharf. The car behind it was carrying Lin Che's Shenlong No. 1 yacht. Because it had to transport this huge yacht, its speed was naturally a bit slower. At this time, Tang Ming was also in the Imperial Power Wharf. Moreover, next to Tang Ming, there were quite a few second-generation people dressed in colorful clothes gathered there. Congratulations to Mr. Gu for getting a luxury yacht. Congratulations, Master Gu, your yacht really looks expensive. That's right, congratulations to Master Gu. The young men bowed to Gu Han in front of them and said, Hey, my yacht is nothing, it's not even a luxury yacht. Let me tell you something. When I just came out of the 4S store today, I saw a Shenlong No. 1 yacht in the backyard. That's really big, more than 100 meters long, that's what a real luxury yacht is. Compared to the Shenlong No. 1 yacht, my little yacht is just a little brother. Gu Han spoke loudly. Oh my god. This Shenlong No. 1 yacht is over 100 meters long? I'm afraid there aren't many people in our Jiang province who are willing to spend this much money to buy this, right? Yes, this Shenlong No. 1 yacht must cost at least hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Among those present here, I guess only young Master Gu and young Master Tang's families can afford it, right? The people on the side started to speak. Tang Ming on the side just stood there, smiled faintly, and then tried to refuse. However, at this time, Lin Che's Pagani Wind God also stopped at the Royal Power Wharf. This moment instantly attracted the attention of many people. Is there any other rich kid coming over? Is this Pagani Wind God? Has anyone in our Jiang province bought such a car? My god, this is a world-class limited edition sports car. What kind of second-generation rich person can afford it? I don't know. Did Mr. Gu invite anyone else? Everyone looked at Lin Che's Pagani and started talking. When Tang Ming heard this, he was stunned. Pagani Wind God? Could it be that? Just when Tang Ming was guessing something in his heart, Gu Han, who was standing beside him, frowned and looked a little unhappy. After all, this is his home court today. Now, is there anyone who dares to drive a Pagani Huayra here? Are you here to cause trouble? Moreover, precisely because this Pagani Huayra is the world's top limited edition sports car, everyone's attention has been turned to this car. This guy is here to mess things up and steal my limelight. At this moment, Gu Han felt extremely unhappy. I made up my mind secretly in my heart. No matter who gets off the car later, he will severely humiliate the other person. Let him know whose home court this is today. At this moment, Lin Che got out of the car. Number 1 got out of the car and walked to Lin Che's side. Oh my god. Who is this girl? She's so beautiful. But who is this guy? I don't think I've heard of such a person in Jiang province. Does anyone know him? I don't know this guy at all. I don't know him either. Does any one of you know him? During this time, this group of second-generation people were discussing among themselves. As for Tang Ming, he walked directly towards Lin Che. Brother Lin? Tang Ming asked Lin Che with some doubt. The second generation behind them asked. Mr. Tang, do you know this guy? The rest of the second generation were also full of doubts at this time. After all, there are not many second-generation people in the entire Jiang province who can afford such a luxury car. Everyone knows those who can afford it. Chapter 106. But no one knew this Lin Che. Then this Lin Che. Who is he? For a moment, everyone was particularly curious about who Lin Che was. Well, this is my friend, Lin Che. Tang Ming gave a brief introduction. Then he spoke to Lin Che. Brother Lin, why are you here? Oh, I just bought a yacht and I'm planning to come over and take a look. Lin Che said calmly. When these words came out, Tang Ming was stunned, and the second generations behind him were also stunned. Yacht launching? This. For a moment, Guhan's expression changed immediately. The look he gave Lin Che was also filled with coldness. Today his yacht was also launched, and now Lin Che was also launched. Are they here to mess things up on purpose and go against me? Guhan's heart was filled with anger and coldness at this moment. Then Guhan walked towards Lin Che. At the same time, he said to Lin Che, "It seems like you're here to launch the yacht, brother. I wonder where your yacht is, brother? My yacht is also launching today, why don't we join us?" As he spoke, Guhan pointed to a 40-meter long yacht not far away. "I wonder how big your yacht is, brother? This Jialong of mine cost me 100 million to acquire. Brother, your yacht should not be too small. Otherwise, if I accidentally hit your yacht, that would be terrible." There was an obvious hint of sarcasm in Guhan's tone. As Guhan finished speaking, Tang Ming frowned. As for Lin Che, she looked at Guhan in front of her with a strange expression. Then he nodded and said, "Well, actually, mine is about the same as yours." "Ah, is that so?" When Guhan heard Lin Che's words, a sneer appeared on his face. Then he spoke. "I wonder what kind of business this brother's family is in." Guhan stared at Lin Che and asked, "As for me, I just collect rent." Lin Che pondered for a while, then spoke. "There is something right in what you said. After all, he owns so many properties and office buildings, so it's not a problem for him to say that he's a rent collector. It's just that he casually serves as the chairman of some large companies." As Lin Che finished speaking, Tang Ming's expression became more and more strange. "I don't want to hear your bullshit. Are you collecting rent? I've never seen you collect rent so outrageously." As for the other second generation standing by, they immediately lost interest in Lin Che. Collecting rent? It seems like he is another nouveau riche. And that Guhan smiled contemptuously. In his heart, he had a rough guess about the yacht that Lin Che mentioned. What kind of money can a nouveau riche who collects rent have? Even if you can afford this Pagani Huayra, it is estimated that you only have 2 or 3 residential buildings at home. The net assets in hand will not exceed 1 billion at most. I guess this car has already drained all the family's cash. Then, Guhan began to speak. "TSK, Tang Ming, your friends are really getting lower and lower. You even make friends with this kind of nouveau riche? You are simply lowering the level of our circle." Hearing Guhan's words, Tang Ming immediately spoke. "Guhan, don't go too far. Brother Lin is not just an ordinary rent collector, he is." Before Tang Ming could finish his words, he noticed that everyone around him had a dumbfounded expression. Staring blankly behind himself. "Huh? What happened?" When Tang Ming saw this, he was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he turned around and saw what was behind him. Tang Ming was completely dumbfounded. "Fuck you." I saw it not far away. A large freight truck was slowly approaching. On this transport vehicle was Lin Che's huge Shenlong No. 1, which looked particularly dazzling under the sunlight. The Shenlong No. 1 is like a giant steel-moving castle, which makes people shocked when they look at it. This is Shenlong No. 1. Is this guy's yacht? What the hell? Is this a joke? This is the Shenlong No. 1 yacht. Everyone present was swallowing their saliva, their eyes full of shock. Even Guhan, who had been clamoring before, suddenly fell silent. How can you still shout like this? This is a giant super luxury yacht that is over 100 meters long. Even before entering the water, it already gives people a feeling of extreme luxury. Compared with the Shenlong No. 1 yacht in front of him, his so-called Jialong is nothing. Before, I even said that his yacht was too small and if I wasn't careful it would get hit? This is fucking terrible. What the hell is this collision? If a collision really happens, let us not even talk about whether I can afford the compensation. I guess the one who will fall down by then will not be someone else but myself. Also, you call this about the same size? At this moment, there were billions of alpaca horses galloping in Guhan's heart. But the thought of having my limelight completely stolen made me feel uncomfortable. Guhan's heart suddenly revealed a bit of bitterness and helplessness. As for Tang Ming, although he was still shocked in his heart, he felt more envious. The transport truck slowly stopped beside Lin Che, and the owner of the forest store got out of the car and spoke to Lin Che. "Mr. Lin, I will launch your Shenlong No. 1 now." "Yeah, okay." Lin Che nodded and said. Then Lin Che's Shenlong number 1 entered the water little by little. Then it docked at the side of the Royal Power Pier. The moment Lin Che's Shenlong number 1 entered the water, the yachts nearby were instantly killed. In an instant, this huge Shenlong number 1 yacht became the focus of everyone. Lin Che also boarded the Shenlong number 1. Then he stood on the deck, looked at Tang Ming and said, "Would you like to come up and play together?" Hearing Lin Che's words, Tang Ming instantly became excited. Of course. As he spoke, Tang Ming trotted towards Lin Che's Shenlong number 1 yacht. But when passing by Gu Han, he suddenly stopped. Said to Gu Han, who had a ferocious expression on his face, "Hey, brother, I didn't have time to tell you before, Brother Lin is not just some ordinary second-generation rent collector. To be precise, Brother Lin is not a second-generation person at all. He is the chairman of Tianlong Games. In the commercial center of Jiang Province, there is also a whole community. How can such a person be a second generation?" As Tang Ming finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. Chairman of Tianlong Games. It's actually him? Chapter 107. At this moment, the second generation present were almost stunned. This identity alone is enough for Lin Che to walk around Jiang Province with all his might. Then, these second generation people shouted loudly, "I'm going. Boss, please take me with you. I want to get on the boat, too." At this moment, the dozen or so second generation people present immediately began to walk towards Lin Che's boat. Lin Che also asked the 11 artificial bodyguards hiding in the dark to come out. Let number 1 be the helmsman, number 2 be the deputy, and the remaining 9 be scattered in various positions. These artificial bodyguards are not only extremely powerful, but also proficient in various life skills. Each one of them is comparable to the world's top existence. So, there is absolutely no problem in driving a yacht. After Lin Che finished giving instructions for number 1, Shenlong number 1 also began to slowly start up. Then they headed straight to Lin Che's private island. Lin Che planned to go to this private island to take a look. Plus, there are quite a few people on the boat today, so it won't be too deserted if we go there. And that group of second generation are still wandering around in Shenlong number 1. The second generations were like Granny Lu, who had never seen the world, constantly exclaiming in surprise. Looking at the various facilities on the Shenlong number 1, everyone's face was filled with shock. Fuck, this thing even has a 20-meter long swimming pool? Hiss. There's a helipad and a helicopter here? Oh my god, come and look, there's a submarine on this ship? Is this really a yacht? This group of second generation people were all shocked. When they saw the submarine, they were dumbfounded. Everyone was swallowing their saliva like crazy. This is so horrible. Lin Che, holding a cocktail, walked onto the deck, leaned on the railing, and looked into the distance. The Shenlong number 1 was moving slowly along the way. Many passers-by on the shore saw the Shenlong number 1 and stopped in their tracks. He looked at the Shenlong number 1 with a shocked and dazed look on his face. Then they started discussing it. Some even took out their cell phones and frantically took pictures of Lin Che's Shenlong number 1. Soon, the privileged one sailed into the sea. After entering the sea, the Shenlong number 1 yacht truly demonstrated its true speed. The Shenlong number 1 ran at full speed, accelerating all the way, breaking through the waves and heading straight for the distant islands. Above the sea in the distance. At this time, there was also a medium-sized yacht about 40 meters long, speeding there. On this yacht, there are more than a dozen girls in bikinis walking around. And on the deck, there was an extremely fat young man lying on a beach chair. In his arms lay a very hot beauty with towering breasts. "Brother Zhuang, you promised me before that you would buy me a new bag." The beautiful lady said this with a charming and coquettish look on her face. At the same time, the palm gently slid across the young man's beer belly. The fat and big-eared brother Zhuang smiled and spoke at this time. "Ha ha ha, I will definitely buy you this LV bag. But before that, he. Brother Zhuang said this while looking at the beauty with a wicked smile, and then his hands started to move naughtily. "Ah, Brother Zhuang, you are so bad." The beauty said this coquettishly, then stood up. Just when this beautiful woman was about to leave, she seemed to see something terrible, and she stood there in a daze. The whole person looks dazed. Brother Zhuang, who was standing aside, said with a lewd smile, "Hey, why don't you run away?" Brother Zhuang hugged her with a lewd smile. "As long as you serve me well this time, I will not only buy you an LV bag, but I will also give you a diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg." Brother Zhuang was even happier when he saw that the beautiful woman had no reaction. When I was planning to do something. But he noticed that this beautiful woman was not looking at him at this moment. Instead, he stared ahead with a dull look on his face. His face was dull and his eyes were blank. This made Brother Zhuang a little angry. He wanted to see what this thing was. It can actually make this gold digger even more attracted to LV bags and diamond rings the size of pigeon eggs. While Brother Zhuang was angry in his heart, he also raised his head and looked in the direction where the gold digger was looking. However, when he saw the giant Shenlong No. 1 yacht heading towards the king's direction, the whole person was stunned immediately. Oh my god! Isn't this the Shenlong No. 1 yacht? The next moment, he saw the Shenlong No. 1 yacht slowly passing by his small yacht. On the deck of the Shenlong No. 1 yacht, an extremely handsome man is leaning on the railing. Next to him stood a tall woman. Brother Zhuang suddenly felt jealous. Then I suddenly felt that the girl in my arms was a little boring. Lin Che didn't know that her yacht was just passing by and had ruined someone else's elegance. And now, the Shenlong No. 1 yacht has begun to approach its own private island. It will only take another 10 minutes at most to reach your own private island. Then, Lin Che walked directly back into the cabin. Everyone, have a good time today. I'll open a bottle of Conti later, and we can taste it together. As he spoke, Lin Che raised his glass. Hurrah! Master Lin is so generous. Brother Lin is awesome. As soon as Lin Che finished speaking, everyone instantly became excited. However, at this moment, a voice rang out. Brother Lin, the direction you are heading seems to be a private island, right? At this point, many people became a little nervous. Then they turned their heads and looked at the island in the distance. Indeed, there is a sign on it. It says on it that this is a private island and no one is allowed to enter. Private island? It's not, Mr. Lin, you better tell the captain to get out of the way. If you accidentally enter someone else's private island, it's not a good place to talk. Then we can't afford the island owner's wrath. Yes, Mr. Lin. Let's get out of the way right away. These second generations spoke up one after another in a somewhat anxious tone. Indeed, those who can afford a private island are not ordinary wealthy people. Generally speaking, those who can afford to buy a private island are either rich, powerful, or influential. And if ordinary people break into the territory of this private island, it would be fine if the island is easy to talk to, but if it is not easy to talk to, the consequences would be really serious. Chapter 108. After all, your intrusion into this private territory is no different from breaking into someone else's home without their consent. Not to mention, they have already put up a sign saying it is private territory. But you guys just pretended not to see anything and just barged in. How could the island owner not be angry if we do this? However, at this moment, two small yachts approached. There are security personnel on both yachts. Everyone who saw the scene felt their hearts sink. This time, it's completely over. Many people were now regretting in their hearts why they boarded Lin Che's boat. Lin Che, on the other hand, still looked very calm at this moment. But he was still a little surprised in his heart. Lin Che didn't expect that even security personnel had been arranged on this island. Although the system said at the beginning that all the facilities on this island are complete. At first, Lin Che thought there were only some villas and entertainment facilities. But Lin Che really didn't expect that even the security personnel had already prepared it for her. No. Brother Lin, why are you still so calm? I told you to turn around but you didn't listen. That's great. The owner of the private island has discovered us. Alas, I shouldn't have boarded this pirate ship in the first place. At this moment, everyone was sighing. Lin Che, on the other hand, remained calm as always. He glanced at everyone here, and then spoke calmly to number 1 beside him. Go, notify the other side and tell them that I'm here, and ask them to let me pass. After hearing Lin Che's words, everyone present was stunned. What's going on? Just let people go directly? At this moment, these second generations looked at each other in confusion. Lin, Brother Lin, could it be that the owner of this island is your friend? Tang Ming, who was standing aside, couldn't help but ask Lin Che. Friend? Lin Che was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said. That's not the case. After Lin Che finished speaking, everyone there felt a little depressed. Since the island owner is not your friend, what are you talking about here and why are you asking others to let him go? This sounds like the truth. At this moment, everyone present was depressed to death. Then everyone just sighed. But at this moment, Lin Che's voice rang out again. Because this private island originally belonged to me. As soon as Lin Che finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. This island. It was originally his? At this moment, in the cabin, there were sounds of people gasping for air one after another. A second-generation man there pointed at the two small yachts and spoke loudly. Oh my god! Those security boats really retreated. Is this actually true? Oh my god, the mysterious owner of this island is actually young Master Lin? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Che with shock in their eyes. Horrible. It's so scary. I thought that this would be enough to afford a Pagani Huayra and a privilege one yacht. This is already Lin Che's full strength. But no one expected that this was just the tip of the iceberg of Lin Che's strength. The more he tried to spy on the other party, the more he would find that Lin Che was truly unfathomable. At this time, the Shunlong No. 1 had slowly docked at the edge of the island. At this moment, everyone began to get off the boat quickly. When they saw this huge beachfront villa, these second generations were also shocked by Lin Che. Although their family has some assets in this area of Jiang province. But this is the first time they have seen such a luxurious seaside villa and such a private island. This huge seaside villa looks full of technology from the outside. Everyone walked into the villa with curiosity. The interior of the villa is also exceptionally luxurious, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows that provide excellent lighting. All the facilities here are full of technology. The furniture in this villa is top-notch, and there are dozens of servants working in it. And behind this villa, there is a huge golf course. After seeing the situation in the villa, Lin Che was still a little surprised. If it weren't for the fact that this villa is located on my own private island, I would only come here occasionally for leisure and vacation. It is estimated that Lin Che is now somewhat thinking of moving here and living here permanently for a while. Oh my goodness, this villa is simply invincible. Tang Ming, who was standing aside, smacked his lips in amazement at this moment. After all, this villa has a very strong sense of technology. If it weren't for the fact that it was built on Lin Che's private island. It is estimated that this villa can be sold for at least 300 or 400 million. Ha, that's okay, that's it, everyone just have fun and eat and drink today. If you want something, just tell me. If we don't have it, I'll have someone fly a helicopter to a nearby city to buy it for you. Tang Ming. Other second generation. This is fucking terrible. So heroic. It's really awesome. Just tell us what you want. If you don't have it, send someone to fly a helicopter to get it. If he hadn't known that there was a helicopter on Lin Che's yacht, they would probably think that Lin Che was just pretending to be smart. But in fact, Lin Che was not pretending. And if anyone were to do this kind of thing, it would probably be impossible. At this moment, these second generations suddenly felt a little melancholy. In the past, they thought that their lives were pretty good and their assets were worth tens of billions. This can be considered the pinnacle of life. But now compared with Lin Che. The peak of life? Ha, maybe in Lin Che's eyes, this is like, how are you going to live with just these 10 billion? At this moment, everyone present seemed to have received 1 million critical hits. Alas, why is the gap between the rich so huge? Time passed quickly and night gradually fell. Lin Che simply set up a large barbecue grill on the beach, asked people to prepare the ingredients, and started grilling them. He was extremely extravagant and opened a bottle of Romane Conti, but instead of drinking it, he used it to marinate the barbecue skewers. This private island has everything very complete. There are king crabs, wagyu beef, deep-sea blue dragon and so on. There is everything you can think of. And according to the words of the steward on this island, these things are directly from their place of origin, airlifted here right after they are caught. Chapter 109. Therefore, all the ingredients on this island are absolutely fresh. Moreover, the island also has its own breeding area. These things are also available on the island, and the number of breeding is controlled all year round. Once there is a shortage, they will be directly airlifted from the place of origin to replenish the stocks. Just like that, the night passed quickly. A night in silence. Waited until the next morning. As soon as Lin Che woke up, he signed in as usual. I didn't get anything good from signing in today, just a cash reward of 1 million. Cash is fine, but isn't it a bit disrespectful to give 1 million to someone like you? Lin Che shook his head helplessly and climbed out of bed. Standing in front of the huge French window, looking at the sea outside, Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. Looking back, just a few days ago, I broke up with my girlfriend because of money. But now, even if I get a few million, even hundreds of millions, it can no longer stir up any waves in my heart. Alas, having too much money is also a kind of trouble. At this moment, Lin Che felt that everything in this world was boring and dull. After washing up, Lin Che went downstairs. At this time, many second-generation people have already gotten up. When these second-generation people saw Lin Che coming downstairs, they all nodded to Lin Che to show their goodwill. After Tang Ming saw Lin Che coming down, he immediately said to Lin Che, "Brother Lin, I have an auction here and would like to invite you to go." Auction, or something? Lin Che glanced at Tang Ming beside her and said, "Oh, it's like this, Brother Lin, Kaishukuan's family is going to hold a real estate auction tonight. They are mainly some high-end villas. I thought if you are free, we can go and have fun together." After hearing these words, Lin Che pondered for a while, then nodded and said, "A villa? Yes, today's auction is to auction off the large-scale real estate that has been accumulated over the past 3 years. For example, the Hentaying No. 1 villa in the Hentaying community has never been sold because it is too big. Then there are villas like the Tinglong villa in the Crown community. These villas have never been sold because they are too big and too expensive." After hearing these words, Lin Che's mind became more active. Hentaying No. 1 villa. This is considered a large villa, covering an area of 950 square meters. And this also includes a huge courtyard and a huge underground parking lot. After listening to Tang Ming's words, Lin Che immediately said, "Okay, I'm planning to buy another villa for fun." When everyone present heard Lin Che's words, they suddenly felt depressed. "What are you talking about? What does it mean to buy a villa for fun?" You know, among the villas being auctioned in this auction, the cheapest one would cost tens of millions. But they can also come up with so much money at one time to buy a villa. But it is definitely impossible to do it as easily as Lin Che. Lin Che said buying a villa is just like buying a villa model for fun. They really can't do that. It was estimated that only someone like Lin Che could talk about buying a villa so calmly. Everyone finished breakfast quickly. Then, after playing golf for a while on this private island, everyone returned to the Royal Power Pier at noon. At this dock, Lin Che rented a spot to park Shenlong No. 1. Then he separated from the crowd and went home by himself. After returning home, Lin Che took a shower and changed her clothes. Then he called Lin Xian. "After asking about recent situations, I just sat on the sofa, watching TV and playing with my phone. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, I received a call from Tang Ming." Lin Che drove his Lamborghini Veneno straight to the Tianhai Hotel. This Tianhai Hotel is a 5-star hotel and is also owned by Kaishukuan's family. When Lin Che's car arrived, Kaishukuan and Tang Ming were already waiting for Lin Che at the door. When they saw Lin Che in the car, the corners of their eyes twitched again. This is another limited edition sports car. However, because of yesterday's bombing of the Pagani Huayra and Shenlong No. 1 yachts, as well as the private island, this is just a Lamborghini Veneno worth tens of millions, but in the eyes of these two people, there is no such sense of horror. Instead, the others all looked towards Lin Che. "Lamborghini Veneno? Whose young master is this?" "This is a Lamborghini Veneno hardtop, limited to only 5 units worldwide. I wonder which young man this will be." For a moment, many people stopped and waited to see which family the young man came from. And just at this moment, Lin Che got off the car. Whose young master is this? I don't know. I haven't seen it. Could he be a wealthy man in our Zhejiang province?" For a moment, everyone was talking about it. At this time, Tang Ming and Kaishukuan walked towards Lin Che. When everyone saw the two men walking up to greet Lin Che, they were all surprised again. After all, if this could make the two top young masters of Zhejiang province personally wait here to greet him, then Lin Che's identity. Then who exactly is this Lin Che? For a moment, all these people looked terrified. This means that a Lamborghini Veneno only attracts the attention of some people. Now, Tang Ming and Kaishukuan came together to greet Lin Che. It will directly cause an uproar. After all, what level of boss must he be to be able to make these two people come to meet him in person? At this moment, Kaishukuan suddenly took out a black invitation letter from his arms. He held it in both hands and handed it to Lin Che, saying, "Brother Lin, this is your invitation. You can't enter without an invitation. Lin Che nodded calmly, and then Lin Che took the invitation. When everyone present saw the black invitation letter, their eyes suddenly shrank. This is a black invitation. Who on earth is this person? What exactly is his identity? The invitation letter was actually black. You should know that the invitations issued for this auction are divided into 5 levels. They are white, cyan, red, purple, and black. Among them, the white level is the lowest and is also the most widely distributed. As for these black invitations, the number of them distributed is extremely small. I heard that only 10 black invitations were distributed for this first auction. Moreover, each of them is a CEO worth hundreds of billions. Chapter 110. And the young man in front of me can actually get this black invitation. So what exactly is his identity? During this time, everyone present was constantly guessing. At this moment, several people had already entered the hotel. Kai Shukuan, who was standing aside, said directly, "Brother Lin, let me remind you first that the young master of Gumi technology, Guhan, is also here at this auction today. Guhan is a small-minded person, and his family's company is also a large company with a market value of tens of billions. I think he will be sitting at the same table with you this time, and he will probably make things difficult for you." Hearing this, Lin Che smiled calmly. Then he said, "Making things difficult for me? Ha ha." Lin Che laughed contemptuously, and then the elevator door opened, and Lin Che and number 1 walked in together. Kai Shukuan and Tang Ming, who were standing there, listened to Lin Che's words. Suddenly, their bodies trembled. Suddenly, they both felt that this Guhan. I guess it won't end well. Soon, the elevator reached the 59th floor. The 59th floor is the top floor of the Tianhai Hotel. After stepping out of the elevator door, Lin Che saw the lobby at the end of the corridor. After holding the black invitation, Lin Che and number 1 walked into the hall. When seeing this luxuriously decorated hall, Lin Che's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of surprise. Lin Che didn't expect it to be a restaurant like this. The banquet hall on this floor is the highest level banquet hall in Tianhai Hotel, and also the most luxurious. This height is just right for overlooking the night view of half of Jiang province, and the entire banquet hall is designed with floor-to-ceiling windows on all sides, providing an extremely wide view. But correspondingly, the rental of this banquet hall is also quite high. The rent for just one day would cost millions. It's just rent. This does not include the cost of any dishes and drinks. Lin Che simply estimated the number of guests here. There are about 100 people. And most of them came with their families. Based on the standard of 8 people per table, there are about 13 tables. For a banquet of this level, this table of food would probably cost at least 100,000 yuan. In addition, there are high-end foreign liquors, high-end liquors, various high-end desserts, etc. This table has to be calculated based on the specifications of 200,000, and then multiplied by 13. That is 2.6 million, plus 1 million in rent, so the minimum is 3.6 million. Lin Che's calculation was still based on the lowest standard. The guests to be invited to the banquet today are all the top celebrities in Jiang province. Therefore, the final amount would only be higher than Lin Che's guess, not lower. As Lin Che sat down, many wealthy businessmen at the same table looked at Lin Che. When they looked at Lin Che, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. After all, most of the people at this table are top celebrities who can get black invitations. Most of the people looked to be in their 30s or 40s. But now a young man in his early 20s came in, which was really a bit out of place. But at this time, some people also set their eyes on Lin Che's wrist. When he saw Lin Che's Richard 10th anniversary watch, suddenly, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Being able to wear this watch proves that Lin Che's identity and status are definitely not low. At this moment, everyone at the same table put away their contempt for Lin Che. It also elevated Lin Che to the same status as himself. At this time, many people at other tables saw Lin Che sitting down. They all looked at him in surprise, and then started talking in low voices. "Oh my god, who is this guy? He can actually sit at that table. I don't know. He looks so young. He must be the second generation of some family, right? But he actually dared to sit at which table? Didn't the elders in this family tell him? That's right, there is absolutely no manners at all." Everyone there pointed at Lin Che. At the same time, he also used Lin Che to educate his younger generation. And it was at this time. An old boss at the table looked at Lin Che and pondered in his heart. The next moment, it seemed as if he remembered something. Could it be that? The old boss was stunned for a moment, then he held up the wine glass and walked to Lin Che's side. Look, that's Jay Cho from Thor Games, right? Well, he seemed to be walking towards that young man. Ha, it seems that Mr. Joe can't stand it anymore. TSK, looks like there will be something interesting to watch later. Everyone present started talking. Everyone had an expression of watching a show on their face. But the next moment, everyone here was suddenly stunned. I saw that Director Zhou, who was there, walk directly to Lin Che's side. Then he bent down and spoke to Lin Che. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Che-lin? Everyone watching this scene was stunned. Oh my god, what's going on here? What is the identity of this young man? This actually made Mr. Jay Cho from Thor Games toast him? This Raytheon company is not a small company. It is a large group company with a market value of more than 30 billion. And I heard that the Thunder God game is backed by the Penguin Group. What is the identity and background of this guy? At this moment, everyone present looked shocked. Looking at Mr. Zhou, Lin Che took a look and then spoke lightly. Yes, I am. May I ask who you are? Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zhou Luan from Raytheon. When Zhou Luan heard Lin Che's admission, he immediately spoke with some excitement on his face. He happened to see the share changes of Penguin Group some time ago. He also saw that the new shareholder was Lin Che, so he made a note of it. After all, it is impossible not to be impressed that he could become a shareholder of Penguin Group at such a young age. Oh, hello. Lin Che stood up, picked up the wine glass, and toasted to Zhou Luan. However, when Zhou Luan saw Lin Che's actions, he was suddenly shocked. Then he said hurriedly. No, this should be me toasting you. I almost failed to recognize you just now. It's my fault. As he spoke, Zhou Luan raised his glass and clinked it with Lin Che's. Of course, when they clinked glasses, Zhou Luan's glass was slightly lower than Lin Che's glass by half a head. Chapter 111. And when everyone present saw this scene, they were even more horrified. In the drinking culture, this kind of situation usually only occurs when a person of lower status toasts a person of higher status. But now, Zhou Luan actually treated Lin Che like this. Then who is Lin Che? This time, everyone was confused. As for the wealthy businessman sitting at the same table, how many of them are not shrewd? Although he was not very clear about Lin Che's identity, he was able to make Zhou Luan treat him with such respect. That was enough to show that Lin Che's identity and background must be extremely terrifying. At this moment, all the old directors came over to toast Lin Che. No matter what Lin Che's identity and background are, since we already know that the other party's identity and background are not simple, of course we have to make ourselves familiar with him. At this moment, everyone at the table toasted Lin Che. After this round, Lin Che drank a whole glass of wine. As for the people in the distance, after seeing this scene, they all looked a little strange. Just when they were still considering whether to go over and toast, I saw a young man sitting at Lin Che's table without a care in the world. There was also a middle-aged man beside him. And the person who came was Gu Han. Ha, I didn't expect you to be here too. Gu Han looked at Lin Che and said with a sneer. Boy, I'll have someone check your background when I get back. It's just owning a Qianyu building and a Tianlong game. Just these two things, what the hell are you so arrogant about? Gu Han, who was sitting there, spoke loudly. When Lin Che heard this, he just frowned and said, Noisy. These two simple words directly angered Gu Han. He immediately stood up and pointed at Lin Che and shouted coldly. What the hell did you say? At this time, the big guys at the table all frowned at Gu Han. If it were because Gu Han is the young master of Gumi technology, these big guys would have lost their temper a long time ago. Not to mention that when he toasted Lin Che just now, Lin Che behaved very politely. As soon as Gu Han sat down, he started to mock Lin Che about this matter. This was enough to make them give Gu Han a negative score in their hearts. Gu Jinshan, who was standing by, looked at his nephew like this and the reactions of the bigwigs present. He immediately shouted coldly. Gu Han, sit down. When Gu Han heard that his uncle had spoken, he could only sit down angrily. But when he sat down, he glared at Lin Che fiercely. In his opinion, if it weren't for Lin Che, he wouldn't have been scolded by his uncle. Gu Han immediately said to Lin Che in a cold voice. Boy, if you dare to bid today, I will fight you to the end. Boring. Lin Che just glanced at Gu Han and said lightly. There was calmness in his words. You. Hearing Lin Che's words, the anger in Gu Han's eyes was about to burst into flames. However, at this moment, Kai Jingshu also slowly walked up to the platform. This is the chairman of Dakuan Real Estate, and also Kai Shu Kuan's father. Kai Jingshu had already walked to the microphone and said, "Well, welcome everyone, you are able to come to our auction dinner in your busy schedule. Everyone at this auction dinner." After Kai Jingshu's nonsense, all the dishes were served. And each of these dishes is extremely luxurious. Of course, the drinks are not bad either. The white wine is Feitian Mutai and the red wine is Lafite. At this time, Kai Jingshu, who was standing on the stage, picked up a glass of red wine, then raised it high and spoke loudly. "Before the auction begins, I would like to offer a toast to everyone. Come. Everyone, please." In front of all the guests below, the waiter had already poured a glass of wine. "I wish Mr. Kai a prosperous business. Business is booming. Done." Someone took the lead in making a toast, and the others, who were happy to relax, immediately joined in. After a sip of wine and some polite words, Kai Jingshu also put down his wine glass and took a remote control from the waiter. "Everyone, I now declare that the auction officially begins. Of course, you can eat as you like during the bidding process. If you see a house you like, you can just press the button in front of you. Whoever presses the button calls out the price they bid." Good. Kai Jingshu said a lot of things, and Lin Che definitely saw the button. In fact, Lin Che had already seen it, but she was still wondering what this button was used for. Now it seems that this thing was originally used for auctions. So advanced. High technology. Never mind, let us eat first. Lin Che didn't care about all that and just started eating. As for what Kai Jingshu said, he just ignored it. Of course, Lin Che still heard the key point. But Lin Che was really hungry, and couldn't stop eating. In response to this, many wealthy people looked at this scene with strange expressions. This would have been the case if Lin Che hadn't shown his strength before. I guess these people would simply think that Lin Che is just a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. On the contrary, Gu Han, who was sitting there, showed a look of disdain towards Lin Che. Soon the auction officially began. The first house to be auctioned was in a residential area near Lin Che's No. 1 manor. This is a small duplex with a starting price of 50 million. Soon this small duplex was sold for 80 million yuan. However, Lin Che didn't think there was anything wrong with this. After all, in the end it will all be designed and decorated by a dedicated top designer. Moreover, there are 3 different decoration styles for you to choose from. As for why so many people bought it, Lin Che thought about it and figured it out. It is probably because this type of housing type has become a scarce type and there are only a few left. There just so happens that there are only a few houses left, and someone just so happens to need them. As time passed, the auction was already more than halfway through. The 7 houses that were auctioned successively have all been bought at different prices. However, the prices of these 7 houses do not seem to be cheap. The transaction price of the most expensive unit has reached 250 million. There are a total of 10 houses prepared for this auction, so now there are only 3 houses left. At this time, Lin Che also sat up straight. After Lin Che wiped her mouth, she looked forward. According to the information revealed by Kai Shukuan, the remaining 3 houses are all villas. And they are all top-notch large villas. It just so happened that what Lin Che wanted to buy was a villa. Chapter 112. When Gu Han, who was standing by, saw Lin Che's appearance, his eyes suddenly lit up. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Humph. I want to let you know the consequences of offending me." Gu Han snorted in his heart. He planned to discuss Lin Che later. And just after Kai Jingshu on the stage boasted, "The auction of this first large villa has officially begun. The starting price for this villa is 500 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 5 million. At this price point, many wealthy people who are not so wealthy gasped. Lin Che, on the other hand, seemed calm and unperturbed. After all, the square footage of the house is there, and the location of the house is also good. Not to mention that this villa has an independent courtyard and has 5 floors. The starting price of this kind of villa is 500 million, which is actually not expensive. I'll give you 550 million. 560 million. 600 million. At this time, many people began to bid. Lin Che sat there drinking calmly. Lin Che knew very well in his heart that this was just a minor incident, and it would be useless even if he made an offer now. Soon, as the price was raised to 800 million, the frequency of bidding gradually decreased. Only then did Lin Che slowly perk up. I'll give you 850 million. The previous bid had been increasing by 5 million, but unexpectedly, Lin Che actually increased the price by 50 million. This really shocked many people. Many of the people at the same table also looked at Lin Che. There was also a hint of surprise in his eyes. They originally thought that Lin Che would not make an offer this time. But no one expected that Lin Che would remain silent, yet once he spoke he would make a stunning debut. As for Lin Che, he did not feel proud at all. He did not think that he could buy the villa with his bid this time. Just at this moment, Gu Han on the side suddenly rang the bell. Then shouted loudly, "I'll give you 900 million. After hearing this voice, Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Gu Han beside him. At this time, Gu Han, looking very arrogant, sat there with his head held high. What? What are you looking at? I also like this villa, isn't it? In response, Lin Che just smiled calmly and said nothing. You want to play, right? Okay, then I'll have fun with you. As for the other people present, they all had strange expressions on their faces. After all, the price of 900 million is basically a premium. The 850 million that Lin Che offered before was already the price limit of this house. Lin Che looked at the arrogant Gu Han and spoke immediately. 910 million. When Gu Han heard Lin Che's words, he sneered. Ha, weren't you bidding so aggressively just now? Why are you so weak now? As he spoke, Gu Han pressed the button in front of him again. Then he shouted loudly. 950 million. Lin Che sneered in his heart at this, and then said lightly. Ha, you're just that courageous to raise the price? Why didn't I see how awesome you are? 950 million, right? In that case, I'll just give a small amount of 1 billion. The moment Gu Han finished speaking, everyone gasped. Oh my god, it's already reached 1 billion? Oh my god, am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Yes, this price is really too high, isn't it? I just don't know if these two guys will continue to fight. At this time, everyone present was talking about it. After all, the bid has reached 1 billion. This price is really too abnormal and too scary. This is just an ordinary villa. According to the market price, it would be worth at most 850 million yuan. But now it has been forcibly raised to 1 billion? This is really too terrifying. Gu Han, who was standing aside, was now a little hesitant. 1 billion. To be honest, this price is a bit outrageous. If I continue to add to the price, it is still a question whether I can afford it. Lin Che looked at Gu Han in this state, and the corners of Lin Che's mouth slightly raised. The next moment, he said immediately. Oh, it's boring. I thought I met a good opponent. I didn't expect that he was just a coward. How high is the price? If some people can't afford this price, then they shouldn't act like a big shot. He made himself look like a villain, and he seemed to be very rich. Since you have no money, then go home and ask your dad for more money before coming back. Although Lin Che did not say this explicitly, it was filled with implicit sarcasm. As soon as Lin Che finished speaking, Gu Han's eyes suddenly turned red. The anger in my heart was also rising. He immediately snorted coldly and said, Who are you talking about who has no money? As he said this, Gu Han slammed the button in front of him. Then shouted loudly. I bid 1.1 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused an uproar in the entire audience. This actually directly added 100 million. This is so horrible. At this time, many people looked towards Gu Han. When Gu Han saw that everyone was looking at him, he immediately raised his head and spoke loudly. This little money is nothing. I like this villa, so I will buy it. Then he looked at Lin Che, who was sitting there. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. However, Lin Che, who was sitting there, picked up the red wine glass and shook it for a while. There was always a peaceful smile on his face. Then he got up and had a drink. Seeing Lin Che like this, Gu Han couldn't help but feel a little confused. Then he said to Lin Che. No, it's your turn. Lin Che said with a puzzled look on his face. What's happened to me? It's your turn to bid. Gu Han had a vague feeling that something was not going well. Oh, you are talking about this villa. I see, Mr. Gu, you like it very much. Then I will just bear the pain and give this villa to you, Master Gu. Well, to be honest, Master Gu, you raised the price of this villa, which is worth only 850 million at most, to 1.1 billion. That's enough to show how much you like this villa. I'm happy for you. After all, I, Lin Che, have always liked to help others achieve their goals. Lin Che's words were very high-sounding. But as Lin Che finished speaking, all the wealthy businessmen present were trying to hold back their smiles. Looking at Lin Che, his expression was full of weirdness. Chapter 113. God damn, what a beautiful woman. God likes it very much. It's obvious that you are the one who cheated others. Tang Ming and Kai Shukuan, who were sitting at the next table, also looked a little strange. This Lin Che is really too mean. At this moment, everyone present was trying to hold back their laughter. As for Gu Han, who was standing aside, he was stunned. After hearing Lin Che's words, his face turned as red as a pig's liver. At this moment, Gu Han finally understood that he had fallen into Lin Che's provocation. The most important thing is that I took the initiative to call out the price, so I can't complain about it. At this moment, the whole place fell into an eerie silence. However, at this moment, a strange bell rang. Look at this noodle, it's long and wide, look at this bowl, it's big and round. As the eerie ringing sounded, everyone finally couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. Poochie. Ha 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 ha. A second-generation guy immediately laughed without restraint. Afterwards, the entire banquet hall was immediately filled with a cheerful atmosphere. As for Gu Han, he could only bite the bullet and swallow it down. Kai Jingshu on the stage looked helplessly at Gu Han, who was there. But as the host, he can only make the final decision now. 1.1 billion first time. 1.1 billion for the second time. 1.1 billion for the third time. Make a deal. As the hammer fell again and again, Kai Jingshu also shouted loudly. Let's congratulate Gu Han. He successfully bought our villa at a price of 1.1 billion. After all, spending 1.1 billion to buy an unfinished house, how could one not feel mentally broken? Moreover, I spent nearly 300 million yuan to buy this villa. At this moment, Gu Han, listening to the applause all around him, felt like his whole body was about to break apart. This is fucking. It's just like eating Lao Ba's secret hamburger. If I say that I bought a villa that I like to live in, then I will accept it. But the most important thing is that I don't need or want this villa at all. What's more, the vacant villa in his family is even bigger than the current one. Then what's the point of wasting 1.1 billion to buy this villa? For raising pigs? MLGBD. For a moment, Gu Han wanted to curse. If not for the fact that those present were all well-known and influential people in Jiang province, Gu Han would have probably lost his temper. Uncle Gu Han, who was standing by, also looked unhappy. Lin Che's methods are really too mean. Then he looked at his nephew beside him with some exasperation, and his whole mentality broke down. Damn it, why do you have to drag me down with you when you're eating shit yourself? If there weren't so many people here, they would have slapped Gu Han in the face. After all, this is not just 10 or 20 million, it is a full 1.1 billion. Now that the deal has been finalized, the two can only obediently pay the 1.1 billion yuan. And at this moment, Gu Han's sinister voice rang out. Uncle, this kid's methods are really too mean. Lend me some money later, and I promise to make him fall flat on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Gu Han's mentality collapsed even more. Just you? How dare I lend you money? Even if I lend it to you, can you still defeat me? Do you still want to buy another villa? I'll lend you a hammer. If there weren't so many people here and I wanted to give you some face, I would have given you your favorite slap in the face. Forget it, you can't beat him. Gu Han's uncle shook his head and said. But, Gu Han wanted to say something else, but he just got a cold shoulder from his uncle. At this point, Gu Han could only leave the stage with regret. There is no way, 1.1 billion is already Gu Han's limit. The next one is the finale villa, which is 200 square meters larger than the previous one. But this time Lin Che did not get involved. Soon, the final show officially began. Next, we will auction the last lot of today's auction. This auction item is also the most luxurious villa built by our Daqin Real Estate in recent years. To be precise, this cannot be called a villa, but a villa estate covering an area of 10 acres. In this manner, we invited the country's top Chinese-style designer to design the garden decoration. And the residential area in the middle has 4 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The area of each floor is about 3,000 square meters. And on the left side of this manor is the servants' villa covering an area of 300 square meters. On the right is an independent parking garage, which is 5 meters high and can accommodate up to 50 cars. And now we have done some simple decoration on this villa. If anyone is lucky enough to take a photo of this villa, our renovation time will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the water supply and power supply systems in this manor are independent systems. There is also a helipad for helicopters on the roof, as well as a separate swimming pool and golf course behind the villa. After hearing this introduction, Lin Che couldn't help but become more interested. According to Kai Jingshu's introduction, this manor is quite good. At this moment, Lin Che began to feel moved. Okay, let's stop here for the introduction of this villa for now. The starting price of this villa is 2 billion. Each bid increase must not be less than 10 million. As these words fell, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Lin Che's eyes. And many of the wealthy people present immediately became eager to try. But now everyone is still quiet and no one has raised the price. Lin Che, on the other hand, couldn't wait any longer and immediately pressed the button in front of him. Lin Che didn't act pretentiously. She was determined to get this manor anyway. He spoke immediately. 2.1 billion. 100 million. Lin Che directly added another 100 million. As Lin Che raised the price, many people present gasped. Adding 100 million right at the beginning is really outrageous. This action directly scared away many people who originally wanted to participate in the auction. But even so, there are still many people who have started to participate in the auction of this villa estate. In that case, I'll pay 2.12 billion. Ha, it seems that everyone likes this manor villa. In that case, I will offer 2.15 billion. Then I'll pay 2.2 billion. At once, everyone was pressing buttons to bid. With Lin Che's bid, the price of this villa suddenly soared to 2.3 billion. Chapter 114. Gu Han, who was standing aside, had now completely lost his temper. Perhaps, these more than 2 billion yuan are nothing to his family. But, that was his family's money, not his money. If it was his father who came today, he might be able to go up and fight for it, but now, he has no way to participate at all. Not to mention, he had previously wasted a full 1.1 billion yuan and bought a money-losing building. I guess my father will give me a beating when I go back. As for Lin Che, he sat there quietly waiting. This continued rise in prices will not last long. As expected, as the price of the villa exceeded 2.3 billion yuan, the whole place gradually began to quiet down. No one is bidding anymore. 2.3 billion to buy a villa estate, this is already a pretty high price. It's not that they can't afford the price, but this villa estate is worth that much. Instead of wasting money, it is better to use it for investment. Alas, it seems that this villa is priced at this price. Yes, 2.3 billion, this is probably the limit of this villa. I don't think so. It seems that Lin Che is quite interested in this villa. Everyone was talking about it. As the last sentence fell, everyone looked at Lin Che. After all, Lin Che had given them too many surprises before. Now, they also want to take a look. Will Lin Che continue to raise the price for this villa? At this time, Lin Che smiled faintly and gently pressed the quote button. I bid 2.4 billion. As Lin Che finished speaking, everyone present was stunned for a moment. This directly increases the price by 100 million. At this time. This is really so rich and powerful. Hiss. This Lin Che is really rich and powerful. Horrible, this is so terrifying. That's right, the price was directly increased by 100 million, and so many big guys came to toast before. Lin Che's identity is definitely not just as simple as the chairman of Tianlong Games. There must be some identity background that we don't know about. Everyone was talking about Lin Che. The middle-aged man who had made the offer earlier immediately cast his eyes over after hearing Lin Che's offer. When he noticed that it was Lin Che who made the bid, he suddenly showed some surprise in his heart. Then he nodded at Lin Che and didn't he care too much. At the same time, he simply gave up the bidding. After all, Lin Che looked very determined to get the villa, so there was no point in raising the price any further, and it would only offend Lin Che. Kai Jingshu, who was on the stage, was also breathing heavily. After all, for Kai Jingshu, this is pure profit. He even hopes that this house can be sold for as high a price as possible. Mr. Lin Che offered 2.4 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? At this moment, the whole place was silent. After all, the price has already been reached, how can I bid more? Then everyone turned their eyes to Gu Han, who was standing aside. I want to see if Gu Han is still as tough as ever this time. Gu Han felt the burning gazes and wished he could dig a hole in the floor and crawl into it. After waiting for a long time, no one bid. Kai Jingshu on the stage made the final decision. Congratulations to Mr. Lin Shailin for buying this villa at a price of 2.4 billion. At this moment, Kai Jingshu was still very happy in his heart. After all, this manor villa was sold for 2.4 billion yuan. There is no doubt that this will be a perfect ending. Congratulations! Congratulations, Mr. Lin! Suddenly, the whole audience burst into thunderous applause. At this time, the auction ended as Lin Che bought the last lot. Many people came forward to toast and congratulate Lin Che. As for Gu Han, who was standing aside, his face turned dark when he saw the scene. He looked at Lin Che, who was sitting there being complimented with deep eyes. Just then, the thin man who had been sitting there walked towards Lin Che with a wineglass in hand. He spoke to Lin Che. Director Lin, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. The thin man said with a smile on his face. Lin Che looked at the man in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Then he spoke. Who are you? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself to you. I am Fang Jia, the chairman of Dosha Network Technology. Fang Jia, who was standing next to Lin Che, spoke up. Last night was our Dosha Network Technology's round of financing. Your Junlin Capital has successfully acquired 40% of the shares of our Dosha Network Technology with 5 billion yuan in funds. You are now the largest shareholder of our Shaking Shark. As Fang Jia finished speaking, everyone present gasped. The largest shareholder of Dosha Network Technology. What a terrifying identity this is. You know, Dosha Live is now one of the best in the entire live streaming industry. The market value has reached $3 billion. And for such a giant company in the live broadcast industry, Lin Che actually holds 40% of the shares? And Junlin Capital, the number one investment company in the country, actually belongs to this Lin Che? At this moment, everyone present was shocked by this news. The look he gave Lin Che also began to change. This guy's background is really scary. Tang Ming and Kai Shukuan, who were standing by, swallowed their saliva. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Che was filled with horror and disbelief. After all, the identity that Lin Che had revealed was extremely terrifying. As for Gu Han, who was standing aside, he was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze when he heard the news, unable to recover for a long time. He just stared blankly at Lin Che standing there, with a confused look on his face. I see. It seems that they completed the task I assigned to them quite well. As he spoke, Lin Che picked up his glass and clinked glasses with Fang Jia. Then he took a sip of the red wine in his hand. As for Fang Jia, he drank the red wine in his hand in one gulp. Then he spoke to Lin Che. Director Lin, if you are free tomorrow, I would like to invite you and brother Xiaoma to have a meal together. I hope you can come then. Okay, I haven't gotten together with brother Xiaoma for a while. Just send me the address when the time comes, and I'll go there. Lin Che nodded and said. When Fang Jia heard Lin Che's answer, he was immediately delighted. Then he said something to Lin Che and left first. However, after hearing these words, the people standing by were in uproar. This is really one problem after another. Chapter 115. Haven't he met up with Xiaoma Gu for a while? What does this mean? It was obvious that Lin Che and Xiaoma Gu were very familiar with each other. Sure enough, this Lin Che is definitely not just the chairman of Tianlong Games, he can attract so many business tycoons to toast him. For a moment, everyone was whispering in their hearts. Everyone's gaze towards Lin Che gradually became heated. Gu Han, who was sitting aside, had a deathly pale face. Originally, if Lin Che was just the chairman of Tianlong Games, it would be fine. Our own Gumi technology can still compete with it. But now, it has been revealed that Lin Che is the largest shareholder of Dosha Network Technology, so it's still okay. Even if these two identities are combined, I am not afraid. At most, he would become enemies with Lin Che, but that was fine. But now, it was revealed that Lin Che and Xiaoma Gu had a serious relationship. This is quite intriguing. Obviously, these two identities are only part of Lin Che's background. Lin Che was sure that there were other identities that they didn't know about. And precisely because of this, Gu Han now understands. I've hit a wall this time. For a moment, Gu Han's heart was filled with despair. If it weren't for the fact that the organizer of today's dinner was Dachin Real Estate, and he was attending on behalf of his own company, Gumi Technology, I guess he would have run away in shame a long time ago. Then, Lin Che chatted with these business tycoons. After more than 10 minutes, a thick stack of business cards had piled up in front of Lin Che. Soon the dinner was declared over. Right after announcing the end, Gu Han slipped away immediately. Lin Che also walked out of the banquet venue at this time. After leaving the house, Lin Che took out his cell phone and took a look. I received a text message on my mobile phone. This is a message sent to me by Jun Lin Capital. This was a message sent to me last night, but I didn't pay attention to it. And this message clearly stated that he had successfully acquired 40% of the shares of Dosha Network Technology. Lin Che replied calmly, then got into the car. As soon as Lin Che got in the car, she received a call from Yifeng. Chatsi. As soon as the call was connected, Yifeng's somewhat excited voice was heard. What's wrong? Lin Che said with some doubt. Guess what? Our newly developed game is now ready for internal testing. And we decided to call the game Dead or Alive. Lin Che was stunned when she heard this. Then in the next moment, Lin Che's brows furrowed tightly. I said with a little displeasure in my heart, what did you say? Hearing Lin Che's tone, Yifeng on the other end of the phone was a little confused. Then he said, it's named Death Battle Royale. What's wrong with that? Is that what I'm asking? Did you work overtime? Who allowed you to work overtime? Lin Che said with a dark face. As Lin Che finished speaking, Yifeng on the other end of the phone was completely stunned. No, what is going on? The bosses of other companies would like their employees to work overtime every day. Why is it that when it comes to Lin Che, she is not asked to work overtime? For a moment, Yifeng on the other end of the phone was completely confused. Forget it, let's just work overtime. Report the names of all the people who work overtime to Tang Xin. Overtime pay for these days is all calculated at triple holiday wages. Also, send me a copy of the game you successfully developed. I will go back and try to play it later. Although Yifeng was a little confused, he still nodded and said, Okay, I'll send it to your email later. After the call was hung up, Lin Che cursed in his heart. Overtime, overtime, overtime every day. This means more overtime pay and more water and electricity bills. If something goes wrong while working overtime or you get sick, it would really be not worth it. Not to mention, bosses who ask employees to work overtime will usually be scolded by their employees every day. Regarding overtime work, it must be strictly prohibited in the future. Lin Che made up his mind. At the same time, Lin Che's car slowly returned to his own villa number 1. After Lin Che went upstairs, she opened her computer mailbox. Sure enough, there lay inside it a game installation package sent by Yifeng. After downloading and installing it, Lin Che officially started playing the game. I have to say that the level of this Tianlong game is still very high. This game is excellent both in terms of art and game fluency. Especially the CG animation when you first open the game, it is simply world-class. No wonder the games released by Tianlong Games are so popular in overseas markets. Lin Che murmured. Then, after entering the game, a match started directly. Because this game is still in the testing phase. Therefore, the only players that can be matched at present are human-computer players controlled by computer systems. But Lin Che didn't come here to play games this time. He mainly wanted to test whether there were any loopholes in the game. Soon, the game was over. To be honest, Lin Che is now really convinced by the Tianlong game. It hasn't been long since then, and the game has already reached a very high level of completion. Basically, this has reached the stage where it can be directly launched into public beta. Lin Che immediately took out her cell phone and sent a message to Yifeng. Overall, the game is quite complete, but how are you doing in preventing hacking and cheating? After Lin Che finished speaking, Yifeng on the opposite side couldn't help but say. There's still a little more to say about this. And a few days ago, we announced that we have already started distributing quotas for the internal test. With these 2 points, I think we can also quickly implement the patch package during the internal testing phase. After listening to Yifeng's words, Lin Che was silent for a while. Then he spoke. How about this, you guys leave me 20 spots for the internal test. Also, regarding anti-cheating, I will discuss cooperation with a company tomorrow. I will then hand over the anti-cheating work to other companies. Lin Che planned to talk to brother Xiao Ma tomorrow. If we talk about the most powerful anti-cheating capability in China, who else can be compared with Pony Ma's Penguin Group? Chapter 116. The reason why Lin Che wanted these 20 internal beta test spots was also very simple. Lin Che planned to promote this game directly to the Dosha platform next door. Okay. As the conversation ended, Lin Che played a few more rounds of PUBG. After looking for loopholes in the game, I fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Che woke up early. After stretching my body a little, I went to wash up. Just when Lin Che had finished washing up, his cell phone rang. This is the message from Fong Jia. It is in the suburbs of Jiang Province, a place called Hentaying Villa. This Hentaying Highlands Villa is a place specifically for business negotiations. This place is mainly the highest standard venue for the wealthy businessmen in Jiang Province to entertain guests. Now Fong Jia has chosen this address, which is enough to show how much Fong Jia values Lin Che and Xiao Ma Gu. After some hesitation, Lin Che looked up the address of Hentaying Villa. This time it was really a coincidence. If you want to go to Hentaying Highlands, you will just pass by the affiliated hospital of Zhejiang Provincial Medical College. That's great. I can go over and see Chen Shuang. Lin Che pondered in his heart for a while, then went downstairs. Lin Che drove the car, found a breakfast shop and ordered a breakfast. After eating, I went to a nearby fruit shop to buy a fruit basket, then bought a bouquet of flowers, and went straight to the affiliated hospital of Jiangxi Medical College. Now Chen Shuang's mother has also woken up and has been transferred from the ICU to the general ward. After asking for Chen Shuang's mother's ward number at the nurse station, Lin Che walked directly into the ward. Chen Shuang, who was in the ward, was stunned when he saw Lin Che. Then he said in surprise, "Brother Lin? Why are you here?" "Oh, I'm going to Hentaying Highlands later and I happened to pass by this hospital. I came to see my aunt who was still hospitalized here." As she spoke, Lin Che looked towards the bed. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Shuang's boyfriend Lin Che." Lin Che said with a smile as he looked at Chen Shuang's mother lying on the hospital bed. "You are Xiao Che, our Shuang. You often talk to me about you." Chen Shuang's mother said with a smile on her face. Looking at Lin Che in front of her, it was like a mother-in-law liking her son-in-law more and more. "Come, Xiao Che, come and sit down." Mother Chen patted the chair beside her and spoke. Lin Che put down the fruit basket and flowers and walked over to sit down. "You kid, you're here, what else do you bring?" Mother Chen said with a smile. In response, Lin Che looked at Chen's mother with a smile on his face and asked, "Auntie, are you feeling better?" "Much better." Mother Chen looked at Lin Che and said. Then he held Lin Che's hand and started chatting with her enthusiastically. Time passed by little. Just like that, Lin Che stayed in the hospital for more than half an hour and then planned to leave. "Auntie, I have something to do later, so I won't disturb your rest for now." Lin Che stood up as he spoke. And this Chen Ma said with a smile. "Okay, then Xiao Che, after Auntie is discharged from the hospital, you must come to Auntie's house for dinner. Auntie will cook you a delicious meal by herself." "Okay, I'll be there by then." Lin Che nodded and said, then turned around and left. At this moment, Aunt Chen glanced at Chen Shuang next to her and said, Shuang, go see them off." "Okay." Chen Shuang nodded and said, then Chen Shuang escorted Lin Che outside. "Brother Lin, thank you for taking the time to visit me and my mother despite being so busy." When Lin Che heard Chen Shuang's words, he immediately smiled and said, "Little fool, what nonsense are you talking about? Your mother is also my future mother-in-law. No matter how busy I am, I have to take some time to come and see you." When Chen Shuang heard Lin Che's words, his face suddenly turned red. He didn't say anything more and just stood there stupidly, looking extremely shy. Just like that, the two of them slowly walked out of the hospital. When Chen Shuang walked out, he attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, Chen Shuang is quite good-looking. Although I have been very busy recently and have no time to dress up, I can still beat many popular actresses just by looking at my bare face. Lin Che walked out the door, then turned around and looked at Chen Shuang and said, "Okay, you should go back and take care of Auntie first. She is still weak and needs someone to take care of her. When Auntie is discharged from the hospital, I will treat you to a good meal." "Okay." Chen Shuang nodded, and looked at Lin Che who was about to leave. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and spoke loudly. By the way, brother Lin, wait a moment. After hearing what Chen Shuang said, Lin Che was confused. He turned and looked at Chen Shuang. What's wrong? Just when Lin Che was still curious about what Chen Shuang wanted to say to her, Chen Shuang came over directly. Just like that, he kissed Lin Che on the lips. This lasted only a few seconds before they separated. Then Chen Shuang covered his face and quickly ran towards the hospital. Lin Che, on the other hand, just stood there in a daze. The next moment, I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, this little girl. Lin Che shook her head helplessly and planned to leave. As for the people who were watching this scene, they were all dumbfounded at this moment. Seeing this scene, a heartbreaking voice suddenly rang out. Then they all looked at Lin Che angrily. Damn it! Another good cabbage is eaten by a pig. What's so good about this guy? Has he been around longer than me? He's just a little more handsome than me. Being handsome can't make a living. For a moment, many people glared at Lin Che. And it was at this time Lin Che's Pagani wind god stopped in front of Lin Che. Then number 1 stepped down from the driver's seat and opened the passenger door. Master, please get in the car. Lin Che nodded and got into the car. When the people on the side saw the scene, they all stood there in a daze. Then the Pagani wind god started, and the car sped away with a roar. Fuck you. This is alright. Bah. Scumbag. But, can being handsome really be eaten? No. I'm going to fly to Korea tomorrow to get plastic surgery. Fuck. For a moment, many men present were stunned and cursed. Then he stared blankly at the Pagani wind god that was disappearing into the distance and fell into silence. As for Chen Shuang on the other side, at this time, he had already returned to the ward. Recalling what he had just done, his heart was beating rapidly. Chapter 117. As for Chen's mother, who was lying on the hospital bed, she looked at her daughter. He said to Chen Shuang with a smile on his face, "You're back? This little Che looks pretty good to me, you should make good use of him." When Chen Shuang heard what her mother said, her face suddenly turned even redder. Lin Che, who was sitting in the car, also started to sign into the system today. System. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% equity of M1NT Global Holdings. Seeing this system message, Lin Che was a little confused. Then I picked up my phone and checked the information about M1NT Global Holdings. When Lin Che saw the information about this global holding company, he was shocked. This global holding company is no simple matter. He is the parent company of the world's largest billionaire club. That is the M1NT Global Club. This can be said to be the world's top membership-based billionaire club. There is also an M1NT club in Jiangxi province. Becoming a member of this club is harder than climbing to the sky. Even if you are a top billionaire, you have to invest a lot in the club to be eligible to become a member of the club. The scale of this investment is at least 50,000 mi-gold at a time, with no upper limit. Applicants need to leave their fingerprints, fill out an application form and provide a detailed introduction of their personal situation. Finally, the club manager and other members will decide whether to issue a membership card to a wealthy person. This shows how difficult it is to enter this club. And because of this, so far this club has only 5,000 members worldwide. And among these 5,000 members, there are billionaires, top figures in various industries, sports stars and even foreign royal aristocrats. At this moment, Lin Che couldn't help swallowing. This is fucking awesome. Lin Che murmured in his heart, looking at the information about M1NT Global Holdings on his phone, and couldn't help swallowing. At this moment, the vehicle slowly stopped. Master, we have arrived. Lin Che nodded and got out of the car. As for number 1, he consciously hid in the dark and secretly protected Lin Che. Then, Lin Che walked straight into the Cloud Top Villa. This Hentaying Mountain Villa is truly one of the top villas in the entire Jiang province. The various facilities here cannot be described as luxurious. Inside the villa, rockery and flowing water can be seen everywhere. You can also go fishing, boating, and horse riding here. There is a series of entertainment activities, and there is nothing he doesn't have, except what you can't think of. It can be said that Hentaying Highlands is a villa that combines business negotiations and gatherings. According to the address Fang Jie gave him, Lin Che continued to walk deeper into the villa. However, at this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of Lin Che. This figure also noticed Lin Che and spoke. "Hey, isn't this Lin Che? You are Huang Bing?" Lin Che looked at the figure in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Huang Bing was in the same department as Lin Che during college. And at that time, the two of them lived in the same dormitory. Lin Che's grades at the time were average, but because of his good looks, he became the most handsome boy in the department. Although Huang Bing is not good looking, he is actually a top student in the department. Since the two of them live in the same dormitory, they are often compared to each other. "Are you back from abroad?" Lin Che still remembered that Huang Bing went abroad for further studies when he was in college. "Of course, I have completed all my courses ahead of time." Huang Bing raised his head and looked at Lin Che, speaking in a somewhat arrogant manner. "I just came back from abroad 2 days ago, and I have already become the vice president of Dosha Network Technology. My annual salary is now 1.5 million. Huang Bing was obviously a little bit arrogant, and his eyes were full of arrogance when he looked at Lin Che. After all, he became the vice president of Dosha Network Technology at such a young age. The annual salary is as high as 1.5 million. With this life resume, as long as he marries a beautiful, rich and beautiful woman, he will definitely reach the peak of his life. To be honest, when Huang Bing was still in China, he was actually a little unhappy with Lin Che. Although he is a top student, not many people can remember him. Basically, they only remember Lin Che. And when people mention Huang Bing, they only say that he is the top student who lives in the same dormitory with the department's most handsome boy, Lin Che. As for the name, sorry, few people remember this. Huang Bing originally planned to hold a class reunion in 2 days, and then act like a smart guy at the reunion. Then at this class reunion, he would try to suppress Lin Che's limelight. Let everyone know, good-looking appearance? What's the use? Can being handsome be used to make a living? But what Huang Bing didn't expect was that before he went to find Lin Che came to him on her own initiative and slapped him in the face for pretending to be stupid. At this moment, Huang Bing's heart was filled with pride. He seemed to have seen Lin Che being frightened by him and then licking him wildly. However, Lin Che, who was standing in front of him, just spoke lightly. "Oh? An annual salary of 1.5 million, so you are doing pretty well, right? Well, it is barely acceptable. After all, the salary I offered Tang Xin is about this amount." But as Lin Che finished speaking, Huang Bing's smile froze instantly. I couldn't help but feel a burst of MMP in my heart. The next moment, he looked at Lin Che and asked directly. "Then I wonder what the most handsome guy in our department is doing now?" "Hey, I didn't do anything. I was just busy doing random things, doing this and that." Lin Che waved her hand and said calmly. The words were full of blandness. Huang Bing sneered in his heart after hearing what Lin Che said, and then said to Lin Che. "No, Lin Che, you can't be like this. Think about it, you have to get married and buy a house. In this materialistic age, if you don't have your own business, how are you going to make a living? To be honest, my current annual salary is 1.5 million, but even so, I still feel it is not enough. If your monthly salary is not 50,000, I really don't know how you are going to live." Although Huang Bing's words sounded as if he was concerned and worried about Lin Che. But among them, there is a lot of showing off and that unknown sense of superiority. Chapter 118. Furthermore, Huang Bing's eyes were fixed on Lin Che's face. I want to glimpse a hint of envy and jealousy from it. But he was soon disappointed. Lin Che's face was so calm. It's as if Huang Bing didn't say an annual salary of 1.5 million, but 150 yuan. But in fact, it is almost the same, after all, for Lin Che now. These 1.5 million are indeed about the same as $150. But Huang Bing was a little annoyed in his heart. After all, it was he who had been trying his best to show off to Lin Che one after another. But Lin Che's reaction was like punching cotton. At this moment, Huang Bing's attention was attracted by the two figures behind Lin Che. At this moment, behind Lin Che, there were two figures walking towards Lin Che, talking and laughing. When he saw these two people, Huang Bing was immediately overjoyed. Chairman Fong? Brother Ma? He hurriedly trotted forward. At this moment, Huang Bing's mind suddenly became active. After all, the reason why he came to Hentang Highlands today was because he heard that his chairman was going to meet a distinguished guest here today. It is precisely because of this that he came here today, wanting to curry favor with his own chairman. Maybe you can even make yourself familiar to the chairman's guests. And now, when he saw Xiao Ma go, Huang Bing understood instantly. This so-called distinguished guest should be brother Xiao Ma. Now is undoubtedly the perfect time for me to curry favor with the chairman and Xiao Ma. Seeing his chairman coming, Huang Bing immediately gave up showing off his superiority to Lin Che. He immediately trotted forward. Chairman Fang, Chairman Ma. When I saw Huang Bing, Fang Jie suddenly remembered the top student who had returned from overseas whom he had interviewed the day before yesterday. But seeing Huang Bing here now still made him feel quite surprised. Why are you here? Oh, that's right. I came here to check out the restaurants and the environment here so that I can invite some of my old classmates from China to come over for a get-together in a couple of days. Huang Bing explained immediately. Yeah, not bad. Fang Jie nodded, and then at this moment, Xiao Ma Go beside him noticed Lin Che not far away, and suddenly something came to his mind. Then he whispered something to Fang Jie beside him. For a moment, a hint of surprise flashed in Fang Jie's eyes. Then he patted Huang Bing's shoulder and said, You are very good, keep up the good work, I still have something to do. Hey, Chairman, you're busy. If you need anything, just tell me later. Huang Bing nodded and bowed to Fang Jie in a flattering manner. When he heard Fang Jie's words, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. It's true. I came here today to make myself familiar with the crowd, and it turned out to be a good bet. I believe that it won't be long before I will be promoted and get a raise, and the word deputy will be removed from my title. When he thought of this, Huang Bing's smile widened, and he immediately planned to go back and continue bragging to Lin Che. However, in the next moment, Huang Bing was completely confused. The chairman of the board and brother Xiao Ma walked up to Lin Che with big smiles on their faces. Long time no see, Director Lin. After the three of them shook hands and greeted each other, Fang Jie said with a smile. I didn't expect that you would come so early, Mr. Lin. I just happened to have something nearby this morning, so I came over after I finished it. Lin Che answered with a smile, then looked at Xiao Ma Go and said, Mr. Ma, we meet again. I saw Xiao Ma standing there nodded and said with a smile. During the holidays, I had planned to personally visit Mr. Lin. In the end, I didn't expect that the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Some of the overseas businesses suddenly had some problems, so I went to deal with them first. I will drink 3 cups of wine as punishment to apologize to you, Director Lin. In response, Lin Che waved his hand and said calmly, Mr. Ma, you are too polite. But Mr. Ma, what is it that requires you to handle it personally? If necessary, I can help solve it. I do have some connections abroad. As long as it's not too troublesome, I can help you solve it. As Lin Che finished speaking, Xiao Ma Go and Fang Jie who were standing there. Suddenly my eyes shrank and I felt a little surprised. After all, Lin Che's words revealed too much information. At this moment, the two of them had a higher opinion of Lin Che's identity and were even a little curious about it. Then there's no need to trouble you, Director Lin. They're just some minor issues. I've already taken care of them. Xiao Ma Go laughed and then said lightly. Well, it's fine once it's dealt with. As for Fang Jie who was standing aside, he said at this time. How about this, you two? Why don't we go inside first and have a drink while we chat? How about that? Sure. Xiao Ma Go and Lin Che nodded, and then the three of them walked inside together. After taking 2 steps, Fang Jie suddenly stopped. Then he turned around and looked at Huang Bing behind him and said. By the way. Huang Bing, who was originally in a dazed state, was delighted when he heard the voice of his chairman. Did he intend to take him along? Sure enough, being a bootlicker is still useful. However, in the next moment, Huang Bing's thoughts were completely shattered. I only heard Fang Jie say lightly. Hey, you tell the manner to start serving the food to private room number 1. After saying this, Fang Jie left without looking back. Only Huang Bing was left standing there, disheveled in the wind. Huang Bing stood there in a daze. Right now, his mind is a mess. What the hell is going on? Why? Lin Che was able to chat and laugh with her chairman and Xiao Ma Go? And judging from the look of it, brother Xiao Ma seemed to be somewhat respectful towards Lin Che? The most important thing is that his own chairman and Xiao Ma Go actually called him Mr. Lin? At this moment, Huang Bing felt that his brain was not enough. What is going on? When did my roommate become so awesome? He clearly remembered that when Lin Che was in college, his life was still very difficult. Or maybe I can go out and be a tutor or deliver takeout to supplement my living expenses. But now, how could this happen? How can you still chat and laugh with such a group of big guys? Chapter 119. Now Huang Bing just stood there in a daze. My head is buzzing. Moreover, it seems that the chairman of the board doesn't even remember his own name. At this moment, Huang Bing burst into tears. It's a pity that you are still licking your own chairman. I was originally thinking that I would lick everything to the end. But in the end, reality gave me a loud slap in the face. And everything else? I didn't even remember his name. This is not the end of licking everything. It's obvious that he's a dog that licks but ends up not getting the house. Lin Che and the others on the other side had already walked into the house. After sitting down, we just sat there and chatted for a while. And it was at this time that Xiao Ma Gu on the side spoke. Director Lin, congratulations on successfully acquiring 40% of the shares of Dosha Network Technology and becoming the largest shareholder of Dosha. You are really generous this time. I really have to admit that you are better than me. Ha, no, there. Lin Che laughed and said, his face full of calmness. I really want to thank you, Mr. Ma. If it weren't for you, Mr. Ma, pulling me into this game, I would have been in trouble. I really didn't know that Dosha Network Technology started its round of financing. I don't know what you are going to say next, Director Lin. Xiao Ma Go at the side took a sip of tea and then asked Lin Che. If I were to talk about plans, I don't actually have any plans. I mainly hope to promote my company's new game, Dead Man's Battlegrounds. Lin Che said calmly. Originally, I was thinking of getting 2 people into the game. Since I already have this plan, there is no need to hide it. Hearing Lin Che's words, the 2 people beside him immediately felt something in their hearts. Then the next moment he looked at Lin Che and said, Director Lin, is this Tianlong game yours? Yes, that's right. Lin Che nodded and said, Ha ha. That's really a coincidence. I wonder if Director Lin can give us a few internal test accounts for Dosha Live. Before I came here, we were still discussing finding a new game to exclusively broadcast live. Among them is Dead Man's Battlegrounds. I never thought this was from you, Director Lin. For a moment, the 2 people felt ecstatic in their hearts. After all, these 2 people really didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Lin Che's eyes also flashed with surprise. Then he nodded and told everyone his plan, and they all agreed with it. Then a few people planned to find a lawyer to draft a contract in the next few days. At the same time, outside box number 1, Huang Bing was pacing back and forth at the door. Huang Bing was considering whether he should go and lick it again. However, at this moment, a waiter came over with a plate. As the door was knocked and then pushed open. Excuse me, the food is being served. As he spoke, the waiter walked into the box. And at this moment, Arthur, who came here to do something, happened to pass by the door. Then he took a look and saw that sitting at the top of the box was his boss Lin Che. Arthur didn't think much about it and walked in immediately. Director Lin, are you here too? When seeing Arthur, a hint of surprise appeared on Lin Che's face. As for Fang Jie, who was standing aside, he was also shocked when he saw Arthur. After all, he was too familiar with the Arthur in front of him. Isn't this the legendary lawyer Arthur who was famous throughout Jiang province? Even Xiao Ma Go standing next to him had a hint of surprise in his eyes, and his eyes were flickering for a while. Lawyer ya? You are Mr. Fong? You are Mr. Ma? It was only then that Arthur realized that the people sitting on the left and right sides of his boss were also 2 top bosses. At this moment, Arthur's heart was in turmoil. What exactly is the identity of my boss? I can actually sit at the top at a dinner of this level. This forced 2 of the country's most famous top bosses to condescend and sit in the side seats. At this moment, Arthur looked into his boss's eyes. The look of respect deepened. As for Huang Bing, who was outside the door and watching all this from afar, he almost fell to his knees. After all, the scene we saw was extremely horrifying. Let 2 of the country's top bosses accompany you. What is the current status of this old classmate of mine? At this moment, his curiosity about Lin Che's identity grew stronger. And before that, I was sarcastic and mocking him? If Lin Che had said something to his chairman, wouldn't he? At this moment, Huang Bing suddenly felt that his future was dark. After a while, Arthur stood aside. Arthur didn't dare to take a seat at the dinner. After all, the lineup for today's dinner was really too scary. Sitting on the left is the CEO of Dosha Network Technology, Fong Jie. Sitting on the right is one of the richest businessmen in the country, the chairman of Penguin Group, Pony Ma. And the one sitting at the top is their boss. A dinner of this level for someone of his status. Even if you sit down, you will still feel uncomfortable and uneasy. Hey, Xiaoya, what are you doing standing there? Sit down. Fong Jie spoke up. Arthur was a little hesitant. He didn't know whether to sit or not. Lin Che above also spoke. It's okay, just sit down first. We have something to ask you. Well, I will respectfully obey your command. Seeing that his boss had spoken, Arthur didn't know what to say. He pulled out a chair and sat down carefully. As Arthur sat down, everyone continued with the previous topic. Now that we have the great lawyer Arthur here, many details have been finalized one by one. Now we just have to wait for Arthur to go back and draw up the contract, and then we can sign it. Fong Jie on the side filled Lin Che and Xiaoma's glasses with wine. Then he raised his glass high and said, "Ha, if that's the case, then I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you." The three of them clinked their glasses and then drank the wine in one gulp. After doing all this, everyone looked at Arthur, who had become invisible, and said, "By the way, Lawyer Ye, what was your relationship with Director Lin before?" Among them, Fong Jie and Xiao Go were still a little curious. In fact, Director Lin is now the boss of our law firm. As Arthur said this, Fong Jie and Xiao Go, who were standing by, were shocked. What? Chapter 120. Xiao Go was a little stunned, and looked at Lin Che with a hint of surprise. Brother Xiaoma didn't expect that Lin Che actually had such an identity. This happened a while ago. Director Lin's secretary acquired the shares of our law firm. Everyone who heard Arthur's words was still a little confused. How is this done? Although the Genie law firm is not a large enterprise, it is very famous in Jiang province and even in the whole country. The change of the boss of such a top law firm would at least cause a stir in the legal community of Jiang province. But in the end, this didn't even cause any waves? Just like that, quietly, the boss of the law firm was changed. Lin Che's energy was truly too terrifying. At this time, Xiao Go and Fong Jie were both imagining what was going on. In their opinion, this was probably Lin Che's way of keeping a low profile, so he arranged for someone to silence those who knew about the incident. Even if the news spread to the internet through gossip, it was directly suppressed and deleted by Lin Che. This intelligence control capability is really terrifying. For a moment, Xiao Go and Fong Jie looked at each other. At the same time, he noticed the horror in the other person's eyes. At the same time, this little brother Ma said leisurely, "Director Lin, your method really surprised me. I didn't expect that besides Junlin Capital, even the Genie law firm belongs to you." At this moment, Brother Xiaoma became even more curious and awed about Lin Che's identity. People who have reached his level know how deep the water in this society is. There are some people with powerful backgrounds that even a top businessman like him doesn't dare to spy on easily. It was precisely because of this that he had never dared to investigate Lin Che's identity and background. "Ha, Xiaoma brother, you are overpraising me. These are not worth mentioning." After hearing what Lin Che said, Brother Ma just remained indifferent and didn't say anything. After all, he has been in this society for so long and is a very capable man. This is undoubtedly the best time to deepen the relationship with Lin Che. By the way, Lawyer Ye, I wonder if your Genie law firm will accept orders from companies seeking legal counsel? It just so happens that I'm in a branch office in Jiang province, and I'm planning to change law firms to find this legal advisor. If your law firm takes this kind of order, then I won't have to look for other law firms. When Arthur heard what Xiao Gu said, he suddenly became excited. This is a big order. Generally speaking, big orders like this are hard to come by. After all, if you take an order like this, it will be worth millions. And he is only responsible for legal consultation and advisory. As for other services, they all cost extra. Yes, of course, I'll take this order. Arthur spoke immediately. If you don't accept this kind of order, you would be a fool. After listening to Xiao Ji's words, Fong Jie on the side also reacted. After secretly cursing Xiao Ge for being a cunning person, Fong Jie also spoke. In that case, then we will leave the legal counsel of Dosha Network Technology to you, Genie Law Firm. Lawyer ya, I believe that with your Genie Law Firm serving as our legal advisor, there will be no loopholes in our legal issues. After hearing the words of the two big guys, Arthur was extremely excited. I have some important documents to deal with later, so I'll use tea instead of wine. Cheers to you too. Having said that, Arthur stood up. Then he picked up a cup of tea and served it to Xiaomago and Fongjia. After drinking it, he took a deep breath and said, "If that's the case, I'll go draft the contract first. The three directors can discuss it." Having said that, Arthur left the box. As soon as he walked out of the box and closed the door, his true appearance was exposed. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Arthur could no longer contain his inner joy. The whole person seemed extremely excited, with ecstasy on his face. The whole person was running and jumping forward, moving forward like this, dancing with both hands. Fortunately, the sound insulation here is pretty good, so no one noticed. However, at this moment, a waiter who was delivering food just came out from the private room next door. I happened to see Arthur dancing. When Arthur found out that he had been seen by others, his body stiffened suddenly and he stood up quickly. Then he coughed lightly, and walked slowly past the waiter with a serious and stiff face. This is so damn embarrassing. Fortunately, the waiter didn't recognize me, otherwise I would have been socially dead. Soon, Arthur walked to a small corner nearby. I smoked a cigarette to calm myself down. Arthur calmed down, his thoughts gradually became clearer, and his eyes became more serious. Just now, he was really too excited. So much so that I didn't notice the two big guys' attempt to please me just now. What these two bosses said about changing the company's legal advisor was false. To please your boss, that's the real thing. Arthur, who had figured it all out, looked increasingly heavy-hearted. The next moment he took out his cell phone and called Galen directly. As soon as the call was connected, Galen's cold voice came out. Explain. Garen, I think we have underestimated Director Lin. As Arthur finished speaking, Garen on the other end of the phone frowned. Then he asked. What do you mean? Just now, I was doing some work at Hentang Villa, and I happened to run into Director Lin having dinner at Hentang Villa. Guess who I saw in Director Lin's box? Arthur kept it a secret. Garen on the other end of the phone frowned even more tightly and asked. Who? Fong Jia from Dosha Network Technology, and Xiaoma Gu. Suddenly, there was silence on the other end of the phone. Then, Galen's somewhat hurried voice came from the other end of the phone. You mean the little Ma brother, is he the one I'm thinking of? Yes, it's the one you think it is. At this moment, they fell into an eerie silence. There was silence for a full half-minute, and Garen took a deep breath. Then he asked in a serious tone. Anything else? Oh, Xiaoma Go and Fong Jia are sitting on the side seats, and they are also going to replace the company's legal advisor with our company. Chapter 121. According to my estimation, these two companies should be able to bring us about 10 million in profits a year. And Director Lin still has a contract to sign with them. I'll hang up now. Arthur hung up the phone immediately after he finished speaking. Then he hummed a little tune and left this little corner. Garen, who was sitting in his office on the other end of the phone, was petrified with shock. The phone slipped from my palm and hit the table with a thud. Fuck you. At this time, Garen came back to his senses, stood up abruptly, and cursed. Moreover, the sound was so loud that it spread across half the floor. There are many lawyers outside Galen's office. When he heard Garen's voice, his expression suddenly became strange. Garen in the office also became nervous, and murmured in his heart. It seems that Director Lin's thigh may be much thicker than I thought. No matter what happens in the future, our law firm must handle all of Director Lin's requests immediately. Thinking of this, Garen called his assistant. After giving the assistant a few instructions, the assistant left Galen's office with a strange look on his face. On the other side, Lin Che was still chatting with Xiaoma Go and Fong Jia. After a round of toasting, the drinking party came to an end. Then, the three of them went horseback riding and played golf together. After a while of entertainment, the three of them had dinner together again in the evening, and then Lin Che received a message from Arthur. Afterwards, the three of them decided to sign the contract in Lin Che's company tomorrow. After doing all this, the dinner was over. Lin Che got into the car and left Hentang Highlands under the watchful eyes of Xiaoma Go and Fong Jia. After returning home, Lin Che explained the situation to Tang Xin, asked him to prepare the materials, and then lay down to sleep. The night passed quickly. Lin Che got up early the next morning. After getting up, Lin Che went to the bathroom to wash up while signing in. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Lin Che was also stunned. The whole person's eyes suddenly lit up. Bugatti Veyron. This is one of the best supercars in the world. And this is limited to 3 units. It's the Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition? There was a hint of surprise in Lin Che's eyes, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Ha, that's interesting. Lin Che murmured something, and then wiped the water off her body. Then he left the bathroom. After doing all this, Lin Che quickly finished his breakfast. So he hurried to the underground parking lot. At this time, in this parking lot, a silver Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition was parked next to his Lamborghini Veneno. Walking to the Bugatti, Lin Che reached out and gently stroked the car body, with a smile on his face. Then he looked at number 1 and said, "Number 1, you sit in the passenger seat. I'll drive myself today. After all, this is the Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition, a top-level supercar with only 3 units produced worldwide." Lin Che wanted to try and see what it felt like to drive this poisonous car. Yes. Number 1 clicked and went, then sat in the passenger seat of the Bugatti Veyron. Lin Che also got into the driving seat. As the car started, Lin Che gently stepped on the accelerator. With a light step, accompanied by a violent roar, the Bugatti Veyron slowly left the underground parking lot. Then, Lin Che drove the Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition slowly on the street. After arriving at the nearby ring road, Lin Che dared to start speeding up gradually. On this ring road, many car owners saw this Bugatti Veyron and were immediately shocked. Then, they quickly made way for Lin Che's Bugatti Veyron. At the same time, he subconsciously began to slow down, putting some distance between himself and Lin Che's Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition. This also caused the traffic on the ring road to gradually become congested. After looking around, Lin Che finally experienced the performance of the Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition. If it weren't for the speed limit on this ring road, Lin Che could have driven even faster. Ha ha ha. So cool. Lin Che grinned and headed straight for Tianlong Game Company after getting off the ring road. As they arrived at the Science and Technology Park, Lin Che's rather eye-catching Bugatti Veyron attracted quite a few people's attention. Moreover, these people all looked at Lin Che's Bugatti Veyron with envy. Lin Che parked the car in the underground parking lot. After getting off the car, Lin Che went straight to the meeting room of Tianlong Games. At this time, in the conference room, Tang Xin was already there waiting for Lin Che's arrival. And in this conference room, there was no one else except Tang Xin. The company's general manager and 3 other vice presidents were waiting in the conference room. When they saw Lin Che coming in, they all stood up. "Director Lin. Well, please sit down first. I believe everyone here should have understood today's signing, so I won't go into too much detail. The people from Penguin Group and Dosha Live should be here soon. So, do you have any other opinions about this signing? If you have any opinions, you can still raise them now." At this moment, the whole place was silent and no one dared to express any opinion. Yeah, very good. And at this moment, the door of the conference room was opened again. Outside the door were Xiaoma Gu, Feng Jia, Arthur and Galen, who all walked in. "Ha, Director Ma, Director Feng, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person." Lin Che looked at the 2 people at the door and spoke. As for other Tianlong Game executives, they were all stunned when they saw Xiaoma Gu and Feng Jia. Then, my heart suddenly became excited. It turns out that the Penguin Group and Dosha Live attach so much importance to this signing. It turned out to be the other party's chairman who came in person to sign the contract. Originally, they thought that the 2 companies would at most send some senior executives to sign the contract. But I never dreamed that this time, the 2 big bosses, Xiaoma Gu and Feng Jia, would come in person to sign the contract. Xiaoma Gu smiled and spoke at this time. "Mr. Lin, you're too polite. I don't know why, but the ring road was a bit congested today, so I arrived a little late." Chapter 122. But by chance, I happened to meet Mr. Feng, as well as Lawyer Arthur and Lawyer Galen when I arrived. After hearing what Xiaoma said, Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. At this moment, Lin Che understood why these people were late. I dare say, It was because of his Bugatti that they were stuck in traffic. Lin Che smiled awkwardly and touched his nose. Ah, it's okay, come on, please take a seat. Lin Che invited the 4 people to take their seats. Then the signing officially began. Because we had already discussed it yesterday. In addition, Lin Che has shares in both companies. It is basically equivalent to the money going from the left pocket to the right pocket. As for Xiao Ma Guo and Fang Jia, they were also trying to curry favor with Lin Che. We just said some symbolic polite words and then signed the contract. The speed is so fast, it's just a formality. Even the senior executives of Tianlong Games who were sitting there were stunned by the situation before them. Originally they thought that the signing of the contract would take at least 2 or 3 days of negotiations. They are even ready to fight a protracted war. As a result, just as they were getting ready, they were told it was over. This is fucking. For a moment, everyone present looked at this scene in confusion. Lin Che and the other 2 who were there stood up after the signing. Fang Jia on the side suggested. You too, how about we go to M1NT to celebrate? Hearing Fang Jia's words, Lin Che was stunned. M1NT, although he is now the chairman of M1NT. But I seem to have never been to this club, which is my own. That's no problem, of course. Xiao Ma Guo on the side nodded and agreed. Lin Che hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said. Okay, let's go over and take a look, but I don't seem to have a membership card for this club. Indeed, although he is the chairman of M1NT. But he did not join the M1NT Billionaire Club in Jiang Province. Naturally, there is no membership card. Even if I ask someone to send one over now, it would obviously be too late. At this moment, Xiao Ma Guo and Fang Jia, who were standing by, were stunned when they heard Lin Che's words. The 2 of them didn't expect that Lin Che didn't have the M1NT membership card. It's okay. I'm a platinum member. Members are allowed to bring outsiders in 3 times a year. It just so happens that I have one more chance on my card this year to enter the member area of the M1NT club. Fang Jia then spoke. Okay, then I would like to thank Director Fang. Lin Che nodded and said. Xiao Ma Guo didn't say much, and then the 3 of them set off. When these 2 people saw Lin Che's Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition, they all showed surprised looks. After all, the car they saw Lin Che driving yesterday was a Pagani Huayra. Unexpectedly, it was replaced with the Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition today. The speed of changing cars is really scary. And the most important thing is that every car that is replaced is still a world-class supercar. This is a bit too scary. After a flash of glance, the 2 men got into their car. The M1NT Club is not far from the Science and Technology Park. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived at this club. After parking all the vehicles in this parking lot, Lin Che, under the guidance of Fang Jia, entered the M1NT Club. After entering the private room, the 3 of them sang and drank in the club. After staying in the private room for more than half an hour, Lin Che suddenly felt like going to the bathroom, so he opened the door and walked out. At the same time, in a private room nearby, Gu Han was among them at this time. Next to Gu Han sat a young man dressed very fashionably. Gu Han, I heard that you were tricked at the auction before. The young man who spoke was named Zhao Chun, and he was the vice president of the M1NT Billionaire Club in Jiang Province. Hearing what Zhao Chun said, Gu Han suddenly looked a little embarrassed. He spoke immediately. Brother Zhao, let's not talk about this anymore. That guy's methods are really too despicable. If I meet him again, I will definitely teach him a lesson. When Gu Han thought of Lin Che, the anger in his heart suddenly burned up again. At the same time, he picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp, and the anger on his face became even more intense. After all, if it weren't for Lin Che, how could he have spent so much money to buy a money-losing product? After returning home, he was scolded by his father. The most important thing is that my father froze all my cards. Looking at Gu Han in such an appearance, Zhao Chun's eyes flickered. Then he couldn't help but speak in a surprised tone. Oh? Who is this guy? How dare he provoke you like this? I checked, this guy is just the chairman of Tianlong Games. I also have Junlin Capital in my hands. These are the only 2 identities. You really think you're a big shot? There was a hint of annoyance on Gu Han's face. As for Zhao Chun on the side, he spoke with a smile. Ha ha ha, so that's it. Next time I run into him, I'll help you vent your anger. Zhao Chun said this with a faint smile on his face. These two companies are indeed huge. But compared with Gumi technology, there is still a bit of gap. If he could please Guhan, then what would it matter even if he offended Lin Che? Hearing this, Guhan was delighted. After all, Zhao Chun is the vice president of the M1NT Billionaire Club in Jiang Province. Just based on this identity, all the wealthy businessmen in the country have to give Zhao Chun some face. Now that Zhao Chun says he wants to help me vent my anger, that explains it. This Lin Che is about to be in trouble. However, at this moment, Guhan's gaze fell on the outside of the door. Just outside this door, Lin Che passed by at this moment. Brother Zhao. Guhan was immediately delighted. He didn't expect to run into Lin Che again so soon. It seems that this is retribution in this life. What's wrong? Zhao Chun on the side took a look at Guhan and asked in confusion. Just now, I seemed to see Lin Che passing by here. As Guhan finished speaking, Zhao Chun on the side narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Oh? Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around briefly, his eyes flashing. Then he said a few words to Guhan, and a hint of joy flashed in Guhan's eyes. Then, the two men left the box. Chapter 123. At this moment, Lin Che was in the bathroom. While Lin Che was washing his hands, a somewhat arrogant voice suddenly rang out. Haha, who was I thinking? Lin Che didn't expect to see you here. Lin Che frowned slightly when he heard this voice. Turning around, I saw Guhan behind me. It's true that enemies always meet. What can I do for you? Lin Che looked at Guhan in front of him coldly and spoke in an icy tone. Ha, a nouveau riche like you can actually get a membership card here. I'm really surprised. Guhan said in a sarcastic tone. As soon as these words came out, Lin Che's brows furrowed even more. Neuropathy. He said this in a cold voice, shook his head and prepared to leave. This Guhan really annoyed Lin Che. Guhan, who was there, heard Lin Che's words and immediately became furious. What did you say? As he spoke, Guhan rushed towards Lin Che. Seeing this scene, the group of artificial bodyguards hiding in the dark were about to rush out to subdue Guhan. Lin Che just waved his hand indifferently. Then he slightly turned his body to avoid Guhan and spoke in a cold voice. If you have a mental illness, get treatment right away, or it will get worse. You. Guhan felt even angrier in his heart. At this time, Zhao Chun walked in slowly. What's going on here? I just received a complaint from a member. What's going on with you guys? After hearing these words, Guhan immediately turned around and pointed at Lin Che. Boss Zhao, this guy is the one causing trouble in the club. Oh? Zhao Chun immediately looked at Lin Che and said. Ha, you are quite courageous. You dare to cause trouble in our club? It seems like you don't want to stay in Jiang Province anymore. Zhao Chun looked at Lin Che and shouted coldly. Well, you look quite unfamiliar. Show me your membership card. Also, go to the front desk and pay the 100,000 yuan fine later. After hearing these words, Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Che finally realized that he was being tricked by these two guys. After all, this is really too much of a coincidence. As soon as I met Guhan, someone complained about me. The next time, Zhao Chun appeared. All of this is such a coincidence. Lin Che sneered in his heart and shook his head. I don't have a membership card. No membership card? Then how did you get in? When Guhan heard Lin Che's words, he immediately raised his voice and spoke loudly. Zhao Chun also said this. You dare to cause trouble here without a membership card? I advise you to pay the fine immediately. Then leave your personal information and get out of here. This is a private club. We don't welcome strangers like you who don't know the rules. Really? Lin Che said in a calm tone and then made a phone call. I'm Lin Che. Boss? After these four simple words were spoken, the person on the other end of the line was Chen Liuha, the general manager of the M1NT club in Jiang Province, and he looked very nervous. I have heard for a long time that the boss of M1NT Global Holdings has been replaced by a person from Jiangxi Province. So, Chen Liuha has been very nervous. I don't know when this new boss will go on a secret visit and whether he will see something bad. And the most important thing is that he doesn't know the likes and dislikes of this new boss. The next moment, Lin Che's cold voice came. You have 3 minutes to get to the men's bathroom on the 3rd floor of the club. After saying that, Lin Che hung up the phone. Chen Liuha on the other end of the phone felt his legs go weak when he heard what Lin Che said. My heart instantly turned cold. He knew that it was probably some dirty guy in the club who had provoked the new boss without knowing the consequences. The next moment, he didn't dare to delay and ran towards the club. In the clubhouse over here. Lin Che glanced coldly at the two people in front of him and said in a cold tone, someone's coming soon. Zhao Chun, who was there, raised his head and spoke loudly. Then please go out and wait right now. You are not welcome here. Please leave on your own, or I'll call security. If that happens, it will be embarrassing for both you and me. Zhao Chun said that aggressively. Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly, then spoke. You, what's your name? Zhao Chun, Deputy General Manager of the M1NT Club in Jiang Province. Lin Che said indifferently. Ha, someone like you can become the Vice President of Jiang Province. I really don't know how you got there. As soon as Lin Che said this, Zhao Chun, who was there, became angry immediately. Are you teaching me how to do things? Ha, I wouldn't dare. What qualifications do I have to teach you how to do things? Lin Che shook her head and said. The words were full of mockery. As for Gu Han, who was standing aside, he spoke. Boss Xiao, there's no need to waste time talking to this guy. Just tell the security to kick him out. Gu, you are such a fucking annoying idiot. If you are ill, why don't you go and see a brain specialist? Lin Che's expression suddenly turned cold, and his eyes gradually became fierce. You are looking for death. Gu Han was furious, so Zhao Chun didn't say anything more and directly called two security guards. After the security guards arrived, Zhao Chun pointed at Lin Che and spoke loudly. Get him out of here, quick. However, at this moment, a hurried voice rang out. Zhao Chun, what are you doing? When Zhao Chun heard the voice, he was stunned. Then he quickly turned around, looked at the breathless man running towards him, and said with a smile. Mr. Chen, why are you here? There's a guy making trouble here. I told him to get out, but he kept making trouble, so I called security over. Make trouble? Chen Liuha was immediately shocked. Could it be? The new boss, Chairman Lin, was so angry just now. Could it be because he saw someone making trouble? Immediately, Chen Liuha was shocked and looked inside. But the moment he saw Lin Che, Chen Liuha was frightened out of his wits. My legs went limp and I almost collapsed to the ground from fright. Then, he shouted out loud. Mr. Lin. Director Lin? As soon as Chen Liuha said this, the scene instantly became quiet. Zhao Chun and Gu Han, who were standing by, were immediately stunned. This little head is obviously not enough. Mr. Lin? This. What kind of situation is this now? Chapter 124. Nothing, just a few flies buzzing around my ears. It's really annoying. Lin Che said calmly, his words full of casualness. And when Lin Che's words fell into Chen Liuha's ears, Chen Liuha's eyes instantly froze. The whole person's eyes became extremely sharp at this moment. At the same time, he turned around and glared at the two people behind him. The two men were so frightened by this glare that they trembled in fear and quickly shut up, standing there without daring to say a word. At this moment, both of them were a little panicked. Especially Zhao Chun, at this moment he had a bad premonition in his heart, which kept growing in his heart. How could this happen? What is going on? What is going on? There was an inexplicable sense of fear in Zhao Chun's heart. Looking at Lin Che, who was there, his expression gradually became a little panicked. After all, I know my own general manager very well. In the past, even some wealthy businessmen worth tens of billions had to give him some face when they saw him. Even when meeting some top wealthy businessmen, his general manager would not be so servile. But now, why is he so humble when he sees Lin Che? Who exactly is this Lin Che? At this time, Zhao Chun's fear of the unknown became more and more severe. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Gu Han beside him and spoke nervously. Tell me the truth. Who is this Lin Che? Zhao Chun asked hurriedly, his words filled with nervousness and panic. I don't know either. Gu Han, who was standing aside, blushed and spoke quickly. There was panic in his words. Damn it! At this moment, Zhao Chun was even more certain that Lin Che's identity was definitely not simple. Chen Liuha, who was there, was smiling at Lin Che. Then he continued speaking. Hey, Director Lin, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming to the club in Jiang Province? I'll prepare some information and have already ordered some things to entertain you. Hearing this, Lin Che said with a somewhat indifferent expression. Okay, stop saying such useless things. Please organize the information from Jiang province and send it to me later. Okay. Having said that, Lin Che was about to leave. However, just when Lin Che reached the door, his steps suddenly stopped. Then he stood there, looked back and said, "By the way, before that, throw that guy called Gu Han out of here first. As for Zhao Chun, do whatever you want with him. I don't want to see him again." Having said that, Lin Che left directly. Gu Han was stunned when he heard Lin Che's words. Then he said with a sneer, "Who do you think you are?" "I am." Before Gu Han could finish his words, he saw Chen Liuhe standing beside him, and his face became gloomy. Then he pointed at Gu Han and said to the security guard beside him, "You two, throw this guy out." "Yes." The two security guards standing by did not dare to neglect after hearing that their general manager had spoken. He immediately grabbed Gu Han, who was standing aside. When Gu Han heard this, his face suddenly changed, and then he spoke loudly. "What are you doing? My dad is the chairman of Gumi Technology. I am even a silver member of your M1NT club. How could you do this to me?" Chen Liuhe spoke with a grim face. "Silver member? Gumi Technology? Ha. If your father knew what you did, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Do you know who you have offended? He is the boss of our M1NT Global Holdings. Get him out." "Yes." The two security guards there nodded immediately, and then grabbed Gu Han, who was already dumbfounded. At this moment, Gu Han's whole mind was buzzing. No. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. This must be fake. You guys are teaming up to lie to me. This absolutely can't be true. Gu Han really couldn't believe this was true. Brother Zhao, save me. Save me. Zhao Chun, who was standing aside, already looked as pale as death. Standing there, looking dazed. After hearing what Gu Han said, he immediately slapped Gu Han. "Just shut up." Having said that, Zhao Chun knelt down in front of Chen Liuhe with a plop. Then he spoke loudly. Boss Chen, please save me. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I can't live without this job, Mr. Chen. I have elderly parents and young children at home, I really can't lose this job." Hearing these words, Chen Liuhe immediately sneered and shook his head. Then he spoke. You are asking for trouble. I can't save you this time. It's your fault for offending someone you shouldn't have offended. You can go to the Human Resources Department to complete the resignation procedures. As for your salary, the Finance Department will transfer it to your card when the time comes. After saying this, Chen Liuhe did not stay any longer and left. Zhao Chun, who stayed where he was, looked a little dazed. Then he staggered back 2 steps, his face full of helplessness and regret. Then, he looked at Gu Han, who was being held by the security guards, and a surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart. The next moment, he pounced directly towards Gu Han, who was there, still shouting. "It's all because of you. It's because of you that I offended Director Lin." In an instant, the two men started fighting. At this moment, the scene was very exciting. Even the 2 security guards couldn't stop the 2 people, so they had to call a few more security guards to separate the 2 people. At this time, in the box, Xiaoma Ge and Fang Jie were getting a little anxious as they waited. "Why hasn't Director Lin come back yet?" Fang Jie asked with some confusion. "Yeah, we've been gone for nearly half an hour, right?" Xiaoma Ge at the side said while looking at the watch in his hand, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. And it was at this time that Lin Che pushed open the door and walked in, speaking to the 2 of them with a smile. "I'm really sorry, I just ran into 2 guys looking for trouble, so I was delayed for a while." Looking for trouble? Who is so blind as to dare to provoke Director Lin? Xiaoma Ge's eyes suddenly turned cold. He looked at Lin Che and asked. "Oh, it's just a junior, no need to take it seriously, let's continue playing." Lin Che waved his hand and continued to stir up the atmosphere. Chapter 125. However, after just 2 songs, the door of the box was opened again. When he saw that it was Chen Liuhe who walked in, a look of surprise appeared on his face. As for Fang Jie, he immediately stood up and spoke with some surprise. "Mr. Chen? What brings you here? Hello, Mr. Feng. He greeted Feng Jie, then walked past him and went straight to Lin Che and Xiao Ma, who were sitting there. Looking at Chen Liuha's actions, Feng Jie's eyes became even more surprised. At the same time, he glanced at brother Xiao Ma, who was sitting there, with a questioning look in his eyes. In response to this, Xiao Ma shook his head responsibly, with a look of curiosity on his face. Under the surprised gazes of the two people, Chen Liuha walked in front of Lin Che. Then, he said respectfully, "Director Lin, this is all the information you requested about our Jiang Province M1NT Club. Also, I noticed that you didn't bring your black gold card, so I brought it for you as well." As he spoke, Chen Liuha handed over the information with both hands. At the same time, he handed a black membership card with a gold border to Lin Che. Looking at this scene, Lin Che nodded with satisfaction. Then he opened the document and flipped through it casually. "Well, you did a good job, you can go out first." "Yes." After Chen Liuha finished speaking, he carefully left the box and closed the door. As for Xiao Ma and Feng Jie, who were standing by, they were already stunned by Lin Che's actions. Jiangxi Province M1NT's Black Gold membership card. This is the best card among all membership cards. It is said that there are no more than 30 people in the world who possess cards of this level. And that's not all. Lin Che could actually ask Chen Liuha to personally deliver a copy of the information about the M1NT Club in Jiang Province. And just now, Chen Liuha's attitude and address. This Lin Che. In an instant, a storm arose in the hearts of these two people. The speculation in his heart about Lin Che's identity suddenly became stronger. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, what is your relationship with this M1NT Club? Xiao Ma couldn't resist his curiosity and asked. Although he already had an answer in his heart, he still wanted to hear Lin Che admit it in person. He thought that Lin Che might have a certain stake in the M1NT Club. But he still felt that his guess was a bit ridiculous. After all, he had never heard of any Chinese getting shares of M1NT Global Holdings. "Oh, it doesn't matter, it's just that M1NT Global Holdings is mine. In a sense, this club belongs to my company." Lin Che sat there, looking at the information and said calmly. Following Lin Che's words, it was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in the mind of this little brother Ma. The whole person's mind. It can be described as a buzzing sound. Originally, Xiao Ma thought that his guess was extremely absurd and unrealistic. But I never thought that this is actually even more exciting. He is not a shareholder at all, but the biggest boss of M1NT Global Holdings. At this moment, it seemed as if tens of billions of alpacas were galloping in the hearts of Xiao Ma and Feng Jie. After all, this M1NT Global Holdings company is really too terrifying. The two believed that if this news were to spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge global wave. After all, what level of existence is this M1NT Global Holdings? This is the world's top wealthy businessman's club. It also includes the world's top wealthy businessmen, sports stars, and even royal aristocrats. However, the boss behind this world-class company is actually a Chinese. At this moment, the two men felt that their worldview of the past few decades had been overturned. What's wrong? Lin Che, who was sitting there, raised his head, looked at the two people in front of him, and asked with some confusion. No. It's okay. A smile immediately appeared on Xiao Ma Ji's face, and after that, the three of them continued to eat and drink. It was obvious that Xiao Ma and Feng Jie were trying to please Lin Che. Although the two of them are already the top bosses in the country, and the money M1NT earns every year is not as much as them. But the weight behind this M1NT is extremely terrifying. It was precisely because of this that these two people showed such flattering attitude towards Lin Che. Soon, the fun time for these three people was over. Then they left one after another. Lin Che walked to the parking lot with the information given by Chen Liuha. After getting in the car, Lin Che planned to go to the hospital for another look. When they arrived at the hospital, Chen Shuang was already in the ward. What is different from last time is that Uncle Chen Shuang is also in the ward now. Chen Shuang's mother, who was lying there, saw Lin Che. There was a flash of joy in his eyes. "Hey, Xiao Che is here?" As for Chen Shuang, he recalled the last time he secretly kissed Lin Che. The little face couldn't help but turn a little red. Lin Che walked into the ward with a smile on her face. "Aunt, uncle." After Lin Che greeted the two of them, he walked up to Chen Shuang's mother and asked, "Auntie, how are you feeling?" Chen Shuang's mother, who was lying there, also said with a smile. Much better. The doctor said I can be discharged from the hospital after a few more days of observation. After hearing this, Lin Che nodded and said, That's good. Soon, Lin Che had been in the hospital for more than half an hour. Just when Lin Che was about to leave, Chen Shuang's mother spoke. Shuang, you should accompany Xiao Che today. After hearing what his mother said, Chen Shuang spoke with some concern. But? Oh, it's okay. You don't have to worry about me. You've been working hard these days, and I can get out of bed and walk now anyway. Chen Shuang's mother said. The uncle standing by also spoke up. Yes, Shuang, and now I'm here too, so you don't have to worry so much. Although Chen Shuang was still a little worried, seeing that his mother and uncle said so, he had no choice but to agree. Afterwards, Lin Che took Chen Shuang away. Would you like to go to a movie together? Sitting in the car, looking at Chen Shuang beside him, Lin Che asked. All right. Chen Shuang nodded and said. It just so happens that I haven't been to the movies for a while, and I don't know what good movies are available now. Okay, then you take a look first, I'll book the tickets later. Chapter 126. Lin Che started the car and headed straight for the nearby business district. As for Chen Shuang, he picked up his phone to see if there were any good movies. Soon, Chen Shuang found a heroic movie that had just been released recently. Lin Che booked the tickets, and the two of them arrived near the cinema. There is still about half an hour until the movie starts. The two of them could only wander around nearby. Fortunately, there is a game hall near the cinema. Come to think of it, it has been quite some time since Lin Che last played with this thing. The two walked into the game room, and Lin Che exchanged 100 yuan worth of game coins. Then he took Chen Shuang to the game hall to play. Chen Shuang had rarely been to this game hall. So I do have some interest in the games here. The games in this game hall are relatively old-fashioned. That is, the Resident Evil series, King of Fighters 98, Lightning Fighter and Claw Machines. After playing with these things for a while, Chen Shuang developed a strong interest in them. Then, Chen Shuang saw a claw machine nearby. The dolls in here are so cute. Chen Shuang pointed at the claw machine and said to Lin Che, his eyes full of excitement. You like this? Chen Shuang nodded, and Lin Che smiled at that. Then he stood there, looking at the young couple in front of the claw machine, his eyes twinkling. Okay, wait a minute then. Of the couple in front, the boy clearly has no skills. I tried 3 or 4 times, but still couldn't catch this baby. However, this was quite normal for Lin Che. After all, these claw machines have been tampered with, and the grappling hook is actually quite loose. If you don't have any skills, the chance of catching the doll is still very low. Soon, the boy gave up on catching the doll. Shaolin, this. The boy was obviously embarrassed and couldn't help scratching his head. Snort. And the girl called Xiaolin was also a little angry. Then, he snorted and turned to walk outside. No, Xiaolin, listen to me, the claws of this claw machine are too loose, and it's impossible to catch it. Besides, as you saw just now, I had already caught the doll, but it still got loose. When the boy saw the girl was about to leave, he hurriedly explained. I won't listen. I won't listen. Xiaolin said this repeatedly immediately. No, Xiaolin, this is really not my fault. There is obviously something wrong with this claw machine. And that boy was still explaining anxiously. Lin Che just smiled in response. After all, it's hard to explain this to a girl. How can this possibly work? Lin Che smiled and walked over to the claw machine. Then insert 2 coins. Then, Lin Che aimed at the largest plush toy, controlled the mechanical claw, grabbed it, and threw it violently. The plush toy fell directly into the exit. The first doll just fell out. Afterwards, Lin Che caught several other large dolls one after another. Here. Lin Che took the stuffed toy and handed it directly to Chen Shuang, who was standing beside him. And over there, the girl named Xiaolin saw the scene and became even angrier. After stamping her feet, she glanced at Lin Che, and then at her boyfriend. He snorted coldly and immediately quickened his pace to leave here. Boy. The boy glanced at Lin Che resentfully, his eyes seemed to be saying, Brother, are you here to tear me down? In response to this, Lin Che could only shrug his shoulders. Brother, I'm sorry. As he spoke, Lin Che glanced at Xiaolin, who was about to leave the game room, and said, But if you don't catch up, you might be in trouble. Hearing Lin Che's words, the man there was suddenly shocked. Then he quickly turned around and saw Xiaolin, who was about to walk out of the game hall. "Xiaolin, wait for me." As he said this, the boy hurriedly chased after her. "Well, the movie is about to start, let's put these stuffed animals in the car first." After taking a look at the time, Lin Che said to Chen Shuang, who was standing beside him. "Good." Chen Shuang held the stuffed toy, a smile appeared on his face, and he nodded and said. The two made their way to the underground garage and stuffed the stuffed toys into the car. So I went back to the cinema, bought a bucket of popcorn and 2 large cups of Coke, and walked into the screening room. I have to say that Chen Shuang has a good eye for selection. The two of us watched this movie and it was quite enjoyable. After a movie, the sky suddenly darkened. It was already 1900 hours in the evening. Since it had come to this point, Lin Che simply let Chen Shuang choose a restaurant to eat. Chen Shuang's restaurant does have some personality. It is a barbecue stall located near the university town, but it is not far from here, only 3 kilometers away. Lin Che drove straight to the barbecue stall. As the roar of Lin Che's sports car sounded near the barbecue stall, many customers who were eating at the barbecue stall were stunned. The stall owner there was also looking at this scene in shock. His heart was suddenly in his throat and he handed the barbecue to his apprentice, who was skewering skewers nearby. I quickly ran over and helped direct the car to park. Although the boss didn't know how much Lin Che's sports car cost, he still recognized the logo of this luxury car. He was now afraid that Lin Che's car would be scratched. If that's the case, then we're in real trouble. As the two got out of the car, Lin Che ordered some barbecue and handed it to Chen Shuang, who was standing beside him. Chen Shuang selected some vegetarian dishes and ordered some barbecue. Then the two found a seat and sat down to wait. The two of them now have quite a lot of common topics. I don't know if it's because the manager has too much to do today. The two were very happy with the meal. They ate and chatted at the same time. The barbecue lasted for 2 hours. After Lin Che paid the bill, the two left. Because Lin Che was drunk, she couldn't drive. However, this place is not far from Lin Che's villa number 1. So the two of them walked back together. Number 1. Lin Che stood in front of the car. As soon as she finished speaking, she pinched the bushes nearby and number 1 walked out. Ah! Seeing number 1 suddenly appear, Chen Shuang was startled. It's okay. This is my bodyguard. He usually hides in the dark to protect me. After hearing what Lin Che said, Chen Shuang couldn't help but nod his head. But deep down, I'm still a little surprised. Chapter 127. Chen Shuang looked at this number and couldn't help feeling a little worried. After all, this size is really too big. They are even bigger than mine. This feeling is simply tempting people to commit a crime. Number 1, please help me drive the car back, and leave the security work to others. Yes. Number 1 nodded, then took the car keys from Lin Che's hand, started the car, and drove away. Looking at number 1 leaving, Chen Shuang on the side stuck out his tongue and said, "Brother Che, she is so amazing." There was a hint of envy in Chen Shuang's tone. Although she didn't know the identity of this person, Chen Shuang could feel it. This one is definitely not simple. The aura he exudes alone is simply incomparable to that of an ordinary person like me. It's okay. She is mainly responsible for my safety. Lin Che said with a smile, and then put his arm around Chen Shuang's waist. But from now on, she will be responsible for our safety. After hearing Lin Che's words, Chen Shuang's face immediately turned red, and he was touched in his heart. After all, Chen Shuang is just an ordinary girl with a relatively simple mind. After listening to Lin Che's words, he was immediately moved. "Brother Lin, you are so good to me, husband." Chen Shuang snuggled in Lin Che's arms and spoke in a soft voice. But after listening to Chen Shuang's words, Lin Che's mouth corners couldn't help but slightly rise. The next moment, Lin Che spoke quietly into Chen Shuang's ear. I prefer you to call me daddy at night rather than calling me husband." Chen Shuang's face flushed when he heard these words. His entire cheeks instantly became hot. "Hubby, you are so mean." Hearing this, Lin Che burst into laughter. Then, the two of them walked all the way home. Soon, creaking sounds were heard from Lin Che's room, one after another. As the night passed. The next morning, after Lin Che did his morning exercises again, he was completely awake. Go into the bathroom and take a shower. Lin Che also started signing into the system today. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10% equity of Payment Cloud. Seeing this system prompt, Lin Che was a little confused. Payment Cloud. This is one of the two leading internet companies in China. In this case, doesn't that mean that I have become the owner of shares in the company of these two big guys with the surname Ma? For a moment, Lin Che was really confused. After all, this is indeed a bit outrageous. Although over the years, the money-making ability of Jack Ma's company is not as strong as that of Pony Ma's company. But this is also an absolutely top-notch company. Moreover, the market value of this payment cloud is also extremely terrifying, having directly reached more than $580 billion. Then my 10% is? Lin Che took out his cell phone and started calculating. Finally, the answer was calculated, more than 58 billion gold. At this moment, Lin Che couldn't help but gasp. This amount of money is really terrifying. Lin Che swallowed and forced herself to calm down. Calm down. You must calm down. After all, you have been through a lot, so what does this little money mean to you? Lin Che murmured in his heart, and then lowered the water temperature. Gradually, Lin Che calmed down. Lin Che washed it clean quickly. After wiping it, he went into the house and changed his clothes. Then after saying hello to Chen Shuang, Lin Che went downstairs to make a loving breakfast. Lin Che had just finished making breakfast and was about to go upstairs to call Chen Shuang down to eat. At this moment the phone rang, and Lin Che looked over and it was Tang Ming. Lin Che answered the phone with some doubts in his heart. Hey, brother Lin. As soon as the call was connected, Tang Ming's voice came over. What's wrong? Lin Che asked with some confusion, and Tang Ming's voice sounded again. Hey, it's like this, brother Lin, I have a car show here, do you want to come over and have some fun? Auto show? Okay, send me the address and I'll go over and take a look later. It just so happens that I'm just sitting around doing nothing at home, so I might as well go out and take a look. For example, go to a car show. Maybe you can see those white and round cars? Cough cough cough. After hanging up the phone, Lin Che received a text message from Tang Ming. Above is the location of the auto show, which is located in the Straits Sports Center in Jiangxi Province. After looking at the message, Lin Che glanced at it and went upstairs. Chen Shuang has already gotten up, but his legs are still a little weak. After all, these two people stayed up quite late last night. Lin Che even wondered if the bed should be replaced if she continued to toss and turn a few more times. But it's still in Lin Che's manor villa. You don't have to worry about disturbing your neighbors, which is a good thing. After the two finished their meal, Chen Shuang's uncle sent Chen Shuang a message. He said that he would be taking care of Chen Shuang's mother today, and gave Chen Shuang 2 days off to have a good rest. Well, how about this, you accompany me to the car show today. It just so happens that a few of my friends are inviting me to come and look at the car. Lin Che looked at Chen Shuang and said. All right. Chen Shuang, who was sitting opposite Lin Che, said with a smile. Lin Che also nodded, and then the two of them drove the Bugatti Veyron straight to the Straits Sports Center. With the arrival of Lin Che's Bugatti Veyron, it instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. Oh my god! Isn't this a Bugatti Veyron? Tang Ming, who was not far away, looked at the Bugatti Veyron in front of him with surprise in his eyes. And it's a legendary limited edition Bugatti Veyron? Which top rich kid bought this? A young man wearing a leather jacket and dyed yellow hair said in surprise. As for Kai Shukuan, he couldn't help but exclaim. There are only a few of these cars in the world. I never thought I would see one in Zhejiang Province. I just don't know which second-generation car can afford this price to buy a Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition. Kai Shukuan's face was filled with emotion and envy. After all, the Bugatti Veyron, a luxury car of this level, was something they could only look up to. However, at this moment, a man in his early 30s not far away had a flash of light in his eyes. The next moment, he walked towards the Bugatti Veyron not far away. That's Gouda? Why is he here? This guy probably wants to get the owner of the Bugatti Veyron to join the association. Isn't this his usual tactic? Looking at Gouda walking towards Bugatti, the people here couldn't help but frown. Chapter 128. They were all very familiar with this Gouda, who was the president of the Zhejiang Province Supercar Association. But it's really hard to describe the character of Gouda. Okay, let's go over and see who the owner of this Bugatti Veyron is. At this moment, Kai Shukuan spoke. Good. Everyone agreed and walked towards the Bugatti Veyron. However, at this moment, the door of the Bugatti Veyron opened. When Kai Shukuan and others saw Lin Che and Chen Shuang getting off the Bugatti Veyron, everyone's eyes were wide open at that moment. The next moment, they all started cursing in unison. Fuck you. At this moment, in the hearts of everyone present, it can be said to be full of shock, overwhelming. Looking at Lin Che in front of them, the eyes of these people were full of surprise. This is too inhumane. At this moment, everyone present who knew Lin Che was paralyzed and stunned. They really can't remember clearly. This was the nth top-notch supercar they had seen at Lin Che's place. First up is a Pagani Huayra. Then McLaren P1. Then the Lamborghini Venom. Now here comes a Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition. This speed of changing cars, and they are all top-of-the-line supercars, is simply inhumane. For a moment, everyone was shocked. On the other side, Gouda had already walked in front of Lin Che's Bugatti Veyron. With a smile on his face, he stood there and spoke to Lin Che. Brother, is this Bugatti yours? Hearing what Gouda said, Lin Che frowned and glanced at Gouda in front of him, then said coldly. What's the matter? Lin Che's tone seemed a little cold. After listening to Lin Che's words, Gouda, who was standing there, was stunned and looked a little embarrassed. Then he spoke again. Brother, just treat it as making friends. I'm the president of the Zhejiang Province Supercar Association. My name is Gouda. What's your name, little brother? Lin Che. After saying that, Lin Che turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Lin Che also saw Tang Ming, Kai Shukuan, and others not far away. Seeing Lin Che's attitude, Gouda, who was standing there, suddenly looked embarrassed. Then, he spoke quickly. I see you're not that old, little brother. Well, I'll be generous and call you Xiao Che. Hearing what Gouda said, Lin Che frowned even more tightly. This Gouda is really a sociable person. People who are slightly familiar with me usually call me Brother Lin. Even if the relationship is just average, he still respectfully calls me Mr. Lin. Xiao Che? It makes you act like I know you very well. Lin Che glanced at Gouda coldly, and then he stopped walking away. He looked at Gouda and spoke in a cold tone. What else do you want? Gouda originally looked unhappy when he heard Lin Che's cold tone, but when he thought of Lin Che's Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition, the smile on Gouda's face widened, and he immediately continued to ask. It's like this, Xiao Che, are you interested in joining our Zhejiang Province Supercar Association? If only we could capture Lin Che. Then you can take photos with this Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition to show off. When he thought of this, the smile on Gouda's face became even more intense. Lin Che looked at Gouda coldly and said in a cold voice. No. After saying this, Lin Che walked directly towards Tang Ming, Kai Shukuan, and others who were not far away. As for Gouda, his face froze. At this time, Kai Shukuan and others also came forward. Brother Lin. Hey, Brother Lin, you're here? Everyone here looked at Lin Che and said with a chuckle. As for Tang Ming standing aside, he was looking at Chen Shuang and said, Is this my sister-in-law? Well, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Chen Shuang. Lin Che nodded and said with a smile. After hearing Lin Che's words, everyone present's eyes lit up. Then, they greeted Chen Shuang one after another. Hello sister-in-law, I am Kai Shukuan. Hello sister-in-law, I am. At this time, everyone began to introduce themselves. After some self-introductions, everyone became familiar with each other. As for Chen Shuang, his face was slightly flushed at this moment. After all, being called sister-in-law really made him feel a little shy and happy in his heart. However, at this moment, Gouda also came up. Tang Ming, who was watching this scene, looked at Gouda and said sarcastically. Hey, isn't this President Go? How come you have time to come to this auto show? Tang Ming's tone was obviously sarcastic. When Gouda heard Tang Ming's sarcastic words, his face looked unhappy. What he hates most is being called President Go. But when he thought of his purpose, he could only smile awkwardly and then continue speaking. Hey, since you're all here, it will be more convenient. Xiao Che, I think you may not understand our Supercar Association. Let me tell you this, our Supercar Association. Gouda, who was standing aside, was chattering crazily. Like an annoying mosquito, it kept buzzing in the ears of Lin Che and Chen Shuang. This also made Lin Che feel a little irritated. As for Kai Shukuan, who was standing aside, he also glanced at Godot at this time. Then he said to Lin Che, "Brother Lin, I think you should just agree to him directly. Otherwise, I think you will be annoyed to death by this guy next time." After hearing what Kai Shukuan said, Lin Che nodded. She had no choice but to agree to this proposal. Seriously, if this weren't in public. It was estimated that Lin Che had already asked number 1 to take action and throw this Gouda out. After all, this guy is really too annoying. After hearing Lin Che's agreement, Gouda patted Lin Che's shoulder gently. Then he spoke to Lin Che. "Ha, Xiao Che, you will be grateful to me in the future. In the future, you will realize how correct the decision you made today was." Hearing this, Lin Che frowned even more tightly. Deep down, he was becoming more and more disgusted with people like Gouda. Afterwards, Lin Che was pulled into a group by this Gouda. Chapter 129. Lin Che glanced at Gouda coldly, and then said in a cold voice, "Okay, if you don't have anything else to say, please shut up and stop bothering me." After Lin Che finished speaking, without giving Gouda a chance to reply, she walked directly towards the direction of the auto show. Several people on the side started talking. "Brother Lin, you are really unlucky this time. You actually ran into such a fool." A young man nearby spoke up. "The boy's name is Chen Liang." "What? From the looks of you all, it seems like you all hate him?" Lin Che asked. Chen Liang also continued, "Of course, this is much more disgusting than doing anything. In the past, we brothers were dragged into the Supercar Association by him. At first, because this guy was the president of the Supercar Association, we were quite respectful to him. But who could have imagined that what this guy did was so disgusting? Over time, most people in the Supercar Association gradually stopped liking him." Afterwards, Chen Liang gave a brief explanation. Hearing this, Lin Che nodded. The president of this so-called Supercar Association is a total villain. He licks the owners of luxury cars whenever he sees them. When he sees the owner of a supercar, he treats him in a cold manner. This guy can become the president of the Supercar Association? He really has a narrow vision. Originally, Lin Che thought that this guy was at least the president of the Supercar Association. No matter how big his vision is and how extensive his connections are in the circle, he ends up being a guy that no one likes. Lin Che smiled contemptuously and shook his head. If you are the only one who dislikes him, it may be that you and he are not compatible. But now, no one likes him. It is obvious that this person has character problems. Although the president of the Supercar Association is just a title. But if the president is capable of doing things, he can still win the hearts of a group of second-generation people. Then the influence of this president is still not small. But now, it is obvious that Gouda would not do such a thing. It's a typical case of having a good hand of cards but ruining it badly. Lin Che smiled but didn't think too much about it. Then he continued walking towards the door of the exhibition hall. This auto show can be said to be very luxurious. There are more than 2,000 car companies participating in the event. There are nearly 100 luxury car brands. After all, this auto show is mainly for major car companies to showcase their latest black technologies. Among the car companies participating this time, there are also many domestic car dealers. As Lin Che entered the exhibition hall, his eyes were immediately attracted to the BMW booth nearby. Look at this car, it's so white and big. And this image is still childish. Oh no, I said it wrong, it's this car cover. For a moment, Lin Che felt as if he was getting congested. He could also clearly hear the sound of several second-generation people around him swallowing their saliva. Well, they are a bunch of old perverts for sure. Lin Che couldn't help but shook his head, then silently shifted his gaze away and walked directly inside. These cars outside, whether it is a galloping horse, for circles, or a leopard. For people like Lin Che, it can only be considered a low to mid-range car. First of all, don't be fooled by the fact that so many young people gathered there. In fact, most of them were watching the game in a civilized manner. Serious people, who would read these? Although these balls are indeed quite attractive. I just don't know why these young ladies are wearing ragged clothes. If possible, he really wanted to invite this group of young ladies to eat seafood together. I just don't know if these are still fresh and plump. Alas, this is one of the great regrets in life. Sighing helplessly, everyone came to the deepest part of the auto show. The road in front of the auto show was extremely crowded, but once you walked in, there were not many people there. In this depth, most of the cars are luxury cars like Ferrari and Lamborghini. Hey, this Lamborghini actually released a convertible version of the Bull? Tang Ming on the side said with some surprise. I was originally planning to buy other models of Daniel. But I didn't expect that this big Bull actually came out with a convertible version. That's quite interesting. After hearing these words, Lin Che also looked at the convertible version of the Danio. At the Lamborghini booth, there is a convertible version of the Lamborghini. Overall, this big Bull can be said to have a streamlined appearance, giving people a sense of smoothness like flowing water. The iconic Y-shaped daytime running lights are classic and handsome. The lower surround adopts an opening design that runs across the front of the car, giving it a radical look visually. Under the spotlight, the whole car is dazzling. Tang Ming immediately said, "Wait for me here. I'll go reserve one now." After all, today is a car show, and the main purpose is to show off the latest products of one's own car company. So if you want it, you have to book it first. Everyone was waiting for Tang Ming, who was going to book a vehicle, and chatting with him. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Kai Shukuan, who was standing by, asked Lin Che, "Brother Lin, would you consider ordering one?" Lin Che pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, it's just a Lamborghini. I already have poison. There's no need for another one." As soon as Lin Che said this, everyone's heart felt as if they had been struck by a billion-ton critical hit. Tang Ming, who had just made a successful appointment, came back with the car purchase contract. Tang Ming, who was originally full of enthusiasm, was instantly shocked and his smile gradually disappeared. Lin Che's words were really too destructive. Besides, if you buy this thing and it dies, it will just be thrown into the garage and collect dust. Driving a convertible on a domestic highway, are you planning on eating the exhaust gas along the way? With this money, I might as well spend a little more to buy a Ferrari or Porsche next door. Lin Che said calmly. However, as Lin Che finished speaking, Tang Ming behind him gradually calmed down. Then he looked at the contract in his hand. It felt like every word Lin Che said made sense. For a moment, Tang Ming also felt that all this seemed to be starting to lose its appeal. After that, everyone went directly to the Ferrari showroom next door. As soon as they entered the Ferrari showroom, they felt that what they saw was not a car but a sea of red. Most of the cars in this Ferrari showroom are red. But this is normal. After all, the red color of Ferrari is representative in the world. Chapter 130. This is how the unique Ferrari red comes about. In most auto shows, Ferrari will also choose red vehicles as exhibit cars. Looking at these red Ferraris, everyone looked at them sideways. Oh my God! Look over there! Suddenly someone pointed at the Ferrari exhibition hall and the booth at the front and spoke loudly. This is... At the top of this exhibition hall, there is a black sports car parked. This black sports car is particularly eye-catching in the entire exhibition hall. A touch of black in a pile of red, placed there, makes people take a second look. This black sports car has no windshield or hardtop. And in terms of structure, this is a retro open-top convertible sports car. Is this a Ferrari Monza SP2? But the next moment, Chen Liang, who was standing beside him, suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. The whole person was shaking wildly. It was like having a seizure. What? Ferrari Monza SP2? Oh my God! Tang Ming was also shocked, and then he looked carefully at the black sports car with a shocked expression. As for Kai Shukuan standing aside, he was a little confused as he didn't know much about supercars. It is limited to some top luxury cars. He had never heard of the car in front of him, so he asked. Monza SP2? What kind of car is this? Chen Liang took a deep breath and then slowly began to introduce. This is the latest and most advanced Ferrari masterpiece. And a while ago, it just won the title of the most beautiful supercar. It also won the If Design Gold Award, the highest honor of the design awards. And also won the Red Dot Design Award Best of the Best Award. And this car has a windshield-free design. But actually, you see it's been changed to aerodynamic channels under the fairings for the driver and passenger seats. Combined with the aerodynamic wing profile ahead of the seats, and the vertical channel ahead of the dashboard. We have developed an invisible virtual wind deflector that effectively deflects the airflow over the driver's seat and the passengers' heads. And when the vehicle is moving, the low-speed airflow surrounds the entire cockpit. After hearing Chen Liang's introduction, everyone present gasped and looked shocked. Lin Che stood there, clearly showing some interest in the car. As for Tang Ming on the side, he was murmuring to himself, I really want to buy a car like this. As these words fell, a calm voice came from the side. Let's not consider this for now. This car is limited to 200 units worldwide, and the requirements for purchasing it are very demanding. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. I saw a young man walking towards this side. Isn't this Principal Wang? Seeing this young man, Tang Ming on the side exclaimed. This also attracted the attention of many people. For a moment, the Ferrari showroom became a little restless. After all, the name of Principal Wang is still very famous in this country. In addition, the vast majority of people who came to see this auto show were ordinary people. Originally, they just came to watch the game in a civilized manner and take a look at the cars. But they never expected that they would meet Principal Wang Song here. Xiao Ming. Wang Song glanced at Tang Ming and immediately smiled. Well, it's just right to drag Brother Lin and a few friends out to see the car show. Tang Ming mentioned Lin Che, who was standing beside him, in a subtle way. After hearing Tang Ming's words, Wang Song also looked at Lin Che beside him. Suddenly, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He always felt that Lin Che's face looked familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen it. Moreover, Tang Ming addressed Lin Che so respectfully and even specifically mentioned it to remind Wang Song to pay attention. Wang Song immediately smiled. Then he took the initiative to stretch out his hand towards Lin Che and said, Hello, I'm Wang Song. Seeing this scene, many passers-by around looked at Lin Che in surprise. Who is this guy? Principal Wang actually took the initiative to shake hands with him? Yeah, who is he? Is he some top second-generation young master from some family? I don't know. I've never seen one. Besides, how many young men in this country can make Principal Wang take the initiative to ask for his hand? For a moment, many people were talking about it. Lin Che smiled faintly, then stretched out his hand and shook hands with Principal Wang, and then spoke. Hello, Principal Wang. I'm Lin Che. I've heard a lot about you. Principal Wang also laughed and said, Brother Lin, I've heard a lot about you. Then the two of them exchanged pleasantries. Then Lin Che asked, I don't know what you meant by Principal Wang just now when you said that it's not that easy to buy this Ferrari Monza SP2? After hearing what Lin Che said, everyone nearby looked at Principal Wang. They are also very curious. Principal Wang nodded and said, Okay, then I'll talk to you. In fact, I was here before you came. I've asked about this as well. If you want to buy this car, the requirements are quite strict. First of all, the price of this car is not very expensive, only 30 million. After Principal Wang finished speaking, many people present were shocked. The corners of their mouths twitched. Isn't the price very expensive? Just 30 million? FCK me. At this moment, many people really want to talk about the beautiful national quintessence. But when I think of Principal Wang's identity, the son of the chairman of Yida Group and one of the top second-generation rich people in China, the startup capital alone is 500 million. Maybe, the so-called 30 million is really nothing to them. For a time, many people really wanted to talk about the national quintessence. As for Chen Shuang, who was standing aside, he was also shocked at this moment. Although he had seen a lot of the world during this period of time following Lin Che. However, facing Principal Wang's words, she couldn't help but feel shocked in her heart. Lin Che, who was there, couldn't help but ask in surprise. 30 million? Yeah, that's right. Principal Wang was somewhat surprised by Lin Che's reaction. The people around were also a little surprised. This Lin Che, should it be said that he is on the same level as Principal Wang? Does he also think that 30 million is too expensive? While everyone was puzzled, Lin Che was muttering. Is it so cheap? I thought it would cost at least 80 or 90 million.